Chapter 241. Holly's team just left L7. Zhou Xiuan, who had been keeping watch, suddenly said, "Just now." The others, including Clarence, who was not so convenient to move, looked over. Yes. It was about 30 minutes after the charging time started, and Holly and others began to move, while many contestants had already started to move around in the map. It seems that the charging limit of his energy point is okay. Clarence? Hillman asked in a low voice. Are you asleep? What are you going to do? The voice was full of resentment, almost a little powerless. I just want to ask. It doesn't matter if you don't want to say it. That is, how much is the charging limit you heard when you arrived at L3 just now? Hillman asked tentatively. In fact, he didn't expect the other party to answer. After all, their behavior was no different from bandits. They pulled people to be teammates, but tied them up all the way. Anyone would be full of resentment. Sure enough, there was no answer. Hillman was a little disappointed, but not surprised. Just when he thought the other party would not answer, he suddenly heard a slightly stiff voice. 10%. That's too little. Fortunately, we didn't go in, Hillman said in a daze. Jiang Hui also heard Hillman's conversation with Clarence, but he didn't join in. This was also the tacit understanding among them. Unlike other teams that had to hold a meeting together, they usually discussed their own ideas and drew on the strengths of everyone. Finally, they came up with a general policy and implemented it if everyone agreed. Hillman had her own way of communicating with Clarence, and she could also talk to Huanxian and the others about other things, each of them talking about their own things, without interfering with each other. But L3 only has 10% of the quota. This reminded her a little. That is, this round of supply is really different from the previous round. All the total charging energy blocks are placed in front of them. How many there are and where they are, and even who is in them, are all clear and clear. Maybe it's just that the limited charging quota of each point is not displayed. In order to avoid meeting the team with the strongest comprehensive strength in the field too early, Jiang Hui and others chose to strategically avoid it. But they considered a lot, but still intentionally or unintentionally ignored an extremely important point, which is also a problem that all the contestants in the entire training field need to face. That is, the limited charging quota of energy points. L3 is only 10%. So does it mean that there may be points with low charging quotas of only 10%, 20%, 30% in the other 11 energy points? If L11 is such a point, then their many plans and various calculations derived from it will probably lose half of their effectiveness, and they will have to reconsider many things later. But there is no other way. To know the energy points charging quota, they have to go in person. But they don't want to expose their coordinates too early, so they can only be patient for the time being. Besides, even if L11 only has 10% of the charging quota, so what? As long as they can replenish a little. I believe that this round of energy supply will not only give them 1-star time. If the result obtained in L11 is not satisfactory, then we can fight again. There are many energy points in this place, and we can just pick them one by one. This is not only a problem they have to face, but also a problem that many contestants have to face in this field. It's all a gamble on luck. How long does it take to get directly from our place to L11? Jiang Hui asked. Huanxian adjusted the antimony sand table, which is also a pointing tool commonly used in the military field. It can build a model based on the imported drawings, and input sample data to roughly simulate the route and time from the starting point to the end point. Jiang Hui understood it as an interstellar version of a three-dimensional navigation map. They imported the energy point distribution map on the sky, and then roughly found the energy point they wanted to go to based on their own activity rate. Although it cannot be said to be very accurate, this kind of thing is not absolutely accurate, and a rough number is okay, because Huanxian is most familiar with this thing. He has been calling it all the way. The other party quickly retrieved the data. It will take about 14 to 18 star minutes. The time is not long. With their current remaining energy, even if they only have a single-digit remaining energy, they can still make it there. And now the question they have to consider is what changes will happen in the field during the 14 to 18 star minutes they are on the road. Jiang Hui moved his eyes to the map on the sky above. Now only they know that 2 of the top 3 are their own people, which is the biggest advantage of their team at present. In addition, there is Huanxian. Although his performance is only 8th, his ability is known to everyone. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is hidden. It was a blessing that such a person was not an enemy. Not to mention that he was their teammate. So the remaining Holly was the top priority for them to pay attention to. The fourth place was Lin Maowu, a student from the command department who looked unfamiliar. His score was also very high, more than 230 points. The fifth place was Abu Xiaoli, and the sixth place was Mu Kuan, both members of Holly's team. Their total scores were both in the early 20s, and they were quite capable. The seventh place was a classmate from her class too, but Jiang Hui was not very familiar with him, so he did not pay much attention to him on weekdays. Moreover, he was far away from them at energy point L8, one in the southeast and the other in the northwest. So it was unlikely that they would have any intersection at present. And the 9th and 10th places were all students from class 3. Their names were a long string and very unfamiliar. And Jiang Hui knew even less. Hillman knew some, but he did not know much key information. The situation of the top 10 was probably like this, and they were not simple characters. Fortunately, these people were almost scattered in the middle and upper part of L3, and they were a little far away from them. By then, when they reach L11, they won't be afraid that these people will arrive in a short time. And currently, apart from them, among these threatening guys, only Holly and others have left the initial energy point. Jiang Hui took a rough look at the map and had a rough idea in his mind. She guessed that Holly's team would have few choices if they set out from L7, because almost most of the energy points and people are gathered on the right side of L7. As long as the opponent is clear-headed, they will choose to go to the lower right, then eliminate the energy points that are too far and too isolated, as well as L3 L1 that will definitely be kicked out of the list. Holly and others can probably only choose L10 and L6. I really hope that the opponent can go to the point in front, so that they will be much safer. What a pity. Chapter 242. Jiang Hui felt that the other party would most likely choose L6, which means they would come to their direction, although it seemed that they were closer to L10. L6 was on the right, and Clarence had briefly appeared near L3. Based on people's thinking inertia, most people would choose L6. Even if Jiang Hui were in their place, she would probably choose the same way. So, they had to speed up. Let's go directly to L11, Jiang Hui said to the others. Not going to L6? This was their original plan. When passing by L1 and L6, they would clean up the area and see if they could take advantage of the slackness of these people to get more points. Although there were two teams in L6, the ranking combat power of the members was not strong, and they were the kind they could deal with. It would be a pity not to go when they were so close. We don't have much energy left, although we can barely make it there. It's a bit too tight. I'm afraid there will be complications. So let's solve the problem of the simulated brought energy first. It's only a dozen star minutes away. Besides, I think Holly and the others might come here, Jiang Hui said with a worried look. So it's better not to alert the enemy. The few people thought about it, and without much nonsense, they immediately adjusted the route to L11. The few people made a quick decision, and didn't know that just after they slightly adjusted the direction and ran a few miles, an uninvited guest came near the energy point L6. They were the R87 team coming from L4, and the captain was Lin Maowu. The energy point L4 they found initially had a low charging quota, which was only 40% of the quota like L7. However, they did not stay in there for too long. They came out more than 10 minutes earlier and wandered to the energy point L6. They almost ran into Jiang Hui and others just now. However, their ultimate goal was not L6, but energy point L10. They just wanted to explore the situation of this point and hunt away by the way, and then set off for L10. His route happened to overlap with that of Holly's team. I don't know if the two teams will meet by chance in the future. Jiang Hui and others didn't know about this. The group hurried on their way in silence, even less talking, hoping to get to the destination as soon as possible. Several people didn't even have time to think about what would happen if the charging amount of L11 was much lower than they imagined. And they couldn't think so much. It was more reliable to quickly complete the goal of this stage. Time passed little by little, and a race about time difference quietly started. Why hasn't Jiang Hui appeared yet? I'm also convinced. I must meet this strange person if I have the chance. Mukuen's eyes widened, but he still couldn't find the ranking number representing one that she wanted to see on the map. It's strange. This round of charging has more than 40 stars at the beginning. She can actually hold back and not look for energy points to charge until now. Did something unexpected happen in the middle? It is said that the specifications of the simulated bras used by everyone should be the same. Take their side as an example. When they found L7, the simulated bras of each of them were almost reading single digits. They didn't believe that the simulated bras of Jiang Hui's team were an exception. And they still had so much spare energy for them to run around leisurely. What are we going to do if we don't replenish the energy of the simulated bra right now? I really don't understand. Captain, are we going to go into L3 to take a look? Xiaoli threw those irrelevant thoughts out of his mind and asked Holly, who was looking at something in the distance. So the accuracy of the antimony sand table is also limited. It can roughly estimate the direction of the location and the time to reach the destination. But it cannot guarantee how accurate it is, because they lack the most important data when entering the sample data. That is, the terrain and environment. This place is so big. Everyone is exploring by groping. How can they know what kind of terrain is between L7 and L3? So they all calculated based on the standard of flat land. Jiang Hui and others didn't know that there was a rare slope between L7 and L3. And the speed of going down there was much faster than walking at a normal pace. Therefore, compared with the 20 star point distance calculated by the antimony sand table, Holly and others actually only walked a dozen star points to L3. This is the second energy point they found after L7. And they are a little hesitant about whether to go in and take a look. Although no team of contestants has settled in L3 so far, it is also an energy point. And several people are inevitably curious. I wonder how much energy this L3 can charge. But in the end, it depends on Holly's decision. Xiaoli knows that given his temper, he is very likely not to agree. Sure enough, the other party immediately rejected it. No. Go according to the original plan. The other party would not agree. However, Xiaoli did not refute anything, nodded, and continued to go to the original destination with everyone. At this L3 point, Clarence came out immediately after entering, which shows that the energy charge must be shockingly low. Holly felt that there was no need to expose their whereabouts for such a place again. Their destination this time was only L6. Originally, several people were not so sure and wandered between L6 and L10. However, something happened more than 10 stars ago. The two original teams at energy point L6 disappeared on the map, and one team was directly eliminated. The new contestant in L6 is a member of the R86 team, Captain Lin Maowu, ranked 4th. The opponent's choice of this point can explain something. With reference, Holly and others naturally chose L6 and abandoned L10. As for whether they can kill Lin Mao's team and replace it, this is not within their consideration. In their eyes, there are not many enemies in the training ground that are worth their attention. Appeared. Mukun, who was still looking at the sky from time to time, suddenly stopped, widened his eyes, and looked at the map above in surprise. Appeared? What appeared? That Jiang Hui finally appeared. She is in L11. What's going on? When did they form a formal team? The last member turned out to be the guy Clarence. Mukun's voice changed a little. Captain! Xiaoli's face changed drastically. And then, he also looked at the map and the total score list on the sky above. Sure enough, several familiar ranking positions appeared in the energy point L11, which is quite far away from them. 1, 3, 8, 129, 187, and lit up in one area at the same time. The number R186 representing the formal team flashed after the personal score suffixes of these people, indicating that they had just formed a formal team. How did these people get mixed up? Why was there no sign before this? And they didn't play by the rules at all. The contestants of each team were dumbfounded. Chapter 243 Reaction. It's amazing that they waited until now to show up. Eris Lava and others saw clearly at L5 that the mysterious leader finally surfaced with her teammates 3/4 of an hour after the second round of charging began. She gave them a big surprise as soon as she appeared. She was really good. She concealed her movements and then secretly led a group of people to L11, which was far away from the energy points. I'm afraid it was planned from the beginning. The other party knew that once she appeared, all the participants' attention would be focused together, so she endured not to reveal her whereabouts. And Clarence was probably the smoke bomb released by the other party to determine his position. Then, the moment he arrived at L11, he added this powerful teammate to his team and formed a formal team. It was not a very clever strategy, but the whole process of implementation was extremely difficult, because it was all about the time difference. It was necessary for Jiang Hui and others not to reveal any coordinates from the beginning, and it was also necessary for Jiang Hui and others to convince and unite the power of Clarence. Moreover, they had to look at the situation on the scene and constantly analyze to ensure that the route could proceed smoothly. As long as there was a slight accident in a certain link in the middle, their plan might change and fail to be implemented. However, the other party just happened to appear in front of them suddenly when they didn't know, didn't realize, and didn't even know what happened. It made all the contestants feel absurd for a moment, being fooled, and all of them were fooled by the other party so lightly. Sure enough, the team led by this leader is different. No wonder they can hang on the top of the list. Before, the four of them were so difficult to deal with. And now with Clarence, the next game is going to be exciting. Brother, what are you talking about here? Don't forget that we are also a participating team. What should we do? Jiang Hui, Huan Xian. Now with Clarence, how can we survive? If we meet, we will be dead. Pavla Rava couldn't stand his brother's expression and tone of watching the fun. Please, don't talk as if you were watching a show. You are obviously a contestant. Which contestant can calm down after seeing such a formation? It's not just them. The contestants in the whole field may not be able to calm down at the moment. Eris glanced at the anxious people and spread his hands helplessly. There is nothing we can do. If they want to form a team, they can form a team. We can't stop them. Besides, you are afraid of meeting Jiang Hui and others. But you are not afraid of meeting Holly. Anyway, we can't beat them. It's the same. But you can't say that. Pafra was dumbfounded when he heard his brother's perverse words. But he couldn't say anything to refute for a while. Finally, he could only say, anyway. Don't say these discouraging words here. You are the captain. What's the point of saying these things? After saying this, the girl finally became justified. Yes, that's it. Who would boost others' ambitions and destroy their own prestige in the game? Brother Eris is smart, but he has a mouth that can't speak, always pouring cold water on others. No wonder his father always looked so indescribable after talking to him. He probably said a lot of inexplicable things. I'm analyzing. You know what analysis is? How can we play better without analysis? And this is also true. Eris was a little amused. Then he put away his smile and pursed his lips. Besides, winning or losing does not necessarily depend on strength. Don't worry. This is very beneficial to us. They are not in a hurry. There are many people who are more anxious than them, just to explore the way for them. Our 256 team. Damn, Clarence. That guy is actually in the same group with them. We were deceived. Xiaoli and others reacted quickly. Clarence had appeared in the L3 area before, but he left quickly. They thought that the other party left quickly because the L3 charge amount was too low. Seeing that the other party is now united with T186. No. Our 186 team. Maybe they have already met each other. That's it. Jiang Hui and others had not revealed their coordinates, which meant that they could know the location of everyone, but not their own. Then Clarence solved their problem. The appearance of Clarence allowed them to find out their coordinates and obtain the locations of most of the contestants. The T186 team, which had more information than them, could naturally complete more arrangements than they imagined, such as playing with the time difference, and then arriving at the L11 energy point far away from the energy point without anyone noticing. It made sense when they thought about it. They were all fooled. Damn it. Even if the journey is smooth, it will take at least 40 to 50 minutes from here to the L11 energy point. That group of people obviously calculated it. And why did Clarence, who had been fighting alone all the way, change his mind and easily form a team with others? Could it be that the other party has a good relationship with Jiang Hui? A classmate? Xiaoli and others suddenly felt an unprecedented sense of urgency. This was the first time they had such a sense of crisis since they joined together in this arena. Not only for the so-called top Clarence, but also for the unconventional means of this team. Xiaoli opened his mouth and wanted to call the captain as in the past, but was shocked when he met Holly's eyes that touched the sky. He had never seen such an expression on Alec Holly's face. In his impression, this person has always been crazy, not arrogant or conceited. The other party actually knows that there are many people in the world who are better than him, but he never thinks that he will fall behind others and dares to face any level of enemies. But there are few people he can take seriously, and the other party does have this ability. Since he met Holly, the other party has been rising steadily, trampling one enemy after another under his feet. Every time he defeats, he seems to be able to gain some strength to move forward. and then become stronger in the next duel. Alec Hawley is such a person. A role model that Xiaoli has always admired and worked hard for. But today he learned that such a crazy guy would also be afraid of someone or a group. Maybe it's really because before this, the other party didn't meet someone who made him feel this way. Yes, who wouldn't be afraid of such a person? R186 and Jianhui. Really a terrible team. Chapter 244. A group of people were fooled around. Lin Chi shook his head. He was not surprised. He had encountered this possibility after seeing Clarence being easily subdued. But he did not expect the whole process to be so smooth. This time difference was well played. No matter how angry the other little guys were, they had to spend more energy to catch up with the short distance left behind. He was looking forward to the scene of these children meeting each other more and more. Arrogance is easy to fail. The several people who were in active conversation looked at someone who rarely spoke in surprise. This was the rare time for the other party to comment on the students since watching the game. Is this the third or fourth sentence? The previous sentence seemed to have happened several stars ago. It was so quiet that they thought the other party was a mute. But it was also true that Captain Stark had always been a cold image. Most of the time, his face did not change. He was rarely moved by something. And he rarely commented on a student or a person. The person who talked the most and paid the most attention to the students in his class was probably the one who truly focused on his own responsibilities, which made people respect him. Stark's words were indeed true. The proud and conceited are most likely to fail. And there have been countless cases that have proved this point. Even if they are not right about the person at this time or the matter. They agree. However, some people can focus on themselves, while others are so sensitive that they can be easily provoked by a casual remark from others. Captain Stark's words were quite firm, and it seemed that he was sure that his students would be able to stay at the top of the list. The match hasn't been decided yet. But you're talking so confidently. It will be embarrassing if we lose. Zoe exploded immediately. Is this guy doing this on purpose? No matter how he is irritated, he never says a word. But now, he is enjoying watching the fun more than anyone else. He seizes a little to target his student. He thought his student was so powerful. But he just took advantage of the compensation points. After deducting the compensation points, he is still inferior to Holly. And even Clarence is inferior. Such a guy who is not as capable as Holly and stupid enough to hurt his own leg. The other party doesn't take good care of him, but comes up to instruct other people's students. What does Stark mean? Teacher Tan next to him touched his forehead helplessly, and didn't want to say anything. Lin Chi also raised his eyebrows, and shifted his gaze. He was a little too lazy to watch such a one-man show. Others either watched the show implicitly, or moved their eyes away, and continued to watch the game as usual. The atmosphere on the scene was very stiff. But this time Stark didn't seem to intend to ignore it. He finally turned his gaze back from the big screen, and looked at Zoe for the first time. Did I say anything? Puff. The people watching the fun in the dark almost couldn't help laughing. They rarely saw Stark talking to Zoe, and thought that this stable and self-reliant leader was too lazy to fight with the young and energetic boy. Unexpectedly, the other party said such a sentence, when he rarely talked to Zoe. It's better not to answer. Zoe must be furious. Sure enough, Zoe got even angrier after hearing it. You are playing dumb. Right. Stark? What makes you say that my student is conceited? But your student is steady? She injured her important leg. I wonder what she will do next. The game is not over yet. When did I say your students? Stark pursed his lips, and his sight naturally turned to a certain screen in the central report, landing on two of them. Zoe and the rest of the people looked over, and found that it was the screen that was broadcasting the dynamics of the R186 team. What the other party meant was, he was talking about his own students. Could it be that the other party was dissatisfied with his own students' success, and worried that they would become arrogant and proud? So he said such a sentence. It was quite like his personality. Right. Such words are more like that Captain Stark. It turns out that he was just worried about his own students. And Zoe and the others completely misunderstood. But for some reason, everyone wanted to laugh even more. Seeing Zoe's face was blue and white, swollen and had to shrink. Several familiar officers looked at each other, and it was more painful to hold back their laughter. The interaction between these two people is sometimes really funny. Speaking of this, in addition to the other three people in the R186 team, two of them seemed to be Stark students. One ranked first, and the other ranked third, with really good qualifications, which makes people jealous. No wonder Captain Zoe was always dissatisfied. They remembered that the top student seemed to be a student that Stark cared about. A month ago, there were rumors that the other party had gone to the principal's office for him. Today, he went to the control room twice. It seems that he is not an ordinary student. I don't know if he is a younger generation from the other party's family. I will ask him later if I have a chance. Those guys must be furious. Hillman carefully untied the rope for Clarence, who was sitting on the stone. Before that, Jiang Hui had added Clarence to his team first. The formal formation of our 186 team meant that their second stage goal was finally achieved. It's really not easy. Now there's only one thing left to do, which is charging. But it seems that the completion of this thing is also in sight. Should we say that the few people are really lucky? Or that opportunities are reserved for those who are prepared? When they finally cleared all the obstacles in front of them and arrived at L11, they were shocked when they connected to their first energy point. Ding! The total charging energy block L11 has been connected. This is the unlimited charging quota point. Warm reminder. The second round of charging time limit is about to enter the countdown. And the charging will end after 1 hour 12 minutes and 26 second star hours. Doesn't it mean that the charging quota of L11 is 100%? Doesn't that mean that as long as they stay here until the charging is over, this round will be over? And there is only so much time left to finish the charging. They said that they should not leave this point at all. Just stay here and be tied to death. Jiang Hui woke up from a huge ecstasy and remembered that he still had to join Clarence and his team. Otherwise it would not be a solution to keep tying him up like this. Besides, it is more advantageous to form a formal team immediately. So let's hurry up. Otherwise the longer we delay, the more enemies we will become. Of course, the other party doesn't seem to be very friendly now. But she believes that the friendship between teammates can be cultivated. So there is no rush. Zhou Xiuwen and Huan Xian also quickly woke up, tacitly cleaned the surrounding area, and then made some simple arrangements near the energy point, intending to stay here for a long time. Several people performed their duties and cooperated neatly, and soon they were able to settle down and charge quietly. As for the mood of the contestants, they did not consider it. So there was the scene that everyone saw before. Chapter 245, The Right Time and Right Place. You said. Jiang Hui was following Huan Xian's instructions to learn how to treat the wound by himself, because he did not clean the wound properly. He was stopped by Huan Xian, who was supervising next to him. It seems that there is only one more star hour left for the second round of charging. I wonder if others know this time limit. The others all looked like they were thinking, but they really couldn't give a specific answer because none of them had connected to another total energy block. The only one who had this experience was no. The only one who knew the answer said with certainty. L3 only reported the limited charging quota. Since being untied, Clarence has been unusually quiet. He found a place not far from the others and sat there, as if he was not in the same group with you. Forced by the situation, everyone's start was not really happy, and the other party's slightly repulsive attitude was expected. However, the other party has now become one of them, which not only gives them 3 chances to survive, but also eliminates the possibility that this powerful enemy will raise a gun against any of them. No matter how you look at it, they have won. As for whether the other party will not cooperate, there is no way. Anyway, even if they are in the team, they will rely on their own abilities and get what they need, and they will not insist on obtaining absolute authority among the team members. Originally, I thought I would ask a few more questions. Jiang Hui thought that if the other party did not answer, she would ask Hillman to communicate. Along the way, she saw that the other party seemed to have a good way to communicate with this Clarence classmate. Sure enough, being familiar with others is really the nemesis of all kinds of people with bad tempers. Even Jiang Hui couldn't resist making friends with the other party for no reason at the beginning. It seems that I really skipped a lot of things. Clarence casually answered the questions of those who were currently his teammates. And then he cast his eyes on Jiang Hui's trouser legs with gauze and sporadic red, and quickly moved away. In fact, Jiang Hui's ability to judge people needs to be improved. She has been in contact with Clarence for quite a long time, even more than the rest of the people present. But because this classmate Clarence likes to have a stern face, doesn't like to communicate with others, and is unyielding, Jiang Hui's impression of him is more stereotyped. Arrogant, confident and powerful. A typical strong person. It is true. But Clarence grew up in a relatively complicated family environment. Arrogance is something engraved in his bones. But there are more things he will not show. Because that is a place where you need to wear a mask to survive. If you always expose your true self, he may have been swallowed by that behemoth. Clarence is different from Holly. He is so arrogant that he refuses to accept people or things that are below his sight level. If you don't have the ability to really walk to the same level as him, then the other party may never see you in his life. He is truly pure in his eyes. So the premise of having an equal dialogue with this person is to defeat him, and force him to look at you straight or even look up at you. Although Jiang Hui did not capture Clarence alone, it can be regarded as the collective achievement of the T-186 team. They worked together to defeat this arrogant loner and held him hostage to do many unwilling things along the way. These are failures in Clarence's eyes. And their figures appear in his eyes that seem to be unable to reflect anyone. Since he lost, he had to admit defeat. He was not someone who was unwilling to admit defeat. At the moment he threw down his gun and walked towards the T-186 team. Clarence had already admitted defeat and accepted any consequences of this failure. So he accurately read the range and landmarks of the total energy block for the T-186 team. Not because of threats. So even if he was restricted along the way, he never thought of making small moves. Not because he couldn't. So even before he was added to the team, he secretly helped to explore all the way. He actually admitted that he was a member of the R-186 team. Since they were members of the same team, how could he be willful and angry for that little bit of face? And naturally, he would say whatever he wanted. Of course, because of face. He was still reluctant to give the rest of the people a good face. Because these guys were too barbaric. He had never seen such a bandit-like behavior of carrying people away since he was a child. Couldn't they have a good talk? And his journey of the competition is not over yet. Even if he lost or was pulled into the team, the competition is not over yet. So he still has a chance. The third place is not the limit he wants to reach. He wants to step over Holly above him, Jiang Hui above him, and all the people following him below, and walk to the top of the distance. He wants to get an absolute victory, which is his will that he will not change no matter what. Jiang Hui, who didn't know that the new teammate still wanted to fight her, was quite pleased with the loose attitude of this teammate. Jiang Hui, who got the answer, nodded in thought, but this point suddenly appeared such a warm reminder. Is it because this is an infinite charging point? Then do you think that other energy points may not have this? Her eyes lit up. Wan Xian shook his head, as if he had some doubts about this. We also encountered several total charging energy blocks in the first round of supply points. The infinite charging point we encountered later was reporting time, but it reported integers. And it is also possible that it was randomly selected. And this is the second round of supply. The method is different from the previous one. We can't be so rough to determine it. Well, actually, I think it doesn't matter whether they know this news or not. Zhou Xiaowen was thoughtful. Hearing this, several people, including Clarence, who seemed not to have been listening, looked at him. Zhou Xiaowen just said this casually, and he didn't expect to attract the attention of his teammates all of a sudden. He suddenly felt a little embarrassed. No. Nothing. It's just, alas, this broadcast point can't lie to us. Right. Since he said that there is only more than 1 star hour left to charge, then the others are naturally the same. And the current situation is very unfavorable to other contestants regardless of whether they know this information or not. L11 is located in a remote area. There are only 2 points that can reach L11 in a short time. L6 and L3. As well as the scattered soldiers lurking around. The rest of the energy points. Zhou Xiaowen connected the 4 points of L12, L10, L1, and L5, and drew a line, indicating that if the contestants outside this line want to shake over to slay the dragon, they will have to wait for at least more than 40 star minutes to reach L11, and they have to set off immediately, and not stop for a moment to have such a speed. Otherwise it will take longer. How much time do they have to waste? Zhou Xiaowen unconsciously raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth. He didn't know how different he was from his usual self at this moment. And he didn't know how much he looked like someone who gave him life at this moment. Chapter 246 Situation. From their perspective, this is true. But the enemy behavior and thinking they are dealing with are subjective. And they are changes that cannot be accurately predicted. So sometimes you have to think about things from a different perspective. Jiang Hui's eyes darkened. Assuming they are. If most people get this information in advance, it is almost impossible to spend this time to come here to trouble them. Because most people have to pay more than 40 star points to come here. And the other party can afford it. But doesn't Jiang Hui and her team have long legs? They may come here to get nothing, which is unreasonable. The second point is that unless those energy points are infinitely charged points, it means that these contestants have to find enough charging quota in more than 1 star hour. Otherwise, the second round of supplies is equivalent to coming in vain, which is another sense of early elimination. But are there really so many infinite supply points in these 12 points? Anyway, L1, L2, L3, L6, L7, and L12 should not be. The people inside either leave quickly within a certain period of time or are points with high mobility. If these are ambush points with infinite energy, this situation is unlikely to occur. Along the way, in addition to Zhou Xiuwen, who was specifically watching the map, Jiang Hui also kept an eye on it, watching every change on the map, and deducing the changing trends of these contestants and the subsequent possible flows. So it was very smooth to count at this moment. And it was getting smoother and smoother. Hundreds of faint light spots flashed quickly in her mind, each of which represented every person who had appeared in the range of the energy point, and several trajectory routes that were absolutely invisible, but actually existed from them. The dense dots and lines were mixed together, and fell into a new piece representing her new light spot. It's just that this series of evolutions was too fast, and Jiang Hui's consciousness could not capture such subtle and delicate changes. In her consciousness, she seemed to have entered a chaotic state of thinking, seeing a lot and thinking a lot, and countless real and fake lights and shadows appeared in front of her eyes. But in the end, she fell into a blank. After such a large amount of evolution in her brain, her mind was blank for a moment, and she finally judged that most people in the field would fall outside a certain safety cordon she drew, and would not pose much threat to them. She did not realize that she was so sure of this at the moment, and she did not doubt her inexplicable prediction in her heart, because for her, this conclusion was obtained by her brain after a flexible evolution that others could not achieve, and it was the closest prediction to the development of things. Jiang Hui briefly and quickly explained some of her judgments to several people, without noticing that her teammates listened more and more seriously and solemnly, including Clarence, who had just joined, and his eyes looking at her changed a little, becoming inquiring and suspicious. As for, if they didn't get this limited time information, Jiang Hui smiled, wouldn't that be better? Let them be greedy and come here to kill us, and they will have to bear the consequences of running out of energy. This is equally beneficial to them. She could even foresee how those people would look when they found out that they couldn't kill them and couldn't complete the recharge. However, they still need to pay attention to certain people during this period, if there are still factors that affect them when they are in such a favorable situation. It is probably these two. The official R87 team led by Lin Maowu, who ranked 4th. This team appeared in L6 not long after they left the vicinity of L6 a dozen star points ago. Looking at the big 4 on it, several people instantly had different degrees of thinking about it. Jiang Hui and the others were a little surprised. They thought that they would first worry about Holly and others who were the most threatening. Unexpectedly, they didn't know whether the R256 team would come or not, and they might have to face a strong team they were not familiar with. It was just important to hurry up. So they finally came to L11 as planned. Holly and others came from the extremely far L7. According to the conditions they knew before, it would take at least more than 40 star points, even if this period of time may not allow Jiang Hui and others to complete the charging. It is certain that R256 will not be able to appear in front of them immediately in a short period of time. However, the R87 team is different. It only takes a dozen star points to rush from L4 to L11. At present, the fact that they arrived at L11 has been known to all the contestants in the entire competition area, and the R87 team has enough conditions and motivation to rush here to attack them. This team is their biggest threat at present, and several people have made certain psychological preparations. Then, there is the old-fashioned R256 team. To be honest, none of them have ever met Holly, let alone know what kind of person he is. In fact, it seems a bit hasty and one-sided to blindly imagine that the other party will stare at Jiang Hui to death or come for them. But this matter really cannot be ignored by them. For this team that is obviously above most of the contestants, they must respond with the highest degree of vigilance, especially when Jiang Hui is not in good condition at present. I didn't expect that we would only get such a small advantage after all the planning. Jiang Hui sighed. In the end, there is still a high possibility that we will directly encounter such a strong team. Student Jiang, you can't say that. We are lucky. If we settled down in L3 just now, Not only would we have only 10% of the charging quota, but we would also expose our whereabouts for no reason. How could we be like this now? Not only finding an infinite charging point, but also playing those guys around all the way. Hillman didn't know what to say. He found that his teammates were really amazing. Each of them was so powerful. But they still felt that they were not good enough. How good could they really be? This was more than just humility. Is this the trait that must be possessed to become a strong person? No wonder he always couldn't match it. It's an exaggeration to say that he played them around. It would be nice if they really had this ability. In fact, it only took up some time and space. Jiang Hui knew that this advantage could only help them avoid the worst situation. But it would not last long. In the remaining time, they still had to be alert and vigilant at all times to prevent the situation from changing at any time. Huan Xian and Zhou Xiuwen sat on the left and right of Jiang Hui. This familiar arrangement reminded the three of them of their experience at the supply point a few hours ago. It seemed like a long time had passed. But it seemed like just a blink of an eye. Alas, there were still more than 8 hours to finish the game. But the shadow hanging over them seemed to be getting bigger and bigger. Jiang Hui couldn't help feeling a little tired. You are not afraid of Holly, Huan Xian suddenly said. Jiang Hui looked at the other person with a slightly puzzled expression. Chapter 247 EXIN. I said, you are so anxious not because you are afraid of Holly. Right? Huan Xian repeated. Since the first round of supplies came out, you have started to have concerns and become hesitant. You have become different from when I first met you. The other party did not seem to ask Jiang Hui to answer immediately, but just asked in a puzzled manner as if asking and asking himself. Why? This time it was Jiang Hui's turn to be stunned. This question really stumped her. In an instant, this already quiet energy point became very quiet, and everyone seemed to breathe lightly with the tense atmosphere. Jiang Hui's expression became very strange. Although his expression was still relatively stable, it could be seen that the subtle expression on his face changed. It seemed that he thought of something, and it seemed that he was also confused. Finally, she relaxed her brows as if she had figured something out, and sighed, it is true, but this is normal, because I am not alone now. When she first came in, she was the happiest, because she was alone, and one person's fullness would feed the whole family. So she was not afraid to kill them bit by bit. At most, she would feel a chill on her back at many times, worrying that enemies would come out to attack at any time, and she felt uneasy. But later she met Zhou Xiuwen, and then met Huan Xian, and then brought Hillman and Clarence. The formation process of their team was much more difficult and blocked than other teams. Even when the official team was completed, the game was almost over. But Jiang Hui was sure that every member here was trustworthy and reliable, including Clarence who just joined. With the support of these teammates, they have made the road in the training ground much easier, and they no longer have the uneasy feeling of having no one to rely on. But they have an extra responsibility, and this responsibility is getting heavier and heavier. Jiang Hui can no longer be as casual as before. The more difficulties she has gone through, the more efforts everyone has made together, and the more trust her teammates have placed on her. She feels that the pressure is increasing with time, and she dare not let her mind go. She can't describe the feeling. Although her teammates are very powerful, she can feel that she has more and more things to think about. Coupled with the continuous physical consumption, her whole state has become more and more tense. Especially not long ago, her calf had an accidental problem, which broke a kind of balance in her mentality. Although she seems to be acting the same as before, she is less confident. Since entering the second round of supply, she has become more aware that she has become a burden to several teammates. This is a situation that Jiang Hui, who has always advocated relying on herself, cannot accept. But she is also a person who is good at self-reflection. She knows that Huan Xian is right. Her state in this short period of time may be a little wrong. She is a little too nervous, and she has lost her sense of proportion and restrained her hands and feet. So it is still not enough to cultivate yourself. If your mentality is not balanced, you will easily worry about gains and losses. She has been an adult for many years, but she needs a teenager to remind her. She really needs to reflect on herself. Jiang Hui thought that this paragraph could come to an end, and was about to say a conclusion. Alas, it is also me. I have a bad mentality. So it's because of us? Huan Xian still insisted on what he said just now. You feel pressure because of us. This is really a life or death question. Jiang Hui was a little frightened. How did the other party come up with such an irrelevant theory? This realm was raised too high for her. She even waved her hands. You can't say that. I have a bad mentality, and I am impetuous. Then Jianghui laughed. Actually, I am not as twisted as you say. To be honest, everyone gathered here just for an inter-school competition. If it is raised to a sense of collective responsibility, it seems a bit too empty. But everyone can get together to form a team because of trust and recognition. I just feel that everyone can trust me. Everyone is in this group and has made so much effort. As a member of the team, I naturally want to work harder. I want to win. But not just to win. It would be better if everyone can win beautifully together. So silly kids, don't worry about this kind of philosophical problem. It feels so corny when she says this. Could she really say such an idealistic and slightly embarrassing line as I want to win with everyone? Jianghui thought that he had fooled the stubborn guy with his reasoning. And he was relieved. But he didn't expect Huan Xian to be so logical and directly gave him a detour. The other party listened quietly to Jianghui's long and even somewhat awkward words. With a very pale face. This was the third time Jianghui had seen him like this. And his expression was cold and not like a living person. But inexplicably, Jianghui felt that the other party was actually unhappy under this expression. You also know that we trust you. So you should learn to trust us. When others have problems, you just go up and force them to take advantage of them. But when you have problems, you will be very clear. Everything is your own problem. So others have no problems and responsibilities? Jianghui, you are too stupid to cooperate with others like this. It's too disadvantageous. Is there? Jianghui was also a little stumped by the question. And he was stuck. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something. But in the end, he could only sigh, maybe. Strangely, hearing Jianghui's seemingly ambiguous reply, Huan Xian's expression softened a lot. And he raised his eyebrows. You really should give us more trust. This team is not just you. This is what you taught me. We can win. He stretched out his hand and raised his fist to Jianghui. Jianghui was stunned for a moment. Then, he couldn't help but smile and returned his fist. Just when the two were about to touch, another wider hand suddenly inserted from the other side. It was obvious that the owner of the arm rarely went out on weekdays. And even looked wider than Jianghui. A girl. Hey. I say you two are too much. Aren't I in the same team with you? You didn't even invite us to cheer together. Zhou Xiuwen said unhappily. And me. Hillman didn't know how long he had moved to the side to listen. And was very dissatisfied with the two masterminds for getting them. The atmosphere just changed suddenly. And Jianghui instantly became a little bit amused. Okay. Then let's do it together. Isn't it a bit too childish? Then she looked at a figure sitting a little further away, who seemed to be out of tune with them. As if she remembered something. The other few people also looked in the same direction almost at the same time. Clarence. In the training field. Outside the screen. 5 fists touched each other lightly. And time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Chapter 248 Trench. Okay. We've rested enough. It's time to get to work. The harmonious atmosphere melted away in an instant. And it seemed to condense into a certain force all of a sudden. Jianghui said an idea that had been lingering in his mind for a long time. But he didn't expect to get strong approval from several people. Several people did it as soon as they thought of it. And they were unwilling to waste time at all. It had only been 7 star minutes since they entered L11. And it was estimated that it would take at least 45 star minutes for them to be fully charged. And there was 1 star hour and 5 star minutes before this round of supply and charging ended. Finally, someone who is a little decent has emerged. Minhao finally showed some satisfaction on his face. He thought that he might not be able to find a student in the command department that satisfied him until the end of the game. Although Huan Xian performed well, this unpromising guy, as a student of the command department, actually gave up the command power to a student of the combat individual department, which made people angry. Of course, what made people even more angry was why the good seedling didn't come to their command department, but ran to the combat individual department, which was really annoying. Fortunately, there was a decent Lin Maowu who used his flexible brain to make a beautiful comeback and rose to 4th place, making up for the shame of not having a commander in the top 10. If he can perform exceptionally well again in the future, it is not impossible to be in the top 3. Xiao Min. Don't be too happy too soon. Lin Maowu is so close to the team of the little troublemaker in your class. Maybe they will fight. And then, you will definitely lose one of the top 10. He has a name. So don't tease him like that, Min Hao said. Huan Xian's mind is not on the game at all. He sighed. It's okay for him to have command authority. In such a simple game, the space for command is limited. And the person who took over the command is qualified. And the other party is much more cohesive than Huan Xian. But he can also see that Huan Xian didn't put his mind on the game at all. He was fishing in troubled waters in the early stage. Later, he met Jiang Hui and got a little better. He began to have a serious meaning. However, with the other party's ability, it is absolutely impossible for him to be only 8th. The brat is more interested in his teammates than in this game. He is really willful. However, he has no effective way to educate him. And it is not good to alarm the people behind him. So this person is really too difficult. Thinking of this, Min Hao's mood, which was originally high because of Lin Maowu's appearance, suddenly fell again. In your opinion, if Lin Maowu and Huan Xian meet, who is more powerful? Captain Nordby asked curiously. Well, Lieutenant Min Hao let out a long sigh. He looked at the R-186 squad that was being displayed in the center of the screen. I don't think Lin Maowu would choose to attack the R-186 squad at this time. Or rather, Lin Maowu, if he had a clear mind, would not choose to compete with Huan Xian. There were almost no people in Beska Intermediate College who knew better than the people in Class 2 what kind of unparalleled ability that person had. That was a power that exceeded the limits of ordinary humans. A power that humans should not have, and was regarded as an alien existence. This is exactly why the other students in Class 2 cannot accept him. Such a person is his student, which really makes people love and hate him. Others are taking advantage of the situation to encircle and kill them, or making various plans for their future development. How come they are different? They even talk to each other. Teacher Tan couldn't help laughing when he saw this. In fact, according to what Jiang Hui said, this is just a small school competition. And this competition is not only rough in terms of rules and conditions, but also unrelated to the performance of the team members. Therefore, it is really too empty to talk about collective honor. In order to gain the advantage of 3 retentions, many teams in the training field even lowered the selection standards, or skipped the important link of running in. Of course, there are also many teams that choose relatively familiar people as team members at the beginning. So the level of the whole team members is uneven and lacks tacit understanding. Therefore, many jokes were made, which will be recorded on the desks of each class. And after the competition, they will become the reference records for these children's training for a long time in the future. Even in such a tense and rushed environment, there are still some special cases, such as the R-186 team. These kids are really sincere. In a competition that only spans 36 weeks, the team is more serious than anyone else. In a short period of time, they observe, test, adjust, get to know each other, and understand each other. This level of mental process is comparable to comrades who have fought side by side in actual combat. This cohesion is really too strong. What are these kids preparing for? Captain Lynch moved away from his group of overly carefree students and looked at the screen that was broadcasting our 186 team with some surprise. In fact, there are fewer teams left in the arena now. The small screens that were originally arranged densely are now enlarged a lot. And the time for each shot to be broadcast is much longer than the original interval. Of course, the most central screen broadcasts the most exciting moments of each team. After all, what everyone wants to see more is the ability or intelligence confrontation of the strong, rather than the dullness of a certain team hiding aside, and the years are quiet and good. So the team that performs better will naturally get more shots of the rotation, which is also the choice of the audience watching in the arena. The large screen in the middle shows the current dynamics of our 186 team. Several people chatted for a while, and then began to move in the energy point in an orderly manner, as if they had discussed it before. And it was not that kind of small movement. Seeing Huan Xian and Hillman, who were stronger, digging something with their tools, while Jiang Hui, Zhou Xiuan and Clarence were paddling around a large piece of rubber. All the teachers present felt a little strange. What are they doing? Could it be that they want to dig holes at energy points to trap those who come later? Xiao Li, do you know what the trench that kid said is? Zap asked the old acquaintance next to him in confusion. Xiao Li Fang, the head teacher of Class 7, shook her head. Didn't the kid just say that he wanted to make an auxiliary tool for digging and hiding? I heard. Zap was a little helpless. I mean, what is the origin of this thing? It doesn't seem like something that an ordinary girl who has never experienced war can think of. regardless of their military positions. Most of them were soldiers who had participated in formal wars, and they were knowledgeable about many things. Basically, as soon as Jiang Hui said a little, they roughly knew what the purpose of digging this thing was. She was just a teenage girl. Even if she might know something about war because of her family, it was unlikely that she could come up with something so close to real war out of thin air. Trenches were an auxiliary combat tool that was popular in the old human era on the mother planet. They dug trenches to avoid bullets and escape bullets. However, with the progress of the times, the way of interstellar warfare has changed dramatically, and this tactic has been abandoned for a long time. Stark, who heard the words from a distance, replied in a deep voice, looking at the people in the field who were busy but also arranged in a similar manner. His eyes were slightly bright. Chapter 249 Strategy. Things from the old times, or things from the era of single-line hot weapons, are really concepts from a long time ago. Now we have entered the Mecha era, and the battle line has also advanced from a certain piece of land or a certain planet to the vast starry sky battlefield. Small things like trenches can no longer meet the needs of war. Therefore, this thing has long withdrawn from the stage of interstellar people, and only related brief records can be found in some ancient books, let alone where Jiang Hui knew this thing. How do they plan to present such a thing that has long been out of date? This really makes them a little curious. Just now, while Stark and Zoe walked away together, Lin Chi couldn't help but inquire about the relationship between Stark and the top kid, and actually pried something out of Teacher Tan's mouth. I didn't learn this when I was in school. You have to look through special books to know it. Captain Stark, did you teach her? Captain Lin Chi said with some surprise. Unexpectedly, Captain Stark shook his head upon hearing this. No, I didn't teach her these things. He even saw this child for the first time this month. Are you kidding me? How could it be possible? Are children nowadays so powerful? Lynch thought that this was the strategy that Stark taught her, and thought that the other party would be able to explain it clearly. But he didn't expect that even the other party didn't quite understand it. Then they are not as good as a child. Unable to pry out any relevant and useful information from this colleague, Lynch had no choice but to give up and seriously watch the performance of the children on the screen. What are Jiang Hui and his team going to do? Actually, they have no plans. After all, time is running out, and there are dangers everywhere. What can they do? At most, they can come up with some emergency measures. Although they have gained the upper hand and avoided many risks, their situation is still not optimistic. If they were just ordinary contestants like the others, they probably wouldn't have to worry as much as they are now. Teams like Holly probably wouldn't take them seriously. However, their 5-man team alone accounted for half of the team in the top 10, which was enough to attract most of the firepower and attention of the entire training ground. Although Jiang Hui has analyzed it, most people are outside the defense line and pose no threat to them. And if they force themselves to become this threat, they will suffer from it, and they may not be able to complete the charging task in the end. However, they still have to take the necessary defensive measures, because sometimes plans really can't keep up with changes. She believes that no matter what choice people make, they should prepare a corresponding way out. What if those guys don't play by the rules, and they don't charge or avoid danger, but come to eliminate her, the leader? It's not impossible. Jiang Hui always likes to think about the worst. Looking back here, this training ground is undoubtedly the king of shooters. They have personally verified this countless times before, but they almost always fought with others in semi-hidden conditions before, or waited to attack the enemy in a place with natural cover they chose. But the current situation is different. It was probably the designer's bad taste. The 3 or 4 energy points they saw along the way were relatively flat and empty, with low and flat bushes, which were very easy to attack. If they were besieged by the enemy at such an energy point, their 90% ability would eventually be reduced to 60% or 70%. It was frustrating to think about it. So why could those people come to besiege them? Couldn't they do some defensive engineering? Jiang Hui was an ordinary person in her previous life. And of course, she was still an ordinary person in this life. She couldn't think of any higher-level defense methods in the interstellar. But she vaguely remembered a rustic method: digging trenches. To say that this thing is also an unpopular thing on the blue planet. You may not know it very well if you don't specifically learn about it. Since world peace, it has almost disappeared in actual combat, leaving only traces in some literary works, documentaries, and film and television dramas. Jiang Hui knew this after her parents had an accident. She stayed at home and didn't go out. In order to divert her attention, she read a lot of information day and night. Among them was a war-related TV series, which was a modern theme that she had never liked. Jiang Hui couldn't believe how she had insisted on watching it at that time. She didn't remember the story of how the heroine, who was dressed more fashionably than a modern person like her, and the hero, who was a domineering president-style warlord, broke up and got together in the end. But she remembered the part about the trenches in a certain battle. It was also the first time for her to know that the fierce battles between the generals were not just a simple attack on each other in the rain of bullets, but also such a cover method. Now it seems that the wisdom of the ancients should not be underestimated. Isn't this method of both defense and attack what they need most now? Of course, they can't build a complete trench that is winding and connected in all directions, and can even transmit information. Not to mention 1-star hour. It is unlikely to be dug out even if she is given 10-star hours. Of course, it is still possible to build a simple trench, and they have advanced interstellar tools to assist. Jiang Hui's brain worked quickly, and he had a rough outline in his mind. Once he said it, he got strong approval from everyone without a few words. Because time was limited, they adopted the point-digging method, found the position of each person to dig a pit, and covered the dug pit with sand and shrubs. After arranging the individual trenches, they began to work on the communication channels connecting the pits. This part of the few people was really helpless. In order to ensure that people in the trenches can move flexibly, the communication channel should have been kept at a considerable depth with the pit position. But they don't have so much time to dig such a long trench, and they have to take into account the smoothness, which is really difficult. It won't work without this part. So Jiang Hui thought about it, and could only cut corners. Don't dig deep. Just outline a rough shelter shallowly, enough for people to lie down. In this way, although it will be a little difficult for them to change positions when it is not necessary, it will not be too abrupt and expose themselves to the enemy's attack. With the assistance of the automatic shovel, Huan Xian and Hillman completed several independent personal trenches in a short time. Jiang Hui and others calculated the remaining arrangements and quickly invested in the trench excavation work. The group dug very seriously, completely ignoring their own embarrassment. At this time, there are still 57 star points before the end of the second round of supplies. Chapter 250. Are you still okay? Huan Xian's question came from a distance. Jiang Hui knew that the other party was asking about her leg injury. In order to ensure the stability of shooting, they dug a personal trench for kneeling shooting. The depth of the trench was about 60 centimeters. When squatting, the whole person could hide under the shelter, which gave people a very safe feeling. But this posture still hurts the legs a little, which is really not very friendly to Jiang Hui. Although she dug a section of leverage in order to accommodate her injury, it still hindered the healing of the injury. However, in this state, the standing shooting posture is not as stable and flexible as the kneeling shooting posture. She had no choice but to endure it this time. Jiang Hui tried her best to ignore the broken leg and concentrate on being alert. Those people also knew that this was not the time to persuade, so they didn't persuade her much. Although they rested, chatted, and arranged trenches after arriving at the energy point. It seems that they did a lot of things. But in fact, it didn't take long and didn't delay the business at all. By the time they were ambushed in the trench they had dug, the whole process took only more than 20 star minutes. They had already charged half of their simulated bras, and it would take about 30 star minutes to complete this round of charging, which was a little slower than expected. But it didn't matter. 30 star minutes was 30 star minutes. As long as they completed the charging within the time limit, they planned to survive these 30 star minutes and leave here. After all, this target was not so easy to make. Zhou Xiuwen's eyes stayed on the L4 position on the map for a while. The fourth place Lin Maowu is really sitting still. There was no movement until now. The energy point where the other party is located is very close to this place. If it were Holly and others, they would have come here long ago. Lin Maowu's team saw Jiang Hui and others enter L11, but there was no movement. Instead, L4, which was a little further away, quietly changed two groups of people. They were replaced naturally one after another. It didn't look like a normal flow at all, although I dare not confirm it. At least half of them are coming for them. He won't come. Huan Xian, who was sitting in the middle, said suddenly. The people distributed in the four corners tilted their heads slightly, and their attention fell on Huan Xian's words. That guy won't come. Huan Xian didn't explain much, but said with a firm tone, Captain, the first place Jiang Hui and Clarence are both at L11. You, at the same time, are 87, which are 186 was discussing at the moment, was also discussing the same issue. Lin Maowu glanced at the person who proposed it. This was the third time the other party had proposed. But he didn't give a direct answer. The person asking the question didn't get an answer as usual. And he became more and more unwilling. With a slightly indignant tone, you are delaying. And sooner or later you will lose a great opportunity. If you wait for that group of people to leave L11, it will be difficult to find such a good opportunity again. Coincidentally, this person is in the same class as Jiang Hui and Clarence, and was admitted to the second class of the combat individual department with the first grade in the class. He usually trains very hard and is quite talented, but his performance is still not as good as the first two. Unfortunately, until the end of the game, he still didn't meet any of the two people. Now there is such a great opportunity. How can he let it go? He actually disliked the two, but unlike Carl, he disdained those unconventional methods. He wanted to prove that he had the ability to fight the two in an upright manner, and to prove that Class 2 was not just about the two. God knows how excited he was when he saw L11, where Jiang Hui was, so close to them. But after all, he didn't make the decision for this team, and it was still up to Lin Maowu, the leader of the R87 team, to make the decision. Jai thought that Lin Maowu would be unwilling to be ranked fourth, but he didn't expect that this person would not listen at all, and seemed to not care about what he said. So at this moment, he finally couldn't bear it anymore, and didn't care about his attitude. Delay? Hearing this, Lin Maowu raised his eyebrows. A great opportunity. Then the other party seemed to think that this statement was ridiculous, and smiled playfully. Then tell me what kind of good opportunity this is. Keith Jai widened his eyes slightly, feeling that his captain had become even more unreasonable. Jiang Hui and Clarence showed up at L11, and the rest of the team would definitely chase them. They were close to L11, so why couldn't they seize the initiative? So do you think you can beat Jiang Hui or Clarence? Lin Maowu said casually. The other party was indeed stuck. This is hard to say. Although he was confident that the gap between him and the two would not be too big. How could he know the outcome without a personal duel? This is not the case. I usually train with them in the same class, but I don't think they are that powerful. Seeing that the other party seemed to have some doubts about how to answer, Lin Maowu smiled coldly. You can't beat them. He is now very sure of this. It is not easy to stand out from thousands of students in the military competition area, let alone climb to the top. Everyone has the same conditions and the same competition time, but he can win hundreds of players and reach the top of the list. Even he, Jai himself, can't do it. What qualifications does he have to be sure that he can win? This guy said it simply, and he wanted to rush up recklessly without even understanding the situation. If he really met him, he might be the first to fall. What kind of dream is he having? He thought that Jiang Hui and Clarence were the kind of minions that he used to shoot one by one? What's more, I don't know the two people you mentioned yet, so I can't say whether I can beat them or not. But the 8th person in their team is my classmate, and I definitely can't beat him. And you can only give away points if you go up, so I won't join in the fun. If you want to go, you can go by yourself. He would be crazy to go to trouble Huan Xian. That monster. Lin Maowu still wants to keep the title of the 4th. If he is offered it now, he will have to leave immediately. Jai was dumbfounded. This? Lin Maowu stopped looking at the man and looked at the map on the sky. At this moment, L11, a few miles away, is about to welcome the first batch of uninvited guests. Just as Huan Xian thought, the people in L6, who were thought to be the most threatening, have been staying quietly and have no intention of moving. L6, which was originally the most worried, seems to be in no danger for the time being. Several people circled in their hearts, put a question mark, and then slightly shifted their sight. L4 has changed again, and the team in front has just walked half a star. This is already the 4th wave. Hillman, who was arranged to fill in the back line because of his average shooting level, frowned. Chapter 251 Long-Range Shooting. This mobility is almost abnormal. Judging from the time when the second round of supplies starts, it is almost time. Most people use up their energy quota and start running around. Finally, they have reached this peak point, and it is also the most dangerous time for them. Martial law. There is movement. Wang Qian's mental power was transmitted to the minds of the other 4 people in an instant. Wang Qian has special abilities, and is a member of the command system. Everyone in the team tacitly puts his intelligence and reminders first. In the trench, surrounded by the sandy desert, the few people who can't see each other's faces looked at each other in the void at the same time. They came at the right time. They were so bored that they were about to sweat flies. So they could just relax. R36. An ambitious team. They can be called the first team to form a team and survive. Many formal teams that were formed before or even after them were eliminated. But they are still there. In terms of how to store in this training ground, this team can be said to have quite rich experience. Even though none of the 5 members of the team can rank in the top 10. The best one is only ranked 17th. And the rest are almost all ranked outside the 30s and 40s. But compared with their relatively mediocre overall ability, this team has great ambitions. They have made it all the way with strong enterprising spirit and joint planning, and have persisted until now. They were unlucky, and found the energy point at the beginning. And later, they encountered chaos halfway through the selected places, and it was difficult to escape. Finally, after going through several energy points, they finally found L4. However, the energy charge of L4 was not high. Only 40%, which was neither high nor low. There were dangers all around. So it was not a place to stay. It was a pity to leave it there. In addition, when they arrived at L4, the energy points began to rotate alternately, actively or passively, and the flow of personnel increased visibly. So they also started to think about it. It happened that the situation of L6 and L11 changed suddenly, and the top of the list that everyone was looking for was actually near them, and their position was so close. Isn't this a good opportunity for them to stand out? Although this change caused them to still not be able to stay stable in L4. It led them to another idea. Since they were not allowed to charge smoothly this day, why not do a big wave? So the Captain Baker took the lead, and the group packed up and went straight out of L4 and headed straight for Jiang Hui and his team. They were clear-headed enough. So naturally they didn't think of going straight to Huanglong to kill the R186 team. After all, don't you look at who they are? Look at their ranking. Can they do it with this lineup? But they are not afraid of trouble. So although they can't directly attack the R186 team, there are many people with unclear minds. Can't they move to a nearby place and wait for the rabbit? And hunt some other people with unclear minds? It would be even better if they happened to encounter the R186 team fighting with various powerful teams. What they like most is chaos. When there were many people in the training ground, they often took advantage of the chaos of other teams to pick up leaks. And they all gained experience, and were rich in experience. Of course, they were not without concerns that they would capsize in the gutter. Because there were so many powerful guys, they would inevitably face risks if they approached them. And the risks were not small. But they were already in a competition, with various forces competing with each other. And it was either you or I. There were dangers everywhere. So how could they be afraid of so many things? Who could guarantee that if they were timid and huddled in the back and did nothing, they would also encounter enemies who wanted to sacrifice their heads? Going against the current. If you don't advance, you will retreat. They didn't want to be the one who retreated. So no matter how much they worried, they still came in the end. Perhaps it was their fighting and enterprising spirit, plus a little luck, that really helped them pick up the loophole. They took in several teams that came along the way and became their record, which was much more efficient than their previous wandering in the training ground. As they got more and more excited, they naturally couldn't take care of the surrounding situation. Unknowingly, they were approaching the range of L11. Let's go back a little. It's almost time. The team leader Baker reminded everyone. Their team didn't seize the antimony sand table, so they used the most basic compass. So they could only find a rough direction, and they had to consider the time and distance themselves. However, Baker was born in the first class of the command department, and both his mental power and basic physical fitness were quite outstanding. And he also has a special ability of command attribute, which is perception connection. This is also a common command ability of special attribute commanders. That is, they can extend their own mental power to the mental force field of each member of the team, and then use the power of each person to obtain all-round information. Of course, the range he can extend must be among those who are open to accepting his mental power mark. Otherwise, forced extension may suffer backlash. Baker used this ability to expand a huge mobile exploration field through the other 4 members of the team, together with his own mental force field, which can easily capture the mental power fluctuations of about 2 or 3 miles around. Naturally, he can also roughly detect the location of the surrounding energy points. They also rely on this ability to gain the upper hand in the melee and defeat the enemy with one blow. But this time, they happened to meet their nemesis and hit a wall. Although they did not read active mental power in the surrounding area, they always felt a little uneasy. Baker wondered whether they should stop while they were ahead. After all, there were several teams with unpredictable strength lurking nearby. They wanted to snatch food from the tiger's mouth, but they had no intention of really confronting the group of people head-on. So it was almost the same. Just when several people were about to follow the captain's orders to evacuate here, bang, a sound broke through the air from a very far place, breaking the tranquility of this area. Captain? Captain? How are you? The gunshot almost brushed past Baker's left shoulder, just a millimeter away from his training suit. However, the person who was almost hit knew that the opponent did not miss, but was aimed right at his chest, because the gunshot came from a very far distance. He only had time to miss it by a little bit when he felt it, but in this split second, he still almost missed the opponent's attack range, which shows how accurate the shooter in the dark was in positioning. What's more terrifying is that within the range of nearly 2 miles that he currently sensed, he did not sense any active mental magnetic field. Anxious inquiries rang in his ears one after another, and Baker shuddered suddenly before waking up from a dream. His trembling lips suddenly stood up. His mental power surged, and he intended to expand in the surrounding area, as if eager to confirm something, and said, "Retreat. Retreat quickly." In a hurry. He even seemed to have a trembling feeling in the sound of his mental power transmission. Several members of the team also realized that something was wrong and hurriedly cooperated to retreat from this area. But it was too late. Chapter 252. Same kind. A little to the left. Yes. Don't move the gun until. Yes. Follow the direction I point. Jiang Hui concentrated and tried to control her mental power, extending it in the direction of the opponent's mental power mark, like a telescopic rod, extending it longer and longer, extending it to a position that even her naked eyes could not see clearly. She clearly felt that Huan Xian's mental power also followed her extended mental force field and saw farther away, accurately locked the marked prey, and then used her hand to shoot the enemy. This sounds not simple, and it is even more difficult to implement. The operation consumes a lot of mental power. Only Huan Xian, whose mental power attribute is abnormal, and Jiang Hui, whose mental power seems to be abnormally deep for some unknown reason, can do it. Huan Xian's mental power level is equivalent to Jiang Hui's, and even slightly higher than Jiang Hui's. But his mental power plasticity, and even energy quality, are not as good as Jiang Hui's. He could read the movements of enemies 2 or 3 kilometers away and mark them. It was not impossible to conduct long-range shooting, but because of the lack of accuracy and perception, it was easy to alert the enemy. But Jiang Hui was different. Her spiritual power was thick and malleable. However, she learned most of the skills after trying them, and quickly built a bridge of spiritual power on the marked path according to Huan Xian's instructions. As the connector of this bridge, Jiang Hui naturally found it easier to accurately grasp the way to shoot the prey. So with the cooperation of the two, Jiang Hui successfully killed the enemy 2 or 3 kilometers away with a laser teaching gun with a general range of only about 1.5 kilometers. Not to mention the enemy. Even the operator himself could not believe that this operation could be so smooth. Did she really do this? Jiang Hui couldn't even aim at the enemy from this angle, and could only vaguely read the strange mental power on the other side along the mental power line that stretched far away. So Huan Xian is still awesome. Jiang Hui sighed in his heart. But Huan Xian was also sighing in his heart. He had never met someone like Jiang Hui. Not only because of the magnetic field around the other party that could not be read, but also because of the talent that even she herself was not aware of. Huan Xian knew that his brain waves were abnormal, and he had been transformed into a monster of unknown origin in endless experiments. In the past 2 years, he seemed to have not been truly accepted in this huge human society. Except for the military. There seemed to be no place for him. I thought this study trip would end like a joke a few months ago, and it did have a very boring beginning. I didn't expect to meet such a group of interesting people before he lost interest. This made him suddenly not want to end this study journey so soon. But he has always known that he is different. If these people knew the real him, they would not be able to understand how terrible he is. But he seemed to have suddenly found another person, who could be called the same kind of person. Huan Xian once thought that he just couldn't read the magnetic field around Jiang Hui. But now he found that his evil spiritual power could not penetrate the other party's spiritual force field. Just like water and oil can't mix. Obviously, even the military elders who taught him were more or less affected by his spiritual power. In order to allow Jiang Hui's mental power to accurately aim at the prey in the direction he marked, the mental power of the two people was almost twisted into a rope, and the two forces were very close. His own mental power was as aggressive as ever, and the opponent's mental power. You don't know if you don't observe it. Only after careful looking can you realize that the opponent's mental force field is not like an ordinary person's thin layer of power, but more like it is compressed into a very thick organization, interweaving layers and forming its own school. No force can easily break its outer layer. The mental power of the two people did not interfere with each other, and successfully completed this cooperation and sniped the enemy 2 kilometers away. This made Huan Xian, who had only imagined the feasibility of this, also feel complicated. When Jiang Hui finished the last shot, he felt that the strange mental power on the other end suddenly dropped to an extremely low peak. Huan Xian looked at someone who was still unaware with a complicated look. Although I don't know what happened to make the other party's mental power have the same inhuman characteristics as him. It seems to be good. Is this okay? With Jiang Hui's current perception ability, it is still a bit difficult for her to read the situation around the mental power that extends so far. Following Huan Xian's instructions to complete the last shot, Huan Xian stopped moving, which made her feel a little uneasy. She thought she didn't aim well and let the enemy escape from her hands. In this way, the two of them wasted so much effort. It's okay. Thanks to your first shot. After the man's mental force field surged, it was much easier to mark. Don't worry. You aim very well. They have been eliminated, Huan Xian replied. Jiang Hui nodded, then retracted her tense arms, her fingertips trembling uncontrollably. She just realized that she had a cold sweat on her back, and it felt a little cold when the wind blew. Although this is indeed feasible, it is too strenuous, and you won't get any points. And I feel that my mental power is depleted a lot now. Are you okay? It's okay. Take some supplements. Huan Xian's voice came from the other end. The two didn't say anything else, probably looking for mental power supplements. The other 3 people who didn't dare to interrupt. Did something happen just now that we don't know about? You didn't have time to call us, right? Hillman felt his throat dry. They probably didn't plan to call us. Zhou Xiaowen commented calmly, there is no place where we can be useful. Clarence. No. How can this be possible? The enemy is at least 2 kilometers away. Are you sure you hit it? If you didn't hit it, wouldn't it alert the enemy? Clarence didn't question Jiang Hui's ability. He knew Jiang Hui's ability very well. This was the conclusion drawn by a relatively skilled shooter after observation. Although some places still seemed very awkward, there was really a lot of room for improvement for the other party. The last few days was also the last time he saw the other party shooting. The posture of watching the other party kill the enemy today was completely different. Is it more than a little improvement? It's simply a complete transformation. Besides, they were using laser teaching guns that did not have much attack power and little aiming ability. The enemy was still 2 or 3 miles away. How did Jiang Hui and Huan Xian complete the tracking and shooting? That's not just a matter of closing your eyes and shooting randomly. Clarence just felt a strong spiritual force that was almost tangible rising from the side and heading in a certain direction. But this time was very short. In less than a minute, it seemed to have completed some complex changes and intersections. Finally, with Jiang Hui's 4 consecutive gunshots, it seemed to have put an end to the final result. Even though he couldn't believe it at this moment, there was a voice in a corner of his heart telling him, this is true. Chapter 253. Where is our 256? That is impossible? In the teaching staff, teachers from the combat and individual drama, command department, and even the mecha department and reconnaissance department almost all raised such questions at the same time. That is just a laser gun used as a teaching aid. Even if it has bullets, its function is destined to be incomparable to that of a real gun. How did they do it? For the same firearms, most interstellar standard rifles can reach a range of 10 to 13.5 kilometers, which is the data that the latest interstellar standard rifles can achieve. If the shooter's auxiliary power can be stronger, this average data can be increased by an upper limit of 1.5 kilometers. There are also many versions of laser guns used as teaching aids, but they are similar in terms of craftsmanship. They can achieve nearly 90% structural restoration. But in order to protect the safety of students and facilitate gun control, its data and effectiveness are compressed to 1/10 or even less than that of real guns. And the degree of injury will also be limited. In other words, if a contestant can shoot 1.5 kilometers with this teaching aid laser gun, he is already considered a strong man. And Jiang Hui and Huan Xian used this laser gun to shoot at enemies 2 or 3 kilometers away. The most incredible part was the last fight against the T-376 team, which was not only 2 kilometers away, but also close to 3 kilometers away. Huan Xian didn't even help in this round, and almost let Jiang Hui solve it alone. And this operation was not just once or twice. In less than 20 star points. The combination they watched used magical methods to shoot and eliminate 5 teams that came one after another. During this period, Jiang Hui and Huan Xian could not even see the enemy with their naked eyes most of the time, and they locked it with their mental power. The other 3 teams that came here also failed to escape the clutches of the R-186 team. 2 were killed by Clarence alone, and 1 was solved by Hillman and Zhou Xiuwen while chatting. All 8 teams that came here were handed over here. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, everyone present would not believe that this was the level that freshmen who had not really undergone training could reach. Is this a monster? Lin Chi and others have become somewhat accustomed to it from the initial surprise. He opened his mouth to say something, but in the end he said nothing, but whispered to the silent person not far away, Captain Stark. Is the mental power level of this person in your class really only at level A? Is it a bit too much? So maybe the measurement was wrong. And the other party might be S level. Lin Chi added in his heart. R36, R321, R98, R129, T376. A total of 8 teams were eliminated one after another. And the common point is that they all passed through L4 not long ago. Eris muttered while looking at the map. According to the distance they traveled, they should have been killed on the edge of the L6-L11 line. And judging from their motives, they were more likely to be killed by the group of people in L11. Although there is no concrete evidence, Eris still thinks so. His intuition has always been accurate and rarely wrong. Did no one escape? Of the 10 teams that passed through L4, except for the 2 teams that appeared at the other 2 resource points later, the other 8 were eliminated almost in the order of their leaving L4. It seems that the time they were killed would not be too far apart. If all these people were eliminated by L11's team, then it can be roughly inferred that R186 took an incredibly short time to eliminate each team. And it may even be possible to achieve 0 time difference. There are still more than 30 star points in the next score reading. At that time, we will know who these teams were defeated by just by looking at the results. But I think there is no other way except that team. Brother, what are you still looking at? Hurry up. This road is very dangerous. If you deviate a little or delay a little, you may encounter dangerous guys. It is better to retreat here as soon as possible. Pavla reminded her brother, who was staring at the map infatuatedly. In fact, she didn't want to disturb him. Although Brother Eris's mental power level is not as good as hers. Only B level. But his brain is much smarter than hers. Maybe it grew in his body in the womb. On weekdays, she also listens to this brother's words. Since the competition, the command of the entire team has almost fallen to this member, with a slightly weaker physique and even mental power level. But the results are not worse than those of the strong teams. Eris always led them to find a relatively calm and stable path in a dangerous situation. Unconsciously, the team members trusted the captain more and more. However, although they knew that the other party must be observing the situation at this moment and thinking about what to do next. However, as she said, the situation at each energy point is now chaotic and not as clear as it was at the beginning. This is the 3rd energy point they are heading to. Unfortunately, 2 consecutive energy points are low-amount energy points that cannot meet the charging needs of the simulated bra. And several people have to find another way out. At the moment, they only need 40% of the quota to complete the charging. Just 1 more energy point is enough. Hopefully, the next quota will not disappoint them. So they don't want to make any mistakes at this time, let alone run into those people who are killing like crazy. Eris retracted his gaze and was about to continue on his way, but heard Pavola look up and said in surprise, "Huh? L11. L11 is empty." The young man looked up suddenly. Leave. Or, several people all looked at the scoreboard next to them, but saw that the ranking numbers of the members of the R186 team were still bright. and they didn't know whether they were disappointed or relieved. They should be able to leave after charging. I thought the battle over there was over when they didn't know. Although they were destined not to see it anyway. They knew clearly that they missed such a good show. And a sense of loss inevitably surged in their hearts. But speaking of it, the R-186 team has been stationed in L11 for a long time. More than 40 star points, which is about the same time as they arrived at L11. Eris seemed to remember something, and widened his eyes slightly. Yes, Jiang Hui and others have been at the L11 charging point for more than 40 star points, attracting a lot of prey and attracting a lot of attention. However, before R-186 appeared, what about the other team that swept the training ground? What about R-256? Where did they go? Jiang Hui and others have been charging at L11 for about 40 star points. And R-256 disappeared for so long at the same time. Even longer. And did not appear on the map for more than a star hour. If they wanted to find an energy point, they should have found it long ago after such a long time. For example, they changed 3 points during this period. Then why hasn't R-256 appeared at the second energy point yet? There is only one explanation. They went straight to L11. From L7 to L11. Spanning half of the charging point area. Now that the R-186 team has withdrawn from L11. What about Holly and his team? It's almost time. Will they miss each other or meet each other? Chapter 254 Choice. This question. Jiang Hui and others are also thinking about it. But as the prey they are targeted, they have to consider more. After completing 5 rounds of shooting in one breath, and such long-range shooting with extremely high energy consumption, Jiang Hui is exhausted physically and mentally, and some can't catch his breath. But it must be said that this process is very refreshing, making people feel that their blood is boiling. But she still has enough reason to tell her not to indulge in the immediate interests. And the powerful enemy is eyeing them not far away. They already have about 40 stars at this energy point. And there are only about 30 stars left before the end of the second round of charging. I thought they would probably run into Holly and others directly. But Jiang Hui thought about it, and finally felt that it was not a good time to confront. After Huan Xian's previous reminder, Jiang Hui reflected a little and felt much more relaxed. But the fundamental problem was not solved. So no matter how open-minded he was, he still had to worry. Let's leave here, Jiang Hui said in a deep voice. Hillman and Zhou Xiaowen looked at each other. The former seemed indifferent, while the latter showed some thought on his face. Huan Xian and Clarence looked at Jiang Hui silently, without responding immediately. They haven't come yet. Huan Xian was right. She was not afraid of Holly. Or should I say, he was not afraid of anyone on the field. Wanting to win is one thing. But she is not afraid of failure. She just doesn't want to lose in a muddle. If a battle with the opponent is inevitable, then they must always be prepared to strive for the greatest chance of winning. And it is obviously not the best time to fight now. Even if this round of charging is over, the remaining time limit for the game is about 7 hours. And there are still more than 200 contestants in the field, which is still too far from the end. They can fight with Holly's team. When 2 tigers fight, one must die. If they win, it is R-256 who dies. If Holly wins, they will be eliminated in 9 out of 10 cases. It seems that there is only this result. But they are fighting to the death here. And the space they vacate is not for others? Those contestants may be looking at the map at this moment, hoping that they can fight with Holly. And it would be best if both sides die together so that they can benefit. Isn't this just making wedding clothes for others? Jiang Hui felt that they had to hold on to the end anyway. At least she had to hunt 8 more teams before she could fight Holly and others. So staying here and waiting for the R-256 team to come to the door would be very passive. And they would completely lose the initiative. So, they had to leave. The simulated bra has been charged to about 80% of its energy so far. Even if they can't find a suitable place to charge in the remaining half a star, the remaining energy is enough for them to reach the rear. So now is a good time to evacuate. Jiang Hui considered it carefully, and finally made up her mind. But before that, she needs to get the opinions of her teammates. If they don't agree, there's nothing they can do. After all, advancing and retreating together is not just a matter of words. If they are unlucky and Holly comes to kill them halfway through the discussion, then there is no need to worry about this issue. Just fight directly. Let's have a real fight to know who can stay to the end. Jiang Hui prepared a lot of reasons and planned to show them to his teammates. But he didn't expect that the last sentence would not be used. Okay. Clarence nodded happily after a string of agreement. All right. It seems that even the effort of persuasion is saved. Jianghui was not hypocritical, and hurriedly asked everyone to come out of the trenches, bury on the spot, and move the grass and shrub branches used for cover to the original place, and then hurriedly finish the aftermath work. In fact, the correct way should be to trample it firmly, then fill it up, and deal with the surface. The grass, trees, sand and stones used for cover should be kept in a natural state as much as possible, so that later comers will not easily find these good pits they dug, and even if they find them, they are not sure how to use them, in order to avoid aiding the enemy in another sense. But there is not enough time, so this is the only way to do it. They have about 40 stars of energy, and Holly's people are estimated to be here soon. Asked Jianghui why he thought Holly's men would definitely come here. Is it possible that he went to another energy point in another area? But it has not yet appeared. No. If it is another energy point, he can go anywhere in more than a star. It takes so long to get from L7 to this extremely remote L11. But such a long distance is almost over. The R256 team may appear in front of him at any time. It will only take a moment to meet, or not to meet. Jianghui was alert, watching his teammates simply cover these trenches. He was a little nervous and relieved, leading people to leave L11 and disappear on the sky map. There are about 34 star minutes before the end of the second round of charging. Damn it! Mukuen looked at the R186 team that disappeared from the map in an instant, holding the laser gun, unconsciously tightening it, making a clicking sound. This group of cowards actually escaped at this time. Boss, do you want to chase them? They can't run far. It must be said that the time Jianghui chose to evacuate was very subtle. It happened that the R256 team was close to the range of L11, and it would enter the sniper range of Jianghui and his team in 2 or 3 kilometers. If Jianghui and his team ran a step slower, they probably wouldn't be able to leave. But Jianghui left first, and even if they arrived at L11 now, they couldn't locate the R186 team. This group of difficult prey disappeared from the map again, and they lost their whereabouts again after they spent nearly a star tracking them. Mukuen was a violent person. She couldn't accept such a result, and she hated this group of cowards who could only hide. Can't you just walk a step slower? Huh? You have to choose this time. You are just playing them like monkeys. She was almost choking on her breath when she saw this. At this moment, Mukuen could only hope that their captain, Holly, could not tolerate this kind of teasing. Otherwise he would really have to bear it. Captain, do we still have to go to L11? Xiaoli rarely stood on Mukuen's side. The two of them were not very antagonistic on weekdays, probably because of their equal abilities, but different personalities. They often deliberately sang against each other, because he also saw that it was not right to follow like this. Whether it was because of cowardice or strategy, the R186 group had no intention of confronting them head-on. At least not now. In this case, if they chose to go to L11 as originally planned, it would mean that they would temporarily accept this and destroy the previous arrangements. If they didn't go, what should they do? Xiaoli, who always listened to and believed in Holly, was actually a little confused. Chapter 255 Separation. R256. Captain, you? The group did not get a response. Time was running out, so Xiaoli had to take the lead. He asked the leader, who was facing away from them again. However, the other party did give a response, but it made Xiaoli's blood seem to coagulate in an instant. Xiaoli couldn't help but step back several steps before he could barely keep his heels steady. Change the route. 2 degrees southeast. 0.3 kilometers forward, Holly said coldly. At this time, Xiaoli didn't dare to say anything. If he only admired and yearned for the other party before, then at this moment he undoubtedly had a little more fear for the young man in front of him. He and Holly had known each other for nearly 10 years. They studied and took exams together since childhood, entered the same intermediate college together, and met each other countless times. Proud, arrogant, conceited, bad. He has an ordinary side, and even a warm side. Xiaoli witnessed the awakening of the other party in his childhood, followed him since he gradually became wild and confident, and finally watched him grow up day by day into the almost impeccable teenager he is today. It is because of this that Xiaoli can be so devoted to this boy who is even a few months younger than him. But he has never seen Holly like this. In Xiaoli's impression, the other party's face has always been full of wisdom and wildness. Obviously, He is just an ordinary child who grew up in a greenhouse. But he is born with a fighting spirit that can only be tempered in the Iron Cavalry. This is a charm he brings from his bones. Xiao Li, who was just a child at the time, admired the other party as soon as he saw him. Even if the other party didn't seem to want to make friends, he kept chasing him and followed him until now. Would Holly be afraid of others? He saw such flickering fire in other people's eyes. Just now, the other party looked at him and looked into the void through him, revealing unparalleled coldness and sharpness. Xiao Li finally didn't dare to ask any more questions, but urged the others to rush to the place Holly pointed just now, although they didn't know where that direction led to. Coming, Wanqian reminded again. Hurry up. As agreed before, we will rush over along the way after we are ready. Okay. Don't worry about me. Wanqian is here. What are you afraid of? You two have to follow Clarence closely, Jiang Hui said helplessly. Hillman wanted to say something to Wanqian, but Zhou Xiuwen pulled him over and walked forward, leaving only a hurried sentence, "You must be careful." Clarence glanced at the two people in front of him, said nothing, and turned around slowly after a while, hanging behind Hillman and Zhou Xiuwen, who had already run for a long distance. "Classmate Clarence," Jiang Hui called out. "Thank you for taking care of those two troublesome guys." The man paused, then quickly followed again, stroking the machine gun tied behind him. "I naturally don't want to be a burden to those two." "What you said? We are all teammates in the same team. Why don't you just say that you will protect them?" However, with Clarence's almost arrogant personality, it is already embarrassing for him to say such a thing. All right. Although it is not very kind to say this, it is also true. As long as Zhou Xiuwen and Hillman leave this place, Holly will have one less gap to attack them, and she and Huan Xiang can rest assured about the next plan. As for Hillman and Zhou Xiuwen, they will have a smooth journey with Clarence. It will definitely be much easier than theirs. Now there is only one thing left. She and Huanqian should complete the goal as soon as possible and catch up with them. After explaining the three teammates who went ahead, Jiang Hui and Huanqian looked at each other and quickly moved towards the slightly higher bushes next to them, waiting for the arrival of the prey. This time they have to do a big deal. "Where should we go?" "We will completely deviate from L11, Mu Kun muttered. However, the atmosphere in the team is really weird now, and she doesn't want to offend the big devil, so she can only complain secretly in her heart. She really doesn't understand why Holly led everyone here, although they missed the opportunity to fight with those cowards. This is already a fact, and there is nothing they can do about it. If Mukun said, "Don't worry about it anymore, and find a suitable point to recharge," is the top priority. After all, in order to chase those guys who can hide like moles, except for the time at L7, they have been rushing all the time. Not only did they not charge much energy, they didn't even hunt many prey. When the scoreboard was refreshed for the first time just now, she saw that several of her people were about to be pulled down. Mukun just hoped that the scoreboard would be refreshed again in a while, and she would not be directly refreshed to the next one. She is such a realistic person, because her goal is to be in the top 5 of the military competition area, and she has no obsession with fighting against the strong. Although she followed Holly's arrangement all the way, she actually didn't agree with it in her heart. But would Holly care about other people's thoughts? Obviously not. Since the formation of the team members have seen the ability of the captain and also understand his strength. Once the other party decides on something, even 10 Xingye rhinos can't pull it back. Xiaoli glanced at Mukun and knew that she was resentful, but he didn't plan to say anything to her. He just continued to be the pioneer of the road sweeper. Holly in the front suddenly sneered. Several people felt a strong crosswind sweeping under their feet, and they were tripped to the ground unexpectedly. Then they heard Holly whisper to them to hide in the slightly higher bushes next to them. The group hid in a relatively hidden area in such an almost embarrassing posture. Several people are good at strong attacks, and they didn't need Holly to remind them to react to the ambush in the dark. Mukun, who was still complaining just now, changed his dissatisfaction just now, frowned and was about to release his mental power to explore the surrounding situation. But Holly pressed his arm. "Don't move. Mukun has the same A-level mental power as him." The young man with dark eyes looked around vigilantly and tightened his breath. He neither released his mental power nor used his gun recklessly. He just quietly seemed to sense something hidden very subtly. Mukun and others didn't know, but Holly could feel a strange aura approaching. Vague but not negligible. The aura quietly explored around them, as if collecting some information. He could feel that when it came into contact with the mental force field emitted by the people around him, it would suddenly become stronger as if it had received some kind of power supplement. And then it would blend into the complex mental stance, tightly entangled and thickened, and finally left a knot like a mental power mark, connected to their magnetic field. The young man's eyes suddenly condensed. Chapter 256 Dissatisfaction. Huan Xian, who was walking side by side with Jiang Hui, suddenly groaned and covered his eyes with his palm unconsciously. Jiang Hui next to him immediately noticed something was wrong. What's wrong? Good boy. You actually cut off my mark. The girl was a little stunned. Did he find you? Huan Xian nodded and said, that guy is very sensitive. I don't know how he did it. He didn't release any mental power. I can only capture the mental force field of his companions. But the distance is too far. And the things that can be read are very weak. In a word, it is unable to mark. Difficult to lock. This is a tricky situation. Don't worry. Can they hide their mental power for a lifetime? Huan Xian sneered. Mental power, which is more sensitive than vision, is undoubtedly the best weapon to protect yourself in a chaotic battle. People that cannot be seen by the naked eye and sounds and movements that cannot be heard by the ears can be captured as long as there is enough mental power. Huan Xian has a deep understanding of this. To put it bluntly, without spiritual power, what can they do? Don't use your spiritual power first. And don't let him detect your breath for the time being, Huan Xian said to Jiang Hui. Jiang Hui nodded and said nothing. And then he turned his head and continued to look through the void at an enemy covered by layers of bushes. This man seemed to be slightly aroused. Jiang Hui thought to himself. After cutting off the faint spiritual line, Holly's face was a little bad. Put away your spiritual power. Quickly. Others were confused. Some followed without knowing whether to do so, such as Xiaoli. And some were not happy and wanted an explanation. If we say that in this small team, all 5 of them are strong attackers, Holly must be the top one. There is no doubt about that. However, the second one is not Xiaoli, who obviously holds the position of the second in command of the team. But Mu Kun, her spiritual level is comparable to Holly, or even slightly higher. She was born in a military family and has been influenced by it. So she is more knowledgeable and experienced than ordinary students. Her physical fitness, physical skills, and shooting ability are all strong. And her ability is only comparable to Holly. However, Holly has a much better overall view. And there is Xiaoli beside him to fully assist him. So Holly is still in full control of this team for the time being. But in terms of the strength of the whole team, this one is definitely far above Xiaoli. Mu Kun has been dissatisfied with the unprecedented predicament in front of him for a while. At first, everyone came together because of similar abilities and the same desire to win. She felt that she could not beat Holly, so she retreated to the offline line. Indeed, for a long time, under the leadership of the opponent, they had always been in the upper hand, which was much smoother than her fighting alone. And they quickly climbed to the front. But this situation seemed to change after encountering the group of R-186. And the situation suddenly went downhill. They were no longer as sure of victory as before. And Holly seemed to be a little confused. Even the stadium, which seemed to have no threat to them, seemed to be against them. God knows how many people in the stadium are waiting to see their jokes. Such a change made Mu Kun extremely uncomfortable. And she was always hovering at the critical point of an attack. Now she finally couldn't bear it anymore. Holly, what do you mean? Put away your mental power and wait to die? If there is really an ambush as you said, wouldn't it be equivalent to raising our weapons and surrendering if we all put away our mental power? What do you want to do? You've completely lost your composure since just now. I remember you weren't like this when I first met you. Now you're just like this when you meet a slightly trickier enemy. Where's your pride? Where's your madness? Mu Kun couldn't bear to see the other person's expression. What kind of shyness is this? Speak up. I'm not blaming you. Since you're our captain, you should take on the responsibility of leadership. You didn't say anything. And you were mumbling to yourself. Who knows what happened? God knows if I'm not clear-headed or what. But I let you be the captain. And now you're even slacking off. It's too late for me to quit now. What are you talking about? Someone suddenly grabbed her wrist and said condescendingly above her head, with the same cold tone as always. You finally remembered to respond to me. I thought you were mute. Holly, I tell you, Xiaoli is afraid of you. But I am not. Everyone is racing against time on the field, thinking about how to win the most. But you are just there, I don't know what you are thinking, just doing some hypocritical things. I think you should wake up. Wake up quickly. It's time to work. I don't follow you to be played like a monkey by others. Mukun said righteously. An output for a while. She thought she was finally a little more refreshing. If she kept holding it in, she would die before the end of the game. Mukun had never been so angry in her life. As for whether Holly would settle the score later, she was not worried about it. Anyway, this man couldn't do anything to her. At most, she will be expelled from the team and eliminated. It's just one game. If the other party really dares to treat her like this, they will never be done with it. Mukun thought to himself. The ambush person has a different mental power. He marked the area near us. Once your mental force field expands, his mental connections will expand. And then, they can easily locate our location. Holly said in a deep voice. He lowered his eyes, and his messy hair covered half of his face, making it impossible to see his expression. Only from his tense wrists, one can see a trace of his true mental state. Mental body marking. Unheard of. Never heard of someone being able to mark someone else's mental force field. What kind of person is that? And it can also change with their mental power. What kind of monster is that? No wonder Holly has been very abnormal since just now. Now, even she heard that there is a monster that can mark mental power lurking in the dark nearby. And she feels a little uncomfortable. Mukun didn't think about why he believed Holly's words all of a sudden. But he was a little scared. For them, mental power is beyond the five senses. In many cases, they are even more willing to believe in mental power than their eyes, ears, mouth and nose. Without the perception of mental power, even the strongest warriors will lose a lot of confidence. Then let's do it this way. Mukun recovered and said unwillingly. Xiaoli next to him also looked ugly, looking around more and more vigilantly, as if the terrifying person Holly said might come out and attack them at any time. Let me think about it again. The boy's face suddenly showed a trace of strangeness. Chapter 257 First Shot. Humph. Interesting. Huan Xian motioned for Jiang Hui to follow him, and the two gradually broke through the safety line they had drawn and approached the extremely vigilant prey hidden on the other side. Jiang Hui was now very sure that Huan Xian was really in high spirits, mumbling all the way and talking to himself, although he did not forget to occasionally transmit his mental power to Jiang Hui. These words were obviously not said to Jiang Hui. So what's the fun in it? Of course, Jiang Hui didn't want to chat with Huan Xian in such a dangerous environment. Geniuses always have one or two quirks, and perhaps talking to themselves is a way of thinking. Jiang Hui didn't want to be the one who interrupted the other's thoughts, so he asked him to think peacefully. However, it seemed that he was getting further and further away from the path of the safety line, and Jiang Hui felt inexplicably uneasy. Although she nodded. After all, if you don't venture into the tiger's den, you won't get the tiger cub. But isn't the process of entering the tiger's den a little too smooth? What about the tiger? What does it think? I wonder how Jiang and the others are doing. Why haven't they caught up yet? Hillman kept looking back along the way, looking very uneasy. Zhou Xiaowen frowned when he saw the other party's anxious look and said, Jiang and Huan are both excellent shooters. There is almost no one I have seen who can match them. Although I haven't seen Holly. With Jiang and the others' abilities, it shouldn't be difficult for them to escape even if they can't succeed. We just need to focus on evacuating and don't leave them any burden. Yes, that's right. But Zhang's leg injury hasn't healed yet. Hasn't it? She shouldn't have taken this risk. There are still a few weeks before the end of the game. If she hurts her leg completely, it will be really difficult in the future. Huan shouldn't have taken this risk with her either. Hillman disagreed. He and Zhou Xiaowen were both cheerful and easygoing. Although they hadn't known each other for long, they felt very compatible. In addition, Zhou Xiaowen was a smart person in a sense. Hillman always treated him as if he trusted Jiang Hui and rarely refuted his doubts. But this time, his worry about Jiang Hui was far greater than rational thinking. Zhou Xiaowen's words did not ease his anxiety. Instead, the anxiety in his heart became more obvious. He always felt that something was going to happen. Zhou Xiaowen wanted to say something, but after hearing the last part, he was a little silent and took back the words on his lips. To say why they were doing well before, they had to go their separate ways, which had to start from leaving L11. But unlike last time, it was Jiang Hui who proposed to split up this time. After the other party looked at the time and led everyone to leave L11 smoothly, Huan Xian suddenly found traces of Holly and others halfway. In theory, this situation is also beneficial to them. They can just take this opportunity to escape and leave the group of enemies who are chasing them behind again. I think these people will be very angry when they react, which is a great victory for them. Jiang Hui, who had predicted the whereabouts of Holly and others and cleverly passed by this team with them, changed his mind halfway. She asked about the situation of Wanxian, Holly and others, and thought for a while. The two seemed to have some kind of communication, and then decided to let the three of them go first, and the two of them stayed to ambush. Ambush? God knows that when Hillman heard that Jiang Hui and Huanxian intended to ambush a whole team, he wanted to rush up and shake his friend's shoulder and ask her if she was still clear-headed. Did she think wrong? But when he met the other party's firm and unquestionable eyes, Hillman couldn't say anything. What could he say? The other party had obviously made up her mind. She made such a decision in a sober state, and she had thought about it and had a plan in her mind, and she was mentally prepared, and all he could do was support the other party's action. In the end, he went ahead with Zhou Xiuwen and Clarence and rushed to somewhere in the northeast. We'll win. Clarence, who had been on sentry duty around, came over and glanced at the two of them. He had obviously heard their discussion just now. He said this lightly, whether to comfort or respond to their words. Let's go. There are things over there, and they have their own arrangements. 37 degrees of latitude and longitude, southwest direction. 1.83367 kilometers. Speed 3.679/second, angle 60. Arrival in 0.007 seconds. Before his eyes, ears, and even perception could react, Jiang Hui responded to a voice in his mind that was superior to his thoughts. The incident happened in a moment. Not even in the blink of an eye. The moment they realized it, the danger broke through their safety range and arrived in front of the two of them. Given Jiang Hui's physical fitness and instinctive reaction speed, even if her brain reacted, her body should not be able to catch up. Just like the voice that was above everything in her mind just now. A certain force drawn from her mind took over her entire set of nerves, and Jiang Hui pounced towards Wanxian next to her, as if she was controlled. Plop. Jiang Hui's brain was already unable to process these complicated information, and her mind was now occupied by another intuitive feeling. Wow! Who is going to be hurt to death? It hurts so much. It hurts. Is she thinking too much or what? Why did she fall at this angle? Her leg will not be broken directly, right? Jiang Hui was in so much pain that she couldn't control her expression. It felt like half of her body was occupied by this pain, bringing out large areas of numbness. Is she really broken? So sad. If anyone knew that she became disabled just for such a small school competition, she would be laughed at for the rest of her life. Jiang Hui had lost track of time after thinking about it. Finally, Wanxian reacted and quickly picked up the girl, who was half collapsed on the ground. An anxious voice came to his ears. Are you okay, you? The voice so close seemed a little unclear. Jiang Hui gritted her teeth. She wanted to say that she was not okay at all. Maybe because of the pain of the wound. She seemed to have temporarily lost her voice in her throat, and couldn't say anything. She was sweating profusely. But what slipped to her lips was, Holly. The hand holding his shoulder tightened. And then the other party seemed to realize what he was holding, and immediately loosened his hand. Jiang Hui felt someone wipe the cold sweat off her face for her. As the sweat in front of her eyes was wiped away, her mind became a little clearer. Please help me up first. I need revenge. And her legs were almost broken, and she couldn't get rid of the hatred in her heart without shooting a few times. Chapter 258 Counterattack. Put your calf under your feet. I'll give you a stab first. We'll deal with it when it's safe. That guy is extremely sensitive to mental power. He intercepted me several times just now. All at close range. Be careful. Jiang Hui's head was swollen now, and she forced herself to concentrate. Although she heard Wanxian's voice and responded instinctively, she didn't think too much. She felt that the person next to her was moving left and right, as if he was talking and on guard all the time. She could even feel that the other person's mental power was slightly manic and swaying around, more violent than ever before. She found it. Wanxian instantly calmed down, as if he had pressed a certain button, and the scattered and slightly violent mental power disappeared without a trace. Jiang Hui didn't think much about it now. She was thinking about finding the enemy quickly, and then following the original plan. At least implementing the plan in its original form, so that this trip would not be in vain. As for the leg injury, It was really an accident. Hit! Hit! Mukuen squeezed to the side of Holly without knowing when, and directly squeezed Xiaoli, who was following beside him, out. Xiaoli was naturally unwilling, because he thought that was his exclusive position. He had always followed Holly to learn in this way for many years. And suddenly someone showed up to compete with him for the position, which would definitely not be very pleasant. However, he felt that it was not right for him to compete with a little girl like Mukuen. So he had no choice but to move to the other side with some frustration. Holly did not respond, and seemed to be still immersed in the feeling of the shooting just now. To be honest, it was an unprecedented experience. For humans, the five senses are the most basic senses for external communication. Later, with the progress of the times, the human brain was gradually developed, and people learned to use mental power to perceive the outside world. Not just the five senses. Generally speaking, famous interstellar shooters are strong in these two aspects, and usually the latter is more. In this interstellar with many people with strong mental power, humans actually rely more on mental power to explore the world. And mental power can do many things that cannot be done in ordinary states. On the contrary, there are fewer shooters with five senses, and shooters with five senses are generally based on vision. That is, they have static and dynamic stereoscopic vision that ordinary people cannot surpass. This is actually almost a natural ability. Let's put it this way. In the 8-star era a long time ago, there were 3 famous 5-sense shooters. The most famous one among them later reached the peak and was famous for thousands of years, leaving a strong mark in the history of the empire. As long as the empire is immortal, the great reputation of that person will probably continue to be passed down. I won't go into details about his history for now. If I were to explain it clearly, I'm afraid it would take a long book to finish. So I'll just talk about his early days as a 5-sense shooter. According to the statistics of fully awakened people in the 9-star era, the vision of fully awakened people is generally about 5 kilometers, which of course refers to the environment where they can see clearly without any obstacles. In wars or on some foreign planets, they encounter more complex geographical environments. In this case, the vision will inevitably be blocked by sand, rocks, plants, or uneven terrain. If on some special planets, it may also be affected by the local climate or magnetic field. It is absolutely impossible to reach a visual distance of 5 kilometers. But people have more than just vision, but also hearing, smell, taste, and touch. It's just that the other 4 senses are more difficult to read information intuitively than the previous ones. But if someone can combine their assistance, they can form a 3-dimensional perception area in the surrounding environment. This requires not only the 5 senses that are naturally sharp, but also strong connectivity. And only through long-term training can such an ability be achieved. This kind of people who know how to use the 5 senses to shoot are called 5-sense shooters, which are different from ordinary shooters, because this kind of people can still lock prey within a certain range even without relying on mental power. It happens that Holly is such a talented 5-sense shooter, and his outstanding point in the 5 senses is still in hearing, not vision. Huanqian's marking ability is really terrible, and even blocked the actions of Holly's entire team, making them dare not use mental power, for fear that Huanqian will take advantage of it. However, Huanqian never expected that Holly could still attain the location of the enemy 2 kilometers away with his 5 senses even though his mental power was blocked. Of course, Holly did not rely solely on his 5 senses. After all, the distance was too far and his perception area was also vague. Otherwise he would definitely choose Jiang Hui instead of Huanqian, who seemed to have no flaws. Huanqian was also too confident in his ability, because since he acquired this ability, he rarely encountered people who could escape his mark. He did not notice that the other party not only escaped and cut off his mark connection, but also stole the information of his location in the reverse direction along the breath connected to his mark. With these several combined moves, the other party finally locked onto Huanqian's location and used a rare long-range gun to shoot him. Huanqian seemed to sense something when the bullet arrived, but he was still too naive, or should I say he didn't expect someone to be able to do this and break through his defense signal in one go. Fortunately, there was Jiang Hui as a backup. Otherwise they would have been hit at this moment, and one of the remaining opportunities would be gone. For Jiang Hui and the other 2 who had originally thought of an ambush, this was simply a loss, which was a huge blow. All the things that had just been read were turned into a shot and shot. Holly's positioning of this bold enemy became blurred again, but he was confident that the other party had only a small chance of avoiding the gunshot just now. although it was very weak. He could clearly feel that the spiritual energy from the other side suddenly became chaotic. It seemed to be successful. I just don't know what the other party will choose next. Continue. Or, Holly's eyes were calm, and he felt that the faint breath around him was completely taken back. So he restrained himself and released his mental power. Bang! Suddenly his face changed. He lowered the gun, turned his head to avoid, and a bullet almost brushed his face, and just touched the position of his shoulder bone, bringing a heat. Holly could feel the simulated bra ready to go, and the bullet was really just a little bit away from being recorded by the simulated bra. And this was just the beginning. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 shots in a row, the other party seemed to have changed his low-key style just now, and his whole style instantly became high profile. Chapter 259. Is this guy crazy? You shot him just now, right? How did he get us? Mukun gritted his teeth while protecting the 2 weaker ones, because apart from the first shot and the 3 shots from the left, middle and right, there were more than a dozen shots in a row, round after round. The opponent fired without thinking, as if he was shooting randomly without any pattern. But it doesn't seem to be the case to say that he was shooting randomly, because the opponent almost circled the area where the 5 of them were, as if he wanted to use bullets to frame them in this area. In this situation, no matter how sharp the senses are, they can't do anything. After all, blind fists kill masters. Not to mention that the opponent is not completely blind. Damn it. Doesn't he need time to change bullets? No. Bullets don't cost money. No. 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 They don't cost money in the first place. That should be why he has so many bullets? Even though our 256 and his group have come all the way through wind and rain, they have never encountered such a situation. The design of this competition is bolder than any previous one. The designers are ready to test the students, and have designed many interesting levels and details. Even the most outstanding students can't easily get out of this competition. Although the second round of supplies is called supplies, the designers didn't actually prepare supplies for the students. The remaining contestants also have limited supplies, especially things like bullets and guns, which are really used up, unless they rob them. There was almost no supply. This determined that their next attack must be careful and cautious. Without a certain degree of confidence, they could not waste guns and bullets at will, because they did not know whether what they had in their hands would be enough to last until the end. But this was not a problem for Jiang Hui and the others. It must be said that they were quite lucky. They got enough resources just by riding a roller coaster. The limited resources such as ammunition almost filled their marching bags. Although they were later divided to Hillman and Clarence, there were still surprisingly many. Anyway, they did not need to worry about this problem until the end of the game. They were careful before because they planned to ambush. Wouldn't it be exposed if they bombarded randomly? Unexpectedly, the enemy did not ambush, and almost even lost themselves, and also lost Jiang Hui's leg. This made them realize that the enemy they were facing was much more powerful than they thought. So they could not hold back at this time. What's the ambush? Huanqian almost got hit just now. Jiang Hui didn't want to continue fighting with him. You shoot and I shoot. Just mess up their vision and shoot randomly, so that they can't focus on fighting back. Jiang Hui is not crazy to do this. What she said is to lock the position. With Huanqian's previous experience, the opponent seemed very alert and directly circled the area around him with mental power. As long as there is a strange mental power probing, he will be alert immediately. But Jiang Hui is different. Her mental power can not only extend, but also slightly circle. What's more, the opponent's shooting just now revealed too much. So she has a lot of information, even if she can't mark as accurately as Huanqian. She has learned how to extend her mental power with the experience of cooperating with Huanqian before. Therefore, although the direction was a lot more blurred without Huanqian's marking, she still quickly located the enemy's approximate area. Jiang Hui wanted to go up and shoot the enemy, but Huanqian's experience told them that the enemy was not easy to deal with. So they had to be safer and work together. Shooting randomly with a machine gun was just the first step. Once she disturbed him, Huanqian would naturally have another chance. Is it okay? Jiang Hui asked painfully. There was no response for a long time. Just as her forehead was throbbing and stinging, someone put her gun on the back, and the other party's voice came from a little higher than her head. It's okay. Just once. One more time, and we should leave. Jiang Hui said to herself. Be sure to be accurate. Then she followed the marking bridge built by the other party again. quickly locked onto a point 2 kilometers away, and pulled the trigger almost with her eyes closed. Bang! The moment it was fired this time, the surroundings seemed to be quiet. Although she didn't know what the result would be, Jiang Hui's heart inexplicably settled down. She didn't care about the situation on the other side anymore, and directly said to Huan Xian, "Let's go." The silent boy didn't say anything, quickly carried her on his back and retreated in a certain direction, and left. "Captain! Captain! Holly!" Several exclamations came from his ears. Holly half supported his body stiffly, and the gun in his hand fell to the ground with the abnormality just now. Xiaoli was the most excited and was about to go up to help, but was violently thrown away by the boy at the moment of contact. The other party looked down at the lower right position of the simulated bra, and his expression could not be seen clearly, but they all knew what the other party was looking at. The remaining times displayed on the lower left of the electronic screen of all their simulated bras changed from 3 to 2. Although after forming a formal team, the 5 members of the team can share 3 chances to survive, and any one person who is hit during this period will not be eliminated, but each chance will be lost after it is used. In order to remind the shot that they have lost this chance, their simulated bras will be locked for half a second when they are shot. Just like those eliminated contestants, their whole body movements are locked and they cannot move. This feeling is also shared by the rest of the team. So even if they don't know this, the R256 team knows that they were shot by the enemy. Just now. This is really. Although their abilities are not as good as Holly, they also know whether they have been shot. So at this moment, it is even more clear that the one who was shot is not any of the 4 of them, but Holly, who has always performed far better than them. The unknown ambusher may be more capable than Holly. For a moment, several people were speechless, not knowing what to say, and the atmosphere gradually became tense. Ding! Wake-up reminder. The second round of supply is coming to an end, and the end is still 25 minutes. The announcement in the training ground sounded at the right time, and the R256 team naturally heard it. But it was obvious that this announcement was not good news, and it added a layer of frost and snow to their current almost frozen scene. After a long time, Holly seemed to have sorted out his thoughts, and stood up naturally from the ground. He still had that cold face, and there was no abnormality. He patted the dust on his knees, and said a little stiffly, "Let's go to L11. Alas, so we have to go back to L11 in the end." Chapter 260 Discussion. Wow! Look! Who is so powerful that he killed Holly? The leaderboard avatar dimmed just now, and I thought I saw it wrong. Impossible. That's Holly. How could he lose? Am I dreaming? No. It's impossible. Someone must have used some despicable means. How is this possible? Are you repeating yourself? Besides, from what you said, it seems that you are very familiar with Holly. Although he is a student in Class 1, his scores are not the highest, and there is a student in Class 2 above him. It doesn't seem that good. You are jealous. That's Holly. Alec Holly from Descartes. I have always heard this person's name on Descartes. God knows he is just the kind of annoying neighbor kid. My mother always uses him as an example. If I could be on the same level as Holly, I would have been so proud of him. Why would she worry about him? It sounds like a story. Then, R197. Holly lost just like that. Who did it? There is someone who can deal with him. It's impossible. When the report came out, Pavola Lava was looking up at the score screen above, and happened to see the data of the R256 team. How can it be impossible? Although Holly is strong, there are many strong players in the training ground. We dare not say that we have seen all of them. There may be some powerful guys hidden. Besides, the victory or defeat of the official team sometimes does not necessarily depend on the strongest one, but also on others. Eris Lava was not surprised, but his eyes flashed with interest. But this time point is also interesting. Sure enough, before they finished speaking, the ranking number representing Holly and others appeared in the L11 area. It's really there. No need to guess. It seems that the guy who performed this incredible thing is really the R186 team. Otherwise, how could the two teams connect with L11 one after another? Holly and others lost blood during this blank period, while Jiang Hui's team was unscathed. There is no need to speculate what happened. It seems that R186 won slightly in this peak battle, and even Holly, who is strong, is not immune. Fortunately, they hid far and ran fast. Otherwise they would be caught in the middle of this group of terrible guys. Even if they didn't intend to fight, they would probably be bombed into cannon fodder. And there are still 25 stars left. The timing of this broadcast is really subtle. If you remember correctly, Holly and the others only charged at the beginning, and did nothing after that, just focusing on the secret pursuit. Now there are only 25 stars left. How much can they charge? Anyway, if they were Holly, they would probably be so angry at this moment. If you think about it more deeply, if there is no broadcast, everyone will not know that there is only so much time left for charging. If someone continues to wander around with such a mentality, the result can be imagined. Could this or 186 team deliberately time it? If it is really a special time, it is too scary. Eris stopped his thoughts and didn't want to let himself imagine the enemy so complicated, because it would be too discouraging to think like this. Oh. At this moment, the teachers who were watching nervously outside were also excited, because after watching the children's playful fighting for so long, they finally saw some real skills. Although Jiang Hui and his team's adventure was quite interesting, they could see the talents of each member of this team. The process of Holly and others' rise to the top was also worth appreciating, and they were all very typical C-type players. The strategy adopted by the Lava brothers and sisters was also quite unique, but it was just a small test after all. In the competition that lasted more than 30 star hours, the three teams actually did not fight head-on, fighting on their own, and it was impossible to really see the gap between the few people, let alone see the upper and lower limits. So all the teachers were waiting for the time when these people really met. As a result, this wait lasted for 30 star hours, and finally ushered in the peak showdown between the top two. Originally, some teachers did not think it was a big deal. What's the point of children fighting? It was just a lot of noise but little rain. But now it seems that it is not an exaggeration to call it a peak showdown, especially Huan Xian and Jiang Hui. At first, the combat individual department did not know Huan Xian's background. They just thought that this person was very good at hiding his skills, had good accuracy, and had various skills. He was undoubtedly a player with strong comprehensive ability, although the opponent showed a lot of actions that were different from ordinary awakened people in the middle. It was still within their cognition, but after a long time, they found out that something was wrong. This student of the command department was not as simple as he looked on the surface. His mental power was different. It was not something that an ordinary command student could do, and it was not even like a skill that a student could have. Why do you say that? Like Jiang Hui? Let's take Jiang Hui for example. The two of them almost acted together in the later period, and even many incredible operations were implemented by Jiang Hui. However, although everyone thought Jiang Hui was powerful and outstanding, they did not think she was abnormal, because the child showed that the level of mental power exceeded expectations. Although there is no accurate data to prove it, everyone has guessed that the other party is very likely to be an awakener of S-level mental power after fully awakening, which can explain her state. Huan Xian is slightly different. If everyone observes carefully, they will find that every super god operation of Jiang Hui is inseparable from Huan Xian's support. The other party is like a human-shaped radar, which can lock any prey he aims at, and almost never misses. Jiang Hui can only complete such incredible long-range shooting with the cooperation of the other party. This is the result of two people. Does the commander have such ability? Or is this a special command ability of Huan Xian? Later, I don't know which teacher couldn't help but go to the command department to inquire, and some gossip about Huan Xian came from there. If what they said was true, then Huan Xian's actions on the field became reasonable in an instant. Even his high ranking became a little unreal. This person, if such a person is serious, how can he only be ranked 7th? Yes, he has now moved up one place to 7th. Such a terrifying guy turned out to be a student of their Beska Intermediate College. And the military didn't directly intercept him and send him to the imperial capital? Some more perceptive teachers felt inexplicably strange. So what kind of surprises will come next? Huan Xian, Jiang Hui, Clarence, Holly, Zhou Xiuwen. These students all chose their Beska Intermediate College. It is hard to imagine what kind of storm this group of people will cause in the resident galaxy, or even the inner galaxy in the near future. Chapter 261 Dilemma. While Jiang Hui and Huan Xian were running wildly, Zhou Xiuwen and others had already reached the L4 energy point, and with the cooperation of Clarence, the three of them eliminated the two teams that were originally stationed at this point. And the process was quite easy. The next thing they had to do was to stay here quietly until Jiang Hui and others came over. They naturally discovered the situation of Holly and others at once. They succeeded. Clarence looked at the jumping numbers above and said lightly, as if he was sure that this feat was done by Jiang Hui and others. Hillman and Zhou Xiaowen had no doubts, because in their opinion, this was the fact. Jiang Hui and others went to ambush Holly and others, and now Holly and others lost a chance to survive, while Jiang Hui and others were unscathed. The result of the collision between the two teams, who would win and who would lose, could be seen. Then seeing Holly and others appear in the range of L11, several people breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. It seems that they should be on their way here, although there were only about 10 star points left when the two of them came. With more than 80% of the remaining energy, they could hold on until the end even if they couldn't charge it horizontally or vertically, which would not affect the next game. On the contrary, Holly and others might have to worry. There were only 25 star points left, and it was a skill to charge 70%, which was also a pitfall for them. This was what Jiang Hui and others had planned from the beginning. The few people who were quite happy here didn't know that the current state of the two-person team line, which they thought was going well, was not good at all. After the broadcast just now, the entire charging point range of the training ground fell into a sense of calm. After all, everyone didn't know before, and it was normal to run around and hunt without knowing the number. But now they all know that there is not much time left to charge. No matter how much they want to chase other contestants, they have to put down their work and concentrate on charging the simulated bra. Otherwise they may never have another chance. The three people who were waiting nervously at the L4 energy point looked at the scoreboard above from time to time to pay attention to the dynamics. Here they finally waited for their teammates, who had been separated from them for a while. But the situation in front of them didn't look good. After completing the ambush, Huan Xian and Jiang Hui didn't dare to stay halfway. Just buried their heads and rushed to L4 without stopping. It doesn't matter whether to charge or not now. The important thing is to find a stable place to treat Jiang Hui's wound. Otherwise, her leg might really be broken in this small school competition. Looking at the two overlapping figures in the distance, Zhou Xiaowen and others were a little excited, knowing that Jiang Hui and others had finally arrived. However, when they got closer, they found that Huan Xian, who was running straight at them, had a very ugly expression on his face. The person he was carrying was also in a bad state. He was limp, and the two arms on the boy's shoulders were drooping weakly, with his head drooping. Is this unconscious? The hearts of several people suddenly jumped, because with Jiang Hui's personality, it is impossible for her to fall asleep without any scruples when she was attacked from all sides. Even in the most dangerous situation, the opponent did not forget to be alert to the surroundings to prevent attacks from all around. So how could he leave himself and his teammates to the enemy? So the only possibility is that he was unconscious. Huan Qian's stern expression further proved this point. Something must have happened. Zhou Xiaowen didn't care about the map display and rushed out of the energy zone. Hillman also rushed up. Clarence looked over there and seemed to move his feet instinctively. But he didn't fall back and insisted on staying in the circle of L4. Facts proved that Zhou Xiaowen and his friends were right to worry. Jiang Hui was unconscious. She fainted on the way when Huan Qian carried her on his back. The other party probably lost too much blood. His face was as white as a piece of paper. The gauze that was changed not long ago was also stained bright red, mixed with the dry dark blood clots. And it looked bloody. What's going on? Was this done by Holly and his friends? Huan Qian didn't respond. He didn't bother to explain to the two of them. He rushed into L4 with his men like the wind. Clarence frowned as he looked at Huan Xian, who had finally come back with such an injured person. He couldn't help but ask, how did this happen? How did this happen? No one knows better than Huan Xian. Jiang Hui's leap was instinctive. The speed was too fast, and the landing angle was also very random. Later, he could no longer control it. As luck would have it, the place where they were ambushing was full of sand and stones, and it was uneven. It was very uncomfortable to lie there. Jiang Hui fell to her knees like this, and the wound on her calf was hit hard from the front. How could it heal? The thin and sharp stones had deeply cut through her leg muscles. The wound was large but thin. Although she rested for a long time, it didn't heal. It was only by temporary treatment and less walking that the wound was barely kept from getting worse. As a result, this operation directly caused the wound to tear for the second time, further expanding the wound surface. And the originally smooth and wound-free area on the outside was also worn into a bloody mess. When Zhou Xiuwen helped to tear off the leg bandage, he saw that the opponent's calf was no longer visible, and the injury was visibly serious. Are you going to ambush Holly? Were you chased by him, or how did you get hurt so badly? Hillman's eyes were red. In his mind, Jiang Hui was not a teammate, but the first friend he made in school, and also one of the few friends of the same age in his young life. He didn't really care about this game. He just wanted to have fun. But he didn't expect his friends to be so serious. So serious that they didn't even care about their own bodies. And the injuries were more and more serious. So he couldn't help but complain about his friends, who were too serious. Why are you so stubborn? Legs are so important. This question again. Huan Xian's expression became colder and colder, and he became more and more expressionless. But his fist hanging at his side became more and more tense. What should he say? How should he answer? Jiang Hui became like this to save him. Yes, to save him. The other party really wanted to save him. Although it seems a bit exaggerated to use the word save in a school activity where there is no life-threatening situation at all. But for Huan Xian, isn't this saving? If today was not a school competition, there was no simulated bra, and the bullets coming at him were real, then if he couldn't dodge, he would be seriously injured if he didn't die. Jiang Hui saved him, not at the cost of sacrificing himself, but saving him from the bullets while saving himself. But in Huan Xian's short life, he never had a moment so clearly felt that he was a human being, a person who could also be injured and feel powerless, and someone would come to save him like this. Chapter 262 Preliminary. Jiang Hui woke up again on Huan Xian's back. Her calf was in great pain. The wound was burning, and her mind was a little confused, probably because she had a fever. You have a fever. The person carrying her noticed her condition immediately. We are, not yet. Jiang. Okay. They have reunited. But are they on the way? The second round of supply has been over for nearly half a week. It was still a familiar voice that responded to her. But Jiang Hui's stuck mind was unable to immediately identify its identity. It took a long time for her to react, and it seemed to be Clarence's voice. The second round of supply was over, and she had been running for another half a week. So she had fainted for a week. Alas, it felt like there was still a long time before the end of the game. Maybe because of the injury, Jiang Hui inevitably became a little fragile. Not as strong as she had been all the way. But this thought only lasted for a moment, and was soon drowned by disturbing thoughts. She opened her mouth to say something, but all kinds of thoughts came together in her mind. In the end, she said nothing. She could only lie on her teammate's back in silence. Weak and silent. Soon, Jiang Hui's thoughts became confused again, and her consciousness kept focusing on the stabbing pain from the wound. She was bumpy all the way, and her ears were accompanied by bursts of gunfire from time to time. Jiang Hui felt that she was put down several times. Her feet landed on the flat ground, and soon she was carried again, not knowing where to go. After an unknown amount of time, Jiang Hui calmed down and was a little more energetic than before. Finally, she said the first sentence since she was injured and unconscious in a hoarse voice. How is the situation now? Why don't you take a break? You had a high fever just now. We thought you would sleep through the game. Really? Why are you still thinking about the game? Can you still keep your legs after this? The boy complained lightly, unlike Huan Xian who paid attention to distance. At this time, Jiang Hui found that the person carrying him had changed to Hillman. Although the boy was not as tall as Clarence and Zhou Xiuwen, he was also above average among his peers. He didn't feel any pressure carrying Jiang Hui, even different from the slightly jumpy temperament of the other party. He was carrying a person who was not light in weight, but both the person being carried and the person carrying the person felt very stable, without any bumps. But in the end, he still dutifully reported the situation. Jiang Hui realized that a lot of time had really passed in his confusion. They had left the charging point for more than a star hour, which meant that there were only more than 5 star hours left in the game. It felt like a moment. During the time when Jiang Hui was unconscious, the group did not slack off, walking and stopping along the way, which did not affect their hunting of contestants at all. Clarence and Huan Xian scored points crazily, especially the latter, who was almost squeezing out the 4th place. Now there are only about 100 people left in the competition, and there are only a dozen formal or temporary teams, and the rest are scattered soldiers. Zhou Xiuwen and Hillman are still the same. If there is, there is. If there is no, there is no. They are mainly to protect themselves and practice by the way. so their improvement speed is much slower than the other 3 teammates. During this period, Jiang Hui has changed 3 people to carry him, and the next one is Zhou Xiuwen. Even Clarence has carried him, although it was a bit ungrateful and inappropriate to say so. Jiang Hui couldn't help but complain. "Are you guys taking over? I didn't expect that as the captain. I have not led the team to kill people, but I have become a burden in this way. I am really ashamed." Hearing Huan Xian's vigorous advance, Jiang Hui suddenly became more energetic. This is also a strange thing. This guy has always been careless before, often holding back, and not going up to grab the prey. Why did he suddenly think it through? Or is the other party a typical example of late strength? Hearing that Huan Xian is now approaching the 4th place, Jiang Hui is not surprised at all, and even feels that it is not enough. She thinks that if the other party is given more time and conditions, she, the 1st place, may have to change places. Huan Xian has this ability. "You are the 1st. At some point, someone in the topic they were discussing moved over and replied with a slightly comforting tone. Although her wound was still painful, and she was still feverish, it was obvious that people would become much more sober when thinking at a high speed. During the short time Jiang Hui talked with Hillman, he gradually regained his ability to think. He was in much better spirits, and his mind was no longer as confused as before. Hearing this, Jiang Hui instinctively looked at the scoreboard above. The huge scoreboard had become much darker, or it should be said that most of the contestants' portraits had dimmed, indicating that they had been eliminated. Only a small number of contestants remained in the practice field, and most of them were gathered in the first half of the list. The most prominent names on this list were the first few. Jiang Hui's name was naturally ranked first, even though she was unconscious for nearly 2 weeks. She had never stopped sweeping through the supply area before, and she got a lot of points. The long-range shooting alone brought her nearly 27 points, plus other scattered points. Her personal score has now exceeded 500 and reached a high of 547 points. The second is still Holly, with a personal score of 375. He still has the most personal points in the game, but he has been tied by Jiang Hui. Even if Jiang Hui's 200 compensation points are deducted, the difference between his score and Jiang Hui is only 20 to 30. The third is Clarence, with a personal score of 342. Needless to say, this is a terrifyingly high score, because the opponent has been fighting alone for most of the game, and the fourth Len Maowu has rushed to 278 points. The fifth Huan Xian is closely behind him, and has directly achieved 275 points. The current situation of the top 5 is like this, and the scores are directly far away from the bottom. If nothing unexpected happens, the ranking will not change much. Even if it changes, it will only fluctuate up or down by 1 or 2. And 3 of the top 5 are from their team. Their team won this game beautifully, and they also achieved their original intention of forming a team. It can be regarded as a successful cooperation. Hillman couldn't help but sigh. "Student Jiang, can you rest assured now? This first place is definitely you. After all, there are only about 100 people in the field. Even if Holly kills all these 100 people, he can't surpass Jiang Hui's total score. This is a fact that cannot be changed no matter what. The kind that is set in stone. In other words, even if Jiang Hui directly makes it to the end of the game, Holly can't surpass her. Is she happy? Maybe." Chapter 263 Sudden Change. Jiang Hui remembered that there were more than 300 contestants on the list at the beginning of the second round of supply. As a result, only more than 3 stars have passed, and now there are only more than 160 contestants. This drop rate is really high. So is the situation too chaotic, or everyone can't hold on until the end? Jiang Hui's eyes turned around Huan Xian's personal points, thinking. But she didn't say anything in the end, and asked Hillman about other situations calmly. Huan Xian then retracted his gaze that was pretending to look elsewhere, and glanced at Jiang Hui's pale face, like a dragonfly skimming the water. It can be said that Jiang Hui's feeling was not wrong. The rhythm of this battle was indeed brought down, and it was Huan Xian himself who brought the rhythm. To say that Huan Xian was really not interested in this competition. He didn't want to gain any glory, nor was he interested in rewards. Participating was just a requirement of the school, just to make up the numbers. It was also because of Jiang Hui and other seriousness that he gradually got into the state, and his ranking was improved step by step. But if you want to say how serious he was in the competition, that was not the case. He was just a little more attentive. However, the changes in the situation far exceeded his imagination. Many things happened, and they also changed his ideas. Huan Xian's feelings now are very different from when he came in. He seems to understand Jiang Hui's feelings. The desire to defeat the enemy, to win, and to protect teammates. Although he can't understand it all, he also wants to help the other party win. This point was pushed to the peak after Jiang Hui was injured again to save him. Now Jiang Hui is in trouble, but her enemies are still active on the field. Huan Xian couldn't let it go on like this, and he had to clear as many obstacles as possible as soon as possible, so as to ensure that his teammates were invincible. So Huan Xian began to score points like crazy. This time he didn't hold back. He beat one by one, and hit one by one, scoring like crazy. Later, the list was refreshed twice, and the score increased so much that people thought there was something wrong with the list. Otherwise, why would Jiang Hui and Holly's scores increase so slowly, while Clarence and Huan Xian's scores kept soaring? Most of the players who were eliminated after Jiang Hui fell into a coma were killed by Huan Xian alone. Clarence took the other half, and the rest were the scores of the rest. As for Holly, no one knew why the other party was inexplicably silent, and watched the prey stored in the arena decrease in large numbers. Until now it has decreased to the point where the other party can no longer threaten Jiang Hui's first place. All of this was done by Huan Xian, and he didn't tell anyone in the team about this thought, and no one noticed it. Perhaps Clarence had some idea, but he didn't investigate further. Jiang Hui did read something wrong from the information after waking up, but she didn't have enough energy to investigate in detail, so the matter was covered up. Muscle injury, tendon dislocation, inflammation and infection, high fever. The woman with deep eyes, high nose and delicate eyebrows frowned, wearing a wide white coat and a pair of eye-catching red high heels, standing in the teacher's seat with a strong sense of presence. She was looking up to observe the girl on the screen. The injury. It's still a layer apart, so it's not clear, but it looks like she's seriously injured. We have to send her out immediately for emergency treatment. The woman slightly disagreed. What's going on? Aren't you holding an intramural competition? How could you hurt the child like this? You are becoming more and more out of line. The teachers in the teaching seats looked at each other. Some of them didn't know how to answer. Yes, they didn't know how the child got like this. The little guys were just fighting, a little too much. Right? Of course. They dared not speak more because of the woman in front of them. This medical staff member, who looked hot on the outside, was actually older than the average age of everyone present, and was only a few dozen years younger than Teacher Tan. The other party was a very senior intermediate therapist in the military. He also served in the battlefield in his early years. Later, he retired and chose a medium-sized planet to stay as a retirement. Although the teachers present may not have worked with this senior therapist, as long as they have taught in this school, they all know each other. Unlike Lu Jin, the general manager of the medical clinic, who was just transferred to Beska Intermediate College. This one is a man of his word. Although she is a therapist, she hates to see others get hurt. Whenever a wounded person goes to her for treatment, she will be criticized even if she is not criticized. Especially those who are used to getting injured are basically afraid to go to her for treatment, for fear of being caught and given a lesson. However, this therapist is quite responsible. For every wounded person treated by her, she will carefully create a file, conduct phase analysis, and long-term tracking, until it is confirmed that they have recovered. So even though she has been retired for so long, many veterans still come to her for treatment, and she will track them from time to time, resulting in a heavy daily workload for them, and they cannot stay in school all the time. She specially set 2 special visits to stay in the school for this competition, just to prevent accidents. The competition went smoothly all the way, and most of the children were slightly injured even if they were sent in. Selvi thought that the school finally knew how to cherish the cubs and improve the protection. But she didn't expect that such a thing would happen again at the end of the competition. This leg injury needs to be healed for at least a month. That little fool didn't know how to cherish herself, and insisted on staying in the stadium, foolishly playing with her toy guns. Selvi wanted to go in and get the person out directly, and teach her a lesson clearly, so that she would dare to ruin her body in the future. However, she was destined to be disappointed. The little fool on the screen didn't think about ending, and the little fool's teacher outside the screen didn't seem to plan to stop. So she could only wait outside, and when the person was sent out, she would directly take him back to the medical department for treatment. The continuous high fever made Jiang Hui feel very bad. Fortunately, other than that, her spirit was pretty good, but her body was very lazy. So in the next section of the journey, she could only hunt a few enemies when she had the chance, and didn't get many points. Of course, the other teammates were all dissatisfied with her extremely stubborn behavior, but they couldn't stop her, so they could only turn a blind eye. I just hope time can go faster so that this guy can go out of the game and recover from his injuries. Otherwise, I don't know what problem she will cause. While Jiang Hui and his group were killing time here, the situation on the other side changed suddenly. With 5 hours and 21 minutes left in the game, the data of Holly's R256 team jumped again, and they only had one chance to survive. But this time no one knew who did it. Chapter 264 Alliance. Who did it? Jiang Hui and the others didn't know. Apart from the two parties involved, only the audience with a god's perspective knew. The young man had a dark face, but he didn't forget to slowly straighten his sleeves and left without even saying hello. It seemed that he would not be back in a short time. He is really arrogant, Lieutenant Fong said in a low voice, with an unhappy look. As for Zoe, everyone in his grade knew his temper more or less. But he was indeed much younger than everyone else. A young man in his 30s, born in an upper-class family in the Central Galaxy, was inevitably young and energetic. There was no need for adults to be hostile to him. But his temper was really bad. He was impulsive and arrogant, and many people didn't like him. Take Xiao Li Feng for example. She was a typical imperial warrior. When she was young, she was very hardworking and her qualifications were not bad. But she lacked a little luck. She injured her legs and feet at a young age. Although she recovered well later, it was unlikely that she would make achievements on the battlefield. Therefore, she finally listened to her superior's advice and switched to civilian work. And this switch lasted for decades. This is her 10th year teaching at Beska Intermediate College. The atmosphere here is good, and she has lived a life here that she never imagined when she was young. During these years of teaching, Fong has also seen many young and arrogant people. But this Zoe is really the most extreme one among these people she has seen. She is a calm and introverted person, so she naturally doesn't like this kind of people. Although the other party's military rank is higher than hers. Strictly speaking, the two do not belong to the same mechanism. Xiao Li was a frontline soldier in the service. Although her military exploits were generally mediocre, she eventually retired due to injury and changed to a civilian position. The nature was equivalent to retirement. The Empire would pay her a pension every year. Her employment was relatively stable, and she would be protected by the Empire for the rest of her life. Zoe had some military exploits and participated in many battles. There were indeed 1 or 2 outstanding battles, but most of them were medium-level fights. And he was generally in a relatively stable middle line. In addition, his family background was prominent and his family had considerable influence in the military. So he was promoted faster than anyone else. But Xiao Li would not be afraid of the other party, because in her eyes, the other party was really a young boy. It was not that she looked down on the other party, but the reality was that she was above him in terms of age and qualifications. But she just didn't have a good family background. Zap, who was next to him, also heard it. But this time, he didn't try to reconcile. Because in his opinion, he also felt that Zoe was too angry and would throw his sleeves and face at any time. We are all colleagues and comrades. Why should we tolerate his temper? Besides, why is he angry? Because his students failed. That's too narrow-minded. Whose students are not precious? No one else is like this. There are so many powerful people in the world. How can we compare with them one by one? Zhou Yi's competitive spirit is ridiculous in Zap's eyes. He thinks that if the other party continues like this, he will be angry to death sooner or later instead of dying on the battlefield. The students' qualifications are determined by heaven, and the teachers introduce them to the door. In the end, it really depends on their own abilities. How can 1 or 2 teachers like them influence it? Of course, it is not just Xiao Li and Zap who have opinions. Seeing this, the rest of the people present will have some thoughts in their hearts, but they may not say it out loud. Teacher Tan sighed. Let's go. This young man has such a bad temper, and is so narrow-minded, that he is not suitable for the education industry. Fortunately, the other party only took a short-term transitional task, and will probably leave in 3 years. On the contrary, Captain Stark received the same task, and Teacher Tan hoped that he would stay for a while longer. It's a pity that Zoe can't stay here, and Stark is even less likely to stay here. The other party is destined to belong to the battlefield and the Empire. And Lynch and Stark are probably the only two people who are not affected by Zoe. Even if their positions are just next to Zoe. The two people ignored the other party's departure. Captain Lynch glanced at Stark. This guy is really stable. And his students are firmly in the top 3. Until now. He couldn't even see a trace of joy on his face. Is he still dissatisfied, or how can he still be dissatisfied? From Lynch's point of view, these children are already amazing. Especially the two from Stark's class, who are also quite impressive when picked out separately. If he hadn't been laughing so hard at this moment, he wouldn't have looked like this. He seemed even more solemn? Was it because the student was injured? The child did look seriously injured. But Miss Selvi also said that no irreversible damage had been caused. And the main thing was to get the person out as soon as possible and deal with it early. But would Stark really do this? In fact, the class instructors have the power to stop the competition as long as it is reasonable. For someone like Jiang Hui, who was seriously injured, Stark would basically approve it as long as he submitted an application. Captain Lynch didn't want the kid to leave the battlefield as soon as possible just to watch the fun. He was actually quite curious about what the other party would do next. Young and energetic kids often create miracles. But if it was him, he would also choose to withdraw from the competition. After all, health is the most important thing for these young seedlings. So what exactly is Stark thinking? Looking at how much the other party values the kid. Will he really allow the other party to take risks? Captain Lynch, are those students in your class planning to? Lynch's attention was instantly drawn back, and the screen broadcast had switched to the Lava siblings. However, the scene seemed a little strange, and it immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. The situation in the arena changed rapidly. While the adults were watching and commenting outside, the contestants in the arena naturally couldn't just wait for them to watch. So they continued to act on their own. The remaining time of the game has reached single digits, and the number of contestants has also dropped from thousands to about 100 people today. The ups and downs and changes they have experienced are hard to describe. Among the hundreds of contestants, there are only a few dozen teams left. These teams have survived the test of time and space, and most of them are very strong and have good luck. However, most of the dozens of teams have used up more than half of their chances to survive, and only a few have not used them yet. The venue remains the same, but there are fewer people, so the hunting activities are naturally not so smooth, and the situation is deadlocked. With strong enemies outside and worries inside, their chances of rising are getting fewer and fewer. Although there is basically no need to think about the top 5. There is still a little chance of striving for the top 10. So some people started to think. Chapter 265. It's a pity that he ran away. Why didn't you aim a little? We had paved the way for you. Jaidi said gloomily. What do you mean? If you are so powerful, why don't you go up yourself? Pavolarava said dissatisfiedly. What's wrong with this guy? She didn't see how powerful he is, but he kept pointing fingers in other teams. How could the captain of their team tolerate him? Lin Maowu didn't throw this guy here to annoy them, because he has a thorny temper. But you agreed to come just now. Obviously, there is a great opportunity in front of you. But you still let the other party run away. This is your problem. Why can't I say it? Jaidi is a militant, and rarely convinces others. Only Lin Mao's silent gesture can slightly suppress his temper. Even so, he occasionally questions Lin Mao's command in the team. But most of the time, the other party can convince him and make him speechless. So it is possible that Lin Maowu had some other intentions in sending people to the R196 team for exchange. Perhaps he did a good job in penetrating into the interior to disrupt the morale of the army. Just kidding. Lin Maowu certainly did not have this intention in sending people here. But it was a crude restraint method made by the 3 teams together. That is, R197, R87 and R117, referred to as the 3-7 team, met under certain coincidences. None of the 3 parties were good people. After a chaotic battle, they all lost a blood, and finally had to agree to stop the chaotic battle. Normally, even if they can't fight, they should be on their own and evacuate quickly, so as not to lose their second chance to survive. But there is a strange person in these 3 teams. Lin Maowu. He also has a very creative idea to suggest that the 3 teams should cooperate temporarily to fight against the other 2 strong teams, and kill the remaining contestants in one fell swoop, so that they can get more points. Our 197 team, leader Eris Lava, ranked 12th in personal points, and has been squeezed out of the top 10 for a long time. His sister followed closely behind, falling 13th, and the other 3 members were almost all in the top 20. The whole team is at a very stable level. Almost everyone is very good at fighting. There is no prominent weakness. And they know each other. Our 87 team. Leader Lin Maowu. Ranked 4th in personal points. Although Huan Xian followed closely behind. If the next one is still in 5th. There is still a long way to go for the 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th points below. And it is impossible to catch up with him so easily. Jaidi is not a pushover either. He is ranked 17th. With a little less luck. But his shooting ability is actually better than his personal ranking. The other 3 are also relatively average. All over 30. Without too many shortcomings. The R117 team is a team that has emerged recently. Led by a girl named Tattle from the 2nd class of the Combat Individual Department. Her grades have always been stable, and her style is relatively low-key. Now she ranks 9th. A teammate from the Command Department ranks 10th. Occupying the last 2 positions in the top 10. The other 3 are all strong shooters. Their grades are not outstanding. But their shooting level is very high. The combined combat power of the entire team is comparable to that of R197 and R87. Which is not simple. The 3 teams are not easy to deal with. And each has its own ambitions. Cooperation with each other is tantamount to seeking the skin of a tiger. However, such an impossible thing has become a reality. They have actually fought against each other. And neither of them has the upper hand. They all know that if they continue to fight, they will only perish together. This result is not what they want to see. However, there are only so many teams left in the competition field. And they will meet sooner or later. Instead of meeting each other and killing each other, it is better to unite for the time being. First fight against the 2 mountains above. Then clear the remaining contestants one by one. And finally settle their own accounts. Isn't such an operation better than the 3 teams walking away in disgrace after the failure of the melee? However, there are still some obstacles for the teams to achieve cooperation. That is, the 3 teams are not familiar with each other. No one can trust each other. How can they cooperate? After all, they don't know whether they will turn their guns around and attack each other in the future. In fact, this process is also likely to happen at the end. If they really achieve joint resistance according to the plan, such a situation will definitely occur in the end. But if they are killed by the allies of the alliance halfway through the proposal of cooperation, it will not be an ordinary failure. So to achieve the union, the 3 teams must first reach a state of balance. Exchanging protons is undoubtedly the best way in this situation. There are 2 options. One is to exchange the captains of each team. You lead my team, and I lead your team. No one dares to act rashly. Another method is for the 3 teams to rotate the proton. Because all 3 lost 1 blood and could not unlock the team. There were almost no variables during the period. During the cooperation period. As long as any team made a move and wanted to kill the proton, the other 2 teams would not hold back. In this way, each team had their own weaknesses. And the 3 teams had the confidence to fight together. In fact, in terms of balance, the first method is the best. Replace the team generals. Master all kinds of unfamiliar players. And no one should act rashly. But this method is too strict and too academic. This is a game that is not a rigid game. And people's hearts are unpredictable. This operation is still difficult to achieve in reality. What's more, changing the team leader can easily shake the morale of the army. In the end, no one can benefit. And the enemy may take advantage of the weakness. Therefore, no one has ever thought of this method. So there is only one other method left. They exchange hostages. The exchange was scheduled at a fixed time and at a fixed point. As long as the players could not be exchanged to their own team, it would be fine. As for who could hunt the prey, it would depend on their ability. It was just a chance to share. In fact, this method was better than nothing from the perspective of hunting the enemy. And it even diluted their chances. But there was one good thing. That is, if they faced the R186 team or the R256 team head-on, their advantage would become very obvious. 5 people against 15 people. Under the condition that the difference in conditions was not so big, the latter would naturally be more powerful. Anyway, the Holly team also lost the second chance to survive under the siege of this joint team. But they were still a little short of that. They failed to defeat the Holly team in one fell swoop and let the other team escape. In fact, the leaders of the 3 teams were quite satisfied with the results. But they still had to argue. For example, Jaidi, who was replaced, was very dissatisfied with the unskillful actions of the R197 team. Chapter 266 Outflanking. Jianghui and others were confused about Holly's defeat again. There was no map now, and there was only a big total scoreboard on the sky. But this could only show who was eliminated, and there was no clue. However, there were so many contestants in the training ground. Even if those who could stay until now were not strong enough, they should be the best of the best or both. Holly was not the only strong one. So what was strange about someone being able to control Holly? She just felt that dealing with Holly was dealing with it. And dealing with unfamiliar enemies was also dealing with it. Naturally, dealing with familiar enemies was easier than dealing with enemies who suddenly appeared and whose details were unknown. But obviously they had no choice. 4 stars and 51 stars left before the end of the game. No. Something is wrong. Jianghui suddenly murmured in a low voice. She felt something was wrong when she looked at the list just now. Although the teams acted separately and took their own scores, there was no way to control this. And she could only see a trace from the scoreboard. But there are traces of where the points flow to. And it also depends on their luck in meeting prey. But since she woke up, the 2 times she read the list seemed a little strange. Holly and others may have only one precious retention rate left, so they hid low-key for the time being. Not as high profile as before. And Huanqian and others did not encounter any prey because of the route they chose recently. Only 1 or 2 teams and scattered contestants. So it is said that these 2 big guys have hidden their limelight. So the prey should fall into the hands of the strong people in the next line. However, even so, they should follow the rules of their own combat power. After all, people's combat power is there. And even if it explodes, it is limited. Moreover, the competition has been going on for more than 30 star hours. And now that the competition field has become empty, everything will naturally slow down. However, in just 1 star, the number of contestants has been reduced from 160 to 97. This speed is too fast. Even more exaggerated than the speed of reduction in the first 3 star hours after the second round of supply. Speaking of which, even if Huanqian had climbed to 5th place by crazy points during the period when Jianghui was unconscious, he actually only harvested 40 to 50 points in more than 3 star hours. Because the density of prey has really decreased a lot. It is obviously impossible to kill all around. So Winnie and Holly did not move. How did the remaining top teams manage to flatten more than 60 contestants in 1 star hour? And the scores were evenly distributed. In Jianghui's eyes, this complicated scoreboard is no longer a simple appearance arranged by individual points. The chaotic data is circling in her mind. Or outlining, rotating, or comparing up and down. In the end, she circled out something different. R197, R87, R117. The situations of these 3 teams are obviously different. In the southeast direction, 2.7 kilometers, the enemy is approaching very fast. And they are coming towards us. Huanqian's face changed. And he quickly warned the others. Jianghui immediately pulled himself out of his complicated thoughts and looked at Huanqian. Very fast? Even Huanqian thought so. Which shows that the speed of movement is really fast. And the enemy seems to have discovered their traces. The group did not say much, and evacuated to the other end without stopping. However, he didn't expect to be stopped by Huanqian after taking 2 steps back. The other party's face was extremely ugly. There are also people coming this way from the southwest. Northeast. Northeast. There are 3 groups coming here. And they seem to be connected in a line. There are about a dozen people. East. South. West. North. Isn't this an encirclement? What should we do now? Before the group of people get anxious, Huanqian made a prompt decision. You 2 go first. I will meet them. What is this? He is not thinking of being a bait to attract the enemy again? Jianghui was about to refuse, but was immediately interrupted by the other party. Believe us. We are a formal team. We are one. I will naturally not be as reckless as before. Don't worry. We will definitely be the last team left, Huanqian said in a deep voice. It seems that there is no need to say anything more. Jianghui looked into the other party's eyes and nodded slowly. Run! Hillman nodded to the other 3 people and ran in the direction pointed by Huanqian without looking back, carrying Jianghui on his back. Southeast. About 3.7 kilometers away seems to be where L11 landed before. If they really can't hold on, it would be perfect for them to go there and dig up the loose trenches again to resist. After Jianghui finished speaking, He could no longer see the figures of Wanxian and the other two. He only had time to turn his head and see the shadow of a half-waving hand. Huh? Lin Mawu frowned. Change direction? What changed direction? Sonda asked in surprise. Lin Mawu shook his head. I think I felt it wrong. Because he felt that the strong breath was still moving in the direction he predicted. Nancy Sonda was sent by the R117 team. Jidi from their team was sent to the R87 team. And a member of the R87 team went to the R117 team. At present, this female classmate named Nancy Sonda is a very easygoing person. She has a high level of shooting, a keen sense, and is quite cooperative. To be honest, except for her identity, she is really much more useful than Jidi. Of course, Lin Mawu did not forget that this hostage, who was only temporarily transferred to their team, was the guarantee of the cooperation between their three teams. There should be some precautions, but Lin Mawu also has the confidence to keep a close eye on the other party's every move and will never give her any chance to make any small moves. Fortunately, the other party obviously does not have this tendency and is very quiet. At least for now. Did they find us? It should be. Alas, I don't know whether to say that we are unlucky or what. We actually met that person. Hearing this, the other members, including Nancy who was temporarily sent to this team, looked at him strangely. Lin Mawu always acted confident. And in their minds, he was a man of calculations, if not unfathomable. The other party was not panicked even when facing an opponent of Holly's level. It was he who secretly commanded and manipulated the three teams to win Holly's team's second chance to survive. And even in this process, none of their three teams suffered any losses. This victory stabilized the three teams and also increased their confidence in continuing to cooperate. So when they saw the other party hesitate to speak and seemed excited after detecting the enemy, everyone was a little puzzled. Now, hearing him say this again, they couldn't help but wonder what kind of enemy made Lin Mawu feel so hesitant. Chapter 267 Hiding. If Wanxian knew about this, he would definitely scold me. Hillman smiled bitterly. Jiang Hui did not comment, and extended his mental power to explore the direction from which he had just come, intending to see the movements of Wanxian and others leaving. In the end, they still failed to follow Wanxian's words and escaped separately. Because as Wanxian said, they are a team, and their fates are linked in this competition, and no one can escape alone, even if the two of them successfully escaped from the dangerous area. As long as Wanxian and the other two were still exposed to danger, the fate of their team would still be uncertain. Wanxian let them escape. Firstly because of Jiang Hui's current poor condition, because she had no way to resist such a fierce attack. Secondly, it was to spread the risk, because to be honest, Jiang Hui's condition has become the biggest constraint and weakness of the R186 team. Jiang Hui's departure is undoubtedly the best solution. The remaining three people, Wanxian, Clarence and Zhou Xiuwen, are not easy to deal with. If they can finally find L11 according to Jiang Hui's memory instructions, then their danger will be reduced. Although Jiang Hui was worried about Wanxian, it was no longer something she could change or influence at close range, so she could only trust them. Jiang Hui was more worried about her own side. Hillman dragged her, a half-crippled man, and even if they could escape danger temporarily, what would it matter? They were still outnumbered. If the group of people who had just attacked them came here, it would still be difficult for the two of them, because no matter how good Hillman's physical fitness was, he could not run faster than someone running barefoot while dragging Jiang Hui. Wanxian and the others had also thought of this, but they still had no reasonable solution and could only trust them. So Jiang Hui finally thought of hiding nearby, and then looking for an opportunity to meet up with Wanxian and the others at L11. And they really couldn't run far, because the bad situation that Jiang Hui had imagined in an instant still happened. The enemy who had just surrounded them seemed to have changed direction again, heading closer to them. Jiang Hui roughly calculated that if the enemy really accurately located them, they would not need 10 minutes to catch up with them, and then it would be too late for them to hide. It just so happened that the sky helped them, and the area they happened to arrive at was a tall wood area, surrounded by trees that were dozens or hundreds of meters high. Moreover, the branches and leaves were lush, dense, and close together. Looking from the bottom up, it was not covered tightly, but if it was covered, it would be an excellent hiding place. Jiang Hui and Zhou Xiuwen had the experience of shooting from a tree before. The tools she made at that time were still there. Later, when she sorted them out, She put them outside. Now she could get them out with just one pull. After the two of them discussed it, Hillman naturally had to listen to Jiang Hui and help her climb a tree and hide in a particularly lush treetop. This place happened to be covered by several large tree trunks that were misaligned, making it difficult to be discovered. It really is what you fear. Jiang Hui was still praying that those people just chose a path close to them by mistake. But the fact was that the other party stopped abruptly when passing by this tall forest. They had just hidden for a short time. To say that these people discovered the two of them, it seems not. Because Jiang Hui had roughly guessed who the group of people outside were. With their temperament, it would be strange if they didn't attack directly if they discovered Jiang Hui. But to say that they didn't discover, it doesn't look like they didn't discover anything. Looking at their behavior of staying here. After all, time is precious. If they didn't discover something, they would never waste time staying here. Why don't you continue to go over there? There are more than a dozen people over there. Not as good as the two of them, who don't know whether they exist or not. Jiang Hui wanted to take a deep breath. But she also knew that if she took a breath at this moment, everything would be over. So she could only hold it back. And a breath of air swelled in her chest, and then she held it back. Suddenly, the person who had been carrying her on his back, and was protecting her at this time gently pressed her shoulders. The pair of eyes, that usually looked bright were now full of alertness and calmness that was inconsistent with their appearance. A strange wave flowed from her shoulders to all parts of her body along the other person's palm. This is a power different from spiritual power. No, it should be said to be rhythm. In just a moment, the faint ripples of water hidden in the bleak raindrops, the sound of gravel rolling in the wind, the silent pulsation of life force flowing in the tree trunks, and even the vibration of a fallen leaf gently brushed by the breeze. These most microscopic movements of nature seemed to become intuitive at this moment. They accepted her. Or it should be said that she accepted them, merged with them, and became a part of them. Jiang Hui felt as if he had forgotten to breathe, and his sense of existence became low with the rhythm, gradually without mechanism, and finally without awareness. In the silent woods, the two looked at each other in silence. Although the light in their eyes had not faded, they still looked so spirited. But the aura and charm around them seemed to be hidden in an instant, blending with the nature and hiding in the omnipresent air. The people outside paused and spoke in a suspicious voice. Jiang Hui and Hillman could feel a domineering and substantial spiritual power spreading in the woods. It was not as omnipresent as Wan Xian's, but it had a strong presence. She felt her spiritual power. It jumped a few times in her brain as if it was provoked by something. But she finally suppressed it. She couldn't help but feel fortunate that after more than 30 hours of training, she learned how to sense her spiritual power and made great progress in controlling her spiritual power. If it were her 2 days ago, she would have been exposed at the beginning. And Hillman, I didn't expect this guy to have this trick. No wonder the other party was able to escape the pursuit of a large group of star beasts before, and found a unique way to come to her to save mice. The mental power of this group of uninvited guests searched the area for a while, swept up and down their area twice, and frightened the two of them into a cold sweat. Fortunately, Hillman's superb hiding skills finally got them through, and it seemed that they were not discovered for the time being. Jiang Hui was very sure that the other party must have discovered them, but he was not sure where they were, so he kept trying to use his mental power to force them to reveal themselves. Therefore, they must be more patient than anyone else, and endure until the other party gives up, or endure until she can't control herself and kill him. The footsteps were getting closer and closer, and she could hear the crisp sound of the other party rubbing against the gun. Gotcha. Chapter 268 Game. Jiang Hui used her thumb to push the butt of the gun slightly, and the long gun barrel was half casually placed on Hillman's shoulder. The muzzle moved with her movements without a trace. Very subtle, facing a very strong aura that seemed to be able to turn into substance. She was very careful, not moving a breath, and even did not activate her mental power. But Jiang Hui knew that as long as the other party made a move, she would also pull the finger on the trigger at the same time, and the hit would depend on who moved faster. Hurry up. Do it. Who is afraid of who? Hillman said nothing, and it seemed that in order to cooperate with Jiang Hui, he even slowed down his breathing completely, almost to nothing. His shoulders were stable, supporting the gun on his shoulder without a trace of trembling. His eyes focused on the other side, tightly holding the pistol in his hand. Both of them held their breath and waited for the moment when the result came. Tap, tap, tap. The aura disappeared instantly as the man withdrew and left. The man walked further and further away, making a rustling sound. The man seemed to whisper something to his companions outside, and then led a group of people to run further and further away, gradually away from the high forest area and towards the direction where Huan Xian and his group evacuated. Gone? Jiang Hui and Hillman looked at each other suspiciously. It took a long time until the enemy, who had just been confronting Jiang Hui's gun in the woods, was completely away from the safe range. After a while, Hillman breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Finally." The silent Jiang Hui suddenly raised her hand and pressed Hillman's right shoulder. The other party was caught off guard and almost fell down because of her slap. He couldn't help but let out a strange cry from his throat. And then he heard a sound of breaking air passing by his ear, just 2 or 3 centimeters away. This gift from afar passed through the original root and went straight through a leaf that fell behind Hillman. In the end, the leaf was caught by Jiang Hui, and the bullet was nailed into the dislocated tree trunk behind. Hillman was a little dumbfounded. This. He was stunned for a moment, and then immediately raised his gun again, as if he wanted to guard against the enemy, who was ambushing somewhere, but didn't know the enemy's real movements. Jiang Hui put down the gun, looked at the bullet hole on the fallen leaf in his palm. His eyes were slightly dark, and he didn't know what he was thinking. "He is warning," Jiang Hui said in a light voice. The mental power that had been suppressed all the way was finally released, and he finally relaxed a little after confirming that the other party had completely left. Did that guy find them? Hillman reacted and then wondered, but why didn't he take action just now? This is very strange. The situation was critical at the time, and the distance between the two parties was only a few dozen meters. Hillman was so nervous that he didn't even dare to breathe. He was ready to respond to Jiang Hui's attack at any time, but he didn't expect that the other party did nothing in the end and left without firing a single shot. So did he really find out? If he did, how could he lead without doing anything? Wouldn't that be like letting the tiger go back to the mountain? But if he didn't find out, what did the other party's gun and Jiang Hui's warning mean? It was really confusing. Jiang Hui didn't answer, but her silent attitude had already revealed everything. She knew that Holly had found out, but she didn't necessarily know that the person hiding behind the tree canopy was the person who had humiliated him and made him lose his first chance to survive. Otherwise, even if he was eliminated, he might have to fight with Jiang Hui. Even if Jiang Hui had not really faced him, he could feel the pride from his heart from his style of doing things. His pride was somewhat different from Clarence's. In addition to the arrogance itself, this man's pride also had a hint of madness. Even if they were just so close and in the same space, they could feel the atmosphere of not easy to mess with emanating from him. As for why the other party did not shoot, it was probably the same reason why Jiang Hui did not choose to fight back. The two were too close. So close that they could feel the existence of the other person in the space without even using mental power or extra means to explore. Holly might have been a little uncertain at first, but when he stood under the tall tree where Jiang Hui and the others were hiding and pointed the gun at her chest, the other party must have known that there was an enemy exposed to his gun. As long as he pulled the trigger, the other party would immediately have nowhere to hide. But at the same time, when the other party stopped in front of this tall forest and chose to enter the forest to face her gun, Jiang Hui had already made the worst plan. Even if she had to distract herself to hide her breath, her gun always had room to fight the enemy, and was always aimed at the enemy who entered its range. At the same time that Holly aimed at her, Jiang Hui's gun was also aimed at him. Facing each other, neither of them had the upper hand. If both parties really pulled the trigger at the same time, even if their physical strength and reaction ability were good, the room for hiding would be limited. They might be able to dodge, but they would be more likely to be hit. If she was hit, it would mean the end of the game for Holly, because their team didn't have a third chance to kill him. Even if he also hit Jiang Hui, it couldn't change their sad exit. For Jiang Hui, it was undoubtedly a death sentence. Because if she was hit but Holly was not shot, then the half-star minute when their actions were locked was enough for Holly to fire the next 2 shots at her. In this way, their team would also be eliminated in a short time. No matter how many advantages they created before, it would be useless. And Huan Xian and others, who were far away on the other side to attract the enemy, would also fail. The distance between the two sides was too close. So close that there was no room for operation. Therefore, when the muzzles of the two people were facing each other, it was a confrontation. And it was also a game that they knew well. It depends on how the other party chooses. And how they can choose. Of course. Such a game is based on the fact that both people are wise. Because if Jianghui figured it out, but Holly got stuck in a dead end. Or Holly figured it out, but Jianghui couldn't. If either party acted rashly, even if the other party wanted to preserve their sanity, they would have to tighten their strings and stop losses. Fortunately, Jianghui and the other party were both clear-headed and didn't make a rash decision. So Holly inexplicably withdrew from the safe range. Because both parties need a relatively safe space to make a choice. As for the shot Holly fired out of nowhere, it was just a warning born out of unwillingness. He knew Jianghui wouldn't be so easily fooled. And at the same time, he still had to tell them that it wasn't that he didn't notice it. But he chose to let it go. I have to say that this person is still too arrogant. After all, is face still important? Chapter 269. What a pity. Watching Holly leisurely come out of the tall forest, Mukun and others asked casually, "Is it over? But why is there no gunfire? Is there no one inside?" And they felt it wrong? They naturally believe in Holly. Even after the first two failures, the group never doubted Holly's ability. In fact, because of the experiences and hardships they have gone through together, they have a higher degree of recognition of Holly. Because the other party is the leader they have witnessed leading them to victory in the game. In fact, many contestants have a slightly inaccurate positioning of him. And none of them are actually afraid of failure. What if they fail? They all know that this is just a small school competition. And a temporary failure does not mean anything. But at the same time, they also know that this is not just a school competition. It is a platform. The beginning of the game between the strong starting line. From this moment on, they must do their best to do their best and strive to improve themselves. So that when they really enter the battlefield one day, they can really be prepared for battle. So when they lost their first chance to survive, they did not think it was because their captain Holly was weak, but felt the enemy's strength and their own weakness. This team did not belong to Holly alone. When they lost their second chance to survive under the siege of the joint team, they did not think it was because they were weak, but because the enemy was good at coordinating the collective strength. It was Holly's timely decision that saved them from losing the last chance to survive. After such a setback, the R256 team became more united. They were no longer the strong attacker team that was forced together by strength. They began to understand the power of mutual cooperation and planning, and learned to avoid the sharp edge and wait for opportunities. In this way, they were more focused and more devoted than before. Although there was only one chance left, they did not intend to hide as others guessed. On the contrary, they were actually full of determination and were about to take revenge on the joint team that besieged them. After all, although they also realized the power of planning and unity, the R197 teams were too shameless. 15 people attacked the 5 of them, and it was a random attack without any beauty. It was different from the extreme confrontation when they failed for the first time, and it was more than a breath away. Losing to this group of rabble was really ugly, and they naturally couldn't hold back their anger. So the group secretly planned, clearing the scattered contestants around, and observing the 3 joint teams from a distance. Unexpectedly, they actually saw something different. But before they could take action to deal with it, they saw the other side surrounded a small team aggressively. They thought it was another one-sided massacre of many people bullying the few without any technical content. But they didn't expect to encounter a real excitement. The small team at the top of the list actually faced off against the 3 teams of R197, R87, and R117. Holly and others naturally didn't want to miss this excitement. So they made a little effort to help surround the people and force them into a corner. However, on their way to take advantage of the chaos, they encountered a small accident. Some powerful soldier actually ran into their guns, thinking that there would not be chaos over there. They came here quietly. Unexpectedly, the man was also very cunning and very good at hiding. He changed his route several times, and they almost lost him, which made R256 and his group more interested. Finally, Holly entered the forest alone. They naturally believed in the strength of their captain. They didn't think that this soldier who didn't know where he came from could suppress the trump card of their team. So they waited outside with confidence. Holly didn't think that he didn't fire a gun at all. And after hearing their questions, he rolled his eyes at them for the first time, and said inexplicably, "You can't hide, but you can go further." "What do you mean by going further? Didn't the other party ask them to wait here?" Even Xiaoli, who always understood Holly's thoughts, was confused when he heard it. Holly didn't plan to explain to this group of people. After all, there were still people in there who were eyeing him covetously. He had to leave before the other party changed his mind. It was a pity that he couldn't fight this unknown enemy head-on. He wanted to know whose gun was faster. However, it was destined to be impossible to figure it out under such circumstances. Who told him that not only could he stand on his own, but his teammates were also very strong. I can't say that his teammates are pigs, but it looks like they are more or less dragging their feet. In fact, Holly wanted to shoot regardless of the consequences for a moment just now, and he easily lost his mind when he went crazy. But Jiang Hui pointed his gun at him, and Hillman was also busy. He aimed at Holly's teammates outside the woods, so he was facing a double threat alone. But his teammates didn't seem to notice that someone was going to deal with him, and they didn't even want to use their brains to think about why he withdrew so inexplicably. Holly thought absurdly. If it wasn't him who led the team today, who knows if these people would be killed by the enemy directly? Is the enemy too powerful? Or are his teammates not working hard enough? Holly, who has always been moving forward and never looking back, thought about such irrelevant questions for the first time. But soon such marginal and meaningless thoughts were thrown behind him, throwing his teammates' doubts behind him. He looked at the forest covered by dense branches and leaves from a distance, and finally left the place with his men neatly. Xiao Li, Mukun and others didn't understand, but they didn't forget what their original purpose was. They quickly followed and returned their attention to the regiment. It was not until they evacuated to a place 1.7 kilometers away that they suddenly saw Holly turn around, raise his gun, and shoot in the air in a certain direction before they realized it. Was there really someone in the forest just now? Mukun's eyes widened. Somewhat unbelievable. Why didn't you just shoot him just now? Are you crazy now? You just realized it now. I'm really crazy if I have expectations for you. Holly sneered, looked in the direction of the void again, curled his lips, and then left the angry person behind and continued on his way. The forest returned to peace again, and no one knew that the two people who had fought the most fiercely in the game just now had completed their second fight fiercely and quietly. Chapter 270 Lively. What a pity. The second time ended just like that. Lin Chi's straight back relaxed suddenly, and he leaned back on the chair, completely losing the excitement he had just now. Lieutenant Zapp glanced at Lin Chi and was surprised. Captain Lin Chi was also a strange man. Everyone gathered here with different thoughts, but they saw that the current situation was very clear. They were very satisfied that their students were still in the training ground. They wanted to know what kind of results their students would eventually achieve. And the class teachers whose students were not motivated enough could only look at others and evaluate them. But it was not a loss to be able to see so many young and energetic children on such an open platform. Besides, they also wanted to see where the students in other classes were excellent, so that they could use it to encourage their own students, no matter which one it was. In fact, the class teachers had limited attention to other students. For example, Captain Stark of Class 2 was watching and recording every student in his class carefully from beginning to end. When Lin Chi passed by the other party one time, he saw that the other party had made a special file for each student and recorded a lot of data. This is really responsible. And Zhou Shangwei in Class 1 is at the other extreme. He only sees his own students. And even if he looks at others, he mostly looks at them with a filter. He cares more about the final results that his proud students can get in this game. But this captain, who is the only one in the combat single soldier department, is different from the other two and many first-year class teachers. The other party really watched the game seriously. He was not particular about which student was from which department. He just regarded the game as a general event. Even though everyone knew that it was just a small fight in the school, he didn't even pay much attention to the leaders of his own team. Instead, he was particularly interested in the team led by Jiang Hui and Holly. Whenever he saw the two groups of people against each other, he was more excited than the class teachers of the two parties involved. He was unreserved when praising, and scolded more harshly than anyone else. His passionate speech made the class teachers of the nearby combat single soldier department feel like they were watching a holy ball game. Oh! The retro holy ball game is a sport that emerged in the interstellar hundreds of years ago. It is said that in the old human culture, it was called kuju or football. It once occupied a very high position in the history of human sports, and was once named holy ball by some fanatical enthusiasts. The professionals involved in the restoration also thought that the holy ball sounded good. In order to celebrate its rebirth, they gave it a new name, retro holy ball, which gave it new vitality. Although none of them like the holy ball, there are a few people around them who like it. And they have even seen some crazy fans. Holy ball fans. At the moment, Zap feels that Captain Lynch has this feeling. So I wonder who Captain Lynch is optimistic about. But in this situation, it seems obvious who will win or lose. Lynch didn't know that one of his colleagues was curious about his abnormal star status. And he was still at ease. It was a pity that Jiang Hui and Holly's second head-on confrontation ended inexplicably. How come these two are so calm? They are holding back even though the arrow is on the string. Should we say they are too rational or too patient? Lynchy also saw the whole process of the confrontation between the two. In fact, he knew in his heart that both of them had undoubtedly made the best choice. But it seemed that they just held their breath. Although he admired Jiang Hui, who was calm and self-reliant, he had to say that he felt sorry for the little guy Holly. He faced the powerful enemy that he had been thinking about for many times. But he was always unaware of it, and didn't even know where he fell. In the end, he had to let his biggest enemy go because of the situation. Think about it from the other side's perspective. When the game is over, he will watch the video of this game on the school network and find that he has done such a stupid thing. Wouldn't he vomit blood? However, competition is competition. The contestants are in the game, and the choices they make from the perspective they see are naturally different from those of the onlookers. Their words and deeds are often the competition itself. If the choices they make are slightly wrong, they will affect the situation in the future. So there is no such thing as knowing it in advance. And these will become the nourishment for Holly's growth, and perhaps become his chance to survive in the battle of life and death again and again. So Lin Chi is actually quite happy to see these freshmen make mistakes. He feels a little sorry for Jiang Hui and others. In addition to their own abilities, our 186 luck is still a little too smooth. The team members are either enhanced or complementary, and their cooperation is like divine help. Therefore, this team has few opponents in the huge competition field, which has limited promotion to their respective growth. He glanced at the two people who had decided to be placed in Linmu, and then thought about it, and felt that it was not. For the R186 team, it is not that the entire team is lucky. Maybe it is just that most of their bad luck is on a certain person. This guy is so unlucky. Not only did he get seriously injured for no apparent reason, but his movements are also completely restricted. Although the ranking should not change, she will probably have to stay there next. It is a pity that she cannot participate in this most tense round of battle. With the big screen broadcast, the audience clearly saw that a melee with the most acute and concentrated conflicts in the training field was about to come. At present, the three strongest groups of the remaining contestants in the training field have gathered together either actively or automatically, and the final round of battle is about to begin. If there is no accident, the final ranking assessment of the top 10 will come. After this time, those who can enter the top 10 will definitely stay until the end. And those who cannot enter will never have this opportunity again. It can be said that they are very nervous. It's really L11. Even though Zhou Xiuwen has great confidence in Jiang Hui's ability, he was still shocked by the current situation. How did Jiang Hui know that the old side of L11 was here? And she also pointed out the direction accurately. Could it be? Did she remember everything along the way? But after the second round of supply, the map and energy points disappeared, and they could no longer locate themselves and the enemy. And most of the terrain and topography in the training ground are similar. Even if there are ups and downs, most of them are still difficult to identify. If they hadn't seen the trench marks they had just crossed, they would not have been able to confirm that this place was the original site of L11. How did Jiang Hui identify the location of L11 3 kilometers away? Huan Xian looked at the messy old area of L11 in silence. And after a long time, he said, "Okay, let's hurry up. They are almost there." Chapter 271 Three Parties. It must be said that Jiang Hui's previous worries were correct. They hurriedly filled up these trenches before leaving. The R256 team that arrived later seemed to have mistaken these inconspicuous traces for traps or something like that. There were traces of deep and shallow digging along the inner line of the trenches and the area outside the trenches. The whole ground looked like it had been gnawed by a dog. Fortunately, Holly and others didn't know what this was. After finding that it seemed to be a pit dug randomly, they didn't care about it anymore. They were too lazy to fill it back and kept it like this. It was a good opportunity for them at the moment, and it really saved a lot of effort. The three of them looked at each other, and they acted on the spot without command or communication, continuing to go deeper and extend along the deep and shallow pits dug by the other side, intending to create a connected trench defense line before the group of people came. These guys can come. Let the other side feel what it feels like to be surrounded by the inner circle of the three of them. Juan Cien and Clarence worked hard to dig, while Zhou Xiuwen was responsible for pouring out the bullets, tools, and guns piled in the warehouse, and filling the bottom of the trench for everyone to use at any time. If nothing unexpected happens, they will have to stay in this trench for a long time before killing the guys outside or being killed. Zhou Xiuwen was not afraid at all. They had Juan Cien and Clarence, as well as so many guns and ammunition as a backup, not to mention a dozen people. Even if there were another dozen enemies, they might not be able to do anything to them. The only thing he was worried about was Hillman and Jiang Hui, who were acting separately from them. Jiang Hui's leg injury was unsolvable, and no matter how strong her shooting ability was, she would still be subject to some restrictions. Although Hillman has good hiding ability, he still has to carry Jiang Hui on his back. It's worrying no matter how you look at it. Zhou Xiuwen is afraid that the man will show off his strength and do something extreme. Will she still need her leg at that time? Zhou Xiuwen got a little angry when he thought of this. His father, such a tall and strong man, lost his former glory because his legs were completely broken. So how could he watch his friends repeat the same path? Therefore, even Zhou Xiuwen, who didn't care much about this game, was very energetic this time, and tried his best to help the two teammates get rid of the people who besieged them outside. And then, they could go back to find Jiang Hui and the others. Captain, this piece seems familiar. Xiaoli looked around, but couldn't resist his curiosity and asked, aren't all the training grounds the same? We've been here for more than 30 hours, and haven't come up with anything special. I think you've been here for too long and have developed this illusion. Mukun laughed, instinctively stabbing his old rival again. This guy really doesn't think for himself all day long, and can only call Captain Captain. Can't he say something else? But, really, Xiaoli didn't care about Mukun's words at all, and continued to worry about this question with a frown. Fortunately, Holly still had some tolerance for this person, who had been following him since he was a child. He responded lightly, this is the direction to L11. Mukun, this guy really guessed it right. No. Should we say how the captain knew that this direction was to the old L11 site? It's a bit too outrageous that he could recognize such a flat and featureless terrain. Right? Did the group of people from our 186 run back to L11? Are they just passing by or? This time Holly did not answer. He is usually a man of few words and aloof temperament. If he is not interested in a topic, he will not even pay attention to it. However, the other party's silence at this moment does not seem to be due to the above reasons. He stopped where he was and felt the chaotic mental magnetic field on the other side, and said to the others, let's go too. So it means they are going there too? Mukun, who did not get a response, has become accustomed to it, and no longer feels angry about being ignored like before, because she found that the other party did not seem to care about her anger. So instead of being angry here, it is better to pretend that she knows nothing and let him do it. Anyway, although this person does not like to explain, the road he points out can always hit the point directly. Mukun is not a person who is good at thinking, and thinks that it is not bad to just listen to the other party's instructions. They stopped. Nancy frowned. Lin Mao nodded slightly, because he could clearly feel that the enemy they had been chasing had stopped for some reason. This is a bit strange. He had been running with us all the way before, but now he suddenly stopped. Did they finally give up on running, or did they want to face us head-on? Lin Mao did not comment. How could that person want to escape? Based on his understanding of him, he was afraid that he had a plan. Although he was still afraid of the other party's ability, he also longed for victory, wanting to defeat that terrible person more than wanting to win this game. If he could beat Juan Cien in this game, I'm afraid his pleasure would be much higher than if he actually won the game and won the first place. He was extremely eager to defeat the guy who seemed to look down on everyone, so as to wipe out the shame he brought to him at the beginning of the school. Nancy was a little unhappy about Lin Mao thinking by himself. She was really not used to the atmosphere of the R87 team. Apart from anything else, the atmosphere of this team was really depressing, and everyone was like a wooden man. It turned out that Jia Yi, who was just sent to their team, was really lively. The other party was a little annoyed, but at least he knew that there was something to discuss. However, when she arrived at the R87 team, she found that the captain of this team, Lin Mao, was a person who had his own plans and rarely communicated. He almost never explained his ideas and plans. So Nancy was transferred here not long ago. When she followed the orders of the other party along the way, she was up and down, and she couldn't figure out his thoughts at all, which made people very uncomfortable. But there was no other way. Captain Tattle, as the leader of the team, would definitely not be replaced. The other three were the core members of their team. If they were separated, it would damage the team's strength. So she had to be replaced by herself. Moreover, this round of battle was a little special, and the situation before and after needed to be considered. If the R186 team could be successfully annihilated in the end, their threat would be reduced by half. In addition, Holly and others were no longer a big threat, and their special joint team was almost over. Therefore, this battle was crucial and sensitive, and she had to come in person. Chapter 272 Confrontation. What's going on? Where did they get so many bullets? And there are only 5 of them. How can they attack so intensively? Tattle said a little irritably. She was calm and composed, and finally got rid of the group in front of her and entered the top 10. But she didn't expect that the series of opponents above her would be so difficult to deal with. Not to mention R186 and R256, who she had never faced head-on. Even R197 and R87 who cooperated with her were not easy to deal with. The top 10 were basically concentrated in these teams. But she couldn't do anything about these people in a short time, which added a lot of obstacles to Tattle's idea of entering the top 5. And now it has become an impossible reality. But even so, she has come here. She has to show some results. Right? Even if she can't win a dazzling result in the overall points list, she must at least have a real result. Then the results such as shooting the top 3 in the points list sound very convincing. As a classmate of Jiang Hui, the top of the list, and Clarence, the third, Tattle didn't think he would lose to them too much. As for what method to use, it doesn't matter. After all, the battle between military strategists is not just about strength. The victory won through powerful strategies is also worthy of admiration. Lin Mao's proposal is also an opportunity. The benefits of the alliance mentioned by the other party did not impress her. Those are all empty. Now the top 10 position is difficult to break. Even if they don't have to unite, they can still deal with the remaining 3 or 2 kittens alone. And they don't have to take risks with them. After all, the tail is too big to be removed. And the people's hearts are not united. Even the most powerful group can easily be harmed by others. Throwing away those sugar-coated bullets. To be honest, they didn't get much if they really chose to cooperate in this way. But a certain point mentioned by the other party convinced Tattle. Since she participated in this competition, the most regrettable thing for Daria Tattle is that she has never really dealt with the top few in the field. She always missed them. And all she can see is the ups and downs of the standings. For the Lava brothers and sisters who pursue the greatest interests, it is the best thing not to fight against the top few, so that they can preserve their strength as much as possible. But it is different for the ambitious Tattle. Seeing that Jiang Hui and Clarence, who are in the same class, have achieved results that are envied by all the contestants, she will naturally have other ideas. Tattle is calm and rarely takes risks, whether it is ranking or action. He is very low-key. But it was this person who led a team with a not-so-outstanding overall level to fight through the siege, survived to this day, and won the top 10 position with another teammate in the team. If we really talk about the top combat power, the R197 and R87 teams are not as good as them. None of the 5 players of R197 even made it into the top 10. And only Lin Mao of R87 was slightly better. Although personal points and rankings do not represent absolute ability, they are undoubtedly the most intuitive manifestation of personal ability. Having come to this point, how can Tattle be willing to shrink until the end of the game, since it is hopeless to make further progress in the rankings? She wants to meet the top few at all costs. The pursuit of Holly's team not long ago gave them a lot of confidence. Tattle also felt that perhaps the people above were not as invincible as she imagined. But who can tell her what's going on with this R186 team? After they felt that the target prey had stopped, the 3 teams gradually merged and surrounded the opponent from a distance, forming a flanking trend, thinking that when the time comes, they will shoot in sections, block their movements from all angles and directions, and finally force these desperate prey to take the risk of rushing forward and revealing flaws. At that time, arranged snipers with superb shooting skills to score points. In fact, to put it simply, it is a siege and attack. Just a human wave tactic, without much technical content. But it is precisely such a simple tactic that is very effective in such a game with a very simple personnel structure. Because there are very few external factors that can really affect the outcome of the game. It all depends on personal ability. If everyone's ability is similar or not far apart, it will naturally depend on the head combat power. How could they not win in a group fight? That's how the R256 team was defeated. Even a strong man like Holly had to avoid it, and was forced to flee the battle circle to retain his last chance to survive. So even if the R186 team has a little more difficulty, it shouldn't be too far off. Right? But who knew it was really far off? Why was it completely different from what they imagined? There were more than a dozen of them against 5 people, fighting at a distance of more than a mile. And they, with more people, could not do anything to the fewer people. Who can tell them how the 5 people on the other side could fire at the same speed as more than a dozen people? Do they have so many equipment and so many bullets? Don't they need to dodge bullets? Sometimes the enemy would shoot straight without even taking a breath, which made them doubt whether the enemy had installed a camera here. Otherwise, how could they accurately aim at the person who just emerged from behind the rock from such a long distance? If Lin Maowu hadn't reminded them in advance to find an area with tall rocks as a cover, with the enemy's attack method, all 3 teams might have been killed by now. It's terrible. They finally knew why the R186 team could dominate the field until now. If this is their ability, it's really not surprising. Is this the ability of the person you are talking about? Nancy leaned against the rock from behind, just recovering from the horror of being almost hit in the face by a bullet, and said to Lin Maowu, who had turned back to the rock at some point. The silent boy nodded slightly, but didn't seem to listen seriously. Nancy was already used to the other party's style. Although she seemed to be talking, she was actually still immersed in the moment of being locked on, just like a small animal being stared at by some natural enemy. And a chill ran down her back. At that time, a huge sense of crisis surged in her heart, and Nancy's mind kept sending out alarms, telling her to hide quickly. She also instinctively gave up the gun in her hand and retreated behind the rock. Although it was very embarrassing, it was this choice that allowed her to avoid the opponent's fatal blow. If she hadn't been able to dodge just now, their team would probably have lost the second chance to survive. It was really terrible, even after so long. Nancy knew that the other party could not see her through the rock, but she could still feel the terrible sense of being blocked from all movements. Chapter 273 Stalemate. At this time, Nancy suddenly remembered that person that Lin Maowu had muttered before. She thought that the other party was talking about Jiang Hui, who was at the top of the list, or Clarence, who was in 3rd place. At that time, she was still unconvinced. Although the two had excellent grades, they were not really terrible. Besides, they were all peers of the same grade. Now they were just participating in a small competition within the school. Even if they could be ranked in a short time, there was no need to be so afraid. Right? This seemed to conflict with Lin Maowu's confident image. Therefore, Nancy still felt that Lin Maowu was smart, but he was still a little too cautious. Being too cautious hindered his ambition. Until now, when she really faced this unknown and terrible enemy and felt that feeling, Nancy realized that Lin Maowu did not say much. It was indeed a very terrible enemy and a very terrible team. So now she was really curious about who the person Lin Maowu was talking about was. Was it Jiang Hui who was ranked 1st? Or Clarence who was ranked 3rd? Or Huan Xian who was ranked 5th? Nancy vaguely remembered that the 5th person seemed to be from the command department, and Lin Maowu was also from the command department. And it seemed that he was a classmate of Huan Xian. Could the person the other party had been talking about be Huan Xian? After receiving the signal from the other side, Lin Maowu asked the others to hide behind the rocks and hurry up to replace their weapons and ammunition in preparation for the rotation later. He leaned his back against the tall rock and took a deep breath. Sure enough, it was still the same. A month ago, he had seen such a terrible Huan Xian and even worked with him for a short time. However, the other party's unusual strength did not bring him any sense of help at the time, but instead made him feel a huge sense of fear for no reason. He slapped the other party's hand away and stubbornly broke off his friendship with this classmate who had been friends for 2 days. What happened afterwards was no longer within his control. Those rejections and small actions had nothing to do with him. Because even if Lin Maowu could no longer get along with Huan Xian, he would not do these small actions. Perhaps some people would say that he was jealous, and that it was an unreasonable fear of the strong by the inferior. He did not deny it, because these were indeed his true emotions towards that person. However, no one knew that in addition to these, he was more afraid of the other party's thoughts and attitudes that transcended the ethical principles of human society. Huan Xian did not know how to be a human being at all, and he was not like a human being. The other party seemed to be a product born from an unnatural mechanism, a monster, and could not be tolerated by humans. Rather than saying that Lin Maowu was afraid of Huan Xian's ability, it would be better to say that he was afraid of Huan Xian himself. So he could not coexist peacefully with this person anyway. But Lin Maowu also couldn't get rid of the shadow that the other party had brought to him in such a short time. Even though the two of them never really said a word to each other, the other party had defeated him with such overwhelming power, which deeply hurt his self-esteem. He finally mustered up the courage to fight him. But in the end, he still found that the other party was more terrifying than he imagined. And he was also quite powerless. Is he really a monster that everyone is afraid of? I really don't know what his teammates are thinking now. I don't know if they will have the same idea as him after this game, and finally choose to stay away. Probably. Alas, I can't do it anymore. I need to take a break. Zhou Xiuwen sighed, put down the gun on his shoulder, retreated to the bottom line of the trench, and left the range of the front line shooting. Huan Xian glanced at him distractedly and replied politely, take a break first. When you recover, please help me load the bullets. As for Clarence, he was completely immersed in the world of shooting and didn't pay any attention to the conversation between the two. Zhou Xiuwen nodded obediently. He knew that he was the worst shooter among the three people in the team. And in the whole team, he might be better than Hillman. At present, he can't play much role between the two big guys. It's just that the opponent has too many people. Clarence and Huan Xian are only two people, and the gap in the battle is too big. Even if their shooting skills are strong, they are limited. So Zhou Xiuwen has been trying to act as a shooter and fish in troubled waters between the two sharpshooters. Of course, he was probably the only one who thought so. In fact, Zhou Xiuwen played a significant role in the previous rounds of battle. He used his excellent intuition to rush through the opponent's defense line several times, forcing several opponents to reveal their identities. So overall, the three of them cooperated quite well. But for Zhou Xiuwen, such highly concentrated shooting was still a bit strenuous. He was different from the other two. He was studying in the logistics department. The physical training he had received in the past month was not at the same level as the students in the combat individual department. In addition, his basic values were not high. After more than 30 hours of high-intensity consumption, he was already very tired. Huan Xian also knew the enemy's state, and suggested more than once that they retreat from the front to rest for a while. But he insisted until now, because he knew that there might be a long stalemate next. Lin Maowu was still so cautious. I'm afraid it was because the other party suggested that those people hide near the rock area. If it weren't for the rocks, they might have completed the cleaning work by now. Although the other party had more people, they were still far behind Holly, and they had trenches to cover them, and the other party couldn't do anything to them for the time being. However, now they had trenches, and the group of people also had rocks to cover them. No matter how high Huan Xian's shooting level was, he couldn't use such a teaching gun to penetrate the rocks and hit the enemy. So he could only take the opportunity to shoot when they showed up. But this efficiency was obviously very low. The other party couldn't get close, and they couldn't leave, which was very time-consuming and labor-intensive. What was even more disadvantageous was that there were more than a dozen people on the other side, and they were only 3 people. In terms of superimposed physical strength, they still suffered a little. So we still have to find a way to solve it, because it seems that these people will never give up this piece of fat meat in their mouths. When they found that this group of people slowed down their shooting offensive and switched to shooting in turns, Huan Xian and others were relieved. But they still didn't dare to relax their offensive, so they only slowed down the attack here. He split his mental power around thoughtfully. Huh? The other 2 clones looked at the person who made the sound with doubts, and their eyes revealed a question. Huan Xian raised his eyebrows, as if he had found something interesting. The hand that had been holding the gun loosened and knocked on the wall of the earth pit with his knuckles. It seems that there will be a good show to watch. Chapter 274 Falling Out. Lin Maowu frowned and said to Nancy, please pay attention to the line on the R117 side. They are rushing too hard and exposing too much. Nancy seemed to have heard some of it, but seemed not to have heard it, and continued to aim at a point in front. But Lin Maowu could see clearly that the other party did not take his words to heart at all. and even had some hint of helping him. The more Lin Mawu looked, the tighter his brows locked. Nancy raised her eyebrows high and looked at the person who stopped her in a very unfriendly way. The other party's hand just grabbed her gun barrel, causing her shooting route to deviate. Captain Lin, I think I am just joining your team as a temporary member. But the content of our agreement does not require me to obey you. My team does not have such a requirement for members who change teams. Are you going too far? By this time, Nancy could no longer control her temper. She is not a weak person, and can even be said to be tough and very opinionated. Unless she changes herself, no one else can shake her mind. All along, she cooperated and obeyed Lin Mawu because she understood the need for her transfer here, and also agreed that Lin Mawu's command was beneficial to the entire team. But this does not mean that she will blindly follow the other party's instructions. Nancy did not forget that she was placed in this team as a hostage in order to ensure and strengthen the connection between the three teams. But her roots and the team she should really protect are still the R117 team. She and the Captain Tattle have a good understanding. Although they cannot be said to have complementary personalities, they often unconsciously synchronize their cooperation. Even though she had to separate from her team and go to another unfamiliar team for the sake of the plan, she knew Tattle's decision at a glance. The other party had something to ask for, so she naturally had to help him succeed. As for Lin Mawu's idea, it was not within her consideration, and their cooperation only went so far. But she didn't expect that she didn't want to say something to destroy the relationship between the two teams. But the other party inserted a hand without any courtesy, forcing her to tear her face directly. Lin Mawu didn't care about the other party's impoliteness at all. In fact, he also didn't regard the other party as his team member. They were all temporary needs, and naturally it was impossible for them to really pay for their own interests. But it doesn't matter who he uses, even if the other party has his own selfishness and the group he wants to serve. But for Lin Mawu, it doesn't prevent him from using the other party to achieve his goal. So he said with a little more patience, Nancy, you have to understand that I don't want to harm you. It's just that your crazy rush will further expose the position of your team. And the people in our 186 are not ordinary shooters. You are taking too much risk. It would be fine if she didn't say this. When Lin Mawu said this, Nancy was immediately a little furious. But it's been more than half a week, and we still can't attack. Is it meaningful to continue like this? Don't forget that our original plan was to let them lose their composure and expose their flaws. But after so much time has passed, we are the ones who are worried about being exposed. Is it necessary for us to continue like this? In this case, it is better to change a method or change the policy as soon as possible. If we continue like this, we will just fall into an infinite passive state, the girl said coldly. Because this chaotic battle was completely different from what she had imagined. She had to enter a completely unfamiliar team, face unfamiliar people, and face a group of unknown enemies. And she had to be careful to guard against the temporary teammates around her. All of this put a lot of pressure on Nancy. And Lin Mawu's unfathomableness gave her a deeper level of fear and defense. Lin Mawu's lips were pulled flat, and he didn't want to get along with this different team member. He thought to himself that it was almost time to replace the members anyway, and was about to say something. Boom! Suddenly, Nancy's face turned pale. Her whole body stiffened. Her hands and feet and her whole body were locked, and she lost the ability to move. Her back leaned weakly on the stone, and finally slowly slid down and fell to the ground. Her consciousness was a little confused, and she heard chaotic sounds coming from afar. And there seemed to be a faint roar of tattle that stopped abruptly halfway. Then Lin Mawu appeared in her low sight. And the other party said indifferently, I'm sorry. My people are still on the other side, so I can only do this. At the same time, Tattle was hit by a bullet from nowhere, and his whole body froze. And he lost his ability to move. In the end, she only had time to look at Pavola, who seemed to be a little shocked by the situation, and suddenly had a terrible idea. It must not be. However, it was too late. Pavola did not take action. But Lin Mawu, who was hundreds of meters away, took action. It was not until the moment before she lost consciousness that she suddenly realized that the so-called three-team alliance was probably a scam from beginning to end. A lie made up by Lin Mawu to make the other two teams work for him. The triangle looks like a stable structure, but it is not the same after all. Even if one side is missing, the remaining two sides can still form a relatively stable structure, and it can even be safer and parallel and non-intersecting. They were abandoned. Lin Maowu was worried that the people in R87 would take the opportunity to tear up the contract. So he took the initiative to kill Nancy and ruin R117's last chance. After removing the unstable factors, he seized the opportunity and went to Pavola first to see that something was wrong. Eris and others were a little far away, and they lost the opportunity because they could not react in time. They could only watch Lin Maowu tear up the contract and relocate Pavola to his team, forcibly creating a new contract. Although the other party was not prepared at all, it was obvious that Lin Maowu succeeded. Such a series of events happened in just half a minute, changing rapidly, and some people in several teams did not even react. It was too late when Eris reacted wrongly, and his sister went back to Lin Maowu's team. This is not the problem. The problem is that the other party used such a ruthless method to eliminate Tattle's team not long ago, and then took the initiative to detain Pavola. This made Eris feel that the other party was fickle and unscrupulous. Eris even felt that his group might also be within the scope of his calculations, and if necessary, the other party would use means to eliminate them without hesitation. In this way, Pavola fell into the hands of the other party and became a kind of blackmail. The other party will definitely use this to deepen the bond between the two teams until he no longer needs them. Chapter 275 Chaotic Battle. R87. The team was silent, although the other few people may not have thought it through. They had roughly figured out a series of events. The eyes of the group unconsciously fell on Jaidi, not far away. All this was done by the captain of the team this person belonged to, and the other party forced Pavola Rava into the team to contain their team. In this way, Jaidi's position in their team suddenly became important. In order to ensure that Lin Maowu could not easily attack Pavola, they must also keep a close eye on Jaidi, and not let the other party have any possibility of snatching Jaidi back. Jaidi tried hard to maintain his expressionless face, secretly cursing Lin Maowu for what he did. You were happy, leaving such a mess for him to deal with. But he thought about it, and found the connection between the other party's behavior. Although he had some understanding, he was still very dissatisfied with his current embarrassing situation, and knew that it was unlikely that he would raise his gun next. This group of people will definitely not give him another chance to pick up a gun. After all, no one wants to have another backstabbing incident like that. Who attacked the Tattle team? The second time was Lin Maowu, but the first time was not. Who started it? Was it really shot by R186 in the melee? Indeed, the other party seemed to have been firing at R117. It's not their fault that they concentrated their firepower. He was also very excited when he saw the group of R117 just now. They didn't seem to be afraid at all. It was expected that they deserved to be hit. I just don't know why the other side suddenly stopped when the incident just happened. Although Lin Maowu and others did not expose their tracks too much when they acted, the other side slowed down their offensive, as if they were encountering something exciting, as if they were giving them a chance to relax. Could it be that the other side knew the inside story of their team's alliance, and was just watching the excitement? No. It's impossible. If the other side knew, they would do more than this. Both teams were puzzled. Oh, so that's it. It's quite creative, Jianhui commented. Where did you get this thing from? Why didn't you use it before? Hillman looked at the periscope optical rifle in Jianghui's hand and wondered. This thing can only see things about 1 kilometer away, and there is only one bullet equipped. Once it's gone, it's gone. So I haven't used it yet. It's quite useless. Jianghui handed the gun in his hand over and told the other party to be careful not to drop it, as it might be useful later. The team is still very smart. Real military battles are naturally indispensable for telescopes and the like. In the interstellar era, the functions of new telescopes are even more powerful, and it is not surprising that they can see things more than 10 kilometers away. However, in such a small competition, in order to balance the results, it is naturally impossible to equip students with telescopes and the like. So this gun, with a certain long-sighted function, is rare. This was dubbed by Huan Xian in the cave before. He was originally happy to get a good thing, but he didn't expect that this thing was good but limited, and only equipped with 1 bullet. Then the submersible end can only see about 1.2 to 1.5 kilometers, so it is better for her to judge with her own eyes, especially in such an environment where the line of sight is blocked. It is equivalent to a chicken rib. However, now that they are hiding in the tree, the field of vision is wide, and there is no need to worry about the enemy at present. This thing is still a little useful, although it is still difficult to see things 3 kilometers away. It is very blurry. But the advantage is that the field of vision is wide. And even if it is blurry and small, You can still see something. It is worth their hard work to climb to such a high position to explore. To be honest, it is still very dangerous for them to stand on the top of the tree. Jianghui has no doubt that if they accidentally fall from here, it is estimated that it will not only be a problem of half-legged, but also half paralysis. Just kidding. They still took certain safety measures before coming up. The retractable belt can ensure that they will not really fall down. And the safety belt and simulated bra around the waist are another layer of protection. There should be no problem. Right? If it was a month ago, Jianghui would never have thought that he would be so bold as to climb a tree dozens of meters high to watch the fun. But this competition that lasted for more than 30 weeks really trained her a lot. And she went from running 10 or 8 laps a month ago and almost fainted to now being able to climb to a height of dozens of meters to scout the enemy without blinking an eye. Although the scope can only see a limited amount of things, she still saw some interesting things with it. She heard her own people, but it was another team that fell. No, there was still one left, and then the team that attacked went to get the person back. If you don't think about it carefully, you can't figure out the complicated relationship between them. However, Jianghui had similar guesses before, and he figured it out all at once after connecting them together. Could this group of people be exchanging hostages? 3 teams are exchanging hostages. Even during the spring and autumn period and the warring states period, they didn't do it this way. How can you maintain the balance among the 3 teams? Wouldn't everyone shoot at the exchanged people to warn each other if something happened? This operation looks more like self-destruction. Who came up with this method? Either they didn't think it through, or they deliberately cheated people. It seems that they are now barely balanced again. Jianghui wanted to see more clearly, but unfortunately the function of the submarine was limited. It could only slightly magnify the right-sized people. It was impossible to get more detailed. Let Hillman fiddle with the machine gun. And Jianghui looked at the mixed enemies carelessly. Wait, that's not right. She quickly asked Hillman to return the machine gun and pointed the port towards the place where the team that was just eliminated was. That direction. And the angle. No wonder she always felt something was wrong. Jianghui moved the port slowly along the line drawn in his mind, and finally landed in a messy bush. In this place, in this direction, and according to the time it took them to get there, there were only them. Seeing Jianghui patting his thigh fiercely, Hillman was startled. And then he was relieved to find that the other party was not patting the injured leg in excitement. You scared me to death. Why are you patting your leg? Then he heard the girl shouting excitedly, so they went there. Our chance has come. Hillman didn't understand. The opportunity has come. What opportunity? Could it be that Jianghui also wants to participate in this melee here, which is almost 3 kilometers away? However, it seems that it is not impossible for the other party to do so. Chapter 276 Attracting the Enemy. After being nearly killed by bullets from a mysterious angle again, Lin Maowu and the others quickly realized something was wrong. Originally, they thought that Tattle and the others had exposed their positions too much, which gave the R-186 group an opportunity to take advantage of. But now that I think about this direction, this angle, it is impossible that the R-186 group had made the move. There are other enemies hiding nearby who are trying to take advantage of the situation. It seems that the people who attacked the R-117 team before need to be investigated. It may not be an accident. R-87 and R-197 teams, who thought of this almost at the same time, gradually approached each other from the tense state of not interfering with each other, pulling away a teammate who was almost shot again. Lin Maowu finally couldn't help but said in a deep voice, "It's Holly." Holly couldn't be wrong about this method. That guy was lying in ambush nearby. The people who just attacked the R-117 team and are now hiding in the dark to ambush them are Holly and his team, who have been hiding for a long time. As if responding to his discovery, the enemy who just ambushed him secretly seemed to change their strategy in an instant, turning to a hail of bullets and a dense and chaotic shooting. But in a moment, Lin Maowu and others were faintly unable to hold on. This is different from before. In the previous chaotic battle, even if they met the enemy on a narrow road, most of the time, they were shooting battles without knowing the details of both sides. As long as they concealed their whereabouts in advance, it would still be difficult for the enemy to accurately shoot them. However, they are now in a completely passive situation, because not long ago, in order to push down the defense line of the R-186 team with all their strength, the 3 teams almost acted without reservation and exposed too much. At present, Holly and others have completely grasped their general movements. In other words, They don't know where Holly and others are. But Holly and others know the general location of their two teams, and even used a trick to calculate one of their allies not long ago. If they hadn't found something wrong, the other party would probably continue to provoke them in this way, and eventually wipe out all three of their teams. This is the revenge of the R256 team. You won unfairly, so I don't have to be moral. Perhaps their killing each other just now was a great pleasure to the other party, and it was a revenge for their siege not long ago. Shini and his team happened to be in a rocky belt, so they could barely stop for a while, and not be flattened all at once. But such protection can't last long. The R256 team, which is at the end of its rope and secretly harboring revenge, and the R186 team, which has never made a mistake. They are caught in the middle, attacked from both sides. Even though they are the one with more people, only the two sides know how fragile their alliance is. Just like now, although the two teams are trapped in the current situation and have to get closer and closer, they always maintain a certain safe distance and are highly vigilant against each other. Lin Maowu himself has no doubt that if Eris is given a chance, the other party will not hesitate to get rid of him. Because even in such a dangerous scene, in the eyes of the other party, he may not be much safer than Jiang Hui and Holly. But what if that's the case? Lin Maowu held Pavola Lava beside him without a care. He looked at Eris calmly, met his sinister eyes, smiled slightly without warmth, and then made a gesture to him. Why not use mental power transmission? Because he couldn't give Huan Xian any chance to take advantage of him. Lin Maowu didn't forget that the other party could hear the voice of the command room. It happened that Eris was also thinking about how to get out, because the current situation was too bad. Although he hated Lin Maowu's style, he had to admit that it was very likely that their team would not be able to escape this extremely dangerous situation. So it was not a good time to separate from R87. Lin Maowu's thinking undoubtedly coincided with his. He had thought about it before. The reason why he gave up was that he knew better that they had to solve a prerequisite problem first. How to avoid the attack of the R186 team. If they wanted to leave here, the other party would not agree first. Unexpectedly, Lin Maowu seemed to have a countermeasure. Eris had a complicated expression and mouthed something to Lin Maowu. I'll trust you once more. He thought he must be crazy to trust such a guy who would do anything to achieve his goal. But there seemed to be no other effective way except to trust him. After all, whether it was Holly or Jiang Hui, their styles of doing things seemed to be a bit crazy. And it was obvious that Lin Maowu was the same kind of person as them. Perhaps only such crazy guys could understand and deal with each other. Eris knew that he and his sister were still acting in a more conventional way. So when they met such people, they were often helpless. Well, we finally got here, so it wasn't a loss. Let's finish it quickly. He was actually a little tired. What do they want to do? The two people who were standing on the treetops and paying close attention to the battle situation on the other side naturally saw some unusual actions of the R197 and R87 teams. Jiang Hui looked carefully for a few rounds, and handed the submarine mirror to Hillman next to him. Hillman was also a little confused. Are they running? Isn't it more dangerous to run? The boy murmured with his eyes wide open. What? They are running. Didn't they just evacuate to the side in a coquettish way? How come they are running when they just handed over the submarine mirror? Jiang Hui quickly took the submarine mirror that Hillman stuffed over and stared at the situation on the other side. They are running. Jiang Hui thought he had heard it wrong just now. Are these guys crazy? They actually chose to rush in such a dense hail of bullets? Although there are intermittent rock forests around for cover, these rocks are not arranged tightly, and the risk of exposure is still very high. But they move very fast, completely ignoring the risk of being exposed, and just rushing straight in the direction of the rock belt. At this moment, the two teams that are not in harmony seem to have an amazing tacit understanding, and they are heading in the same direction without any chaos. Is it because they can't win and want to run away? It's impossible. Running away in such a big way. So what are they trying to do by doing this? Could it be that there will be a turnaround if they retreat there? Jiang Hui looked along the other party's retreat route, and his face instantly became solemn. This is really a good plan. I don't know who came up with the solution. Although it is more or less risky, this trick of making a feint to the east and attacking in the west is played well, trying to transfer the risk on themselves without making a sound. I wonder if Huan Xian and the others have discovered it. Chapter 277 Confrontation. In fact, Huan Xian and others did not notice it at the beginning. After all, the situation is different from that of a third party from all angles when they are on the same plane, which is a little dull. However, they did notice the unusual behavior of Lin Maowu and others. They were also suspicious like Jiang Hui at the beginning, but they did not take it seriously. But soon they found that they might have underestimated this group of enemies. Or should we say that they did not expect the situation to change so quickly. The rocky area where Lin Maowu and others hid had to be said to be a good place to hide. It was easy to defend and difficult to attack. And it was slanted around the area near the old site of L11 in a ring shape, with these irregular high and low stones as cover. Masters, like Huan Xian and Holly, who had strong shooting skills, were still greatly hindered, and could not defeat this group of cunning enemies in one move. Although Lin Maowu and others were currently blocked in the rock belt due to the situation, and could no longer attack either side. The same rock belt also protected Lin Maowu and others, making it difficult for Huan Xian and Holly to succeed easily. At first, they thought that the other party was going to go all out and go crazy when they saw the choice of Lin Maowu and others. But as they watched, they felt something was wrong. The other party still had no intention of escaping from the rock belt area, but rushed forward along the diagonal direction of the rock belt, gradually escaping from the current predicament of being attacked from both sides. The enemy gradually escaped from their control, but they couldn't take the second chance of survival of the two teams in a short time, so they had to lose the initiative little by little. Not only that, after they ran a distance, Holly and others found that the shrub belt they were in gradually became a blind spot for attack as the other party moved. They gradually found it difficult to track the movements of Lin Maowu and his team, and it was the other team far away that was exposed to them. Their old acquaintances. The two teams are 186 and R256 met again in such a passive state. And this time R186 was still in a state of incomplete personnel. Feeling the cunning enemy gradually moving away from the other end, Holly slowly raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Do you think you can escape like this? Lin Maowu is really cruel. He tore up the contract without hesitation when he found something wrong before. And now he cut off one of his arms without hesitation in order to seek a chance to survive. In other words, the guys in the third class can still trust them. Didn't they see how Tattle's team was eliminated? Even they, the planners, were shocked by the decisiveness of the other party at that time. But they stayed with them for a while. After all, he had to thank the other party for cleaning the battlefield for them and leaving space for fighting with their old enemy. He was just thinking about taking revenge for the last time he was shot. Since we have met, let's deal with this side first. It won't be too late to deal with them later. They actually let them run away like this? Those guys are really good at running. Some of them were shot just now. He can even keep his cooldown time of half a star without revealing any traces. He is really a ruthless person. Zhou Xiuwen sighed. How could he not be ruthless? Huan Xian glanced at this teammate. Just now, they all watched a good show of internal strife. It's not that Holly and others' provocations are so superb. After all, they are all remote observations, and what they know is limited. But they just grasped this little information, and just a little provocation immediately triggered a tragedy of fratricide. Fortunately, this is just a game. If such a thing really happened in reality, Tattle and others would not be able to rest in peace. Although everyone is a plastic ally, some teams even have plastic teammates, and they are all temporary combinations, which is not surprising. But they have never seen such a surrealist who can turn around and shoot you without mercy. The opponent's style cannot be said to be wrong, because in many cases, all is fair in war. But this method is really not up to the standard. In any case, it makes people who are in it, and even those who are watching nearby, feel a little uncomfortable. Such people are naturally cruel. They couldn't connect the dots before, but now they look at the situation and find that the opponent's seemingly random behavior is not a broken jar, but a premeditated plan. Even the opponent may have been prepared to give up the second chance to survive in exchange for escape. What should we do? Let them run like this? Zhou Xiuwen felt a little sorry that the duck in his mouth flew away. It's a pity to have another shot. Clarence, who always focused on shooting and rarely participated in the conversation, interrupted for the first time. Zhou Xiuwen was still a little confused. Huan Xian raised his eyebrows when he heard this. It's a pity. In fact, I'm also curious whether Lin Maowu will make the same choice. It turned out that during the escape process, the first team to lose the second chance to survive was Eris's team. Later, before Lin Maowu could react, Holly, whether intentionally or unintentionally, shot Lin Maowu's team again. The two teams were tied in an instant, and each had only one chance left. However, Huan Xian and others were really curious. If they could escape successfully, would the other party choose to use the same method to eliminate the R197 team? That guy Holly did it on purpose. He used such a method first, but didn't lend it to others. He was really petty. Student Joe. Get up. It's time to work. Huan Xian reminded Zhou Xiuwen, who was hiding under the trench with a gun. Zhou Xiuwen? The boys seemed to be a little confused about the situation. That group of people have run far away. Let's go with them first. We have more powerful guys coming here. Holly? Huan Xian didn't say anything. Just wiped the position of the gun with his thumb and looked in a direction covered by trees in the distance. This is the second time. This is the second time. Jiang Hui pursed his lips. Then she stopped Hillman, who was about to attack the escaping brigade on the other side. Maybe I'll have to bother you to wait for a while. Wait a moment. Although Hillman didn't know what the other party wanted to do, he always admired Jiang Hui's decision. He just happened to see the flaws of the people over there. So he wanted to try the gun. But since Jiang Hui had her considerations, he naturally cooperated with her. Seeing Hillman immediately pause his movements, Jiang Hui whispered a thank you, then tightened the submersible rifle in his hand and put it on his shoulder. Then he captured the target at the other end along the submersible port, and spread his mental power along the virtual line, extending it all the way to the other end. This was her first time trying to extend and shape her mental power without Huan Xian's presence. It was a little more difficult than she thought, but it could be done. But she also had one and only one chance. So, let's do it. Chapter 278 Guess. Did they stop too? Xiaoli looked cautiously at the direction where he had been firing continuously just now. But now it was completely silent. As if dead. Did they chase him? Mukun also guessed. The two of them looked at the backbone of the team involuntarily to find the answer. But it was obvious that they had slightly miscalculated the distance. And before they saw Holly, the two of them had confronted each other. The result was, of course, that they disdained each other and looked away in dislike. A member of the team who had always been taciturn suddenly said, "Their situation is a bit strange." This remark immediately attracted the attention of the others, including Holly, who also looked at the other party. Strange? Why not strange? Generally speaking, high-level shooters are more outstanding in a certain sensory ability, or have a higher level of five senses. Although this member is not as gifted as Holly, a five-sense shooter, he is also outstanding in hearing. When shooting, he often uses his excellent hearing to light up the shooting. With daily practice, he has developed the ability to identify positions by listening, although it is not mature yet. However, through these ears, he can capture a lot of information scattered around. Just now, he felt a little strange. Why did the R186 team seem to have only 2 or 3 guns attacking? It didn't seem like the movement that a 5-member team should have when acting together, although the possibility of them taking turns to shoot is not ruled out. They will only take turns to shoot when they are comfortable, so as not to waste manpower. However, R186 and others have always been like this even in the most critical moments. And there was even a period of time when it seemed that there was one less person, even if the remaining people shooting efficiency did not decrease much. The shooting of 5 people, 3 people and 2 people is still different, and the frequency is different. It was also in the chaos that both sides were in a mess and mixed together, so it was not so obvious. But this could not be hidden from them, who had been watching from the sidelines. This team member also observed for a long time, and the more he looked, the more wrong he could not help but remind him. He thought that the so-called R186 team opposite them was not actually complete, or it should be said that their members were scattered. Before he could say it, Holly raised his hand and made a silence. He knew what the other party meant. Yes, he also wanted to know why there were only 3 people left in the R186 team. But what does this have to do with what he is going to do next? He wanted to see what tricks these people were doing. Alas, it's a pity for classmate Nancy, seeing that the only student in the top 10 of his family was eliminated like this. Captain Norby said with a little regret. Obviously, she and her captain were a little too impatient. Minhao commented honestly. They could see clearly from outside, although everything was calculated by Holly and others. They also felt that this provocation was a little too crude, just like Huan Xian and others. But for the Tattle team, who was a little eager for quick success, the effect was undoubtedly immediate, and the fish was immediately hooked. R117 was not the first choice of Holly and others, but they were the team that exposed themselves first. So the fight between the parties finally ended so dramatically. In fact, Tattle, who was from the Combat Individual Department, commanded quite well. As an individual soldier, he also had a strong overall view, which was much better than many people in his class. But in the end, he still lacked a little luck and was a little impatient. So he became a victim. And Tattle's defeat also meant Nance's defeat. Seeing that the opponent stopped at this step, Captain Nordby didn't know whether to be relieved or sigh. But it was already very good for the children to achieve this step. Captain Nordby, who had been on the battlefield for a long time, was quite satisfied with the performance of this group of children. This competition allowed him to see many young people with excellent potential. It was also the luck of the Empire that they could appear in such an occasion and fight for their future. Then his eyes fell on the new screen of the broadcast, and the focus was on the two most watched teams in the training ground. They met again. I said, "Why do I feel that every time these two groups of people meet, the situation becomes a little strange inexplicably?" Min Hao was a little confused. R186 and R256 are already familiar faces to the spectators, and everyone has witnessed their direct or indirect battles several times. Undoubtedly, their top members are all top-level shooters, and the battle process is as thrilling and unconventional as they imagined. But perhaps because they each have extremely outstanding abilities, the battle between the two groups is often like playing charades. You guess me and I guess you. You calculate me and I calculate you. And the trap is still the trap, which sometimes makes the spectators confused. Then the next moment, without giving you any preparation, the difference in strength is immediately revealed. And the process is so thrilling that it really makes people love and hate it. Last time, Jiang Hui and Holly faced each other with empty guns. After playing the empty city plan, both sides temporarily took turns to fight. This time, Huan Qian and others faced Holly, and the beginning was like a fog. Guess me. I guess you. No one was willing to take the first step. It can be seen that this group of people are eager to jump in and fire a shot to start this war for them. Just be happy. Isn't Huan Qian also your student? He has such ability. I think you are secretly happy. Captain Nordby couldn't stand the juniors overthinking, and squeezed him jokingly. No, I don't mean that. Min Hao was really helpless this time. Huan Qian was indeed excellent, but he also knew that most of this was his own ability and had little to do with him. Although he was still a little happy for him, this guy was also very worrying. Therefore, he couldn't help but pay more attention to him. But he didn't expect to be misunderstood by this senior. Even if he was really proud, he would not show it to this person. He has always respected this senior officer. It's just a casual remark. You still take it too seriously. Captain Nordby was a little helpless. And then he hesitated, although this is not something we should teach. But don't blame me for saying so. I have spent most of my life on the battlefield, and now I can enjoy my old age. It's just that I haven't done well, but I still have some experience. The other student in your top 5 is too arrogant. All young children have this habit, but his is a little too much. And he can't see anyone at all. If you have a chance in the future, you can teach him more. After all, such a young child is not bad. Nordby added in his heart. Chapter 279 cover. More than just being too arrogant, the old senior's evaluation was still too mild. Perhaps he didn't want to have too high moral requirements for young children, and he was more aware of the impact that an unintentional remark in such a public place might have on young children. So he had to change to a more neutral statement. But Min Hao knew that the other party might want to say that he was conceited and ruthless. As Lin Mao's class teacher, Min Hao naturally knew him, and he was one of the best in class too. Apart from Huan Qian, who was a strange man, he was probably the next one. This was a very good command seedling, and there was almost nothing to criticize. Min Hao was once very satisfied with him until that incident happened. Huan Qian's exclusion was indeed a helpless thing. And what was even more helpless was that apart from the few students who violated the rules, both sides had their own positions. Min Hao really couldn't resolve the conflict between them, but he would not ignore that at the beginning of this incident. In addition to Huan Qian exposing his own abilities, there was actually another figure. When Huan Qian first came to this class, Lin Maowu was the first to reach out to him. Children's friendship can come very easily. Both of them can feel a very similar aura from each other, although it is not as if they have become one after 2 or 3 days. Min Hao can remember that the two of them got along very well at the beginning of training and appreciated each other. Huan Qian seemed to have a vague feeling of gradually integrating into the group. As a result, an accident happened during their first mental power transmission training. He didn't know what conflict had occurred between the two at that time, but he knew that he hadn't seen them standing together since then. And it even started to get worse. It was also from that time that Huan Qian's situation in Class 2 deteriorated sharply, and gradually got out of control under the accumulated friction. Although he later learned that Lin Maowu did not interfere or add insult to injury, he was the first to express his position, ruthlessly withdrawing, as if the previous friendship was an illusion, without a trace of mercy. As the leader, Lin Maowu took the lead, and the others followed closely. I don't know whether it was the fear of Huan Qian's ability or the influence of the group's attitude. In short, a large net of exclusion finally excluded the sensitive and incompatible boy. Min Hao also talked to Lin Maowu, but the other party was firm and didn't care about it, so he naturally didn't say anything. Looking at the other party's words and deeds in this game, he finally got a glimpse of the heavy mentality that he had inexplicably developed at the beginning. His students seemed to be very different from what he imagined. Min Hao sighed. They are not easy to deal with. I feel that he has not even started teaching this class, but he is already a little tired. As for the children, just teach them slowly. I got hit. Huan Qian slipped to the ground, and the next moment his body and voice were blocked. His hands and feet could not move, and his throat could not make any sound. But he didn't know whether he couldn't control his expression or couldn't hold it back. But there was a strange smile on the corner of his mouth. Zhou Xiuwen felt his body paralyzed instantly. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard it, but he couldn't make any sound. He could only say in his heart, "Friend, this is not the time to laugh. We have just been hit by the enemy." Clarence's forehead was instantly covered with cold sweat. His back slid down the trench wall. His hands drooped weakly on the ground. His eyes flashed with unwilling fire. He turned out to be him. He was the one who was hit just now. If there was no chance of survival for the official team, he would not have any chance of winning against Holly at this moment. That man was really terrible. Whether it was surprising or expected, the three of them would be forced to spend half a minute of blank time in such a locked state. And half a minute seems very short, but it becomes extremely long in such a situation, because a lot can happen in just half a minute. The opponent can take this opportunity to fire twice in a row, or run hundreds of meters away and get closer to their defense line. No matter which one, it is obviously very disadvantageous for them. There is no way around it. The official team has such a meaning. Prosperity and loss are all together, and fate is also connected. The rest of the people were affected and their movements were blocked. This was the first time they had enjoyed this treatment since the competition. But fortunately, they were all hiding in the trenches at the moment. In this fatal half-star point, they slid into the trenches uncontrollably because of their weak bodies, which naturally added a layer of protection for them, making them disappear from the sight of Holly and others. They could not pursue the victory. Huan Qian rarely had such a restricted situation. Although he was stunned for a moment, he quickly reacted. Although his movements were blocked, his brain was not. His first reaction was that the opponent was about 1.4 kilometers away from here. Half a star point was enough for them to run 1.2 kilometers. And it would not be difficult for them to reach a distance of about 1 kilometer as long as they were fast enough. 1 kilometer is enough for them to see the situation here clearly. The situation is not good. The moment he realized that he could mobilize his body, Huan Qian jumped up from the bottom of the trench and quickly mobilized his mental power to look at the situation in front. Sure enough, the other party also thought of this. In the time when they lost the first half of a star, they had already run more than 1 kilometer away and seemed to be getting closer. It would be bad if they really ran over and found the existence of the trench. At that time, they would definitely abandon guns and switch to hand-to-hand combat. At that time, there would be only 3 of them and 5 of them. Can they beat them? Even Huan Qian didn't have this confidence. Anyway, it was too passive. In this situation, we had to fight quickly. Although there was a little accident in the middle. That person should be almost ready. Right? Huan Qian was slightly distracted and glanced at somewhere in the east and west directions. He glanced at the silent Lawrence and said to the other two. Mukun's eyebrows jumped. Although this seemed very unpromising, she couldn't stop the excitement in her heart. Finally, she managed to get back a victory. She shot the guy, even though they were far away. Xiaoli could feel the guy's pride and excitement. He curled his lips, but didn't say anything in the end. After all, he was really skilled. It was good to make the damn R-186 suffer a heavy loss. Otherwise, One of them only had one chance left, while the other was intact. No matter how you look at it, it's uncertain. Now they have finally pulled back some distance. 1.13 kilometers. 1.09 kilometers. 0.97 kilometers. 0.9 kilometers. Holly in front suddenly stopped in front of a short and flat bush. The boy gestured to his teammates to hide. The two also put away their emotions and quickly entered the state. They didn't continue to be proud of what happened just now, because they knew that the previous one was just a warm-up appetizer. And now was the real moment of the battle. Who will live and who will die will depend on this time. Feeling that familiar spiritual power permeating his body once again, even more domineering and upright than before, Holly tightened his finger on the trigger and silently said 1. 2. Chapter 282 Shots. Did the shot go astray? Holly thought to himself. No. It shouldn't be. With the strength of that person, he would never do such an unnecessary thing. There was something strange about that shot. He slowed down his attack and paid a little attention to that position. A voice was suppressed in the throat, and several people looked in the direction of the voice. He dodged too hard and accidentally fell down, because Huan Xian's ability was beyond the reach of ordinary people. The rest of the people except Holly were almost useless. Muka had only succeeded by luck with Holly's cover before, probably to avenge the shot. Clarence chased her and bit her, and seemed to have given up the idea of confronting Holly head-on, and turned to attack the weak point of the R256 team. After that, the few people naturally couldn't find a chance to attack again. It was already difficult for them to just avoid the crazy Clarence. Moreover, they also knew that it was the decisive battle between Holly and the other side. If they could reduce their presence to the minimum, it would be the greatest help to the other side. This was an indisputable fact, and they had to admit it no matter how unwilling they were. However, no matter how deep they hid and how careful they were, the distance between the two sides was still too close. There were often some stray bullets coming in when the other side bombarded them. It was naturally more embarrassing for the few people to dodge them when they deliberately suppressed their mental strength and movements. One of their team members happened to be unlucky, and in order to avoid a stray bullet, his fluttering movements seemed a bit big. If you look closely, the position where the other side just dodged seems to be the one where Holly thought the other side shot off the target. Judging from the path, if the opponent hadn't dodged just now, the bullet might have hit him. And then even with Holly's skills, the game wouldn't have continued. Thinking of this, the others couldn't help but feel a little scared. And it was no wonder that their teammate couldn't control himself and cried out. Holly frowned and looked at the bullet hole that was buried in the soil, then retracted his sight, and made a gesture to the group with his hands behind his back, indicating that they should disperse slightly. The enemy was really good at seizing opportunities, taking advantage of every opportunity, and his ability was almost impeccable, thus almost blocking the shooting power of their entire team. Only Holly could operate it a little, so they could only be careful. On the other side, there was silence. The young man calmly held the gun, his eyes fixed on a certain direction, and the other two teammates, who were still participating in the chaos, had received a signal, sank to the bottom of the trench, and looked solemnly at the man in front of him, and slowly tightened his fingertips. Everything is ready. Only the east wind is missing. At the same time, the girl in the distance also focused her attention and pulled the trigger without hesitation. This small bullet carried the tacit understanding of the two people and shot towards the prearranged direction and location. Even if there was nothing there at the moment, the girl knew that her teammates far away would deliver the prey to the right place in time to usher in the end of this battle. She believed that Huan Xian could do it, and she must do it herself. Jiang Hui was a little stunned. He put down the periscope rifle that had lost its use value and felt that his arm was a little heavy. Holly stepped back and almost lost his grip on the gun in his hand. The opponent's attack just now was different from the previous ones, and it seemed to have a certain spiritual pressure. He thought he could dodge the opponent's gunshot, but in the field of spiritual power, the lower awakened people would still instinctively avoid the spiritual power of the higher awakened people. When he felt that the opponent might use spiritual power to attack him, his body instinctively made a dodging reaction. The next moment, a gunshot with spiritual power came straight to his face. The young man sneered in his heart. This person didn't learn from the lesson and wanted to take him down in the same way. Did he forget what he counterattacked last time? He slightly sidestepped to avoid it, and then quietly stuck to the spiritual power, and was about to shoot back along the opponent's strength. Suddenly, a swift aura attacked from behind him. Although it seemed to have gone through a long way to get here. Both the sharpness and speed had decreased a lot over time. But for Holly and others who were facing the crisis at the moment, its appearance seemed so abrupt and even a little silent. It just landed on the back of Holly, who slightly turned his body to avoid it. The incident happened in a flash, and time seemed to freeze. Holly, who was in front, couldn't pull the trigger on Huanxian in time, and the few people behind him looked at the bullet that suddenly appeared behind Holly and passed them in disbelief. And their faces were all frozen. With the locking of the simulated bra, they fell to the ground with a few thumps. Team R256 was eliminated. Huanxian slowly put down the gun in his hand and looked at the scoreboard above with his two teammates. It was the third to last reading of the rankings in the competition. The avatars representing all members of the R256 team dimmed. The personal scores of the contestants were refreshed again. The first place Jianghui, with a personal score of 584, was not much more than her 579 points in the previous round. Exactly 5 points. She only scored 5 points in an hour. But these 5 points clearly showed the fact that Holly and others were defeated by Jianghui and Huanxian. The second place Holly, with a personal score of 395, was eliminated. The third place Clarence, with a personal score of 362. There are currently 62 contestants left in the arena, and there are 3 weeks left in the competition. The instructor seats were silent, and this atmosphere had lasted for 2 or 3 minutes. From Jianghui setting up a periscope rifle and pointing it at Holly and others, to Holly's fight with Huanxian, to Jianghui's fatal shot at Holly. A series of actions were meticulous and linked together. The situation changed rapidly. There was no stalemate as everyone imagined, nor was it as grand as they expected. Our 256 team was eliminated suddenly and quietly, and our 186 and others won. But if you think about it carefully, all this is not without trace. Jianghui's long preparation, Huanxian's precise calculations, and the other 3 members who silently participated in this silent game. They didn't communicate formally in every link, but every move was tacit. No need for words. No need for too much thinking. Just trust each other, and finally work together to complete this sniper. Our 186 and others used their actions to tell them that even freshmen who have not received formal training can have a tacit understanding like soldiers on the battlefield. I can't believe that this is a freshman competition initiated in this school. Stark silently let go of his palms behind his back, and his shoulders relaxed slightly. As usual, Captain Lynch let out a long sigh as if he had finally seen a big show, and his expression was still a little unsatisfied. It's over. It's over. Chapter 281 ending. Having found himself trapped and a prey to a certain swindler, Holly still felt a little bit unbelievable during the few minutes he lay on his back with his movements blocked. He was defeated just like that? He was not defeated by the strongman he had always regarded as a strong opponent, but was eliminated by a bullet that came from nowhere. In the end, none of them knew who the enemy was. But Holly had a vague answer in his heart. Holly, who was teleported to the medical camp outside the venue, opened his eyes, closed his eyes, and finally looked at the temporary light above the tent as if accepting reality, and heard the gentle questioning voice of the medical staff. But no matter what the other party asked, Holly said nothing. He half raised himself and looked at the projection screen set up in the tent, because it was set up for contestants to view the game situation. It was not as sophisticated as the large screen outside, and even looked a little crude. But Holly still clearly saw the broadcasting picture at the moment. Jianghui and Hillman just came down from the tree, and their feet landed on the ground. They seemed to say something, and then one supported the other and carried him on his back, and rushed in a certain direction. At this moment, Holly and the other members of the R256 team, who woke up one after another, also clearly saw the high forest land that Jianghui and the others left, which was the place they had been to not long ago. They also confronted a hidden enemy there, although no one achieved their goal in the end. But there is no doubt that the two people slipped away from under their noses. If they knew that the other party was from the R186 team, if they knew that there were only 2 of them, if they knew that Jianghui's leg was injured, they would not let it go so easily. At that time, Holly thought that he was cautious and made a choice after considering many aspects. Now he thought that he was just blind and underestimated the enemy. The facts told him cruelly that he must not underestimate any enemy, and he must not let the tiger go back to the mountain. He must root out the grass. Otherwise he would be the one who suffered. And it was obvious that the shot that killed Holly just now came from the other side. They brewed the bitter fruit with their own hands. R256 and several people looked at each other. And there was silence in the tent for a while. And it seemed that even their breathing slowed down unconsciously. The later the contestants were, the more tired they were. And those who could hold on until now had more or less injuries on their bodies. For the contestants who were eliminated in the latter part of the competition, the school specially prepared a better tent for them, and also equipped them with a special medical staff, which was also a reward for these outstanding students. However, the protection in this competition was still in place, and the function of the simulated bra was powerful, so there were very few injured people. Most of them were physically tired and slightly overdrawn mentally. So the work of the medical staff was relatively easy. Most of the medical staff assigned to this kind of work are relatively young. Before the contestants were eliminated, they also watched the competition in the venue, and naturally saw the tenth scene not long ago. They all couldn't help but sigh that the young children nowadays are really getting better and better, and they have made the small competitions in the school into the style of inter-school competitions. When they grow up, they will definitely be more outstanding than any previous class of students. However, these people are probably not in a good mood at the moment, so there is definitely nothing to ask. The medical staff looked at their appearance and found that they were all in good spirits, so they gave them time to calm down on their own. Children are naturally more ambitious, especially young people like this who are capable. Just calm down after losing. Everyone saw it, and Jiang Hui and the others saw it too. However, after she finished that shot, she led the others to withdraw without hesitation and went down from the top of the tree. After all, whether she hit the target or not, that position was really dangerous, and it was not easy to hide or dodge. If there was another accident, they would not be able to hide and fall from the tree by accident. Fortunately, when they came down from the tree and landed on the ground, they found that Holly and the others had been eliminated. Seeing this, the two of them couldn't help but feel happy. Well, they seemed to be quite useless. However, it was naturally worth being happy to be able to solve such a strong enemy at the end of the game, regardless of whether it was Jiang Hui, Huan Xian, or Clarence who succeeded. As long as it was their own people, it would be fine. Hillman looked at Jiang Hui's score and said happily, "Now those people can't hold on to your compensation points. After all, after deducting the compensation points, you are almost the same." And his initial score was 30 or 40 points higher than yours at the beginning of the competition. That was also given by the class teacher for his outstanding performance. It is also part of the score. How can it be counted separately? Jiang Hui shook his head and laughed. But she was really happy, because it was a bit unexpected for her to be able to be so upright on the top of the list. You know, she has never had such a good test in Blue Star. This is the first place among thousands of people. She should be proud of it for 2 or 3 seconds. Why can't she be happy for a while? Jiang Hui's thoughts were suddenly stabbed by the leg injury, and she felt that her leg seemed to hurt more. Was it because she squatted on the treetop for too long? Jiang Hui looked down at her calf, which was soaked in blood. It looked a bit miserable. She said with a desperate look, "Let's go over there and meet Huan Xian and the others. It's still dangerous for us to be alone like this. Although there are not many contestants left in the arena, and there are not many people who can pose a threat to them, it is safer for Jiang Hui to meet Huan Xian and the others at L11. After killing Holly in such a thrilling way, Jiang Hui didn't want to be eliminated by other contestants. If this is the case, wouldn't it seem that their previous tense battle was meaningless? In this regard, Jiang Hui is still a bit strong-willed." Hillman nodded and carried Jiang Hui on his back to the old site of L11. As for Huan Xian and his men at L11, they were arguing over a certain issue. Hillman was very fast, very good at hiding, and had a strong ability to identify. Soon, he led his men to the old site of L11 3 kilometers away. Huan Xian was very familiar with the aura of Jiang Hui and the others, and did not stop them. They successfully found the familiar trench and jumped in. The other 3 teammates were naturally safe and sound. Although they had experienced several rounds of melee, everyone was inevitably a little embarrassed and looked tired. But they could not hide their spirits. But why does this atmosphere seem a little stiff? Jiang Hui, who was originally quite happy to share his escape experience with several comrades, paused, and then quickly found the source of this stiff atmosphere. Chapter 282 Contradictions. We have been together for so long without any conflicts. How come we have conflicts after winning a battle just now? or these two people, are a little surprising. Jiang Hui knows Clarence. He is very arrogant, and will not even look at people he doesn't like or things he doesn't want to do. Although the other party didn't seem to be familiar with Jiang Hui before this time. Everyone dared to imagine that Jiang Hui was the one with the best relationship with him in class too. Although this good is still to be defined. It is difficult for Jiang Hui to imagine this person getting angry with another person. As for Huan Xian, he is more complicated. He is too mature to be a teenager. When he encounters a problem, he is more likely to find a way to solve it rather than entangle it. Then he will choose to digest the extra emotions alone and rarely show his emotions. I didn't expect to turn around and see these two equally mature people suddenly have a conflict. So what is it all about? It can be seen that Zhou Xiuwen, who was caught in the middle, looked a little bit speechless when he saw Jiang Hui and Hillman jumping in. They gathered here like fleeing. You are back. The other party looked at the two, and then his eyes fell on Jiang Hui's legs. The originally cheerful eyebrows and eyes instantly faded, and then frowned. Your leg. Jiang Hui waved his hand. It's okay. The accumulated blood oozing out is a bit exaggerated. Just now, Hillman carried me all the way, very carefully, and didn't get hurt again. Zhou Xiuwen also watched Huan Xian treat the wound before, and saw that the wound was long and deep. It was estimated that it would not heal for a while after using the medicine, and it could only be treated outside to truly heal. Huan Xian's technique was impeccable, but in such a rough treatment environment, the wound would inevitably have some problems. The amount of bleeding was actually within the predictable range, but it was impossible to say that it didn't hurt or feel anything. Zhou Xiuwen opened her mouth, but seemed to remember something and finally said nothing. The two people who were visibly enemies over there had ended this increasingly uneasy confrontation at some point and gathered together peacefully. Huan Xian came over and consciously helped to treat her wound. Sure enough, this still needs to be done by a professional. Last time she pierced it herself. She did not operate properly, and she bled a lot on her trouser legs after walking for a while. It can be seen that her last-minute self-study was really not good, and she still needed Huan Xian's help in the end. To be honest, the children in this interstellar space are really different from those in the Blue Star. If such a deep crack happened in the Blue Star, it would probably have been rushed to the hospital, and it would probably have to go to the emergency room. The tetanus shot might not be healed even after 2 weeks of treatment and 2 or 3 months of nursing. But here, although everyone felt that the injury was not light, everyone seemed very calm. Zhou Xiuwen even observed her wound attentively, and said something like a certain muscle or cartilage was injured. God knows that although she could barely bear the pain, it was still a bit too much for her to observe her own bloody muscle tissue with her own eyes. She forced herself to watch for a while, and felt a little hairy. The process of squeezing and scraping the blood was very painful. Much more painful than leaving the wound to dry. But after the treatment, the appropriate powder was sprinkled on it, and it felt much drier. Unlike before, the blood soaked the gauze and almost grew together with the wound. This skill is really amazing. If there is a corresponding first aid elective course in the future, Huan Xian probably doesn't even need to take it to get a top score. This competition also owes a lot to the opponent. She can hold on to this point. When she gets the reward and bonus, she must treat these guys to a good meal. Jiang Hui thought boredly. What were you talking about just now? Jiang Hui asked directly. After handling the medical waste, Huan Xian, who was disinfecting very seriously, suddenly paused, and then continued to clean his hands slowly. Zhou Xiuwen, who was sitting almost with his back to Jiang Hui, tilted his head and looked behind the girl with a bitter face. Jiang classmate, why did you ask it? I have already treated this matter as a thing of the past. The two of them seem to have reached a consensus. Now you ask this question, and what if it provokes a conflict between the two of them? He didn't want to experience the silent and sharp confrontation just now again. What the two were arguing about. In fact, it can't be called an argument. They just had some different ideas about the next action. This story started more than 10 points ago. Not long after Holly and others were eliminated, Jiang Hui and Hillman had not yet arrived at the trench. Clarence suddenly proposed to go out alone to spin the next game. It was said that the overall situation was decided, and no one could threaten them anymore. So Clarence wanted to fight hard again. The difference in points between him and Holly was not much. And considering the number of people left in the arena, he still had some chances. So he wanted to go out and fight alone. Unexpectedly, he aroused Huan Xian's opposition. No reason. Because if Clarence just wanted to chase the second place, he could understand that. And Huan Qian had no intention of chasing a place 1 or 2 on the list. If Clarence had this need, as teammates, they would naturally help him win the second place. After all, no matter how powerful Holly was, he had already been eliminated, and his result had been fixed. It was possible that Clarence would bring him down if he tried harder. So why did the other party want to go out alone? Didn't they think that their fate in this game was already connected with the whole team? If Clarence was hit hard by the enemy and eliminated after leaving the team alone, then the rest of their team would also be eliminated inexplicably. This was what they didn't want to see. Therefore, Huan Qian felt that Clarence's trip was a bit unnecessary, and he euphemistically expressed his incomprehension. And his words were still quite obscure. Then it didn't matter if he didn't say it. But I don't know what point this objection touched Clarence's strong and sensitive self-esteem. He felt that Huan Qian was mocking the shot he had taken for Mu Kun not long ago. This was the only chance for their R186 team to survive. Before this, even Hillman, who had relatively weaker overall ability, had never caused the team to lose a single point. Unexpectedly, it fell on Clarence himself. Whether it was carelessness or a loss in strength, Clarence could not deny that he had lost this round again. And it was also his second tragic defeat after he was forcibly captured by the T186 team before. But he was obviously stronger than many people. Why was he the one who failed in the end? This dealt a great blow to Clarence's self-esteem. Chapter 283, Together. If Jiang Hui could see herself at this moment, the word that best describes her expression would probably be confusion. What is this? It started inexplicably. The process was a bit inexplicable. And the end was also anticlimactic. So what is the need to have a conflict? Jiang Hui said puzzledly. Then let's pack up and continue to set off? It is indeed a problem to keep the two teams are 87 and 197. If we set off late, I guess the others will be slaughtered by them. Huan Qian and Clarence, you guys didn't even understand the source of the conflict. And just cut it off like this. Were you listening just now? Jiang Hui of course listened. But she felt that the two of them didn't know what they were struggling with. Could it be that the maturity she felt from the other party before was all a disguise? And it turned out that the two of them were still arrogant and spoiled in their bones? The adult world has never been so awkward. It is better to use this time to solve problems. No. I can go alone. Clarence was unable to finish the rest of his words before being interrupted by Zhou Xiuwen. Zhou Xiuwen actually heard the quarrel between the two clearly, but he really didn't know how to persuade them at that time. But until now, he still doesn't quite understand Clarence's inexplicable insistence. Why did the other party insist on going out alone? Is he so confident in his ability? Or is he worried that if he goes with other teammates, his prey will be divided? Zhou Xiuwen doesn't want to think so darkly about his teammates, who have been in the same line with him for a while. But the other party's sudden and inexplicable request could not be explained. In fact, Huan Qian tried to persuade him in a friendly manner at first, but later he was angered by the other party's silent insistence on his own opinion. And the two of them became unhappy. At this moment, the other party still insisted in this way. So Zhou Xiuwen had to doubt in that direction. Did he really misjudge the person? This Clarence classmate never believed in them at all. Don't they know that now is the best time for the other party to fight for the second place? Clarence classmate, I know you are capable. Many people can't compare to you. And you can definitely win the second place by yourself. But there is no absolute in this world. Just in case, your fate is tied to ours in this game. And leaving the team to work alone is really not right. Speaking of this, Zhou Xiuwen's expression became serious. Hearing the sincerity implied in the other party's words, Clarence's face relaxed a little. But when he heard the what if, he couldn't help but think of what happened not long ago. Indeed, isn't it just a matter of chance that he will be hit by a member of Holly's team? At the moment of being hit, even he himself couldn't believe it. So how can the rest of the R186 team trust him? Clarence looked at Huan Qian, who had a calm expression. He could see that the other party didn't really care about the game, but cared more about the people in the team and enjoyed working with them. He could also see that Huan Qian had a different attitude towards Jiang Hui. The other party's fierce opposition was probably because of Jiang Hui. No wonder, in the other party's eyes, he might be an uncertain factor with uncertain ability. So how could he be trusted? The boy couldn't explain what he felt at the moment. It was the confusion of the self-esteem that had been held high for many years being shattered in one day. The panic of not daring to face the real self after vaguely realizing it. and the slight grievance that was not understood by others or teammates. So what is he stubborn about? He may not be as strong as he imagined. Although Clarence's expression seemed to be the same as usual, Jiang Hui inexplicably felt that he was very depressed at the moment. Inexplicably depressed. As if because of Zhou Xiuwen's words. He really wanted to go out and work alone. It's not impossible. If he has such an idea, it's not sweet to force it. Jiang Hui naturally didn't think there was anything wrong. After all, it was just a game, and there was no chance of cooperation in the future. But since it had become like this, she felt that she still had to ask clearly why the other party wanted to go out alone. Jiang Hui always felt that Clarence was not such a stubborn and unreasonable person. He must have a reasonable explanation for wanting to go out. Otherwise, with Huan Xian's temperament, he would probably have an opinion, even if the other party doesn't show it. Jiang Hui thinks he is a very stubborn person, just like Clarence, who sticks to his own opinion in his own field. Although this game brought everyone together for a short time, it is hard to say whether there will be any intersection in the future. But since we met, it is also fate. We can't cooperate and end up in a grudge. If there are any problems and contradictions, it is better to make them clear. Although Clarence is proud, he is not the kind of person who will vent his anger. He turned back to his usual cold but friendly expression to Jiang Hui. If your leg injury is not healed, don't run around anymore. Oh, Jiang Hui suddenly realized that this guy was talking so much because of this. Right? If that was the case, it was no wonder that he couldn't say it. The other party was arrogant to begin with, and it seemed that he didn't care about others since they met. I didn't expect that he would also worry about others. Jiang Hui certainly wouldn't think so darkly that he was afraid that she would steal the prey. After all, wouldn't that be contrary to his arrogant nature? People who are truly arrogant and confident in their own abilities would never have such a fluke-like idea. So after thinking about it, it should be this. If you care about someone, just say it nicely. Otherwise it will be misunderstood. Looking at Hillman's expression, it seems that he misunderstood. He was not happy just now, but he just held back and didn't say anything. Isn't it better to just say it out loud? Jiang Hui controlled her expression and waved her hands. I'm fine. Since it's a competition, we must compete from beginning to end. How can we give up halfway? If we have a good start, we must finish it well. Naturally, I will go wherever you go. We are a team, she said a little embarrassedly, but I may have to trouble you to carry me sometimes. She didn't expect others to carry her all the time. It's okay to walk at a normal speed, but it's a bit too much to run. A good start and a good end. A team? Clarence muttered to himself a few times, feeling a little uncomfortable. What he didn't say was that in addition to worrying about Jiang Hui's leg injury, it was also because of his inappropriate arrogance. Clarence knew that if he wanted to be second, the others would definitely help him with all their strength. But he didn't want to accept help from others for nothing. Obviously, he hadn't helped the team much since he joined the team, and he almost dragged them down in the end. Now that the enemy has been eliminated, it is his own business to get the second place, and he just needs to work hard. Staying in the team will only dilute other people's prey. He really wants to fight for it himself. This is the true pride of the field. Clarence. Chapter 284. Lend a hand. In the end, Clarence still couldn't leave the team alone. He didn't know whether he had figured it out or stayed. Huan Xian naturally wouldn't continue to be awkward about such a small matter, and turned to talk to Jiang Hui. The atmosphere of the whole team quickly returned to normal, which made Zhou Xiuwen and Hillman, the two good guys, feel relieved. Although Clarence obviously made the decision after listening to Jiang Hui's persuasion, Hillman knew that the other party seemed to be loosened after hearing Zhou Xiuwen's words. In fact, classmate Zhou was also sincere in what he said, and he, a person next to him, felt that it made sense. It's not that Zhou's words were pleasant to the ear. The ending seemed to have a bit of impoliteness, but it was indeed the point, and it hit the point directly. The other party obviously knew the skills of speaking. Hillman felt that if he had such a person as a friend, he would not be confused if he had a quarrel. He put his hands behind his back and gave Zhou Xiuwen a thumbs up. Zhou Xiuwen saw it, and took a step forward helplessly, bumping Hillman's shoulder with his shoulder, as a response to the other party's teasing. After discussion, the group decided to practice at L11 for about 20 star minutes. After all, the intensity of the competition was too high. The group worked non-stop for more than 30 star hours, and even an Iron Man could not hold on. Not to mention that these people were generally less trained. In fact, if the battle line had not been pulled back, it would be almost impossible for them to implement various tactics to kill all around at the beginning. And they might even be involved in the chaos and consume most of the tremors early. They admitted that among all the enemies they encountered, Holly and others were indeed the group with the highest comprehensive strength they had encountered. And they really added a lot of pressure to them. Now that they had solved it, they felt that the pressure on them was reduced. But after a long period of tension, they suddenly relaxed like this. And the whole state was naturally a little bit unbearable. And various data also declined. Even people like Huanxian and Clarence, who usually practice various physical training, can't help but feel a sense of fatigue from the heart. So it is necessary to take a break. As for whether to rest for these 20 star points, it depends on the actions of others. However, whether the R87 and R197 teams are together now or not, it is estimated that they will not be as combat effective as the previous 3 teams. After all, they only have one chance left. And the team is holding the hostages of the other team. If they are not careful in the chaos, they may commit suicide. So as long as they are clear-headed, they will find a way to separate. And they will not run around. While resting, Jiang Hui and his group paid attention to the situation of the contestants on the overall list. Fortunately, there seemed to be no special changes in the following period of time. And it was particularly quiet. I think after experiencing a peak of chaos, the teams that are able to survive until now will choose to hide for a while, like the first round of supplies before, to recuperate and rest, and then wait for the end to come. Of course, people like our 186 team where Jiang Hui and her team are, and our 87 R197 who are still trying to fight are different. They exist like hunters, and watching Jing Jing. They may actually be counting how many prey are left. How many more can they hunt next? But at this moment in the old L11 site, Jiang Hui was holding a gun and telling Huan Xian about the confrontation with Holly and others in Jiaomulan. Now it was quite thrilling. If Holly had found out or made a different choice at that time, they might have been sent out. Because Jiang Hui really didn't have the confidence to defeat Holly in such a close distance. Fortunately, she played this crude psychological attack well. God knows that she was also very nervous at that time. She was full of thoughts that if the other party fired the gun regardless of the consequences, she couldn't suffer a loss. No matter whether she was shot or not. She had to fire 2 shots at the same time to make up for it. Huan Xian and others didn't know about this. He didn't know whether he wanted to sigh or what. But in the end, a smile appeared on his face naturally. If they were reviewing the game outside now, they would be angry to death. How dare you? Zhou Xiaowen disagreed. He thought Jiang Hui and the other person must have run far away. But he didn't expect to run into Holly alone halfway. Jiang Hui didn't need to say anything about that scene. He just thought about it, and felt cold sweat for the two of them. Clarence looked at Jiang Hui with a strange expression, as if thinking about something. You can't say that. Fortunately, we didn't think about running far. Otherwise we would probably be caught up by them head-on. And we might not even have a chance to fight like this. Jiang Hui shook her head. She changed her mind temporarily, because she felt it was not good at the time. You guys don't know. But now I know how Hillman avoided those enemies before. I'll tell you. The planned situation was easily changed by the situation. The enemy that he thought he was familiar with might have hidden cards. Even the teammates that he had always judged as mediocre actually had excellent hiding ability. Everything in this world might not be what he thought it was. Clarence was a little surprised. And his teammates were not what he thought at first. His attitude was too high. So he could not see the flat ground where he was walking, and blurred the winding road. If he had not been awakened by reality, he might really have walked on like this. Always self-righteous. Always the young master of the Clarence family. And never see his true self clearly. Maybe he should really come out and find his own way in life. As he once said to his family. Not just a momentary angry remark. Clarence. Clarence classmate? The boy pulled out of his long thoughts and heard someone calling in his ear. Is he calling him? Seeing the other party looking over, Jiang Hui said helplessly, Clarence? Come up quickly. We should leave. I don't know what's wrong with this guy. He was so lost in thought that he was still standing at the bottom of the pit when everyone else came up. He was only discovered after they all came up. Clarence, who was rare, was not displeased by Jiang Hui's casual conversation. He nodded vaguely, stepped on the soil at the top of the trench, and was about to climb up the edge of the trench. Suddenly, an arm fell down diagonally. with distinct joints, and a thin layer of muscle on the wrist that was not very strong. It was obviously from a person who would train frequently on weekdays. Clarence looked up at the person who stretched out his hand, paused, and finally silently grabbed the wrist, borrowed some strength, and jumped onto the trench. Chapter 285. The dust has settled. Is this tamed? Captain Nordby took in this scene, not knowing whether he was sighing or amazed. He had been looking at this team before and felt sorry for it. This team was good in every way, but it was formed too recently, and there was no way for everyone to get along well, especially for someone like Clarence, who had joined the team too recently and was forced to join under such circumstances. So he could only be considered a common interest, and his tacit understanding was still a bit behind other team members. This can be seen from the atmosphere between them. But he didn't expect that near the end of the game, after they solved their common strong enemy, the new teammate who looked prouder than anyone else actually seemed to be assimilated. And in addition to the all-purpose Jianghui, it was Huan Xian who built the bridge. That Huan Xian? If this guy was really that good at getting along with people, he should have done this earlier. And he wouldn't have gotten into such a mess with a group of brats in class 2. Obviously. Lieutenant Min Hao, the class teacher of the kids, also thought so. He felt that he had run out of breath and sighed, "It's not taming. That kid must have figured it out. Right? Ah. It's so annoying. Huan Xian must have done it on purpose. He must have tolerated the group of people in class 2 for a long time. Now it seems that the guy may not understand. But in fact, he understands everything. Otherwise, with his mentality, how could he end up like a public enemy in class 2? This guy looks nothing. But in fact he is more arrogant than anyone else. His inner heart may be closer to the state of mind of this classmate Clarence. So he can understand the other party in this way. In a nutshell, Huan Xian didn't think highly of the students in class 2. And he might even think that they were all idiots. So he didn't want to bother to get along with them. Look, he gets along well with people from other classes, and even treats his enemies with a positive attitude. So it's the students in class 2 who are not good enough. Huh? Like Lin Mao's temper. And like those who fought, but still don't think they were wrong. It's not an accident. Maybe the atmosphere and environment created in the class was wrong from the beginning. How can teenagers of 15 or 16 years old have so many intrigues? They are students of the command department, not old-timers in the parliament. Command is not about calculating, inciting people, and getting the support of a small group of people. A real commander should have a big picture view, a certain personal charm, be able to understand the problems of other members, and stick to his principles and positions. They still have a long way to go to become a real military commander. Min Hao finally realized that there was a big problem in his class. Not just the attitude towards Huan Xian, but also other things. What should I do if I don't pay attention to the children, and they all grow up crooked? No. He has to change his education policy. They must have too few tasks and homework to have time to do these opposing things. He has to assign more training tasks to them. Captain Nordby next to him agreed with this, and said that he would arrange it for the students in his class. The students in class 1 can't be left behind. He has to talk to Lando when he has time. After all, there are only 3 classes in their command department. So of course they have to move in unison. As for the students who found that their training tasks were several levels higher than those in military training after school started, no one cared about their thoughts. Bang! Bang! Lin Maowu, who had to maintain this team of 10 people with different personalities, was tired of being tied up with Eris and others, and had to deal with the enemy. But he still couldn't achieve a real balance, as Pavola Rava, who had been dragged by him, was hit by Clarence. The R197 team was officially eliminated, and Huan Xian next to him didn't leave Lin Maowu any chance, and hit him almost at the same time, eliminating the entire R87 team. The whole process was so smooth that it was a little incredible. But maybe they thought too complicated. This Lin Maowu is indeed a very thoughtful enemy. He has good shooting skills and command ability. But his mind is too complicated and heavy. He has too many concerns. And he is too calculating. In a book in Jiang Hui's past world, it was said that too clever to make all the calculations. And there is also an old saying that cleverness is always misled by cleverness. Lin Maowu is obviously such a person. If he had not done something that destroyed people's hearts after coming up with such a complicated and testing cooperation method, then it would not be so difficult for him to maintain this team now. And he might even be able to hold on to fight them for a round until the end. It's a pity that there is no regret medicine to take. And time cannot be reversed. This is also Lin Mao's personal choice. As long as his concept does not change, he will face the same problem no matter what according to his temperament. But this is not the problem they need to consider now. After leaving the old place of L11, the group embarked on the journey of cleaning the competition venue. They naturally would not go to find Lin Mao and others specifically. This is not something they can find if they want to. And it has been so long since the group fled. So Jiang Hui and others were not obsessed with hunting down the two teams that escaped. So they predicted a direction and pushed directly from L11. On the way, they encountered some scattered enemies, including the remaining teams and very powerful lone walkers. Sure enough, those who can stay until now are not easy to deal with. The R186 team also encountered a big crisis on the way, but fortunately they got through it smoothly in the end. Time passed bit by bit, and the contestants on the overall list were almost extinguished. In addition to those they dealt with, the rest should be killed by Lin Mao and others. Clarence's points accumulated smoothly. At the request of the other party, Jiang Hui and others did not deliberately let him go. They just took action with whoever was convenient. Even so, after more than 2 star hours of struggle, Clarence could surpass Holly with another 4 points. But the stadium was getting emptier and emptier, and the possibility of them meeting Lin Mao and others was getting smaller and smaller. Originally, several people thought that the game might just pass like this, but everything might be destined. When there were still 18 star hours left before the end of the game, they finally ran into the R87 and R197 teams who were still in a strange stalemate, and then took advantage of their awkward state of mutual defense and mutual dependence, and won them quickly. Before the end of this game, Clarence finally scored 396 personal points, surpassing Holly and taking second place. With the countdown of the last star hour, this school game finally ended perfectly. Chapter 286 after the game. Ding. Ding, the video clock just passed 6:01. And the sky was just getting light. But there was no one on the bed. The dark blanket was casually folded and placed at the end of the bed. This is a very simple room, without too many extra decorations. Even the matching curtains that many students don't like have not been replaced. It is all white, which complements the gray and white in the room. The only thing that can be said to be out of place in the room is probably a heavy workbench. This workbench occupies a large area, almost half of the dormitory space. It is filled with scattered parts, and its original appearance can no longer be seen. Thick books are placed on the corners. It looks very new from the outside, as if it has not been read much. The bookshelf is also densely packed with large books, which shows how much the owner of the room loves reading. However, there was a space in the middle of the shelf, and a small trophy was placed in the middle, with the words Beska Intermediate College XXD Class Champion, XX Combat Individual Soldier Department Class 2, Jiang Hui on it. Next to it was a traditional old cultural freeze-frame photo. The pixels and clarity were far inferior to the three-dimensional photo, but it was very artistic. On it was a group photo of 5 people, although everyone was in a mess and their training clothes were tattered. Jiang Hui couldn't even stand up, and was supported by Zhou Xiuwen and Hillman on the left and right like good brothers. But everyone inside could see that it was quite funny, including Clarence, who seemed to have never laughed. Jiang Hui came out of the bathroom, already washed up. Her eyes were clear, and she didn't look like she had just woken up. Today was the weekend, so she didn't wear her school uniform. She found a more comfortable outfit, opened the curtain, sat casually on the small sofa next to her, and started to read today's Star News. She habitually slid her fingertips down the optical computer, and suddenly felt that her current routine seemed to be too dependent on the optical computer, as if she had become an alternative electronic waste in the interstellar version, and began to consider the necessity of subscribing to the paper version of the Star News. However, when she thought of the pricing she had seen before, she felt that it was too wasteful. For her, it was just a matter of a glance, and the paper version obviously had much less content than the electronic version. It was a bit too wasteful to throw it away after reading it. No matter how much money you have, it's not made like this. Not to mention that she didn't have much money at all. It was just enough. It had been 3 weeks since the orienteering race, and Jiang Hui later spent a week recovering from her leg injury alone. At that time, she was scolded by the school doctor's sister, and she didn't give her a good face when she was doing photon suture. Fortunately, there were no sequelae in the end, which made Captain Stark who escorted him to the medical department, look a little more relaxed. Not so scary anymore. However, Jiang Hui was really happy at the award ceremony after the simple treatment. After all, this was also an honor she earned herself. The bonus and the quota for customized mechas have been sent to her personal account. The former is quite generous, and it is also the first time she has earned money in this new world, which makes people feel at ease. As for the quota for customized mechas, club memberships, and summer camp experience coupons, they are all in the form of electronic tickets, which are in the same column as the home purchase qualifications set by Hai Lu Si before. It seems that they are not very real after counting them one by one. Anyway, they are not used for the time being. Unfortunately, there was no group honor in this competition, so everyone was given a customized badge with their team number printed on it. If there was no team, it would be a simple badge. The school was quite humane. The last photo was taken by Tostark with her help. After the photo was taken, she was carried away. Jiang Hui still can't forget Stark's dark face when he looked at her leg injury. God knows what other class teachers and students saw. Oh, her class teacher is not happy about getting first place. Who is she doing this for? People might even think that the two of them were pretending. Because this competition was of great educational significance and reflected many problems. The school also specially vacated 2 weeks for teachers and students of each class to adjust their rest and review. This was naturally another big execution field. Even Jiang Hui, who thought he had tried his best, was criticized and corrected in various ways. And other students were naturally not much better. They didn't start learning new things until the 3rd week when the course was officially resumed. Schools are actually just a change of soup but not medicine. No matter where you are. The same is true for military majors, which are divided into cultural theory courses and practical courses. The latter is still the focus of everyone. So far, they have only taken 2 shooting practical courses. However, I heard that there will be a mecha practical course next week. They have not had any contact since the beginning of the school year. Everyone is very excited. On the last day of the 3rd week of classes, I heard the freshmen discussing and speculating non-stop. Jiang Hui was also very curious. But the person who was closest to her was Clarence in the same class. They are both very independent and do their own things. It is really hard to imagine 2 people like this getting together to discuss new mechas and their expectations for the next mecha class. However, after that match, his attitude softened a lot. At least sometimes, he would take the initiative to say hello to her when he saw her. Once when she went for a re-examination, he helped her keep class notes and tasks. Of course, Zhou Xiaowen and Hillman came more often during the days she was in the medical office. Jiang Hui also took the opportunity to ask Zhou Xiaowen about the so-called principle of mental power transmission. I didn't have time to learn it at the competition, so I had the opportunity to learn it now, so I could use it directly next time. In terms of preparation, Jiang Hui never allowed herself to fall behind others. In short, in the past 3 weeks of school, Jiang Hui's life was both tight and relatively leisurely. But she had a problem at the moment. After finishing the fixed star newspaper column on the light brain, Jiang Hui came back to her senses. She looked at the time, and it was still early. It seemed a bit too early to go for breakfast. So she took out the workbench and put the big book on the top. The name of the book is Command and Art. The name seems unreliable. And the content is even more unreliable. It can't even be called a popular science book. I don't know how it got into the school library. She, who doesn't study conducting, thinks it's unreliable, let alone those who really study conducting. If there is a suggestion box, she must submit a manuscript to suggest that this book be kicked out of the reference library. It's really ridiculous. Even if she reads fast, she can't waste time like this. It feels like a waste to read it for 1 more second. But this is not the school's fault. It seems that there are only these books about conducting in the library. Jiang Hui has retrieved nearly 30 books of this kind in 3 weeks. They are either unreliable or the descriptions are extremely marginal. There are not many books that increase knowledge. They are all stories in art. Chapter 287 Encounter. These books feel more like the world of conductors imagined by artists. Anyway, it is difficult to learn how to be a conductor by using these books. Jiang Hui does not want to change her department to become a conductor. She is now thinking about what will happen in a year. But she is not sure yet, because she cannot guarantee her determination for the time being. And conducting is also one of her choices. But it is okay to learn more. no matter what she wants to do in the future. After all, living in the interstellar space, anything is possible. In fact, she has another choice, which is to use the course selection card. Then the class teacher of last arc listed a lot of recommended minor courses for her, all waiting for her to learn. Jiang Hui thought that this card would be kept to see how to arrange it at that time. As for the knowledge of conducting, she would think of other ways later. She just read some related miscellaneous books to understand it. But just understanding is so difficult, which greatly hid Jiang Hui's initiative to learn. It was so easy to find relevant information about the scrap of the mecha department before. Why is it so difficult to become a commander? Is it really an extremely mysterious organization as the campus network said? It seems so. It has been 3 weeks since the start of school. She feels that she often interacts with students from various majors, and even some courses are shared by different departments. But the command department is different. Jiang Hui has hardly met students from the command department in school. People like Huan Xian and Lin Maowu. Anyway, she has never met them again. I heard that the command department also has field courses and evening courses, and it feels that I am not on the same line with them. Huan Xian came twice during the days when she was recovering in the infirmary. However, unlike his performance on the court, he was much more silent, as if he was quite used to such silence, and he didn't care about Hillman's chattering at all. He seemed to be more accustomed to showing his true and genuine side in front of Jiang Hui and others. At that time, this man's true face gave people the impression that he was a person who was colder and quieter than Clarence. Compared with him, even Jiang Hui seemed quite enthusiastic, not to mention Zhou Xiaowen and Hillman, who were quite hot-tempered. However, it might be due to the course problem. Jiang Hui never contacted the other party again. Jiang Hui would not take the initiative to talk to the other party, and the other party would not take the initiative to chat with her. The contact page of the two people in the optical brain was clean, without any intersection, as if the game not long ago was like a dream. But it is true. In theory, it is just a competition. It is not necessary to cultivate close friends. For example, Holly from Class 1 has met Mukun several times. It seems that they are not in harmony. I don't know if it is because the two of them are not in harmony. Anyway, it is a competition. What will happen after it is over? Even Jiang Hui did not become a star figure in the grade because she won the first place. On the contrary, it feels that the teachers of various subjects are much stricter with her. Zhou Xiaowen sometimes contacts her. They met in the library before. The two of them had a meal together with Hillman, who has been accustomed to looking for Jiang Hui to eat together. Jiang Hui plans to go to the library to find books to read today and build a newly bought mecha model in the afternoon. This thing is a limited edition, and she bought it from Hillman's family. It is said to be a new type of mecha with a layered structure this year. For this, she promised Hillman to treat her to lunch and cultural lessons for half a month. But her plan was probably broken today. She met a rare guest in the library. Jiang Hui was bored and picked up another fantasy command science book. Jiang Hui? Jiang Hui looked up at the person asking the question, and saw Huan Xian standing not far in front of her. This guy was standing there in a special school uniform made for the command department. He was wearing this tight school uniform during the holidays, which showed that he was also quite nervous on weekdays. Good morning, classmate Huan Xian. The other party called her name first, and it would be a bit too strange to reply classmate Huan. They all knew each other well, so just call them by their names. The other party looked at him, then moved his eyes to her legs and asked, "Is your leg injury healed?" "It has recovered a long time ago." The therapist rechecked and said it is completely fine. Jiang Hui said. The other party seemed to be stuck again, as if he didn't know how to talk. Then his eyes fell on the book that Jiang Hui was flipping through, and his expression was slightly frozen. "Don't look at this. It's ridiculous," he said in a very sure tone, even with a bit of speechlessness. Well, very good. It seems that it is really not her problem. The students of the conducting department directly said it was ridiculous. It seems that it is really ridiculous. Then Jiang Hui asked naturally, "Then is there any book you can recommend?" Huan Xian came at the right time. She was worried that she couldn't understand the knowledge of conducting. This person came to her door, which was a perfect reference indicator. Just ask him directly, and ask for some useful books. Of course, it would be better if the other party could lend her the textbook. Yes, Jiang Hui was so shameless, and his wishful thinking was very loud. The other party actually thought about it, and said that there was nothing worth reading in the library. If she wanted to know more, he could just make a copy of the textbook and send it to her. It was a waste to make a copy. She could just lend her the book to read. Her brain was mutated now, like a human scanner. 10 or 8 books were not worth reading at all. Huan Xian was not curious about Jiang Hui's request at all, and said that he would send it to her after sorting it out. It turned out that friends were the key to going out. As expected, he was one of the few friends she had made after arriving in the interstellar space. He was reliable. Jiang Hui completely forgot that she had secretly complained about how the other party was more homely than her, and did not think about whether he regarded her as a friend. Anyway, this person is here. Even if they were not friends before, maybe they can become friends if they have lunch together. This is what Hillman taught her. And she is from Hua Dynasty. And there is an old saying that there is nothing that cannot be solved at the dinner table, which is probably quite applicable in the interstellar. So she asked this friend to have a meal. Huan Xian, who had no idea about the routine, didn't expect Jiang Hui to invite him to the canteen for dinner, but he still agreed. Then Jiang Hui was afraid that it would be difficult to talk to the other party, and it would be a dull occasion. So he had Ed Hillman, the chatty number 1, and Zhou Xiuwen, the enthusiastic person number 2. With these two people, Jiang Hui didn't even say anything, and they could heat up the place. Jiang Hui was very satisfied with her arrangement, and the two walked towards the canteen. Just like 3 weeks ago, they teamed up and headed in the same direction. As for the reading room manager, who was secretly betting with his assistant at the front desk on how many books Jiang Hui would borrow this time, he unfortunately lost for the first time since the bet opened. Chapter 288. Everyone is gathered. After the morning theory class, Jiang Hui packed up her things and was about to go home. She encountered a problem when studying the assembly structure yesterday and couldn't figure it out all night. She was thinking about it all morning today, so she was a little distracted during class. So she had to go back to check during the afternoon class. Otherwise she wouldn't be able to have a peaceful day. Seeing him pick up his book and sprint 100 meters outside, he disappeared in a flash. The two students who wanted to talk to him said helplessly, "This classmate Jiang seems to be in a hurry every day. He disappears after class. He seems very busy. It seems that the person who can be the first is different from us. I think you want to borrow notes from others again. You have been thinking about it since you borrowed them twice last time. We can't always rely on others like this. Can't we do it ourselves? Besides, the Saiban teacher's teaching is so abstract that it's useless to take notes. Let's just study the textbooks honestly. You have seen the notes made by others with me. Can I do the same as them? The handwriting is as clear as printed, and the organization is clear. The effect of shorthand is unparalleled. But we can't always trouble others like this." The man seemed to be shaken. The person opposite raised his eyebrows when he heard this. "Right. You wanted to. But you pretend not to care. I know you are shy and don't want to take advantage of others. It's okay. We can just exchange something next time. I once heard a sophomore senior say that she always seems to be in the library reading room. And she probably likes reading books very much. I happen to have a few books. I'll ask her if she wants them." Jiang Hui didn't hear her classmates' high praise for her. Her mind was full of the side spindle structure and related three-dimensional drawings. And she was almost crazy. She didn't even want to eat, and went straight to the dormitory. But sometimes the more you are in a hurry to do something, the more likely you are to encounter certain resistances. "Classmate Jiang, you are here? I've been looking for you for a long time. Come quickly." A person looked at her in surprise, and then pulled Jiang Hui into the canteen not far away without any courtesy. "No. Wait." She was going back to the dormitory from the side path of the canteen. Not to the canteen. Her mecha model and the small problem of the side spindle were waiting for her to solve. But Zhou Xiuwen, who seemed to be in a hurry to find someone, didn't notice Jiang Hui's helpless look, and pushed people into the canteen. When they got out of the crowded crowd on the first floor and came to the second floor, and then came to a card table on the right, they found, wow, this time there were really a lot of people. Huan Xian and Claren C sat in the same row, one on the left and one on the right, with at least one person's distance between them. Opposite was Hillman, who was in a casual posture, together with her and Zhou Xiuwen. The 5 members of the R-186 team were all present. But why was the scene so strange? Huan Xian was browsing his laptop. On the left was a pile of paper materials, tied up high with hemp ropes, with dense words on the edges. I didn't know what they were. Clarence was holding a small notebook, and I didn't know what he was busy with. As for Hillman, he had already started eating. When he saw Zhou Xiaowen pulling Jiang Hui in, his eyes lit up, and he waved repeatedly, as if he was afraid that they couldn't see. Since we have come this far, of course we can only join them. Jiang Hui had to put his previous plan on hold, and planned to continue his research at night. It didn't seem like a coincidence that these guys got together. There must be something going on. Since Jiang Hui ran into Huan Xian in the library reading room last weekend, and the four of them had a meal together, the relationship between them became much more natural. It's not that their cooperation and tacit understanding on the field were all fake, but they had only known each other for a short time. And in such a tense situation, the relationship that was forced was ultimately inferior to the friendship forged at the dinner table. After eating together, even Huan Xian, who was a little thoughtful, couldn't help but get closer to this group of young friends. In fact, they wanted to make an appointment with Clarence that day. After all, no one had gathered again after that game. Since all four of them have been gathered, we can't miss one. Right? Wouldn't it be embarrassing if people find out about it later? However, unfortunately, when Jiang Hui contacted Clarence, he said that he was not in Kakuzu where the school was located, and probably returned to the mainland. It would take several weeks to get back, and he would definitely not be able to catch up with their dinner. So the four of them could only have a dinner together, and the dinner location was still in the school cafeteria. This time it was also in the cafeteria, but everyone was there. The first time is strange. The second time is familiar. Although everyone has not known each other for a long time, everyone present can be considered familiar. Jiang Hui naturally sat between Huan Xian and Clarence, and Zhou Xiaowen sat opposite. Clarence nodded slightly to Jiang Hui, which was considered a greeting. Huan Xian seemed to have been communicating with someone, and Jiang Hui did not bother him. Hillman on the other side stopped eating and poured out his tears to Jiang Hui. Jiang Hui, you run too fast. I saw you from a distance here, and I kept shouting, but I only caught Clarence in the end. If I had known that you would come to the cafeteria in the end, I would have waited for you here directly. No, I wanted to bypass the cafeteria and go back to the dormitory directly. Right? If I hadn't gone to the library to return some books, you wouldn't have caught me. And it turns out that Hillman's skill in being so familiar with people has reached such a level that he dared to catch Clarence's cold face. And he really succeeded. It's really incredible. Come from this direction. It took so long to get here. You went to the library again. Right? Zhou Xiaowen knew her very well. The other party was the only one in the group who liked to visit the library. Jiang Hui ran into him several times there, and he always seemed to be borrowing history books. Jiang Hui nodded and agreed. At this time, Huan Xian turned his eyes away from the computer. He saw the other party move a thick stack of information at hand and put it in front of Jiang Hui. Jiang Hui? What do you want? Huan Xian said in a horrified manner. Jiang Hui had borrowed textbooks from Huan Xian before, and the other party also recommended some related guidebooks. She tried her best to buy electronic versions of the ones she could buy, and wrote down the ones she couldn't buy first and thought of ways later. To be honest, this was much more useful than her own random thinking. At least, she was no longer confused about the position of command. Seeing that the other party brought another stack of information, although it didn't look like a textbook, Jiang Hui naturally assumed it was a textbook or a note. She carefully pulled out the top sheet, but found that the whole sheet was full of handwritten notes, with a chic handwriting, a unique style, and a distinct personal feature. This was Huan Xian's handwriting. Chapter 289 Open Tournament. Jiang Hui pulled out several sheets in a row and found that they were all similar, with pictures and words, and a thick stack. This is my latest homework. I'd bring it to you for reference. No need to return it. I printed it with a replica machine. But if you don't use it, just shred it, and don't upload it to the internet. Huan Xian reminded casually. But the other party rarely said meaningless nonsense. And this extra explanation was probably his bottom line. Are these all your homework? It's only been a month since the start of school. Is there too little homework for their combat individual department? Jiang Hui felt that she had a lot, but compared with the command department, it was nothing. Jiang Hui then carefully looked at the stack of information. It was tied very thickly with hemp rope. On the top was a stack of manuscripts that was as thick as a palm. And at the bottom, there were 3 sealed bags of information, which should be used for classification. She couldn't help but admire them. The conductors in the Department of Conducting were all talented people. They had so many manuscripts and homeworks at the beginning of the school year. No wonder they rarely went out to socialize. They probably didn't have time. But Jiang Hui was very happy. She thanked him and said that this was exactly what she needed. This friend was really reliable. Hillman and Zhou Xiuwen were stunned. Especially Hillman. After getting Huan Qian's consent, he also pulled a sheet and flipped through it. He was confused after reading just a few paragraphs. What is this? It's hard to understand just by reading it. But conductors, like Huan Qian, can actually pick it out and analyze and give examples. They learn these things every day. No wonder those conductors are so profound. They probably trained themselves with these homework when they were in school. Of course. What is even more terrifying is Jiang Hui, who asked Huan Qian for homework. Isn't this guy a student of the combat soldier department? Why does he have to learn things from the command department? Don't they have enough homework? Hillman was confused. Sure enough. What is more terrifying than the academic tyrants and the academic gods is the study papers. They will make everyone die when you don't know. Really? Regardless of strength. He only respects Jiang Hui in the combat soldier department. Hillman put the manuscript back in Jiang Hui's hand with all, and then quickly took it back as if he was afraid of disturbing something. Grabbed the spoon and scooped up a big mouthful of brown rice and stuffed it into his mouth. Jiang Hui was also full of questions when he saw a manuscript that was almost flying to the ground because Hillman's hand was taken back too quickly and slapped it. And a face that seemed to have been hit hard in an instant. She shook her head. Hillman was indeed an early learner who entered school in the preschool grade. He was not stable and a little noisy. After thanking Huan Qian again and again, Jiang Hui was about to put the scattered manuscripts back and put them into her space button. But she saw that Clarence, who was silently taking notes next to her, had turned to look at her, manuscript in her hand. Jiang Hui. No. You want it too? But she can't decide. Jiang Hui had to turn her head and look at Huan Qian. The other party said in an unclear way, I'll send it to you. Clarence seemed to reply thank you a little unnaturally, and then paused and said with some difficulty, this weekend, there is a mecha open competition in the mainland, and I happen to have a few remaining tickets. Do you want to go? It can be seen that this person is not good at saying such friendly words, and his tone is quite hard. People who are not familiar with him may think that he is giving orders, but the few people present have seen how awkward the other party can be, and they are quite used to it. And what is this person talking about? The kind of mecha open competition that can only be initiated by a certain level of mecha soldiers? Those are almost all B-level or above competitions, which are not so common even in the inner galaxies, let alone in the resident galaxies. This kind of competition can be said to be hard to get a ticket. Even the tickets for watching the online simulated live broadcast can be sold at a high price. Not to mention watching the game on site. Clarence actually said that he would invite them to watch such a live game. If this is an order, then they are happy to do it. Although the few people present may not be full of love for mechas, their professions or families are closely related to mechas, and they are naturally excited to hear that they can watch the mecha open competition. Is it really possible? Zhou Xiuwen looked at Clarence with a little light in his eyes. Clarence seemed to be not good at dealing with such enthusiastic eyes, and nodded uncomfortably. These tickets were sent by others. I can't use them all by myself. It would be a pity if I don't go. Anyway, they are going to watch the open tournament. It would be a waste if these people don't go. After hearing this, the other people didn't make a fuss. They decided to watch the open tournament together on the weekend. It just so happened that Jiang Hui planned to go back to the mainland on the weekend. The open tournament was on Sunday, so she could leave for home on Friday night. Jiang Hui planned carefully, and didn't notice that the discussion between them became quiet. Seeing her immersed in her own thoughts, they felt helpless. They had discovered long ago that Jiang Hui was not a talkative person. Although she was better than Clarence and Huan Qian, she was also a person who was thoughtful and rarely spoke unless others spoke. Of course, when it came to explaining and instructing, she would not be stingy with words, as if she had changed into a different person. But in real life, she was really a very quiet person. It was just that in daily life, she would inexplicably seem a little out of touch. Sometimes when people were talking, they would get lost in their thoughts for a short time, and you had no idea what they were thinking. Being with such a person was sometimes quite stressful, and it felt like you were in a completely different world from them. When Jiang Hui's thoughts came out, she heard Hillman asking if she would also have a mecha practical class in the afternoon. Yes. Today was their first mecha practical class since the start of school. They had already taken a theoretical class to lay the foundation. And this time, it was a practical class that lasted for 3 full weeks. Although Hillman was in the first class, he was also in the combat individual department. In terms of class scheduling, the pace of the courses of classes 1 to 3 in the combat soldier department is quite uniform. But they all take their own classes. It is said that there will be a joint class exam only at the end of the school year. But as students of the combat soldier department who are about to take practical classes, Hillman feels that he and Jianghui have more in common. Of course, Clarence is also like this. But he is more timid and doesn't dare to talk to Clarence about this down-to-earth topic. But if he talks to Jianghui, it will be different. The other party may be more interested in joining in. Hillman's wishful thinking is very loud. Chapter 290 Standard Mecha. I was so excited that I couldn't sleep all night. Ah. You guys didn't sleep either. I was saying that I hadn't seen a single mecha for 2 months, including military training. I almost forgot that I was a soldier. I finally got what I wanted. Will we be given mechas soon? Unfortunately, our school has limited resources. Even if we provide mechas, they will probably be the lowest standard ones. But this one is pretty good, as long as it is a special mecha. And it must not be an ornamental mecha. My dad said that schools that use this kind of mecha for teaching tasks are poor. The eyesight is bad. And finally, no students can be trained to drive military mechas. Be more serious, my friend. It's not about giving mechas. It should be equipped. Even the ornamental mechas you mentioned can't be bought casually with the money from buying toys. I guess we can only touch them in class. Hee hee. I have heard that schools equipped with mechas will buy special insurance. And they have to spend a lot of money every year just for regular repairs. It is said that the probability of students damaging mechas is quite high. The above is gossip type. Each has a different message port. And each has its own story. Of course, there are also not so friendly ones. And they quarreled while talking. Such as the following. Just save your breath. Do you think that individual soldiers can drive mechas right away? Not all individual soldiers are qualified to drive mechas. First of all, you have to be able to afford mechas. If it weren't for coming to school, many people might only be able to watch them in movies or on the road in their lives. You are such a rude guy. Everyone is happily discussing the class. Why are you the only one pouring cold water on others? You are the same, aren't you? When I was talking about the mecha type just now, you kept correcting me. As if you knew a lot? Asked Jianghui which school she belongs to. Ah, she belongs to the day's school. To be honest, her mind is now divided into 2 halves. One half is still thinking about the pile of parts in the dormitory, and the other half is looking forward to the next class, which is quite contradictory. But her contradictions are usually not shown on her face. In the eyes of others, Jianghui is quite calm, always calm, and next to him is in a frozen state, facing Clarence at the same end. It makes people sigh that these 2 people are indeed teammates who once fought side by side, and they are originally the same kind of people. In fact, Jianghui is not completely uncurious, because her curiosity has been satisfied. At noon, they actually had a round of discussion in the cafeteria, from the popular science of insiders. So Jianghui and his friends knew more than many of the students who were just guessing. I have to say that Hillman is really low-key. Although Jianghui knew that his family was in business and wealthy, he didn't expect that his family actually had shares in the school. Although it wasn't much, Hillman negotiated and bought it not long after he entered school. But this alone was enough for him to know more about the situation in the school than other students. Hillman told them that the school had allocated a batch of brand new D-class standard mechas this year, which were specially provided for students of all grades in the combat single soldier department. D-class is the lowest standard among general-purpose mechas, but it is much better than ornamental mechas, although it is just a standardized product produced by the assembly line of a military factory. It has the functions that a mecha should have, and it also meets the minimum performance standards of military mechas set by the Empire. The last point is particularly rare, because even relatively high-end private customization or some mechas above the general standard may not be able to meet this standard, because this is equivalent to a military-specific mecha stamped by a military agency. The standard is strict, and there is almost no error with the mecha used on the battlefield. Students taught with such mechas, when they have their own mechas in the future, can not only adapt and adjust relatively quickly, but also reduce the driving errors and habits that may be caused by using non-standard mechas. Anyway, in order to get this batch of D-Class general-purpose mechas, the 8th Legion has made a lot of efforts, and it is said that it has spent a month's quota. This is not a joke. You must know that the 8th Legion is not a place dedicated to training students. It is a real legion that exists for fighting. Its main force is still active on the battlefield today. The mecha quota within the legion is specially allocated to the generals, and it is almost impossible to flow out. It is willing to spend a month's quota to equip the school under its name with mechas, which shows its determination to select the best. As for the Hillman family, they are responsible for the money part. After all, the quota is the quota, but it is only eligible to buy. If you want to buy, you still have to pay. The school has limited funds and must rely on investors. The Hillman family obtained a small amount of shares from the school by paying for this part of the mecha money. To some extent, the Hillman family can be regarded as a typical interstellar currency player. Knowing that the standard mecha was used, Jiang Hui also roughly knew what it was. Standard mecha and standard mecha are two different concepts. Standard mecha is a large mecha classification, divided into ordinary humanoid, mimic linear and mixed neutral type. Standard mecha generally refers to standard mecha produced by the assembly line of military factories. This kind of mecha is generally produced in the style of ordinary humanoid mecha for the purpose of rapid production and convenient use. Ordinary humanoid mecha is the earliest mecha prototype constructed by humans. The lines and structure are relatively hard. The data is average. There is no obvious short board, and the functions are all a little bit, but not too prominent. Let's put it this way. It is probably equivalent to the one-size-fits-all among mechas. Most people are suitable, but most people don't think it is particularly easy to use. However, it is probably the most appropriate to use this as an enlightenment mecha, because standardization makes it easier to highlight the level and cultivate top talents. If they can show off their skills in driving such mechas, their level will naturally become higher when they get a special mecha tailored for them. In fact, the data of this type of mecha that Jiang Hui has come into contact with the most in these days of mecha research is data. Although the real thing is still a bit different from the model. The structure is just like that. Because it is common, the official website of this mecha has almost all the data open to the public. In theory, as long as there are materials, everyone can build a mecha according to the data drawings. Of course, the premise is to understand. Jiang Hui is not very interested in other topics, but he is also very excited about the fact that they may try to drive a mecha next. I wonder if Stark's class teacher will let them try to drive a mecha today. Yes, their mecha practical class teacher is Stark, the class teacher. Most classes in the combat individual department are like this, with their class teachers serving as teachers of mecha practical classes. Only a small number of special class teachers are transferred from other places. She thought so. And soon, a familiar sound of footsteps came from afar. The people who were still discussing enthusiastically stood up almost instinctively, and quickly adjusted their positions and formations, from messy to orderly, just like the military training a month ago. It seems that the impression this person left on the students during the military training was so deep that everyone would react to the footsteps. Chapter 291. Stark was as calm and oppressive as ever. The atmosphere changed as soon as he came. There seemed to be a little tension in the air, although this person was their class teacher. After the military training and the comprehensive explanation review, he did not spend more time with the class than the teachers of other subjects. He only had an extra summary meeting once a month. Actually, it can't be said that way. Think about it. They still had close contact with this class teacher. That was the formal military training and the comprehensive explanation review class in the first 2 weeks of school. He played back the video and analyzed each person's performance frame by frame, and then praised or criticized. Of course, the former was almost non-existent. He only praised 2 people twice throughout the whole process. Once was when Jiang Hui injured his leg to rescue Huan Xian. He slightly praised Jiang Hui's excessive chain reaction at that moment. Then the focus was to scold her harshly, saying that she was overestimating her own abilities, hurting the enemy by 1,000 and hurting herself by 800, and reckless and so on. Anyway, compared with the criticism later, the 2 compliments he made earlier seemed to be incidental and forced. The other time was to praise Clarence for a relatively perfect ambush on a team when he was alone. Although the shortcomings were inevitably pointed out and criticized later, there were more compliments. Except for the performance of these 2 people at a certain moment, the rest were almost all criticisms. Even some of Jiang Hui's performances that were almost impeccable in the eyes of others were specifically criticized by the other party. The problem is that they are not just looking for faults. And what they say is really reasonable. So everyone naturally accepts it with conviction. Anyway, after the comprehensive explanation and review, they hardly saw this class teacher again during the 2 weeks. He gave them a course on strategy theory and then disappeared. However, it is said that all practical courses in the future will be taught by him. The information posted on the school's official website. Just part of the resume is enough to make people's eyes light up. Everyone didn't know whether to be happy or worried about him giving the mecha enlightenment training. The joy is naturally that they can have a powerful mecha teacher to teach the course. And they can learn more skills. The worry is that everyone is afraid of being criticized by this person mercilessly again. That mental attack. No. He didn't have a mental attack at all. He just talked about the matter to make you feel ashamed. Anyway, it's very discouraging. The other party glanced at the students with serious faces in the field. And the slightly cold eyes swept over everyone's head. The students who were full of excitement just now suddenly felt cold in their minds and calmed down. Calm down now. Stark asked lightly. Yes. Everyone responded loudly reflexively. As if they were still in military training. Very good. Now that everyone is calm, it's time for us to go to class. Follow me. Stark motioned for the students to follow him. So they don't have mecha classes here. Class 2 followed Stark and approached a circular building. It was not high. Compared with the large buildings commonly seen in the interstellar, it seemed very low. It was probably only 100 meters high. And it seemed that the top had not been capped yet. From the ground, the top seemed low. But facing such an unremarkable building, the group was extremely excited. They all recognized it. This was the Mecha Battle Hall specially built by the school. If Captain Stark was not still in front, they might not be able to help but continue the lively topic just now. Because through the open door, they just saw several pairs of metal structures that were more than 10 meters high. Judging from the structure, they should belong to the legs of the mecha. And the outer layer was shining with the unique luster of silver fine steel. After everyone passed the special door, they could see the original appearance of these mechas clearly. Dozens of humanoid mechas, with the same appearance, stood quietly in the extremely spacious battlefield. Although they were all curled up and squatted on the ground in some strange shape. The overall height was still more than 20 meters. I don't know what the height would be if they stood up completely. Even if they were only the lowest standard military-specific mechas. Even if these mechas had not yet been injected with their own souls. However, when they were quietly arranged together as if waiting for someone, they still gave this group of students, who had not yet received formal training, a spiritual shock. This is the mecha, which may become their partner in the future. They may one day drive such a powerful and shocking existence on the battlefield and strive to defend their homes, even if their own selves are so insignificant. Many people present remembered this scene for many years. Why are you standing there? Why don't you hurry up? Wait for me to arrange for you. Stark said to the student standing in the back in a daze. Go directly. No need to arrange. Everyone in class 2 was a little dumbfounded. Obviously, in the previous shooting class, the teaching guns were distributed one by one. But now they are arranged to use mechas, and they are directly allowed to choose by themselves? Well, they all look the same. So there's no need to choose a standard one. Jiang Hui just took a look and roughly judged that Hillman's news should be correct. These are all D-level standard mechas. And the standards are the same as the official data. Without any error. They are indeed assembly line products produced by military factories. However, for most students who don't know why, these mechas are still different. After receiving the instructions, everyone thought that they must quickly choose and get the one that they liked the most, so as not to fall behind others. Then a group of people rushed towards the mecha group at the speed of a 100-meter sprint, and disappeared in a flash. This time, Stark's class teacher didn't care about the chaos of the crowd. Just folded his hands and looked at them, but also reminded everyone to choose in a civilized manner. Otherwise, they would not be able to attend his class again. So no one dared to go too far. And it was said to be grabbing. But it was actually a child's play to occupy the top of the mountain. Those who didn't know much about mechas either hugged the legs of the mechas or stood in front of the mechas to occupy a position. Some people with better physique and physical fitness climbed up the fuselage in a few seconds, overlooking the people below who were anxious and angry, showing their sovereignty. However, most of them did not know how to do it, and argued in groups of 3 or 2 that he/she was the first to see this mecha. As for Jiang Hui, she was quite serious about whether she was anxious or not. She did not compete with others, but just followed them all the way, and finally picked one in the corner of the front row. After making sure that no one around was interested in the mecha she chose, Jiang Hui stood in front of the mecha, and recalled how the rear cabin of the mecha model in the initial unset state in the book was opened. Jiang Hui separated a wisp of mental power, and poked a hole on the back of this humanoid mecha. Yes, she poked that place with mental power. With a click sound, the rear hatch automatically popped open. Chapter 292 Boarding. Jiang Hui was stunned. Was she really going to try it like this? So smoothly? Then a gust of wind rose from the ground under her feet in this windless belt, blowing her hair band. Jiang Hui was glad that they were wearing a set of neat training clothes that were daily equipped by the combat individual department, because they had to take practical classes. Otherwise, they would probably be in a mess with their clothes flying. Although Beska Intermediate College is a reserve base built by the Legion, it is also a legal college registered with the Imperial Education Bureau to teach social talents. Students are students after all, even if the goal is to train qualified soldiers. It is impossible to require students to wear military uniforms at this time. So this school still has normal standard school uniforms, like other colleges. No matter which major, 2 sets of dresses suitable for students to attend formal occasions will be issued. Of course, you can also choose not to do this if you want to act as a different firework in an occasion where most people are dressed in the same uniform. There are 2 sets of student uniforms for daily wear. The simpler one is a white shirt, brown trousers or skirt, and a jacket of the same color, which is very college style. Then, there are the training uniforms for each major. The military training uniforms are green, and have been issued to them in advance. They can wear them if they want. The style is really ugly but durable. They wore them for a whole month, and there was no tear, unless they were cut with a sharp tool. In addition, the Combat Individual Soldier Department also sent a dark blue training uniform, which is light, and will not look awkward when worn. It is a piece of clothing for convenient exercise activities. Except for the nameplate representing the major and personal identity, there is nothing cumbersome, and it is very neat. This is the most popular school uniform for students in the single soldier department. Almost everyone wore this today. This uniform looks really futuristic and technological. Jiang Hui was inexplicably a little dazed. Ah, no. She is really in the future now. As the wind whirled, a seemingly invisible stepping stone condensed. Why did the invisible Jiang Hui know that it was a stepping stone? Because it was set off by the wind next to it, and there were small curls of whirlwind on the irregular edges. I don't know if this stepping stone can be walked on. Will she step on it and miss it? It shouldn't be. Jiang Hui stepped on it without thinking. Then it was just as she thought. It was an invisible stepping stone. Since she stepped on this stepping stone with one foot, the wind seemed to have received instructions and passed forward one by one with her footsteps, gradually rising. The faster Jiang Hui steps, the faster the speed of generation, and the higher she rose. When Jiang Hui came to the distance of less than 4 or 5 meters from the boarding line of the rear cabin door, she stopped and looked back with courage. My goodness, she was walking on a castle in the air. Right? It seemed that she stepped on countless stepping stones to get up. But in fact, the only 2 steps she stepped on were really effective. When her back foot was retracted and stood on the front foot, the back foot also quickly dissipated in the wind and disappeared. So from Jiang Hui's perspective, and even from everyone's perspective, she was completely standing in the air more than 10 meters high. Many students nearby stopped what they were doing and looked up at her. 10 meters is not really high in the interstellar world. But if there is nothing under your feet, it is really a test of your heart to watch. After experiencing the time travel, the mysterious space in your mind, and the miscellaneous transformation of your 3 views after entering school, Jiang Hui thought she could adapt well to this high-tech but unscientific world for the Blue Star people. Her heart trembled instinctively, and the hair on her back stood up. Jiang Hui tried to tell herself that it was normal. This was the interstellar world, and everything that was unreasonable in her concept could exist. It's okay. It's okay. You won't fall. Then she dragged her slightly stiff body and quickened her pace towards the rear door. Fortunately, when Jiang Hui took 2 or 3 more steps, a traction force entangled from her legs and led her into the cabin. The gust of wind disappeared completely. Jiang Hui's eyes widened slightly. She succeeded. Damn. This thing is not scientific no matter how you think about it. As expected, The model is really different from the real thing. What does it say in the book? It's very simple. Open the rear hatch to enter the cabin. Well, it's good to skip it directly. As expected, building a mecha is not such an easy thing. Even if people publish all the drawings, you may not be able to understand every part and build it smoothly. She finally figured it out today. Forget it. She will definitely not be able to think of it by simply thinking about it. After today's class, she will find other information to study. Don't worry about it now. Jiang Hui was about to walk out of the cabin sensor module when she suddenly heard someone calling her. Did she hear it wrong? Yes, someone was calling her. But this reminded her not to walk away casually. The opening and closing of the rear hatch of the mecha is naturally controlled by the driver. But when the mecha is not connected to the driver, the opening and closing of the cabin door must be triggered by a specific mechanism. After all, no matter how intelligent and fully automated the machine is, there must always be a port for manual operation as an external medium to avoid loss of control. So when Jiang Hui was not connected to the mecha, the opening and closing of the rear hatch must be controlled by the cabin sensor module she initially dropped. Once she walked out, the rear hatch would close automatically. Now she didn't know the situation, so Jiang Hui naturally couldn't take the next step. So she stood on the sensor module and turned the direction, intending to find the man who talked to her. In the end, the other party turned around and appeared in Jiang Hui's sight. Although she could only see a small person from a height of nearly 20 meters, her face was a little unclear. Student Jiang. The other party called again. This time Jiang Hui was completely sure that the other party was calling her. So she replied, "What's the matter?" She squinted at the slightly familiar face, and it took her a while to remember who this person was. This female classmate had borrowed her notes twice before. She was very cheerful, and seemed to have a cheerful personality. Seeing Jiang Hui's response, the other party seemed very happy and asked directly, "Student Jiang, can you tell me how to open this rear hatch? I saw you go up, and it looks really cool." Man added in his heart. There was nothing to keep secret. So Jiang Hui told the other party that it was about 70 centimeters above the coccyx at the back of the mecha, and he just needed to poke it with his mental power. Chapter 293 Demonstration. Then the other party seemed to cheer excitedly, said thank you loudly and turned away. After a while, the other party's voice came from the same angle and direction again. With an anxious tone, "Student Jiang, I have looked for it, but I can't find the coccyx you mentioned." "Is the coccyx you mentioned the tail?" "But I didn't find a structure similar to the tail. This is obviously an ordinary humanoid mecha. The coccyx doesn't even know. Is there no such term in the interstellar?" Thinking about it, it seems to be true. She has hardly heard such a term here. Could it be that even Chinese medicine has declined in this world? Such marginal terms are not popular. Jiang Hui felt inexplicably lost, and she couldn't explain why. She thought about it again, and directly asked the other party to stand in front, giving a rough height and angle for her to directly stab out her mental power. If you can't grasp it accurately, just explore in similar places nearby. The switch is quite obvious. The mental power level of the people in Class 2 is generally high, and they can probably find it after searching. If she really can't find it, she can't do anything. After all, she had only been in contact with this real mecha for a short time. So how could she be professional enough to give guidance to others? She could only give general suggestions. Whether the other party can do it depends on herself. Before the results of that classmate came out, Jiang Hui heard Stark's voice reminding her to close the cabin door. Naturally, she immediately obeyed the arrangement and took out the cabin sensor module. The rear cabin door slowly closed in front of her, and the darkness gradually swallowed up the light in front of her. However, at the moment when the last ray of light slipped away from Jiang Hui's feet, the silent and dark cabin suddenly lit up with a bright blue light, bringing her into another world. The students in Class 2 naturally saw Jiang Hui's successful boarding. At this moment, whether they had taken their seats early but had no idea where to start, or were still thinking about which mecha to choose, they all looked at the mecha on the right side of the front. Ordinary students were naturally moved, worthy of being Jiang Hui. While everyone was still struggling to choose which mecha to choose, the other party had already boarded the cabin first. Seeing Jiang Hui's extremely majestic appearance, everyone was naturally very yearning, and they couldn't wait to experience it in person. Of course, there were also students who had already been exposed to the history of mechas. Some of them may have just been taken by their families to experience it directly in the cabin. so they didn't pay attention to the details of boarding the cabin. And they didn't know where to start at the moment. Some people knew a little, but because the opening positions of different mechas were different, they naturally couldn't find it so quickly. Seeing that Jiang Hui had taken another step ahead, they were all very excited and tried harder to keep up. Only the classmate man just now. She happened to be close to Jiang Hui, and saw Jiang Hui succeed in front of her. So she couldn't help but ask directly. She actually wanted to take a gamble. After all, based on her experience of contacting him these days, she felt that Jiang Hui's temper was not bad. If she asked directly, the other party might respond. Sure enough, when she asked, the other party really responded. And the method he gave was very detailed. And when she asked again without understanding, the other party gave a more detailed plan without getting tired of it. Maybe even Stark's class teacher couldn't give such detailed instructions, because given their temperament, the other party is more likely to scold them in front of their faces. Speaking of this, Man couldn't help but burst into tears. This Captain Stark was the most fierce teacher she had met in her 10 years of school. Even Jiang Hui, a powerful person who could not find any fault, was criticized by him as if he was worthless. She felt a little aggrieved for the other party when she listened to him, and was worried that this classmate Jiang would be hit. Unexpectedly, he didn't care at all and accepted all kinds of criticisms very calmly. Sure enough, being the first is different, but probably because of this, everyone in class 2 no longer had a fluke. No one was complacent about the little achievement in the orienteering race. After all, even Jiang Hui, who won the game, was criticized like this. So how could they be complacent? Although this classmate Jiang was a little cold and didn't like to talk, his patience made Man almost cry. Oh my God! Classmate Jiang, I will follow you closely from now on. You are so reliable. She found the right place in a short while according to the other party's second instruction, and successfully boarded the rear door. Although the boarding effect seems to be slightly different from Jiang Hui's, not as cool as imagined. The stepping stone form is a bit too lively, or one high and one low is very uncoordinated. But in the end, she still boarded. Of course, all the students present were students with extraordinary mental power and hearing, and many people heard the conversation between Jiang Hui and Man. When these people heard this, they changed their minds, and even found the position faster than Man, and quickly boarded the cabin. But everyone's way of boarding was also different. Some people are like Jiang Hui, but they always have trouble controlling the stepping stones. Some of them are twisted or up and down, and they will fall down halfway if they are not careful. Some people's stepping stones are flat, and the smooth surface makes it difficult for them to climb, and they look awkward when they climb up. Some people are wilder and climb directly to the top of the fuselage and jump into the cabin. In fact, these so-called boarding methods all depend on the individual's mental power, because this is the mecha extracting their mental power and simulating it according to the mental power wave. The final effect is actually shaped by their subconscious. If there is a third group of students present, it is probably Clarence. Most young and energetic teenagers are willing to try. Even in such a non-competitive activity, there will be some sense of competition. Of course, there are also people like Jiang Hui who are confident and just walk their own way without rushing. And Clarence is a complete third-party bystander. He was hidden among the crowd, not in a hurry to choose a mecha, nor in a hurry to board the cabin. He deliberately concealed his breath and observed and examined the words and deeds of every classmate in the class. He took everyone's personality traits and style and ability into his eyes and heart. After most people entered the mecha, he selected an empty mecha on the spot and entered the rear hatch neatly. The rest were really people who didn't know how to do it. Seeing others find the rear hatch and board the plane one by one, they gradually became anxious, taking everyone's performance into consideration. Stark nodded slightly, and then waved smoothly. The dozen or so students who still didn't know how to do it were sucked in by the suddenly popped out rear hatch, and then closed immediately. The whole process took less than a star second. Everyone went in. The next moment, Stark also appeared in a standard mecha with the same structure, and the practical class officially began. Chapter 294. After the rear hatch was closed, the cabin was unlocked again. As the blue light passed by, the sleeping fuselage was officially started. Everything was blue. The left and right sides were pushed up and down, and like a domino effect, they lit up. Large blocks of parts that could not be distinguished were pushed forward from the rear hatch layer by layer. At the same time, a very natural white light shone on the top of the cabin. just like being in the daytime. With clear and bright vision, she was introduced to a brand new world. An inorganic civilization that did not belong to humans, but was created by humans. At this moment, Jiang Hui did not notice what kind of excitement was emanating from her heart. So excited that she trembled all over. Everything she saw was flashing with a cold light. But it was beating excitedly as if it had life, resonating with her heart. All his mental power was released in an instant, jumping up and down in the spacious cabin like a wild horse. And it was like marking every inch of the place. Every part exuded an incomparable attraction, leading his mental power to linger. Jiang Hui tried his best to control himself from being hooked by those little goblins. He did not forget what he came here for, and walked straight to the front of the passage. In the front was a circular window. It was strange that the area was not large, but she could see the outside 360 degrees from the ground to the top without any obstruction. In the front row is a whole heavy workbench, with a slightly tilted upper surface, on which are arranged various colored twisting parts and lighting. But the large and small colors are indistinguishable from each other's functions. You don't know me, and I don't know you. But inexplicably, Jiang Hui felt that the operation of the mecha was not through this workbench. There should be something else. He couldn't find the power in this part to support the operation of this huge machine. The cabin was too empty. In addition to the flat parts and workbenches displayed around, there seemed to be a lack of an operating object. Did the mecha pilots operate while standing? After all, the model was limited, and there was no such structure. So she didn't know this part very well now, and she had to guess. Jiang Hui stood in front of the workbench, not knowing how to put his hands, and looked around, trying to find a chance to crack it. Unfortunately, there was no reference for this part, so he really had no way at all. He didn't dare to use his mental power to poke it casually, because after all, this was a weapon-like existence in this world. So it was naturally more important to pay attention to safe operation. So she stood there for a long time, until she wanted to test it further, when there was a sudden movement in the fuselage. The blue light in the cabin flickered, and the bottom trembled slightly, which scared everyone. Jiang Hui's heart also trembled instinctively, and she calmed down. The next moment, she heard Stark's voice sounding in the cabin like a three-dimensional sound, a bit like it sounded in her ears. Jiang Hui looked in the direction of the sound, but saw that the cabin was empty, and there was no one. So she definitely ruled out the possibility that Stark had entered her cabin. Soon her doubts were answered, as the board under her feet trembled. The lights on the workbench lit up one after another, projecting large areas of light. Some of them bounced automatically like buttons, without manual operation. Anyway, it seemed to be just a moment. Click, click, accompanied by a series of complex mechanical roller sounds and strange electric shocks. The mecha came to life little by little. The circular large screen was divided from the left and right of the center line, and a large area of yellow light was lit from left to right and from right to left, announcing to everyone that the mecha was slowly waking up. Xian even floated up one blue screen after another, occupying the entire board in front of her eyes. Everything she saw was blue light, although there was nothing on these blue screens. They were empty, but the scene was still very spectacular. When the blue screens that occupied almost half of the space on the two sides in the middle were formed one after another, one of the blue screens also moved, and the dark blue light screen twisted violently, as if it was in a unified frequency modulation, and changed to a three-dimensional color screen. The screen showed the interior of another cabin, and the person standing inside the cabin was their class instructor, Stark. However, the only difference was that the screen was facing the front screen of the cabin. That is, it was projected from the workbench, projecting Stark's front face. This should be the so-called three-dimensional projection class. Jiang Hui felt relieved, and was not as confused as before. Now that everyone has entered the cabin, I can't pay attention to everyone's operation for the time being. So please don't try to be smart and touch those switches. Otherwise you will be at your own risk if you cause irreversible consequences. In fact, Stark still deceived everyone. After all, even a D-class standard mecha is not a toy. If these students are allowed to operate it at will without any contact with such weapons, or even to show off their abilities, it will be a disaster. So he has already displayed all the internal conditions of the cabin on the right side of the cabin, and activated the safety braking mode, and will take a few glances from time to time. Stark specifically mentioned that because he saw some dishonest guys. Although these young people are bold and arrogant, most of them still know their limits. Stark has accumulated prestige for a long time, and his words made everyone dare not move at will. After making sure that these kids had no intention of playing freely, Stark said to the screen in a serious tone, "Now officially start the mecha operation class. I will explain in advance that I can't teach you every detail of the operation, but the necessary steps and demonstrations. Key tips will be emphasized, and you will be given the opportunity to correct them within a reasonable range. But you must remember that this is not the early childhood education department. Since you are standing here and choosing this major, you should learn to be responsible for yourself. So from now on, please listen to every word I say, and engrave every action I make in your mind at the first time. I may not do the same words or operations a second time. And what you are about to do now is still the simplest and most basic auxiliary driving mode in the mecha. If you can't even pass this level, let alone driving a military mecha in the future, please know the answer in your heart. Don't ask me why you can't do it. It doesn't make any sense. Each student has a limited time for practical classes. You are not wasting time alone, but wasting the same amount of time for many people." Chapter 295. Sure enough, the other party's words stirred up waves, like a basin of cold water that instantly shattered everyone's excitement and enthusiasm. What's going on? Captain Stark. They came to this school to learn individual soldier skills, which naturally includes operating mechas. Didn't the school invite these sergeants to teach them this? As a result, they were enthusiastically attending class. But the other party told them contemptuously that he was only responsible for teaching but not for subsequent adjustments. What's the difference between that and giving them a mecha to learn by themselves? No one is in charge. Even if Captain Stark has too strong strength, it is too irresponsible to say such words easily in teaching students. Without looking at the expressions on the faces of those little guys, Stark knew what they were thinking in their hearts. It's not that he said it ruthlessly, but that the style of the military is like this. He has always received such a set of education, commanding and prohibiting, without saying a word. Since he is leading these children to explore the D-class standard mecha, he must lay everything out in the open. After all, what is the point of being a patient and instructive teacher in this kind of activity? The mecha is not a toy in the hands of children. It is a combined light thermal type weapon evolved by human civilization for generations. If you are not careful, it can really take people's lives and endanger society. Therefore, the military has very strict control over this type of weapon, and not every school is qualified to use this kind of mecha in class. The most important thing about driving a mecha is the control of mental power, which is closely related to the mental strength of each driver. This basically excludes those who have not successfully completed the second awakening. Those people have been temporarily rejected by Stark outside of class, and they have to wait until they complete the second awakening before participating in the course. However, it is still very dangerous to allow those who have not fully awakened to use their mental power to directly connect with the mecha. In the first 100 years of the 4-star era, there were hundreds of vicious incidents of students operating mechas to injure people, and there were undoubtedly thousands of cases of loss of control. There were even cases of mechas smuggling and revolting by taking advantage of the gap. Therefore, the Empire issued a special law to grade the driving of mechas, and specially convened a special laboratory to develop simple driving modes and auxiliary tools to reduce the safety risks of those who have not fully awakened driving mechas. In the next few star eras, a very mature system has gradually been formed, considering that the mental source and brain area of those who have not fully awakened are not fully developed, and the mental damage suffered during this period will cause irreversible damage. Students and social personnel, that is, informal sergeants, must obtain the corresponding driving grade certificate before they can directly control the mechas beyond the auxiliary cabin. This mecha auxiliary cabin is the most widely used auxiliary tool developed by the Empire in the education sector. It is equivalent to a semi-automatic driving mode, which plays a great role in protecting the mental power of those who have not fully awakened. If these people cannot successfully drive the mecha through the mecha auxiliary cabin, then there is no need for them to continue. This is for their own good, because a single soldier is a kind of existence that consumes their own life and mental energy as a medium to control the mecha, and the amount they pay is unimaginable for ordinary people. This is also the reason why the military has been able to stand independently outside the Imperial Administration Bureau, because everything they have gained is achieved with their lives, and all the glory is hidden with the heroic spirits who are unwilling to die and the uncorrupted bones and flesh. This is his most sincere advice to these aspiring children as a person who has experienced it. Stark said in a deep voice, And as if shocked, the students in the unmanned cabins all fell silent. Although Yuzidai was a little unconvinced on his face. His eyes were more determined than before. Very good. Then we can take the next step. He walked to the operating table in 3 or 2 steps. Stopped about 3 or 4 meters away. And then said in a deep voice, "Start the Mecha Auxiliary Cabin." The Mecha Auxiliary Cabin numbered VBTR 8697269 is started. Registered and stamped by the Tiangangsing Supervision Bureau of the Inner Galaxy. And the manufacturer is? The mechanical voice popped up and announced. Oh! It turns out that this can be voice controlled. Everyone was not stupid. At the same time, both Stark on the screen and everyone in the cabins tried to follow each other's steps and shout the same words. As the words fell, the plates under their feet vibrated more violently, as if to shake them all off. Then some people rushed to the back feet at the same time. And even both feet had a back thrust, prompting him to pounce forward. The clicking mechanical sound and inorganic fan sound behind him quickly raised a very tall thing similar to a simulated holographic cabin. It was a bit like the simulated holographic cabin that Jiang Hui had bought before. But the overall parts and combined structure were more complex and exquisite. No wonder the cabin was so empty. Once this thing came out, it basically occupied the front third of the cabin, leaving little room. Jiang Hui avoided being hit by the base of the simulation cabin because he paid attention to the distance of Stark's landing. But he was also startled by the sudden appearance of this big guy. As soon as this thing came out, everyone had a rough idea in their minds. This question is simple. This is not a Star Network simulator. The operation method is probably similar to that. It is not as difficult as Stark said. No wonder he said there is no need to demonstrate. Many people began to be full of confidence again, forgetting the heavy feeling just now. Of course, there are also people with doubts on their faces, especially those who have already been exposed to mechas in advance. And their faces are full of question marks. Is the mecha cabin operated by this? Why is it completely different from what they have seen? Time does not allow them to think too much. And everyone hurriedly follows Stark's step-by-step operation to enter the simulation cabin. However, after entering the simulation cabin, the other party did not show the startup cabin immediately, but adjusted the seat on his own. But everyone's height, weight, and even the length of their hands and feet are different. And there is no reference standard. How can they adjust it? Everyone had to adjust the buttons in the order they felt. And then heard Stark say to everyone in a deep voice, "Close your eyes. Then spread your mental power. Not too fast, layer by layer. Little by little, spread it out evenly. Feel the mental power interception threshold instrument on the top evenly contact your mental power, and gradually reach a full state. Then twist out several strands of mental power from the middle and pierce upwards." The other party spoke fast or slow, and even slowed down a little compared to the previous steps. But there were too many steps to connect, and most students could not control their mental power so freely. So they couldn't keep up after listening. Chapter 296 Entering. Jiang Hui didn't think too much, because she had a little accident during the attempt. In fact, Jiang Hui's mental power is very strange. According to the standards of the interstellar side, her mental power level, and even the potential for promotion are very strong. Even if it is not the top level, it is a high potential awakener. The mental power of this type of awakened person, who is not fully awakened, is usually very aggressive and not stable enough. So when they are emotionally unstable, they will abuse the part of their mental power that is not very controlled. If the nervous system goes out of control, it may even have an impact on the root. Therefore, the Empire organizes large-scale physical examinations for incomplete awakening people every year. In theory, the earlier high-potential incomplete awakening people are discovered and guided. The safer they are, and the easier it is for them to successfully pass their awakening period. Jiang Hui didn't know whether it was because of her so-called closed brain area or because of the difference in the soul in her shell. Except for the period when her mental power was damaged when she first came to the interstellar. Her mental power was abnormally stable and calm afterwards. She was unmoved by the wind and could not be pushed, even if she is an adult in her shell. This mental power is a little too stable. She even heard Huan Xian say that he could hardly read any information about the mental magnetic field around her. Even if it occasionally showed some, it was mostly pure scattered mental power, without any key emotional information. But what Jiang Hui really felt strange was not the above, but about her brain mental power reserves. In fact, she discovered it during the competition. She was just a little suspicious before, but it was still confused for other reasons. After the competition, she could almost say that she was sure, after the orienteering race, their lives naturally returned to normal, and Jianghui returned to the rhythm of life of 48 hours a day. However, after the long 36 stars, Jianghui inevitably overate when she entered the space for the first time after the race. And this time was more fierce than any previous time. It seems that she describes it like this every time. Will she be so hungry that she will eat herself in the future? Anyway, she didn't know how long she had been eating. She was in a daze, and felt that she was sent out of the space while eating. Then the feeling of hunger when she woke up seemed to be brought to the real space, so that she couldn't help but eat and drink after waking up to delay the feeling that her internal organs were burning. She ate all the comfort items brought by our 186 teammates and classmates, but she still felt unsatisfied. In the end, she could only sleep with hunger because she couldn't leave the medical department. The result was that she was severely scolded by the medical staff, who came to check on her the next day, saying that she had eaten too much and too quickly and hurt her stomach, and she almost had to have her stomach washed. But although her stomach was bloated and the therapist was very fierce, her spirits suddenly improved afterwards, and she felt that she was back to the full state before the game. It seemed that the medical diagnosis of mental overdraft in the previous physical examination was false, and even the therapist in charge of her was wondering how her mental strength could recover so quickly. Of course, Jianghui just smiled and said nothing about this, but she had already made a judgment in her heart. What she ate and drank every day in that mysterious space was not the illusion she had thought, but spiritual power, which was part of her spiritual power. After overconsumption and overdraft in the real space, she would unconsciously replenish herself in the spiritual space as soon as she entered the spiritual space. The spiritual power stored in the spiritual space was naturally the best tonic. This is why every time she ate and drank enough in the spiritual space, no matter how tired she was mentally before, she would be full again after waking up. Then, there was a reasonable explanation for her several times in the orienteering battle, when she was exhausted but still drew out a force from nowhere in an instant. But Jianghui couldn't figure it out after thinking about it. If all the spiritual power she used came from the spiritual space, then where did the power from the space come from? The food that was constantly regenerated after eating in the kitchen. The items that appeared out of thin air in the space according to her analysis and imagination. And the extra 24 hours. There was no way to explain these. Could it be that this spiritual space is really a golden finger that came out of nothing? Jianghui thought about it, and always felt that something was wrong. But with her current knowledge, she couldn't find more clues, so she put it aside for the time being. Anyway, it was a mystery that had been solved. With the above inferences, she could basically determine that her spiritual power reserves were far more than A-level A+, or even S. And it was higher or possibly beyond her imagination and cognition. So, who could explain why she felt that her spiritual power was sucked by the spiritual power interception threshold instrument above before she had even followed Stark's steps for a few steps? No, she hadn't finished the steps yet. Was this thing out of order? Jianghui felt a black screen in front of her eyes. And then the dark side in front of her eyes seemed to be affected by radio waves. And countless black and colored lines were intertwined and shaking violently. Soon she regained her normal vision. But the scene in front of her seemed to have changed a little. This was still in the Mecha Battle Hall. The cabin seemed to be the same cabin, but the view became wider, and the walls and parts on both sides were gone. More like an unobstructed view. The workbench in front was still there, but it seemed to have become virtualized, leaving only a large blank blue screen in front of her that had not changed at all. No, it couldn't be said to be blank now. Suddenly, something like a progress bar appeared on the right blue screen, and then it advanced very quickly. Jianghui didn't even blink, and a complex three-dimensional ring diagram appeared on the big screen, with many densely packed points and dotted lines that were unclear. At the same time, the large screen on the left also changed, and compared to the unclear three-dimensional image before, the new thing immediately attracted her attention. A complete three-dimensional image of a mecha appeared on the large screen on the left, from top to bottom, from the whole to the parts. Jianghui recognized it at a glance. Isn't this the low-level standard mecha they are trying to drive now? So she successfully connected with the mecha? This is the effect after connecting with the mecha and starting it? She felt a little unreal, and instinctively wanted to stand up and take a few steps forward to see. But the next moment she found that she couldn't move. Whether it was her arms and legs or her whole body, they were all very heavy. as if they were not hers, unable to respond to any commands. And she felt that the only flexible and controllable parts of her body were her head and eyes. Chapter 297 Full Sympathetic Control Mode. So it's still wrong? What's missing? What part hasn't been activated? Jianghui tried a few more times, but still couldn't stand up, and the mecha didn't seem to move at all. So he was a little discouraged. Then Jianghui heard a helpless voice with a familiar cold feeling, which seemed a little far away, but seemed to be close to his ears. Don't concentrate all your mental power on your smart brain, but also divide it somewhere else. Otherwise, how can you control the mecha? Stark's voice. But what does it mean to concentrate all your mental power on your brain? Isn't it? She seemed to understand a little. She didn't enter the scene in front of her through something like a simulation cabin just now, so she should be in a state of full mental power and senses at the moment. It's a bit like the holographic cabin, but unlike the holographic cabin, you can project the desired behavior and actions onto the virtual image of the network as long as you use your brain. But now she has to operate something physical. So it's not just a matter of using her brain. She is familiar with commanding mental power, although she doesn't know if that's what it means. So she'll give it a try. As mental power spreads to her limbs, she instantly feels a strange sense of attachment, as if layers of power are wrapped around her body, and it's pushed forward and superimposed along the direction of the mental power. This feeling is very strange, although her whole body seems to be pulled by many diverted powers. Jianghui vaguely feels that her whole body, even her fragile neck and head, have become very powerful, as if she has a force heavier than 1,000 pounds in an instant. But she didn't feel it just now that she connected the senses of her limbs. Jianghui suddenly realized that the position of the mecha was a little wrong. It felt like the mecha was squatting. Although it was not a physical entity, she shouldn't feel really tired squatting like this. But the senses were the same. So Jianghui tried to stand up. Ka. Boom boom, the quiet battle hall suddenly rang out such a mechanical operation sound, which seemed very abrupt and attracted everyone like a signal. What sound? Isn't this a class? Is it an enemy attack? This was the first reaction from everyone. They followed Stark's instructions and connected the mecha auxiliary cabin with difficulty. Unfortunately, most people couldn't keep up and were stuck at this step. Stark didn't urge everyone. Maybe this step was really critical. He patiently repeated it twice and let them try it by themselves. Some people succeeded, such as Clarence, Jaidi, and Tattle, who either had experience or had a high level of mental strength. Even if they failed once, they succeeded after trying a few times. According to Stark's instructions, they selected the sympathy and entered the loading state, waiting for their mental power to combine with the auxiliary operating system of the mecha. But none of them expected that someone would skip the class before they figured out the way. Let's not talk about the few people who just read their mental power and entered the simulation state. Most of the students who had not successfully mobilized the auxiliary cabin jumped out of the auxiliary cabin to see the situation and see what was going on. You don't know until you see it. You will be shocked. Wow. They are still fighting with the mecha auxiliary cabin. And people can already drive the mecha. Were they too slow and missed some important steps? Oh, that seemed to be the mecha that Jianghui chose. Damn. That was Jianghui who did it. Should we say that he is indeed the number one among them? And he can really do anything. Yes. Jianghui didn't know that the classmates in class 2, who she thought were very easy to get along with, gave her a nickname called Number One. Not only because the other party was the first in the orienteering competition, but also because everyone watched the game from a third-party perspective and felt sincerely impressed by someone's foresight and preemptive operations. How come Jianghui can do everything, and he is always one step ahead of others? Clarence, who felt that his movements were fast enough, fell into silence at the progress bar that was loaded to 90. He had a lot of experience before this. Although his family was very close to him because he was young, it did not prevent him from being exposed to knowledge in this area. Compared with a group of students who didn't know what was going on, he was naturally superior. And he still chose the highest level of sympathy. With his mental strength, the speed of connecting with the operating system is only faster than others. Even if there are differences in individual mechas, they can't be so different. As for the other two people who are close to connecting successfully, whether they are unwilling or confused, let's not talk about it for now. Stark watched the whole process in the demonstration cabin inside. He is such a worry-free guy. How can there be unexpected things during normal operation? However, this child's talent is stronger than he thought. Stark's eyes darkened instantly. Jiang Hui has a lot of fighting talent. He already knew that the first thing he saw on her, when he saw her, was not the shadow of his friend Jiang Hui, but a shadow from her mother. It was not deep but so similar. The temperament of standing alone and independent of the world was inherited between two generations, like reincarnation. He thought that the other party would follow the same path as his parents without any surprise. But now it seems that the other party may go further than they imagined. Although the Empire developed the Mecha Auxiliary Cabin to protect the mental brain of those who have not fully awakened, the situation is not absolute. There is a type of people whose mental power is unique. Whether it is the level of mental power or the stability of activity, it has exceeded that of minors by a lot. The auxiliary cabin will restrict their development and ruin their nature. But for the protection of this type of people, the Empire's Central Laboratory later launched a hidden mode of the auxiliary cabin, namely the full sympathetic control mode. The Mecha Auxiliary Cabin, as the name suggests, is a tool for assisting the driving of mechas. It replaces the mental sympathetic infinity string system in normal mecha driving as an intermediary to control mechas. It is safer than the latter, but also more restrictive. In order to cooperate with the use of incompletely awakened people with different mental power levels and conditions, 7 sympathetic levels are set: 30%, 50%, 60%, 75%, 80%, 85%, and 90%. The first 3 are too low and are generally only used for some special purposes, or for non-combat research personnel. The last 4 sympathetic degrees are the most commonly selected by students learning mecha. Jiang Hui is not one of them. She belongs to the 8th type that is not listed above. Because her mental strength conditions are close to those of high-level fully awakened people, she directly skips the sympathetic degree selection step and enters the full sympathetic control mode, which is the closest to the mode of directly controlling the mecha. Chapter 298 Mistakes. However, Jiang Hui still overestimated herself. She may not have figured out the key to driving a mecha. It is not about synchronized activities, but about sensory synchronization. It is not about controlling the mecha with her limbs, but about using mental power to control the mecha. Mental sympathetic technology is also called the three-dimensional neuron splitting project. It is a bioengineering project that was carried out in the earliest period of human beings entering the interstellar era. It was originally developed to study the potential of neurons in the human brain. Later, people discovered the principle of human neural sympathy in it, which was directly included in the research of mecha. In less than 100 years, it became one of the core technologies of interstellar pioneer mecha. Because of this technology, humans have upgraded from traditional human neural intervention mecha to today's mental sympathetic universal mecha with mental power as the medium, realizing the leap of fully mentally controlled mecha, liberating and breaking through the limitations of the human body, and entering the infinite era belonging to the spiritual domain. However, there are still some problems with the full mental control. The connection between the operator's physical senses and the mecha is weak. The body, mind, and the mecha are almost separated, and each part is independent. Even if there is a connection, it is not strong. It is still difficult to attack in an integrated manner. In order to give the mecha driver a more practical balance and sense of direction, and to perform more precise operations, early engineers also spent a lot of time adding human bioengineering to increase the connection between the human body and the mental power and mecha involved. In the past 2-star eras, the mental sympathetic universal mecha has been able to integrate the human nerve senses into the mecha operation as a major factor in auxiliary operation. The latest generation of mental sympathetic infinity string system allows all mecha drivers to synchronize the changes of the sense mecha in real time during the mecha operation, which can also facilitate them to accurately judge the next step. Therefore, neural sensory synchronization is a kind of information feedback from the mecha to the driver. And the driver can also strengthen the use of mental power on the mecha through the sensory memory of the operation of limb nerves. But the regulation of limb nerves is not a necessary condition for driving a mecha. Her understanding of mechas probably still remains in some film and television works in the Blue Star era, such as the mecha films such as Ganga Robot, Judah Robot, and the United States Giant. The design of mechas in them all requires wearing heavy connection tools to assist in synchronized movements in the cabin. The perception pace accepted by Jiang Hui Gang when she connected to this mecha also made her slightly misunderstand the operation of this mecha. So she thought about trying to support the mecha to stand up by relying on her body perception. But how can driving a mecha be so simple? If driving a mecha must rely on the driver to control it with his hands and feet in the cabin, then what is the difference between this and putting a layer of iron weapon on the outside of a person? Why involve a mental force? The most important thing for driving a mecha is, of course, the source mental power of the driver. Jiang Hui used her nerves and senses to drive the mecha's back straight with a thin layer of mental power, but failed. So everyone outside the battle hall only heard her loud thunder and little rain driving the mecha to click, and half of the fuselage was lifted up. But it was followed by a faster collapse than before. Huh? Stopped? No. It fell down again. Failed? I said. It's not that easy. Even the first person has to follow the steps. Some people breathed a sigh of relief, and finally felt that the pressure was not so great. Forget it. Let's not look at others. I haven't even connected yet. Some looked at it and didn't see anything. So they turned back to the auxiliary warehouse and continued to work hard. Oh, so boring. When will the class teacher take the next step? I don't want to continue watching others show off. Jiang Hui did encounter some problems. She was thinking that since she was connected and could clearly feel the existence of the mecha, she tried to straighten the fuselage of the mecha. But she didn't expect that this first step would be a Waterloo. Although it failed, it didn't seem to fail completely, because the fuselage of the mecha did feel like it was rising. But it only rose less than 1/3 of the height, and then fell back again. Could it be that her output of mental power was not enough? Jiang Hui was thinking about allocating some mental power to cover the waist of the fuselage, and wanted to try again. But she heard the message from the class teacher Stark again. Don't think about it anymore. The control panel in the front cabin is not for decoration. Jiang Hui's desire to try faded away at once after hearing this. This means, if she wants to control this mecha, she needs not only sensory nerves and mental power, but also the assistance of this control panel? This is much more complicated than the previous ones. She has no knowledge reserves in this area. It is not something she can figure out by herself. No wonder she failed. And this is the second time. Stark reminded her alone. Jiang Hui suddenly remembered that she was still in the big class at this moment. Could she have been separated from the big team after being here for so long? She seemed to be too focused and completely forgot that she was in a group class. Could she have become the kind of person who wasted everyone's time that Stark criticized before? Jiang Hui was a little confused when she thought about it. She quickly drew her attention to the view from the front window of the mecha. Unfortunately, the mecha she chose was in the front row or at the side. She had limited vision and could not see anything. Naturally, she could not see that there were a row of students behind her who did not even board the auxiliary cabin, but were leaning on the front window in the cabin to watch her first experience with the mecha. Stark saw all the people and did not stop them, because this was the time and opportunity he gave them. He would not give useless encouragement, nor would he rush to criticize them unnecessarily. He would not teach them every detail step by step, but he would allow them to stop and think, try, and even communicate and observe. Of course, there would be people like Jiang Hui and Clarence who were easy to get started, and there would naturally be students who were limited by talent or comprehension and had difficulty getting started. For these people, Stark would not deny them from the beginning, but he would not let them get through so easily. The road to strength has always been walked out by oneself, and no one can really help. They can only truly understand this after experiencing it themselves. However, Stark did not expect that the first person who disrupted his pace would be Jiang Hui. He actually did not think about giving Jiang Hui any special care in the class, but who knew that the child himself was not a person who played by the rules and always did something unexpected. Chapter 299 Success. But the other party relied on her own ability to get here step by step. What can Stark say? He can't just suppress the child for that point, since she can get here first. He, as an elder, can naturally teach her. If other people have any opinions about this and think that he is biased, they can try. If the other party also relies on his own ability to get here first like Jiang Hui, he can naturally get the same treatment. This is fair. Okay. Stop peeking here. Now listen to me. Just this once. Don't waste other students' time. Stark's cold voice turned into the cabin and reached her ears. Jiang Hui's heart trembled when he heard it. He didn't have time to think about what was going on. He quickly gathered his mental power again and entered the state of control, even faster than before. T1. Rio 56. Pull BRRCOO. Turn the AB parallel bars at the same time. Finally press start. Stark's instructions were not too detailed. Jiang Hui relied on her eye speed and hand speed to press the operation keys in sequence. And at the same time, she coordinated the instructions to make the whole mecha stand up. This time, the feeling was completely different from the previous failed attempt. If the previous attempt was a castle in the air and a step on cotton, then this time the feeling seemed very real. She really felt that she was using the power of this meager body to control a huge monster. After some auxiliary operation of the control panel, Jiang Hui's subsequent power to instruct the mecha to stand up again became much stronger. The fuselage became lighter and lighter from the slightly heavy one at the beginning. The sound of metal friction came from the air, accompanied by the crisp sound of parts gradually running, like a steel-cast beast gradually waking up from sleep, showing its strong physique to the enemy in a magnificent manner. 1/3, 2/3, 1/4 left, 1/7 to the top. Completely supported. Jiang Hui was a little dazed. She felt that her senses became much wider as the mecha cabin was straightened up. The mini mechas that were previously at the same level with her disappeared in her sight and dropped to a relatively low position below the horizontal. And her overall vision was also much higher. And the whole person felt a little unreal. "What are you doing? Keep going." The voice that had just given instructions to teach her to straighten the fuselage sounded again, reminding her coldly at the right time. Little did Stark know that although he didn't show it on his face, he was also a little impressed in his heart. This child really did it. Even without the reference of the video, he completed the first mecha control with just a few rough instructions. Although it was just a simple action, this move alone had already surpassed countless people, showing a talent that was superior to many people. But Stark knew that the other party's potential might not be limited to this. And it was not enough. If the other party could completely control the entire mecha and stand up in such a short time, it would be a great stimulation for the arrogant kids in class too. He reminded Jiang Hui to continue calmly. XU479, press has _689, double press via. At this moment, Jiang Hui's spirit was also concentrated to a certain high level. It seemed that only the operating table in front of her, and the senses connecting her body, and the mecha were in her eyes and heart. She balanced the mecha bit by bit, and manipulated it to stand up from the ground. Boom, bang, boom, as the chaotic roar sounded in the quiet battle hall. Almost everyone stopped their actions this time, and looked in the direction of the only movement. They knew that she succeeded. No matter what they thought before, whether they were envious or unconvinced, they had to admit that Jiang Hui was the first person in this class to successfully control the mecha before them. Jiang Hui controlled the arm and leg of the mecha, supported himself with his arms, and slowly stood up with the power brought by the Maxter large pull rod. Although it is a D-level standard mecha made according to the humanoid mecha, the limbs and body shape are constructed according to the best proportions of the human body. But this big guy is different from a human body. It is too big and heavy, so it is not easy to control. Even with the help of the sensory aid of the limb nerves, Jiang Hui still felt that there was still a sense of uncertainty, and it was difficult to maintain balance. In the end, he had to listen to Stark's instructions, and use the debuff minor operation to reduce the balance and try to adjust the center of gravity of the mecha. Fortunately, the efforts of the two people finally achieved balance at a certain point. Jiang Hui supported the body with his slightly cramped operation, and stood up tremblingly. The mecha stood up. These D-class standard mechas were brought back by the door installing machine. For the convenience of placement, they were placed in the battle hall in a unified form and posture. They were nearly 20 meters high when they were squatting on the ground. So you can imagine how high they would be when they stood up. Now Jiang Hui had experienced it personally. Wow! This mecha was dozens of meters high when it stood up. Almost as high as half of the battle hall. When it stood up, it could see almost all the people and mechas in the field. She stood up. Jiang Hui felt extremely happy. She couldn't describe her excitement and unprecedented fullness of heart at the moment. Just like a happy bird flying with its wings for the first time. Which was probably the feeling. After a long time, she slowly relaxed her back, and was about to let out a sigh of relief. But she soon found that she relaxed too quickly. Before she leaned back, she felt that as she relaxed slightly, the fuselage also trembled violently, and suddenly lost balance, and was about to fall down. Jiang Hui was so frightened that she tried to balance and lower the level in a panic. After several rounds of operations, she managed to stabilize the fuselage. However, the mecha that was completely upright just now was slightly bent again, and the shoulders and back were not so straight, and the posture looked a bit funny. Fortunately, She intercepted it quickly. Jianghui felt that if she didn't break, the whole mecha might fall down with her relaxation. If she really fell down like this, what would happen to her? Wouldn't she be ejected directly? But would she continue to stay in this posture without moving? Jianghui fell into a kind of rigid dilemma. Seeing someone who was driving a mecha for the first time and had exhausted the subsequent strength in the previous attempt to operate, he was in a stalemate and didn't know whether to move or not. Stark was very mean and didn't remind the other party to request to eject the auxiliary cabin to end the first round of operations. Instead, he turned to guide the other students who were gradually entering the state. Child, it's better not to let her be too proud. It's better to temper her temper. Chapter 300 Relics. Did you see it just now? It's really amazing. That's a whole hand. A student dragged behind the team and said to his companion excitedly, I saw it. You said it for the third time. Isn't it just one hand? Look at the student Lafitte next to you. He didn't seem as excited as you even though he moved both arms. That's different. Lafitte has excellent grades, so it's expected that he would show this. I'm different. I thought I might not be able to succeed even after the course is over. The man said excitedly. Can you consider others when you are happy? I'm so happy for you. Can you consider my feelings? Obviously, his companion was the kind of person who didn't succeed until the end of the course. Sorry, I didn't mean it. In fact, I was just lucky. Didn't our class teacher Stark say that most students are in this situation when they first come into contact with mechas? He has always been strict. And this is not to comfort everyone. The next mecha class will be scheduled for next week, and we will have mecha practical classes every week in the future. There are many opportunities, so just rest assured. In fact, what we have done is just a small matter. Do you know who else has successfully driven a mecha? Although they talked excitedly, in fact, they only drove part of the mecha. And most of the students who successfully entered the auxiliary cabin could do it. But they are still some distance away from officially driving the mecha. To really drive the mecha, at least it must be driven to stand up. Unfortunately, in the past 3 hours of class, only a few people were able to do this. Just those few. Clarence, Tattle, and there seems to be another one, the first one in our class, named Jaidi, who has a bad temper. Did you miss one? You did it on purpose. Even the best one was not counted. Another classmate asked suspiciously. Do you still need to count that one? Didn't everyone see it? She was different from everyone else. She succeeded at the beginning. He was embarrassed to pull others in to compete. It felt that they were not on the same level. Do you think she had experience in driving a mecha before? She doesn't look like she has no experience. The classmate asked suspiciously. That's enough. Not everyone has a mecha. Even if someone has the background, they won't let someone who is not fully awakened touch such a thing. Besides, haven't you experienced it yourself? How difficult is this mecha? It's almost impossible to pass it by exploring on your own. Humph. Just admit that he is a powerful person. Hurry up. Hurry up. Look at you. You are so serious. But you are left behind. The good seats in the cafeteria will be occupied by those guys again soon. Huh? Didn't classmate Jiang come out? I saw she was behind. And I wanted to borrow her and ask her for advice. Maybe the class teacher kept her to talk. The classmate opposite raised his eyebrows, gave a look that you understand me, and made a special class shape with his mouth. You are the only one who can guess? If you are envious, you can stay. I think if it were you, let alone attending extra classes, you would be scared to death if you looked at the face of class teacher Stark a few more times. The two walked further and further away with the discussion. As for Jianghui, who they were discussing, he was indeed still in the battle hall. The students of class 2 had almost all left, and the huge mecha battle hall was left with only Jianghui, Stark, and the empty mechas everywhere. After Jianghui stayed, she spontaneously helped to clean up the venue. Then she was seen looking at a mecha that was obviously not closed properly, thinking that she didn't know which impatient classmate left it behind. She hesitated whether to help fix it, and was stopped by Stark. The other party waved at her, and let Jianghui go over. Jianghui seemed to call Uncle Tang in a somewhat obedient manner. Stark was a person who paid more attention to the relationship between the old and the young. Usually, because of the teacher-student relationship, she would obediently call the class teacher or teacher according to the student's seniority. But if she called like this after class, the other party would correct her seriously. In fact, it would be more appropriate to call him uncle in StarCraft. and the other party also called himself that. But this name is too familiar to Jiang Hui, a Blue Star soul who has been an adult for a long time. So she simply skipped a word and called him Uncle Tang. The other party didn't think it was a big deal and accepted it. Stark nodded, which was considered a response, and then asked her directly about her feelings about today's class. Her general feelings about driving a mecha for the first time, and the problems she encountered. The questions were very detailed, making Jiang Hui wonder if the other party kept her here just to give her a special lesson. Jiang Hui naturally didn't mind this. After all, the mecha practical class is so short, and the things to learn are limited. It is definitely good to learn more. Although Jiang Hui had already performed a relatively successful initial operation in class, she still had a lot of questions after repeated operations. If she didn't ask Stark, she could only go back and look for information or find answers from experience. It would be nice if someone was willing to answer her questions, but the answers were not detailed enough. Stark was not a very meticulous teacher, which could be seen from his opening remarks. He was an empiricist, and advocated exploring with personal ability and eventually forming his own style. Therefore, when Jiang Hui asked him questions, he preferred to guide her to think, or explore around the fundamental associations that caused the questions, and rarely answered her directly. By the end of the questioning, Jiang Hui had solved many of her doubts, but the questions seemed to increase. Oh, forget it. It's enough to learn, and you can't ask for so much else. Seeing that Jiang Hui had asked almost all the questions, Stark asked the purpose of today's visit after a while. How do you feel about operating a humanoid mecha today? How does it feel? Jiang Hui was stunned. It was difficult for her to answer this. She had only been in contact with mecha for a short time. So how could she talk about her feelings? If she was asked how it felt to control the mecha today, she could answer a few questions. However, when it came to humanoid mechas, this category was too detailed and unclear, so she was a little confused about the purpose of the other party's question. Jiang Hui was a little confused about the purpose of Stark's question. She looked at him in confusion, but saw that he was strangely not looking at her at this moment, but looking at the only mecha that was not parked. With a distant look, Jiang Hui opened his mouth, but inexplicably felt that he should not say anything at this moment. So he simply closed his mouth and fell silent. I don't know how long it took. It seemed like a long time, and it seemed like only a moment had passed. Jiang Hui felt that the other party withdrew his gaze. His tone seemed to be apologetic. It's getting late. You should go back first. Jiang Hui nodded, and was about to turn around and leave, when he heard the other party's words behind him. The military has reviewed the last batch of your father's relics, and returned them. It will probably be sent to the permanent star system next Wednesday, and I will send it to you then. Chapter 301 Strange Data. Although the plan was slightly off, Jiang Hui finally skipped dinner, and returned to the dormitory to continue researching the small problem of the side axis of the mecha model. Although the process was not so smooth, time always flies if you concentrate on doing things. When Jiang Hui recovered from the workbench, it was almost 11 o'clock in the evening. Wait, is it so late? She hasn't changed her clothes or washed up yet. She has to hurry up. Otherwise she will be directly teleported to the spiritual space after a while. Jiang Hui had to put down the work in her hands, grabbed her pajamas, and went into the bathroom. After coming out, she thought about just going to bed and waiting. Anyway, research can continue in the spiritual space. However, sitting on the bed and looking at the bookshelf not far away, Jiang Hui suddenly remembered that she didn't bring back a large bundle of information from Huanxian this morning. She forgot to take it out, and quickly took it out from the space button. This bundle of information is very thick and heavy in the hand. It's hard to believe that these are just 1 month's worth of homework. How did Huanxian and the others get through it? Are the learning conditions of different majors really so different? Jiang Hui shook her head in confusion, untied the rope on top, and turned over the scattered pages on top. After looking at it, it was the same as what she had looked through in the morning. Some were obviously printed, and there were also things like outlines, but most of them were manuscripts. Judging from the handwriting, they should be Huanxian's manuscripts. Jiang Hui took the last one and looked at it, and then he understood why there were so many manuscripts. In fact, there were a lot of homework, but not to this extent. Huanxian completed these subjects very seriously. Some cases and problems would use several blank sheets of paper to repeatedly ponder. There are also some cases that seem to be excerpted from some reference book. In short, the content is very rich. Jiang Hui only read a copy and felt that it was very knowledgeable. They are all good materials for learning entry-level command knowledge. Jiang Hui felt that it was not a good time to learn this. Thinking that she would read it when she was free and calm, she found a special folder to put it away. But for some reason, there were 3 things similar to file bags left in addition to this. Jiang Hui thought these should also be manuscripts. But she didn't expect to find something different after she opened them casually. This paper is different. Jiang Hui used her fingers to fiddle with the thick pages in the file bag. She felt something strange in her heart. So she pulled them out as she wished. But she never thought that this thing was really different. She almost shook her hand, and the whole stack of information fell to the ground. When Jiang Hui touched it just now, he felt something strange. The paper was a bit brittle. It didn't look like the thick paper used for copying. It looked like the kind of paper used for exams. He didn't expect that it was really that kind of paper when he took it out. And the paper looked a bit old. Although it was the kind of rigid old feeling copied by the copying machine. It at least showed that the original paper used for copying was only older, and would not be new. These are not the main points. The main point is that the handwriting on it is completely different. It is not Huan Xian's handwriting at all, but comes from an unknown person. Every word is like a knife, and every stroke seems to be full of sharpness. It can be seen that he is a very tough person. Jiang Hui took a look at the contents above, and the more he read, the more frightened he became. These manuscripts without titles or layouts were full of complicated things. Some were about a certain battle in a certain place in a certain year, analyzing the troop deployment and armed statistics of this battle. And even a certain colonel went to XX to occupy the line at the order of the superior. And the battle line collapsed in a certain year. This was not like the simulation cases in the pile of command system homework that Huan Xian had done before. Because the names, weapons, and even the actual map of the battle situation seemed too real. It was shocking to look at. As if it really existed. Jiang Hui didn't believe it. And flipped through a few more pages. They were all similar. But the case analyzed was different. And the battle situation map was more profound than the one he had just seen. And there were many signatures on it that he couldn't understand. Now she understood that these could not be the homework of the freshman in the command department like Huan Xian, but came from another place, from a higher grade, or even from a real case, but somehow became the examples for students to analyze. How did Huan Xian get these things? Where did he get them from? Did he get them from the command department? Jiang Hui guessed with some confusion. But if you don't use them, break them up and don't upload them to the internet. Suddenly, Jiang Hui's mind popped up the words Huan Xian said to her casually. Don't upload them to the internet. If the other party pays attention to privacy. This is understandable. If these are just the homework and manuscripts of a freshman, Huan Xian's explanation is indeed a bit strange. But if the other party's words refer to these materials, it seems understandable. Jiang Hui was thoughtful and opened the other 2 packages. As she expected, the other 2 packages of information wrapped in paper bags were the same, all of which were examples of unknown origin. And they all belonged to the same person as the bag she had just opened. However, the contents were somewhat different. The second bag was mainly about the analysis of the situation on a certain front, and the remaining bag was scattered with everything, most of which were analysis and comparison of battles with a certain group of people. Jiang Hui was now sure that the information in these file bags was different. These were the materials that Huan Xian wanted her to keep secret and keep for herself. Clarence also wanted them later. The reason why Huan Xian did not let Jiang Hui copy them for her, but said that he would send a copy over was probably because he did not want others to find this pile of information. Although Jiang Hui was really grateful that the other party got her such things. And she felt that she had made a profit. She felt that her palms were hot when she took this pile of things that looked like secret information in her hands. Where did the other party get these things from? It should be legal, right? Jiang Hui felt more and more uneasy, and wanted to send a light-brain communication to ask. But then he thought that it was very late now. If I send a text message for no reason, it would be considered disturbing others' peace if I don't scare them to death, and the time is not right now. It's almost 12 o'clock, and he may have entered the space before she finishes. Jiang Hui had no choice but to find a place to put the information carefully, then tidy up and get on the bed, waiting for a while to enter the spiritual space. Chapter 302 Return. What Jiang Hui didn't know was that, as she thought, this pile of information was really not ordinary stuff. The large stack exposed outside was indeed Huan Xian's homework for the past month. But no matter how much homework the command department has, It is not so much. These are all handwritten manuscripts. Huan Xian has to analyze each example question in several ways. When he is bored, he will also copy examples and textbook principles, and finally pile up so many. But the several large packages below are all Huan Xian's smuggled private collections. These are sent to Huan Xian by someone regularly. Although the other side has issued a message to let Huan Xian live a normal campus life and truly learn how to be an ordinary person. However, no matter his origin or background, he is inseparable from the military. And he is born with such a talent. It would be a miracle to say that he will not join the army in the future, but fall into the field of ordinary people. Therefore, although Huan Xian came to this relatively remote permanent star system to study for some reasons, his nominal guardian would still care about his academic situation from time to time. The other party was not an ordinary person with nothing to do, and he did not have so much time to take care of the child. The other party thought that the child had started to study and had no time to tutor him. So he sent some useful relevant materials. These practical materials that are hard to find outside are piled up in boxes over there, and they can't be burned in time. So the guardian directly picked some and sent them here together with daily necessities, thinking that the child's life would not be at a disadvantage. Huan Xian received it and naturally read it. He has extraordinary qualifications and talents different from ordinary people. These things were learned from childhood, and they were nothing in his eyes. But he also knew the importance of the matter. He copied a copy for Jiang Hui and told her not to spread it. So these things are really internal information. Many military academy students can hardly see them without connections. Jiang Hui was able to get them thanks to Huan Xian. She did not lose out by making friends with him. After entering the spiritual space, Jiang Hui had to force herself to put aside distracting thoughts and study and review in the space without fail. But before going to bed, she couldn't help but think that she would contact Huan Xian to ask about the situation when she woke up the next day. Otherwise she would not be able to let go of her worries. Facts have proved that even if she asked clearly, she would not be able to let go of her worries. The next day, Jiang Hui called the other party on the light brain to ask. And sure enough, the other party told her that these materials were examples given by an elder. It is not circulated outside. So let her read it herself. If she doesn't read it, just break it up. And it is best not to keep it at home. If someone finds it, it will not be a big crime. But it is easy to cause some information leakage. Why keep this thing? She feels unsafe now. How long should she wait? Why not just do nothing these days? She will keep it until she finishes reading it and memorizes it in her mind. Wouldn't it be safer to store it in her mental space? Jiang Hui was a little amused, not knowing whether to thank the other party for sharing such a good thing with her, or to be helpless that the other party reminded her so casually not to leak the information. It's hard to feel at ease. Right. After hanging up the light brain, Jiang Hui breathed a sigh of relief. Her heart was a little surging. Not sure if it was excitement or something. Thinking of what she said just now, she suddenly felt that she was also quite daring. She was just trembling with fear, but turned back and asked Huan Xian if he could share it with her if he had more. Alas, it seems that she owes Huan Xian more and more lunches. Will she end up paying for all his meals in college? Jiang Hui shook his head with a smile, and drove away his irrelevant thoughts. Then he tidied up his space button and prepared to go to class. Time passed quickly. Friday was the third day after the mecha class. After finishing the morning class, the students in class 2 basically went on vacation because they had no classes on Friday afternoon. Because Jiang Hui had to go back to his home in the mainland, he didn't bother to go back to the dormitory at noon. He packed his things before leaving the dormitory in the morning. Then he picked up his bag and left as soon as the morning class was over, and went back to the mainland. At the door, he met a familiar female classmate, who said goodbye to her enthusiastically. Jiang Hui responded to her naturally, and left the classroom. Alas, you left so fast again. Aren't you used to it? She should be going to the library or back to the dormitory. Do you have something to ask her? You can ask her directly during the break next time. Otherwise you can only watch her go away after class. This is the female classmate who greeted Jiang Hui just now. Nothing. I just want to get to know her. But this classmate Jiang Hui seems hard to get to know. It's been 2 months, and I have talked to Clarence twice. But why does this classmate Jiang always seem so busy? Another female classmate seemed a little annoyed. It doesn't matter. Try to find someone during the break another day. She is indeed very busy after class. either going to the library or other students looking for her. I heard that she is also very close to those in the other class, the ones who formed a team for the previous competition. Occasionally, we can see them together in the cafeteria. Maybe they are studying together. The girl nodded thoughtfully and looked at the person who had left long ago. Jiang Hui didn't know that someone was trying to get to know her. After she hurried out of the classroom, she ran into Hillman outside the teaching building. The other party invited her to go back to the mainland later, saying that she had already made an appointment with Zhou Xiuwen to go back together, so they could have dinner together or discuss the arrangements for watching the open tournament the day after tomorrow. Jiang Hui really wanted to take this ride, but because she had planned to go back this week, she had booked the ticket early, and it would be a loss if she returned it now. Moreover, Hillman's private spaceship would arrive 2 weeks later due to the route problem. Jiang Hui wanted to go home early, so she refused cruelly. The other party could only say with regret that he would see if he could find time to meet again in the next 2 days. Jiang Hui nodded, wished him a smooth journey, and quickly rushed to the parking spot of the spaceship outside the school. She bought a ticket for lunch and had to leave in half an hour. It has been 2 months since Besker Intermediate College started, and she has not returned to her home on the main continent since then. She has lived there for a long time, since she came to the interstellar space. It is also her first official place of residence. It is a bit strange that she has not been back for 2 months. This time she went back just to buy some missing items, because the area where the school is located is a bit too desolate. She went out for a stroll last weekend and wanted to buy something, but there were not many shops, let alone commercial streets. In the end, she had to give up and go back to school to buy some urgent things online. Chapter 303 Invitation. After a few hours of travel, Jiang Hui returned to the mainland from the Beska Intermediate College section and stepped on the land of the mainland again. The mainland is still the same mainland, unchanged. Jiang Hui has gradually adapted to walking in this world where more than one star floats in the sky. After getting off the spaceship, she looked at this slightly unfamiliar city in a daze, and it took a while before she intercepted an airship to return to the apartment on Changha Street on the 4th Ring Road in the city. It turned out that she was lucky not to take Hillman's private spaceship. When she was about to arrive at the mainland, 2 people there sent a text message to tell her that they were about to leave from the school, and Hillman's private spaceship was unexpectedly slow due to traffic control. I don't know which powerful person actually requisitioned an entire private route. If it were Blue Star, it would be equivalent to blocking and requisitioning an entire international flight route. I don't know how much money it would cost to clear it. Jiang Hui shook her head to get rid of the irrelevant thoughts. She skillfully registered at the front desk robot downstairs of the apartment building, and then followed the house number to find her home after several days away. The apartment was still the same. Jiang Hui bent down and took out several envelopes from the letter tube. They were obviously letters she sent during her school years. Jiang Hui read them while identifying herself and entered the apartment. Welcome back, Master. I am your intelligence system BVTT 25873624. I have read the retained information and automatically adjusted the data to the settings before you left last time. You have turned on the privacy mode, and the intelligence system will provide you with voice intelligence services. If you have any needs, please give instructions, and the system will try its best to achieve them for you. Although I know that this is just an intelligent system that does not have much human thinking mode, the voice of the intelligent system is so realistic that sometimes it feels like a stranger talking at home. Jiang Hui responded subconsciously, and then felt a little funny. She felt that she had adapted to the collective life of the school, and she was a little uncomfortable to return to the state of living alone. In fact, if she wants to be more popular, it is not difficult. She just needs to set this intelligent system to simulate human mode. Jiang Hui tried it in the holographic simulation exhibition area at that time, and it really looks like a human. However, the original body was sent away by the intelligent system at the beginning, and this thing looks too much like a human. It seems very scary to insert it into normal life. So after installing the new intelligent system this time, Jiang Hui chose the semi-automatic simple mode. It will only work when there is a need. If it is not called, the system will be in sleep mode, which saves electricity. Jiang Hui instructed the intelligent system to lock the door and adjust the temperature of the hall, and then took the letter back to the living room to open it slowly. In fact, there were not many letters. Apart from the newspapers and advertisements that were automatically subscribed, there were only 3 official letters. Jiang Hui had already learned the content of one of them from Stark. The military had approved the last batch of Jiang Hui's relics, and they could be returned to her family. Originally, they should have been sent directly to her current residence. But because there should be more precious and sensitive things in this batch of relics, Stark, the contact, forwarded them on her behalf. However, the military was still very responsible and sent relevant postcards and lists of items. Jiang Hui took a look, except for the A-level humanoid mecha displayed at the top. She couldn't understand most of the other things, which looked like military tools. Jiang Hui then remembered that Stark had asked her about her feelings about humanoid mechas before, and probably she was thinking of her biological father. The so-called last batch of relics are actually the items that soldiers carry with them before they die. Unlike the daily necessities of the army, they are the items that he has the closest contact with during his lifetime. Jiang Hui has received 2 batches before. One batch belongs to her mother Jiang Yilin, and the other batch belongs to her father Jiang Hui. Jiang Yilin was finally buried in the sea of fire, and even her body could not be found. Naturally, her mecha was also reduced to ashes. Most of the daily necessities of the army were simple, and the military sent her relics back to Jiang Hui a long time ago. They are now stored in the old house of the inner galaxy Khmer. Probably no one except Jiang Hui can enter and touch them. As for Jiang Hui's personal relics, they were a step slower because they involved a certain aspect of the review. But this year they will finally be sent back to Jiang Hui. Jiang Hui looked at the condolence at the end of the letter and felt inexplicably sad. A person's life is neither long nor short. After working hard all the way, until you leave this world, there is only this little thing left. However, apart from these dead things, it seems that there is nothing else to prove that you have been in this world. I don't know if there will be others who feel sad for her in this life, even if it is only for a moment. After she dies in the future, Jiang Hui wanted to put the letter paper back into the envelope as it was. But after thinking about it, he hesitated. In the end, he found a heavy object to flatten it on the table, and waited until tomorrow to find a special box to put it in. Then, there was a more official letter. A gift package from the Planet Migration Bureau, which was sent to her on the day she registered at school. It was because she moved from the inner galaxy to the permanent galaxy that the authorities issued some ticket tools, such as coupons and vouchers, various guides, and even a complete set of tickets for the attractions on the 732nd star line. Jiang Hui took a look and found that the content was quite rich, and a lot of it could be used. It was quite good and just right for her to buy things this time. The last letter was really unexpected. It was an invitation from the first ring of the 732nd star initial heart battle hall. Previously, Claren invited them to watch the Mecha Open competition on Sunday the day after tomorrow. And then after receiving responses from several people, he reported the list of personnel on the spot and generated electronic receipts and forwarded them to them. Now the Reconciliation Hall has sent them physical invitations and souvenirs. Jiang Hui looked at the delivery time, which was Wednesday afternoon. It was reported around noon on Wednesday, and then it was sent to her home in the afternoon. The efficiency is really high. She roughly flipped through the invitation. It was hollowed out of rare metal and made into a 3-dimensional shape. The materials and craftsmanship were quite good. It could be displayed as a work of art. Iron Warrior Richard Picel versus Thousand-Faced Mecha Warrior Angel Bergen, who will win after 100 battles, will be held this Sunday at 10 a.m. on XX month XX year of the 9th star era. Attached was a giant poster with images of the so-called Iron Warrior and Thousand-Faced Mecha Warrior on it. They were all pictures of the two in a tense confrontation, with various graphics in the middle to set off the feeling. There were also Q-version images of 2 mecha operators below, all of whom looked like they had a deep hatred for each other. Jiang Hui. I didn't expect that StarCraft was also good at making gimmicks. Look at the artistically processed images on the poster. It is quite eye-catching. Chapter 304 Recycling Center. Buying things in the city is different. The Immigration Bureau gave him a lot of vouchers for big shopping malls. Jiang Hui made a rough calculation, and then found a more reliable online mall to purchase all the daily necessities she needed. The order was placed at around 6 o'clock in the evening, and the goods were delivered to the door a little after 7 o'clock. By the way, even the instant lunch box she bought in the mall was delivered together. Jiang Hui roughly solved the problem, and then unpacked and packed the daily necessities she bought, so that she would not have to rush to pack them when she returned to school on Sunday. But these are not the main items that Jiang Hui wants to buy. These things do not have to be bought in the mainland. Although the logistics is slower, there are fewer styles to choose from, and it is not as convenient as buying online with a holographic cabin. It is still much easier to buy these things on campus than to go back to the mainland to purchase them specifically. And it also saves spaceship tickets. She wants to go back to the mainland to purchase some mecha materials. Yes, not toys or models, but real mecha materials. Previously, Jianghui had been exposed to various mecha models. No matter how realistic they were limited. The content of the basic books she had been exposed to was also limited, and the various principles were very abstract. Far from enough for her to deeply understand the real framework of mecha. She didn't realize it before, until she came into contact with a real mecha on Wednesday. Only then did she realize that her knowledge of mecha series was too shallow, so that only a short contact was enough to destroy the empty frame in her heart. So Jianghui planned to get some real things to try. It was not a good idea to always play with models. She had to find a way to get in touch with real things. She remembered that when she first came into contact with interstellar information, she also saw some specialty stores release information about new parts, which shows that there should be such things for sale. Jianghui's requirements are not high. She just wants to buy a leg or an arm part to try the assembly effect. Unfortunately, this idea was shattered when she actually went online to check the product information. Large mecha repair shops do sell mecha parts, but most of them are brand new and ready-made parts, and they are extremely expensive. Anyway, they are so expensive that Jianghui can't afford them even if she is not poor at present. After all, it is not a model mecha with a limited edition of a few thousand interstellar coins, which can be bought as a luxury toy. Of course, the repair shop also sells second-hand goods, but they are all 70% to 90% new, and the price is also not cheap. There are also limited styles, and different degrees of newness have different prices. Jianghui can't tell the difference. She really can't tell the difference between two parts of the same style and newness, but with a difference of 10,000 interstellar coins. It's really too expensive. In the end, she didn't buy anything. But it's not that there is no gain. Probably because she was young and looked like a student. The boss, who looked like a Chinese-Korean hybrid, told her that if she wanted to find materials for experiments, she could go to the recycling center. There would be a lot of defective products that were less than 50% new there. And if she was lucky, there would be a lot of recycled materials. The prices would definitely be cheaper than here, because people who come to the mecha repair shop are not short of money, and the best products are imported here, so they are naturally expensive. This gave her a new idea. It seems that no matter which era or world it is, the deviation in the value of goods is very large. Even in a world where the entire society has undergone rapid development, there is still a habit of reselling second-hand goods. This is also a characteristic of a resource-based society. Jianghui wrote down several locations mentioned by the other party, thinking about asking a local person about it later. Then thanked the boss and logged off. She looked at the names of several large recycling centers on her notebook, and tapped the wealthy or poor used goods field that the other party recommended the most. Which local acquaintance should I ask? Mr. Andy from the Hilusi group? No. It's awkward to know him, and we haven't been in touch for so long. If I suddenly call him, he might think it's an old matter. Lawyer Miss Jane? She's a suitable candidate, but the other party is busy with work, and theoretically, consultation is also charged. She will definitely not charge her for asking such a small matter, but it's enough to trouble him. So this one is also passed. Hospital medical staff? Doctor? The familiar shop assistant downstairs. It seems that none of them are good candidates for inquiry. Jianghui was a little confused about who to send the optical computer consultation to. Suddenly, an optical computer communication came in. Who is it at this time? It turned out to be Zhou Xiuwen. This is a bit strange. Although this guy is good at talking, he is actually a person who pays great attention to politeness and cultivation. It can be seen that his family has brought him up well. He doesn't look like someone who would use the light brain to communicate with others at night. It feels more appropriate to say that it was Hillman who called in. But since the other party's light brain called in, there must be something. Jianghui hadn't washed up yet, and she was still staying in the living room to pack up her things. So she didn't need to organize anything, and directly connected to the light brain to see what the other party wanted. Unexpectedly, the connection made her a little surprised. This was not a one-way call from Zhou Xiuwen, but a connection between several people. The screen was divided into 4 screens, plus Jiang Hui who had just joined. A total of 5 communication screens. The other 4 people were naturally the members of the R186 team, who had agreed to watch the open tournament together the day after tomorrow. They were quite complete. And it seemed that she was the last one. Who were you connecting with just now? I called in several times, but couldn't get through. It was Zhou Xiuwen who called in. Jiang Hui was stunned. She was in a shop on the repair line just now. I don't know if the shop was set to Do Not Disturb or something else. But she didn't receive any notification. She looked at it, and saw that there was a missed call in the upper right corner. I'm boarding the holographic cabin. Jiang Hui didn't say much, and simply passed the topic roughly. My parents don't let me play this. Hillman was a little envious, looking at the school uniform still on her body. And the background seemed to be a living room or something like that. Just looking at the background, it looked magnificent. Jiang Hui looked at it and felt that her eyes were a little blinded by the light. So she stopped reading. You should pay attention to rest when you go home. Why do you still feel so busy? Zhou Xiuwen looked at the corner of the pile of books on the table behind Jiang Hui and misunderstood. Those were the reference books she bought at the mall. Just a few. The other party had already changed into home clothes. In a corner of the bedroom. And her image, well, it might have been a little ruined. Such soft long-haired rabbit pajamas. Anyway, she would not buy this kind of style. Clarence may also be unprepared to connect to the communication while changing into home clothes. In a corner of the study, the clothes on her body are elegant in style, with some very typical aristocratic clothing features. But it can be seen that this set of clothes is soft and loose in style. It should be home clothes. Chapter 305 Curiosity. Huan Xian was still wearing a school uniform, but he didn't know where the background behind him was. So he couldn't tell. He just felt that the decoration there was hard and empty. Very good. From here, we can roughly see the different living habits of each person. It was Clarence who initiated the conversation. The other party probably wanted to ask if everyone had received the physical invitation. Only the A-level exhibition ticket would be attached with a physical invitation. It is said that after taking this physical invitation, you can exchange it for a meal ticket for the natural restaurant. And with this ticket, you can dine at the natural restaurant in the battle hall. Don't look at this restaurant built into the battle hall. And it is called natural restaurant, so plain and unpretentious. In fact, in the interstellar, places with the word natural are not ordinary stores. They are much more impressive than the titles of tire manufacturers on Blue Star. They must be applied for by the Natural Association. After all, in the interstellar full of technology, things that can be called natural are expensive. Even from the perspective of someone like Clarence, who looks like he has a good family background. It is highly recommended to try it. Which shows how rare it is. That's why the other party specially sent a message to remind everyone to remember to bring the physical invitation card. Maybe everyone is discussing participating in an activity with a strong entertainment nature. So everyone is not as serious as in school. And they all look relaxed. Hillman even chatted with everyone. So when it comes to being sociable, Jiang Hui is better than anyone else except Hillman. Although he is not very old. His personality is really in line with business. However, Hillman and Zhou Xiuwen were the ones who talked most of the time, while Huan Xian and Clarence were just listening. Jiang Hui was a little out of tune as she listened. So Hillman asked her a question. Since it had come to this, she didn't need to bother with anyone, and might as well ask these people, who might have a better idea. So Jiang Hui asked them about the recycling store. What do you want to buy from the recycling store? I can ask my family to help you find it directly. This was Hillman's usual style. Jiang Hui also knew that the other party's family was in business. And she had asked the other party to help grab a limited edition model before. So she naturally knew that what he said was true. She shook her head and said, I can't say for sure what I'm looking for. I just want to take a look. She actually knew what she wanted to buy. But it was too abstract to tell others that she wanted to collect some mecha materials. If she really asked Hillman to help her find it? What if the other party misunderstood and bought something expensive? Would she accept this order or not? And she couldn't always ask for help like this in the future. If she could find out the details of the recycling center, wouldn't it be more convenient for her to buy materials herself in the future? Jiang Hui had a feeling that there would be many such situations in the future, and she would always have to learn to collect materials by herself. Hillman was not the kind of person who would get to the bottom of things. So he just said that he would ask his family to see if there were any more reliable second-hand goods dealers. And then tell her. Jiang did not refuse this. Because no matter where the recycling center was, the local snakes would definitely know more. It would be great if someone in the know could help her find out the situation. And she would be able to avoid taking detours in the future. As for the favor she owed Hillman, she would just take care of this friend more in the future. And she couldn't do anything else for the time being. So do you have any place you want to go now? Zhou Xiuwen asked. Jiang nodded, a little embarrassed as he read out the strange store names he had just memorized. The rich or poor junkyard. Zhou Xiuwen repeated, pausing. I've been to this place before. It's very big. And the things inside are very interesting. You can go and have a look. You've been there? Zhou Xiuwen nodded. He had been to this place once. When he had just moved back to Planet 732. The commander who was accompanying his father at that time saw that he was a little depressed after changing his environment. So he took him for a stroll on Planet 732. And they had been to this recycling center. However, he encountered something there at that time, which scared the uncle who took him there. So he never took him out alone again. And naturally he never went to this recycling center again. Now that Jiang mentioned it, it immediately brought back his memories from a long time ago, reminding him that he had lived here for many years. But he rarely went out. It seemed that he had never been to any other place except the school, home, and his father's fixed office. This was a reference, since Zhou Xiuwen, a local, could be described as a lot of things. He must be really good. Jiang immediately became interested. She had previously navigated to this recycling station, which was not far from her home. Even if she took the city bus, it would only take about 2 weeks. And it would be even faster if she took an airship. She thought about going there tomorrow. And she could also visit the library in the city center. The books in school were too academic. And Jiang wanted to change her taste. I don't know if it was because her expression was too obvious or her purpose was too clear. Zhou Xiuwen saw her intention at once and asked her if she wanted to go. If she did, could she invite him to go with her? That's fine. There's no difference between going alone and going with 2 people. They all go their own way anyway. Zhou Xiuwen had been there before. And he might be more familiar with the place than she was. I thought the matter was over. But I didn't expect that the other people seemed to be interested. The first person to propose to go with him was Hillman, who was very keen to form a team from the beginning. It was just that he didn't make an appointment on Friday. So when he heard that they wanted to make an appointment, he remembered it and immediately said that he wanted to go together. Then the second one was Clarence. The other party had been listening quietly here, and then suddenly asked about the meeting place and time. And it was clear that he wanted to go with them. So Jiang Hui's original plan of going alone instantly became a 4-person trip. Okay. 1 person. There's no difference between 4 and 5 people? 4 of the 5 people have to go. So one can't be left behind. So Jiang asked Wan Xian, who was listening to him boredly, if he wanted to go together, and got a positive answer. I have to say that this matter really sounds a bit speechless. How could a group of classmates make an appointment to go to a second-hand recycling store after class? She was going to collect some mecha materials for experiments. And why did these rich kids follow her? To watch the fun. Hey, they really seem to be there to watch the fun. Jiang was inexplicably amused. The group agreed on the time and place, and chatted for a while before hanging up. Chapter 306 Second-Hand Goods. After the conversation, Jiang didn't know what she was busy with. She was busy all night. She didn't wash up and go to sleep until she came out of the spiritual space. Another dreamless night passed. She woke up naturally the next day. And then she slowly packed her things and navigated to the agreed meeting point. She thought she had come early, but she didn't expect that when she arrived. The other 4 people looked at her in unison, as if they had been there for a while. Jiang was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help but check the time on the light brain. Was she late? Hillman came up and patted Jiang on the shoulder. You are not late. We are early. He was the first to come. Hillman was young, and his parents were busy for some reasons when he was young and had no time to take care of him. His childhood life was always lonely, and he rarely came into contact with his peers in the outside world. His brothers and sisters in the same family were also far away in the central galaxy, so he never had many childhood friends. Unexpectedly, he made a lot of friends after entering the intermediate college. This was his first time to go out with his peers and classmates. Although he acted very calm in the light brain, he was very happy after the conversation ended, and he chatted with his father, who was rarely idle at home. Then he asked his family to send him out early this morning, and walked around here alone. And then he ran into Zhou Xiuwen and Clarence, who also came early. Huan Xian didn't come early, so he came a little earlier than Jiang Hui. So Jiang Hui became the last one. Knowing that he was not late, Jiang Hui breathed a sigh of relief and casually asked if they had breakfast. Since they had all had breakfast, although it was still a little early, they didn't have to delay here, and went directly to the recycling center. And they could still walk around for a while. The second-hand goods market is located on a relatively quiet street in the second ring of the city. Yes, it is relatively exquisite only relative to the prosperous area of the second ring of the city. From Jiang Hui's perspective, this second-hand goods market is really big. How to say it? The library and large shopping malls she had visited before felt just like this. And even the number of floors was not as high as this one. If he didn't know that this was a second-hand recycling place, he would have thought it was a shopping mall with an old appearance. The group of people were quite active, and several of them followed the team into this shop that looked a bit unremarkable from the outside. Unexpectedly, it looked unremarkable and gray from the outside, but it was very lively inside. Just the first floor you came in, at a glance, was full of dazzling shelves, and all kinds of goods were neatly placed. There were many people, many things, colorful, and there was a lot of chatter in the air. It was very lively, and it felt like you couldn't see it all. Jiang Hui was a little shocked. Are second-hand goods in Interstellar so popular? Why does it feel more lively than in the mall? She had been to a large offline mall before, and it was still deserted. So she thought that shopping in Interstellar was so convenient that everyone completed all the steps online. Unexpectedly, the second-hand recycling center was very lively. It felt that many places in the second ring of the city were not as lively as here. The official website said that today is a special sale. Most of the common items on the first floor are 80% to 90% new. All 50% off. And the prices are relatively favorable. 80% to 90% new supplies. 50% off. No wonder there are so many people. Jiang Hui looked at the things on the whole row of shelves, and she even suspected that many things were almost new and had not been used many times. Then, the second floor was mostly filled with large objects and household items, which no one was interested in. The third floor had a lot of miscellaneous items, everything, and many people, so they simply skipped it. Finally, they came to the fourth floor, where they could hardly walk. Half of the books here were new and old, and this was a special sale of used books. Although there were still many people, there were also many books. These books were not only placed on the shelves, but many were scattered on the ground, spread out with a large piece of cloth, and piled up in large piles, just like free waste paper. Many people glanced at it, threw it into the basket if they were interested, and passed it by without any interest. Seeing Zhou Xiuwen walk in without thinking, Jiang Hui knew that the interesting place he was talking about was probably referring to this place. She was right about this guy. He was a book lover, and he couldn't walk when he saw the books. Then Clarence followed him in. However, Jiang Hui and the others did not make a decision immediately. Since we have found the place we want to visit, there is no need to gather together. We can go our own way. The remaining people nodded and went their separate ways. Jiang Hui hesitated. She was actually quite interested in this place, but she did not forget the main purpose of coming here. This recycling building has dozens of floors, each with 2 or 3 themes. There are things everywhere. It would take 10 days or 8 days to visit them all. This is her first time here, and she has something specific to buy, so she naturally goes to the first goal. When Jiang Hui came in, she roughly looked at the index card in front of her. She seemed to remember that the mech-related items were marked on the 7th to 9th floors, so she simply took the elevator to the 7th floor. There were still a lot of people on the 7th floor, or it should be said that there was no place without a lot of people. Jiang Hui had already gotten used to this flow of people, so he squeezed through the crowd to look at things. After looking for a while, Jiang Hui finally realized that there was no order at all in this place. There were a bunch of things, regardless of their use or age, and they were either placed together according to large and small items, or put together according to their approximate uses. Of course, there were more of them on the ground like a big potpourri. Messy. With everything. Jiang Hui swore that if there weren't so many people here to carefully choose, she would have thought this was a large garbage scene. However, even though it was so messy, the recycling center didn't seem to worry that the guests would take advantage of the chaos to steal. because this place prohibited the use of space buttons and other storage items. You can take things out of the space, but you can never put the things you take out back in. So the guests who come here to pick things have to use the purchase baskets provided by the recycling center. Each one charges 2.5 interstellar coins for use. According to the flow of people, they can make a lot of money just by collecting this fee every day. They are quite good at making money. Jiang Hui was not so used to it at the beginning, but later she learned to follow others shoulder to shoulder, gradually immersed in it, and picked up a lot of strange things. There is this. There is also this. Is it so cheap? This thing. This one seems to be useful. Isn't this the one she was looking for before? Oh! This damn recycling center is really great. Chapter 307 Bulk Purchase. In fact, Jiang Hui had just come into contact with mechas, and her knowledge of mecha materials was only in books. To say that she was so good that she could pick out the most suitable ones from a variety of materials was simply nonsense. And she herself couldn't believe it. In fact, she just picked things up with her hands. If she saw something that looked like that, she would pick it up and throw it into the basket, and wait for a while to settle the bill. Then she would slowly pick them out after buying them back. After all, the things here were really cheap. According to the weight, they were completely scrap prices. Most of the things were still 30% to 60% new, which was just right for a newcomer like her to practice. Although it was her first time here, Jiang Hui already understood the mentality of everyone crowding here. So in the morning, Jiang Hui was already a little excited to pick. She walked several times in a row and settled 4 or 5 purchase baskets, all of which were full. Even if it was scrap prices, it would probably cost tens of thousands of interstellar coins. But there was a little bit of everything here, even if she didn't need it at the moment. She picked up some for backup, thinking that Jiang Hui wouldn't have to worry about running out of materials for a long time. She didn't think about whether she could really use it at that time. Originally, everything went smoothly today, but when she walked to the back, someone pushed Jiang Hui from behind for no reason, causing her to fall on the unwanted things in a corner shop, almost running over her legs. Unexpectedly, she couldn't find the way back after falling, and was trapped in the crowd. Jiang Hui had to wait at the stall for a while, and picked up some small things out of boredom. And it took a while before she jumped out through the gap in the crowd. Thinking about it now, her hands and legs still hurt. Jiang Hui felt a little resentful, carrying several baskets that were combined together, and walking along the crowd to the checkout place. The mecha materials are not small, and the built-in space of the baskets must not be small. In order to facilitate customers to purchase in large quantities, these baskets can be stored together as a whole, and they can be restored to a single one when they check out at the front desk. Of course, it may be due to the problem of technical algorithms. Although the things inside are folded up using space storage technology, the weight of the baskets outside has not been reduced. Several baskets tied together are very heavy, which makes her arms hurt. In addition, there are a lot of people, and Jiang Hui almost got squeezed out of the crowd with her baskets several times. God knows how many people there are. She now really believes that people squeezing people will squeeze people to death. Jiang Hui squeezed all the way from the place with the most traffic to the checkout counter in front with her things, and her heart almost stopped beating several times. Seeing that they were about to reach the cashier counter, Jiang Hui breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, someone lifted the handle of the shopping basket on her arm. Jiang Hui immediately looked over with vigilance, feeling a bit like a tiger being robbed of its food. After seeing the person coming, Jiang Hui's eyebrows relaxed a little. It was Huan Xian. The other party nodded at her, and helped her lift the shopping basket up, as if he was going to help her carry it. Jiang Hui was not so weak. She was also a person who had been tempered by military training. It was naturally not a problem for her to carry some heavy things. It was just that she was really embarrassed by the crowd just now. However, although she didn't need the other party to help her carry things, after he changed hands, the crowd around her seemed to relax a little. She was finally able to carry the basket normally, without being squeezed by people like before, and the purchase basket could only be stuck in the air. Jiang Hui thanked the other party, and took the basket back again. Although the other party was also queuing here, there was no trace of the purchase basket in her hands and body. She was queuing here empty-handed, not like she was checking out, but like she came here on purpose, to find her. However, Huan Xian didn't say anything about this, just continued to follow the flow of people. When it was Jiang Hui's turn to settle the bill, she watched her pour out the piles of things from several baskets with difficulty, And then the other party came over to help load the things. She had too many things, and the scale was a little depressed. It was more than Jiang Hui had just estimated. The young lady who supervised the settlement looked at her with a different look, as if she was looking at some kind of prodigal who spent money recklessly, which made her feel embarrassed and wondered if she had bought too much. But the rule here is that things put into the basket cannot be put back. So you have to see clearly when you buy. Otherwise it is easy to have conflicts at the checkout counter. Fortunately, Jiang Hui's wallet is still full, and this pile of things is worth tens of thousands of yuan. So the whole checkout process is smooth and there are no accidents. It's just that there are too many things. Even with the large space button, they have to put them in several piles. In the end, with the help of Huan Xian, the two of them were able to complete the payment and leave at a relatively fast speed. Huan Xian didn't ask her why she bought so many mecha materials, but only reminded her, "You bought too much. If the goods in this place are not suitable, it is not easy to return." Jiang Hui's shopping this time was a little beyond her budget, but she didn't think she was impulsive, because the quantity of these things is a little exaggerated. The price is not even half of the original price of the item she asked at the mecha repair shop. It's just that food, clothing, housing and transportation are relatively cheap here in the interstellar space. And there are subsidies for those who have not awakened to go to school. If students don't spend extra, they may not spend more than a few hundred interstellar coins a month. Her behavior of spending tens of thousands of dollars without making much money is indeed a bit crazy. But researching such things is expensive and laborious. And Jiang Hui can't always expect to become a talent by learning in the spiritual space. Learning materials and so on must be consumed in batches, which is already the most basic cost. Jiang Hui felt that she must have been stimulated by the sky-high prices of the repair shop. She has lost her normal consumption concept, and actually thought that tens of thousands of interstellar coins are quite cheap. I thought Huan Xian would ask a few more questions when he saw this. But he didn't expect that the other party would only say that objectively, and reminded Jiang Hui that if she wanted to bring these things back to school, she must be careful to check whether they contain school contraband. Otherwise she would be deducted points when she returned to school for inspection. Jiang Hui hadn't thought of this, and it was thanks to Huan Xian's reminder, because the school did have a whole page of paper listing various types of dangerous materials and radiation technology tools. The things she had just selected were of all types, and Jiang Hui herself didn't know what the specific functions of some of them were. These things might also be on the school's banned list. If she didn't deal with them and bring them all back to school, she might become a new generation of celebrity during the next school inspection. It seems that she will have to go to the automatic sorting station later, and let the machine help screen out the banned items and sort them by the way. Chapter 308 Visitors. Huan, there are too many people here. Is there anything else you are interested in? Huan Xian shook his head. He walked up and down a few floors and didn't find anything interesting, so he just wandered around. Then he ran into Jiang Hui on the 7th floor, where he was shopping like crazy. Huan Xian didn't make any noise to disturb him at that time, but just waited here for a while until Jiang Hui found him. Jiang Hui looked at the time and found that it was already afternoon. She felt that not much time had passed, but the fact was that the whole morning had passed, and it was already past 1 in the afternoon. In other words, she spent 4 or 5 hours here. It was really exaggerated. She spent too much time recycling here, which was completely beyond her original expectation. Jiang Hui's idea of wandering around the used book area was immediately dispelled. After getting Huan Xian's denial, Jiang Hui and his partner went downstairs and easily found the other two people who were immersed in the sea of books in the used book area. Then, Hillman was contacted through the optical brain communication. He had already gone outside because he couldn't stand the crowd. When everyone settled their bills and packed their bags, they gathered together. It was already around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. This was basically how most of the day had passed. The group had no other plans, so they discussed and planned to have a quick meal nearby before going back. Hillman volunteered to recommend a famous restaurant nearby, intending to have a chat with his friends, but he didn't expect that the group couldn't get together before they found a seat. The first person to have problems was Zhou Xiuwen. A light brain communication came in directly from the other side, and it seemed like someone like a housekeeper, or not. Anyway, it was the voice of a young man, who politely asked Zhou Xiuwen where he was at the moment, saying that there was something at home and asked him to go back immediately. Jiang Hui found it difficult to describe Zhou Xiuwen's expression at that moment, which suddenly became sharp from the relatively gentle temperament. He didn't care about the eyes of the people around him and asked immediately, "Is my father in trouble?" The person on the other side denied it, saying only that his father has something to ask. Zhou Xiaowen seemed to be relieved, and then said with some embarrassment that he was with his friends. Jiang Hui and the others naturally didn't mind. The other person's father called to say that there was something, and he was just having a dinner with his classmates. So there was no need for Zhou Xiaowen to hesitate and embarrass himself. So he advised the other party to go ahead and do his work first. Having said that, Zhou Xiaowen didn't refuse, and had to apologize to his friends and leave first. I thought the one who just left was an accident, but I didn't expect that someone from Huanqian's side came to look for him. But the other party received a text message. Huanqian left after receiving the text message, and then only Jiang Hui, Hillman and Clarence were left. Very good. Among the three people, the one who was very familiar with others did not leave. Very stable. So Hillman was the only one who talked during the meal. He talked to Clarence for a while, and then asked Jiang Hui about the harvest from the recycling station. He actually managed to hold the dinner party by himself. Jiang Hui was fine. She was already used to Hillman's style. The other party was always like this when she first met him. They had only met once, but they were so familiar with each other when they met on the road that they had to pull her to eat together and ask her about homework. It was completely a state of you are embarrassed, and he is not embarrassed. Jiang Hui had never thought that Clarence could really handle Hillman's personality. I don't know if the other party doesn't know how to deal with it or actually likes this kind of enthusiastic personality. Anyway, he is very respectful and doesn't reject people's kindness. He can say a few words from time to time, but he seems to be a bit cold. However, Clarence has always been so cold. His coldness has different degrees. This is already very friendly, although everyone chatted well. After all, they are not the kind of extremely speculative bad friends. If you want to talk about eating, it is really mainly dry food. Not long after the meal, the group said goodbye and went back to their homes, and they will meet again at the open tournament tomorrow. This time, Jiang Hui did not refuse Hillman's ride again. She took the other party's private airship back to the fourth ring of the city, and the other party sent Clarence back to the residence on the first ring. The whole day was like a stream, as if she didn't do anything, but she had almost completed what she wanted to do, and Jiang Hui was very satisfied with the result. She touched the inner space button of her coat, and thinking of the mecha materials piled inside, she felt inexplicably warmed up, and her steps became faster. When Jiang Hui just passed the intelligent robot certification at the front desk, the optical brain suddenly received a text message from Huan Xian. The other party simply asked if they had returned home, and asked them to be careful on the road. Jiang Hui didn't think much about it, and replied briefly. And then, there was no reply from the other side, which must be busy. As for Zhou Xiaowen, he was obviously busy, so Jiang Hui didn't think about sending him a text message. I don't know why the other party was hurriedly called back, because of something urgent. Although the tone of the person who delivered the message was not urgent, the tone and context seemed inexplicably serious. Jiang Hui stood in front of the entrance authentication gate, and her steps suddenly paused. Yes, she said. Why did the person who contacted Zhou Xiaowen today give people an inexplicable familiar feeling? But she was very sure that she didn't know this person. It was the first time she heard this voice. Why did she feel familiar? Just now, Jiang Hui suddenly remembered that she didn't feel that the other party's voice was familiar. But the tone and language habits made people familiar. The tone and even language habits of that person felt very similar to Stark, and also very similar to Captain Zoe in the next class, and even very similar to many officers and teachers in their school's single soldier department. Typical military style. The person who contacted Zhou Xiaowen today was obviously a sergeant, and he was the kind of person with a more serious personality. But the other party's tone to Zhou Xiaowen seemed relatively respectful, even respectful, and polite. Not like a typical elder to a young person. Zhou Xiaowen couldn't possibly have a military rank according to his age. Moreover, the other party was studying at Beska Intermediate College with them, and was obviously an ordinary student. Why would he treat such a strict officer with such respect? That person sounded like a subordinate of Zhou Xiaowen's father, and he was not an ordinary subordinate. Could it be that Zhou Xiaowen's status was quite high? Jiang Huiman thought about it for a while, and thought it was still a bit far-fetched. Then he realized that he was completely off topic, so he quickly turned back and continued to authenticate and enter the household. What on earth was she thinking about? This was something far away. She should take care of her own business first. There were still a lot of things from Taobao waiting for her to sort in the space button. If she didn't get it done tonight, she couldn't rush back to pick up things after watching the game tomorrow. It's time to work. Chapter 309 Zhou's Residence. Because she had to pack up. Jiang Hui naturally had to get enough sleep in her spiritual space tonight, and planned to continue packing these things after waking up. She had already checked these selected materials at the nearby simple classification station in advance, and screened out a basket of things that were prohibited from being brought into the school. The screening rate was not high, much better than she expected, and there were no radiation tools among them, so it was no problem to keep them at home. So she would put them aside for now and see if they could be used in the future, as long as they were not brought to school. The classification station also put similar materials together, which made it easier for Jiang Hui to sort them out. She only had to roughly distinguish them, and then pack them separately in mesh bags and stuff them into the space button. In addition to these, Jiang Hui also cleared out a basket of unknown things from it. Probably garbage whose properties and uses even the classification station could not identify. There were even more things in this basket than the banned items on campus that she had sorted out. I really don't know how they got into the mecha-related area on the 7th floor. Are they trying to cheat on the scale? Jiang Hui roughly flipped through it and found that many of them were things she picked up at a certain shop after being pushed back today. The more people there were at that time, the more distracted she was. She picked up a few odd-shaped things to make up the number. Now it seems, no wonder there was no one in that pile of things. It turned out that everyone knew the goods and saw that it was a pile of completely useless things. But it doesn't matter. It was her first time to go to the recycling center. She was inexperienced and there would definitely be problems of this and that. She would just have to be more careful next time. As for this basket of things, Jiang Hui was a bit of a loser, because they are classified as waste with little use value. And there is a great possibility that there is no usable energy in them, which is basically equivalent to garbage. So this pile of things cannot be kept at home, like those things that were previously classified as campus-banned items. What is the point of collecting such garbage? Jiang Hui was thinking whether to pack it up and put it in the recycling area outside, waiting for the recycling robot to collect it and send it to the right place the next day. She casually moved the things in the basket, and suddenly attracted one of the quite regular square metals. Jiang Hui subconsciously picked it up, put it in the palm of her hand, and turned it over to look at it. It is called metal, but it does not have the gloss and touch of interstellar universal metal. It feels light in the hand, but it does not feel like plastic. She weighed it in her hand, and after studying it for a long time, she still couldn't figure it out. But this thing doesn't look like an ordinary thing. Jiang Hui hesitated and threw it back into one of the grid bags to be studied, intending to keep it for later. Seeing that the time was almost up, Jiang Hui put the basket in the living room first, thinking that she would pick it up later to reduce the loss. She turned off the lights, leaving a large number of mecha materials piled in the living room, and went back to her room first. In the darkness, a dark light suddenly burst out, flashed by, and then quickly returned to calm. Jiang Hui, who had already entered the room, did not notice the abnormality at this moment. It was past 12 o'clock, and the owner of this room quietly entered another strange realm. It was late at night, and even people living in the distant starry sky could not get rid of the living habits of humans for millions of years. Most people fell into a deep sleep, and only a few people were still struggling in their respective positions. In the 732nd star ring, in a military management base, a mansion with extremely high specifications is brightly lit at this moment. The lawn outside is illuminated by the long streetlights, reflecting the high-level military spacecraft parked in the courtyard. There are also several soldiers in neat uniforms guarding the position vigilantly, as if there will be an enemy attack at any time. However, the owner of this spacecraft has already entered the mansion. In the tall and deep hall, the staff walked in uniform, as if they had received very strict training, and there was no sound under their feet. The corridor leading to the back hall was full of soldiers, all of whom looked alert at this moment. Passing through the long corridor, there is a door on the side of an inner room in the middle, which is the atrium on the first floor of this mansion, which is generally used to receive important guests. Obviously, the owner of this mansion is entertaining a group of very important guests at this moment, for tall and strong warriors stood neatly inside and outside the gate. Judging from their attire and military rank, it was hard to imagine how important the person sitting inside was. However, The scene in the inner room might be a little different from what everyone imagined. There were not many people sitting on the left and right ends of the long conference table. Facing the hall door, on the main seat, sat an extremely thin man. He had a clear and handsome figure, but his face was pale and his lips were chapped. And he looked sick. He was wearing a black and shiny military uniform, with patterns representing the highest military rank in the empire on both shoulders and collar. Various medals of honor were hung under his left chest, and his past military exploits could be vaguely seen. This big shot was thin, and even if he stood straight, it was hard to hide his weak bones. But if you only looked at his upper body, it was still normal. But if someone looked closely, or if he moved a distance from his seat, he would find that this man was almost fixed in his seat. His knees were broken, and his waist and legs were powerless. If there was no external support, he would have fallen down long ago if he was sitting on the main seat. However, despite this, his expression was still firm and majestic, and his eyes were like those of a lone wolf, full of prudence. And there were people sitting on his left and right sides. The one who moved down a whole seat to the right was a young man with an ordinary appearance and eyebrows, but his expression was very shrewd, as sharp as an eagle. He was also wearing a military uniform of a high rank. Although the medal on the left was not as good as that of the superiors, it also foreshadowed his glorious past. This was a legion commander of a high rank. On the left, slightly closer to the main seat, sat a young man with a young face. He was wearing a simple military uniform, and although there was no decoration of military rank, he looked very calm. His overall temperament was elegant and gentle, but there was also a certain kind of wise temperament that was inherited from the same lineage. This was a bit strange. A young man without a military rank was in a higher position, above a legion commander. However, everyone present did not feel strange, but took it for granted. And there was obviously a reason. If Jiang Hui was present at this moment, she would probably shout that she had made a divine prophecy, because the young man sitting on the left was Zhou Xiuwen, the classmate she had just been talking about. After being called back home, the other party came to attend such an unusual event. Chapter 310 Request. There were also many people standing at the other end of the table, which was facing the door. In addition to the person at the main seat, there were at least 4 or 5 people standing next to him. Their military ranks were all above the lieutenant level, and 2 of them were actually colonel-level officers. The young man sitting at the main seat had cold and white skin, sharp eyebrows and eyes, and deep and handsome features. From the inside out, he exuded a murderous aura that had been trained by thousands of troops. The mole under his eye, which was like smoke, softened him a little. The other party was dressed in a dark green military uniform. Although he had few medals on his body, the emblem representing the rank of lieutenant colonel on his collar showed his identity. He was the only one who sat down among the visitors. The rest of the people, regardless of their military rank, could only stand respectfully aside, which showed their status. Lieutenant Colonel Zhong. Zhou Yuanjing nodded slightly to the visitor. Welcome. As one of the 7 marshals of the empire, and now the lifelong honorary commander of the empire, he has a status that few people can hold, whether in the past or now. It is already a very high standard of etiquette to have him sit here to welcome. This Lieutenant Colonel Zhong is obviously very extraordinary. Not just a lieutenant colonel. However, even if he nodded, everyone present knew that this was not something they could accept. They didn't know how many of them grew up listening to this person's stories, and they also yearned for the other person's back to enter the military. Now the peace of this sky for the past 100 years has been maintained by relying on the other person's blood and sweat. Such an existence, even if the other party is no longer the Marshal Zhou, he is still a hero in their hearts. None of them dared or was willing to accept this courtesy. The visitors, including the seated Colonel Zhong, all stood up and half took off their hats to show respect. Zhou Yuanjing looked very calm, watching the young soldiers sit down in their own unique way of respect, and then continued, I have read the report you submitted, and have called the Central Star System to find out. No problem. You can act on your own. This is considered permission. The few people accompanying him didn't know whether they were relieved or for something else. But before they could feel happy, they heard the big man change his tone and said, But what? I already know your execution plan. And this is indeed the best time to capture him. But you must know that Angel is an awakener with a final rating of S+. He has made countless military achievements during his service, although most of them are not frontline achievements. But if you look closely at his trajectory, You can see that he is a person who is good at hiding and self-protection. And he will do whatever it takes. And his style of doing things is also very sharp. If he is forced and panics, it is very likely to be detrimental to the people watching the game. At that time, you can all be protected by mecha weapons. But there are more unarmed people on the scene. If chaos arises as a result, there will probably be heavy casualties. So before you are completely sure, please pay more attention when you act. And try to evacuate and protect innocent people. Zhou Yuanjing has already said it very clearly, with a serious tone, which shows that he attaches great importance to this issue. His words contain warnings, which are not like prompts, but more like some kind of tough requirements. Despite this, the young sergeants on the opposite side did not show any dissatisfaction. And the Lieutenant Colonel Zong, who was sitting on the table, nodded very seriously to show that he understood. And the second, Zhou Yuanjing paused, as if he was a little hesitant about what he was going to say next, and then quickly recovered. Although I am still in contact with the Central Galaxy Military Control Bureau, and am still responsible for some related work, I am no longer the Marshal, and should not interfere with your execution of various tasks. But this matter is of great importance. The target person involved is extremely dangerous, and it endangers the safety of the Empire. So I have to say a few more words about this matter. Please forgive me, and don't blame me for meddling in other people's business. The officer called Colonel Zong did not say anything, but half bowed to indicate that he was listening carefully. Zhou Yuanjing did not care about the answers of these young people, and said to himself, although I have not had much contact with Angel in the past, I have met him several times. From various sources, it is known that this person is meticulous, acts almost flawlessly, and is very good at leaving a way out for himself. But at the same time, he is an extremely conceited and adventurous person. This is true. The young officers on the opposite side nodded secretly in their hearts. If you think about it carefully, that guy is really weird. Normally, a man like him, who has secrets and has been a spy for a lifetime, and finally did such a big thing, should have kept a low profile after retirement. It would be best to arrange a dead end for himself and escape without any evidence, so that he could escape the pursuit of the Empire without anyone noticing. But he didn't do that. He didn't hide it after he was done, and he was still wandering around here, although he didn't reveal his tale. The informant who contacted him revealed his tale, so he was closely searched and tracked by the military, in order to ensure that the pursuit was kept secret. The military did not use conventional methods and directly activated a special forces team of the 3rd Legion, which was the most direct and trusted. They did not contact the outside line at all, and directly contacted the top military leaders no matter what. The purpose was to catch the last participant who stole the secret information, when the military was sure that they had not leaked their whereabouts. Angel, for some reason, even organized an open mecha competition for himself. If it was not a trick within a trick, the other party simply set a coordinate for himself for the military to catch him. But it seemed that such a stupid guy and his only 2 secret companions stole the encrypted information of the Empire, which made the military helpless for a while. And because this piece of information even involved a core secret of the military and political leaders of the Empire could not sit still. So they tracked these rebels all the way from the Central Galaxy to the 732nd planet. Among them, 2 major participants were killed, and the only one left was Angel in disguise. Although the pursuit was coming to an end, the military did not feel at ease at all, but became more and more frightened, because when they were chasing the 3 rebels who participated in the theft, they almost involved a whole dark network set up by the rebels and the Empire. The military was shocked by the large scope, the wide range of industries involved, and the identities of the people involved. How many such rebels still exist in the Empire? How many such dark lines and forces are buried in the depths of darkness? They don't know. They only know that these are only a small part. At present, they can only take this opportunity to explore the veins and dig out as much information as possible. Chapter 311 Secret. So Colonel Zong and others came here not only to track down the lost encrypted data, but also to explore the depth of the unknown forces hidden in the darkness. However, the latter is a hidden task assigned by the team, except for the upper level that issued it. It was not reported in any documents or communication manuscripts, including Zhou Yuanjing. As the highest head of state stationed here, he should not be aware of this task. But who is Zhou Yuanjing? A man who was still in the position of the Empire Marshal 10 years ago, although he had to withdraw from the position of Marshal due to physical and political factors. His achievements and status, as well as the forces he cultivated for many years, are not for show. Not to mention the upper level of the executive government. He still has a lot of military forces in his hands. For example, his former adjutant, now the commander of the 23rd Corps, Rex Dolente, is an open card in Zhou Yuanjing's hand. Seeing that the other party is accompanying Zhou Yuanjing as always today, and even inferior to his son, we can see his loyalty. He seemed to have withdrawn from the stage of the Central Galaxy. But whether he really withdrew or not, everyone knew it in their hearts. Even those who are now in the highest positions in the military may not dare to be presumptuous in front of Zhou Yuanjing. And what Zhou Yuanjing wanted to know, how could it be just to get face? He naturally got the purpose of Zhong Ting and others from other channels, and even knew the mentality of the publisher better than Zhong Ting, who was the offline task taker. Of course, he didn't think about intervening in the matter. To be honest, if this incident hadn't happened on planet 732, the birthplace of their Zhou family, Zhou Yuanjing wouldn't have wanted to intervene in this mess. The military has really become more and more confused in recent years. When he was in charge, he dare not say that it was completely strict, but there were rarely so many collusion between the inside and the outside, and the dark forces were rampant. This is as it should be. After all, both the military and the executive government are the core brains pointing to the direction of the empire. If those people or forces with bad intentions are allowed to mix in at will, and they are corrupted from the inside out, their empire will be finished sooner or later. In this regard, Zhou Yuanjing boasted that he had always been very strict, and any suspected and suspicious personnel would be strictly monitored and even punished. Unexpectedly, since he was away from the core power zone, the upper echelons have been so lax. However, dozens of such incidents have occurred in 10 years, big and small, and even he, who did not deliberately inquire about it, received such news from time to time, which was really absurd. Zhou Yuanjing became more and more angry, and did not want to bother to intervene in this mess. So he simply turned a blind eye and stayed on planet 732 to concentrate on recuperation. Unexpectedly, he couldn't escape in the end. This time, he was directly attacked on his territory. Did the military think he was dying of illness? Paralyzed? Unable to move? They sent people here to test him again and again. Sent people to search on a large scale. And sent waves of starships to send people here. At least they should say hello. Zhou Yuanjing couldn't stand it anymore. So he talked directly to the Central Star area, asking them to follow the rules, report to him, explain the cause and effect to him before dealing with them, and then quickly settle the matter and get out of Star 732. Don't you see what they have messed up this year? What's even more ridiculous is that the group has been busy for so long and can't even catch a few rebels. And they haven't found the encrypted information. Instead, their own casualties have been heavy. Zhou Yuanjing doesn't know what to say. Fortunately, they finally learned their lesson this time. Knew to act in secret, and sent more reliable and suitable people to contact them. So Zhou Yuanjing was willing to lend a helping hand in the last operation. So, I hope these guys can quickly deal with the matter and get out of his territory. It is really annoying, and I am almost in no mood to cultivate myself. So Zhou Yuanjing reported some of the secret lines he had investigated, so that the other party could catch them together and pull them out clean, so as to prevent these people from causing trouble on planet 732. However, a few of them happened to be in the open competition venue. When they started fighting, they might need to make good arrangements and cooperate with the Zongting to avoid disturbing the prey outside. This was a pleasant surprise for Colonel Zong and others. They had no doubt about the authenticity of the information Zhou Yuanjing said, because from the other party's standpoint, it was impossible for them to do anything that was not good for the empire. It is indeed worthy of Zhou Yuanjing. Although we don't know how the other party found out these hidden players that the military leaders didn't find. The intelligence from the other party immediately made their next tasks much easier and also reduced the risk of casualties. No matter what the other party's purpose is, they will remember this favor. The faces of several people next to Zhong Ting couldn't help showing a flash of excitement. Zhou Yuanjing saw it, but he was stunned for a moment and felt a little emotional in his heart. These are all young kids. Although they are in the top team, their age and experience are there, and they can't be as calm as those old-timers. The leader seemed much more calm, and it was hard to tell how deep he was. Even Zhou Yuanjing, who was knowledgeable, had to sigh that the other party was a very promising talent. However, he could see that these little guys were not very cunning and had no bad intentions. This made Zhou Yuanjing more willing to help. And it was worth it for him to give them this military merit and favor for free. He hoped that they would not let him down. Since you all know, I won't say any more nonsense. I have read your execution plan. And I am afraid that the number of people you have now is not enough. If you ask for more now, there may be trouble. If you don't mind, I will arrange some more people to help you with your task. Don't worry. They are just helping to escort and evacuate the people, and will not interfere too much in your task. Of course, if there is an unexpected situation in the middle, I can't guarantee it. My son will also go to watch the open competition at that time, and I will let him act as the transfer party between the two parties to pass on the instructions. Xiaowen, say hello to Colonel Zhong and everyone, and you must fully assist their team to capture the target person tomorrow. Zhou Xiaowen, who looked a little nervous, nodded and saluted the officers opposite. He was very polite, and obviously used to his father's arrangement. Zhou Yuanjing glanced at his son with some surprise, thinking that his state was a little strange, because this child is not the first time to help dispatch such a small action. But why does he always feel that he is a little absent-minded today? But now was not a good time to ask questions. So he suppressed this thought, and continued to greet this special military visitor. This conversation lasted for more than a week, until the other side prompted to start the action, and the group quietly left Zhou's house on a secret route. Chapter 312 that day. Why do you seem to be worried? You were not like this yesterday. Did something happen when you went back yesterday? Jiang Hui was a little surprised. Jiang Hui and Zhou Xiaowen were responsible for going to the front desk to get the resource package. Each spectator would be equipped with such a resource package, which was full of ritual sense, and was regarded as a derivative of the ticket that was too expensive. It contained fast food and some instant supplies, as well as small tools such as schedule bracelets and armbands. As for the other three people, they also had tasks, and they acted separately. What Jiang Hui and the others had to do was to quickly take the resource package back, and return to their seats while the scene was not too crowded, and wait for the game with peace of mind. It was relatively simple to get the resource package, and it was much more efficient than Clarence, who was assigned to arrange the reservation for the natural restaurant. Jiang Hui originally thought that he could go alone to get it, but he saw that Zhou Xiaowen seemed a little bit wrong today. It was not that he was unhappy. He was as gentle and casual as always, but he seemed to have a feeling of worry. This situation is rare. He always gives him a cheerful feeling. Although he is not as optimistic as Hillman, who is always happy, he is also a person who can adjust himself. He is always comfortable and has no worries, compared with the other two members of the team who are usually unhappy. Zhou Xiaowen is a rare person with stable emotions. He is not strong-willed, but his style of doing things is loose but steady, and he can show a certain degree of decision-making ability in many important moments. Although he cannot be called a big brother, he is also like a glue in the team. So what caused the other party to have such a big change in mood? Jiang Hui was very sure that he did not have such emotions when he met him yesterday. The other party's change happened after he went home yesterday. Did he encounter something after he went home? He actually brought it to the open tournament today. It happened that the work of the four people was almost distributed, and Zhou Xiaowen was the only one left. He probably had to go to the seat to reserve it first. The other party was alone anyway, so he might as well walk around to relieve his anger. So Jiang Hui simply called everyone up to get something. Who would have thought that the other party's state was really scattered? So Jiang Hui simply asked on the way. Of course, she was just chatting in a casual tone. The two of them had always been frank in their interactions, without so many awkward emotions. So she asked directly, "What's the matter?" "It's a big deal," Zhou Xiaowen thought to himself. He was happy to participate in activities with his friends before. Although he was not as excited as Hillman and almost couldn't sleep, he was also happy. In his short life, most of his memories were cold and solemn. He was surrounded by powerful people and elders, and he rarely had the opportunity to interact with people of his age. Compared with Hillman, his childhood was not comfortable or good. He didn't expect that he would encounter such a thing when he was out playing with friends. How should he tell his friends? Should he tell them not to stay here to watch the game, because the military will take action against a protagonist of this open game? Not to mention that this might lead to the exposure of his whereabouts. Even if we don't consider this, the ability of this matter is also very bizarre. Okay? Although Zhou Xiaowen accepted the task from his father last night, and began to complete the task conscientiously after arriving at the stadium, He was actually very uncomfortable in his heart. Should he tell his friends or not? He finally mustered up the courage to say it when he gathered, but found that his contact person was also in the gathering team. This is really a coincidence. Of the 5 of them, 2 of them went with a mission. So how could they not go now? So Zhou Xiuwen could only take his friends to take risks like this. With so many things in his mind, Zhou Xiuwen naturally seemed less natural than yesterday. It turned out that Jiang Hui had already discovered it. His friend was really as careful as always. Zhou Xiuwen wanted to say it, but he couldn't be willful in this situation. Zhou Xiuwen still knew the importance of this. Zhou Xiuwen shook his head and changed the subject. Have you ever seen such an open tournament before? Because he had noticed that the other party seemed to be very happy to see anything when he came here today, and he seemed much more unfamiliar than the other friends who were traveling with him. Jiang Hui shook her head. Indeed, both she and the original body were participating in such an event for the first time. It's not that there was no opportunity. The father of the original body did mention taking her to watch an open tournament on the rare occasions when he accompanied her. But the original body was never very interested in such things and studied a completely unrelated major. It was even more impossible for Jiang Hui to have seen it. She had never even been to a concert in her previous life. So it was really novel to participate in such a mecha open competition for the first time. And I especially experienced the atmosphere of the national competition, let alone the open competition. To be honest, I haven't even seen a few mecha battles, Jiang Hui said honestly. Of course, those mecha battles in interstellar movies and TV series that tend to show off fancy things are excluded, because there is really a lot of artistic elements in that kind of battle, and even a novice like her feels awkward watching it. So I won't refer to it. Zhou Xiuwen raised his eyebrows in surprise when he heard this, which was beyond his expectations. He didn't expect that Jiang Hui, as a student of the combat single soldier department, had only this much contact with mechas. He thought that people like Jiang Hui should have known their future path long ago, and then moved towards their goals, constantly absorbing and contacting various knowledge and information. And the other party has been acting like this all the time. But he didn't expect. It doesn't matter. It's not too late to start contacting now. They are still a long way from really entering that path, so they can still think it over before making a choice. Jiang Hui didn't care about this. Speaking of which, I see you all seem to be familiar with each other. Can you tell me more? I heard that the 2 participants in this open competition are retired officers, and both came from the legions of their superiors. I wonder how good these 2 are at mecha battles. She really didn't know much about this aspect, and her original body's memory of this was also very vague. So after deciding to watch the game, she also checked the information of the 2 opponents. The information found on the official website was more official, but it was enough for her to understand the surface. The 2 protagonists of this battle had the same military rank before they retired, and they were both colonels in the end. After retirement, they were both approved as quasi-major generals. Although they failed to obtain the corresponding lifelong honorary military rank, they were still retired sergeants certified by the Empire, and they were also big figures on both sides. I wonder which one is more powerful. Chapter 313 Angel. The so-called Iron Warrior Richard Pycelle was born in the 89th Legion, a well-known expeditionary corps of the Empire. The soldiers who came from it may not have experienced many wars, but their experiences and knowledge are not comparable to those of ordinary regular corps. Pycelle is also a big family in the Central Star region, with many branches. The main branch is a second or third-rate military and political family in the Central Star region, with many children in the family who are in the military or politics. This Richard Pycelle is a member of the main branch, but he is not the kind of person who is optimistic. He entered the Expeditionary Corps and reached this position because of his own hard work. He is good at using heavy mechas equipped with full weapons. This type of mecha can adapt to various extreme environments. At his peak, he can independently complete a small war with dozens of such mechas. Because of the family's instructions, he did not retire like ordinary soldiers until his physical condition did not allow him to do so or he reached a certain age. Instead, he withdrew from the Legion at the age of less than 100 and returned to his normal life. Although he left the army, he still couldn't forget his passionate fighting career, nor could he give up his partner who had been with him for decades. So in his spare time, he would participate in various mecha competitions, and even find some retired colleagues who couldn't stand the peace like him to have a game or something. Today was his third A-level open competition, and most of the previous ones were small and medium-sized competitions of B-level scale. Angel Bulgan, the thousand-faced mecha, was older, but not much older, and looked to be in his early 100s. In terms of combat record and experience, Richard is still far behind Angel. Angel Bulgan was born a civilian from the 3rd Legion, and eventually reached the rank of Lieutenant General. He almost got a lifetime honorary rank, and stayed in the Central Star region to continue his development. However, in the last major battle before retirement, Angel was seriously ill for some reason, and could not participate. Later, he was accidentally injured in a pursuit operation. After that, he could no longer adapt to battlefield life and chose to retire. And the reason why he was called a thousand-faced mecha warrior was because he used a special type of mecha, the transforming mecha, for many years during his service. It belongs to the category of battlefield-specific mecha, which combines the characteristics of animal-type mecha and standard mecha, but also has the sporadic characteristics of combined mecha. In short, it is a type of mecha with very complex craftsmanship. This kind of mecha has extremely high requirements for the driver and operator, and requires the operator to have a strong level of mental strength, adaptability, and senses. Many single soldiers who have received strict training since childhood also find it difficult to control this type of mecha. Angel can master such a mecha and become one of the representatives. The efforts and hardships he has experienced can be imagined. Moreover, the other party was not born into a family with a legacy, but a civilian family with no military background for several generations. He did not choose to join the army at the beginning, but had to choose the path of joining the army when he encountered a drastic change in his youth. And then, he went through hardships all the way. If the other party had chosen such a path since childhood, his achievements would definitely not stop there. Of course, many things in this world are not known in advance. It depends on the fate of an individual. It was fate, so there was no choice. Unlike Pycelle, but very similar, Angel could not forget the life on the battlefield after retiring, and often participated in various public competitions. There were even rumors that he would regularly participate in some unknown competitions of underground organizations, which were so-called underground competitions. For A-class competitions like today, he had participated countless times before, and had a lot of experience in winning, which was obviously much more experience than his opponent today. Classmate Joe Shiowen, what are you in a daze about? We have got the things. Let's go quickly. More people are coming. Jiang Hui reminded. Zhou Xiaowen realized that he had been immersed in his thoughts for a long time, and it seemed that he did not answer Jiang Hui's question just now, as if he just walked to the resource collection port in a daze. He was really too unstable. He really lacked experience, as his father said. It seems that he has to concentrate on the next step. Zhou Xiaowen sighed inwardly, and was somewhat glad that Jiang Hui didn't seem to delve into his unusual intentions. The other party was very smart. He followed the girl as if nothing had happened, and told her about the two protagonists of today's game. As for Jiang Hui's desire to know who will win this game, who knows? But Zhou Xiaowen knew that there can only be one party that will win today. So what are the two protagonists that Jiang Hui and the others are discussing doing at this moment? At the R exit of the stadium, turn inside and enter a lounge for contestants to rest. Angel took out the resin polymer pen cigarette that he never leaves from his pocket. This is similar to the tobacco products that were very popular in the old times. It also has the effect of refreshing and slightly exciting, but it is not harmful to the human body. There was no one in the lounge. Only one light was on, and the environment seemed dim. The lonely light shone on the person under the light, making him look extremely lonely. Then smoke rose up, and the air was filled with a unique fragrance of plants and trees that only soft trees have. The light smoke brushed across the man's cold eyebrows, showing a kind of erratic gloom. The other party was in a low mood at the moment. Suddenly, there were bursts of knocks on the door. The person on the sofa did not move immediately, but just knocked on the pen and pipe calmly, watching the smoke gradually decrease until it stopped. The person outside knocked on the door again, and Angel took out his handkerchief and wiped the pen and pipe slowly, then put it back in his pocket and walked towards the door. There was not much time left for him, and he didn't know if he could smoke such good cigarettes in the future. No, maybe this is the last time. Exit T. The other side's mecha has been prepared and parked in the preparation room of the inner road, and another contestant of this game has entered the mecha cabin and is ready. However, if there is a third person in the mecha cabin at this moment, he will find that Richard Pycelle, who should be the operator this time, is not in the main seat. Another person is sitting in the main seat, frowning and carefully exploring the internal structure of the frame. Seeing that the old friend who has been with him for most of his life is being manipulated by others, Richard is helpless and a little distressed. But there is nothing he can do, because this is an absolute order from above. As a soldier who has fought for the safety of the Empire for a lifetime, even if he is retired, Pycelle will not forget his mission. At present, I just hope that this young man can take into account other people's property a little bit, and don't make too much trouble. Chapter 314 Discovery. They entered the venue more than a week earlier, but time is not enough. And after a little arrangement of going up and down, the time is almost up. Most of the audience also found their seats and sat down, either enjoying the breakfast delivered or fiddling with the atmosphere tools given by the venue. Jiang Hui and his friends also took their seats and came to the front row of the box. The box was relatively empty, but they were not the only ones there. There seemed to be 2 rows of empty seats, but for some reason, these seats were empty, and no one came. Jiang Hui asked Clarence, but the other party just said that it might be that these tickets could not be sold. Didn't they sell? Then the sales of this Mecha Open tournament are too watery. And it seems that the seats outside are full of guests. And it seems that it is hard to get a ticket. Are they all agents? But it is true that although the B, C, and D level tickets outside do not have boxes, the price is much cheaper, even less than 1/10 of the A level tickets. So naturally many people buy them. Even more people buy virtual online tickets that are not available in person. There are restrictions on the purchase of these A-level tickets, and the price is expensive. The premium is too high. After all, there is only a private room environment, and they have to pick up the items themselves. And there is no service, and the atmosphere is not even as good as outside. What's the point? However, these tickets were provided by Clarence, and the other party refused to charge any money. So the group could only take advantage of this. It's better not to think too much. Since you are here, just watch the game happily. But why do I feel that everyone seems a little strange today? Zhou Xiaowen is like this. Huan Xian is also like this. Where is classmate Huan? Hillman opened a bag of snacks and started to chew them without paying attention to anyone around, asking in surprise. Huan Xian had already finished his part of the work, and he had just met with them here. But he went out again after a text message came in, looking very busy. The rest of the people were not nosy, and judging from his demeanor, it was obvious that this was not a matter that outsiders could interfere with. So they didn't ask any more questions. Did it take so long for the optical computer to receive a communication? He had been out for a long time and hadn't come back until now, when the open tournament was about to start in more than 20 minutes. And he hadn't been seen yet. So they naturally noticed it. Jiang Hui was hesitating whether to send a text message to ask him. And then he heard Zhou Xiaowen stand up and say that he was just going to go out to look for him, because he was going to find something by the way, seeing the other person's back quickly disappearing in the box. Jiang Hui held back the words, "There is a convenient conveyor belt here." This sentence of looking for someone, where to find someone, and is it necessary to look outside? Jiang Hui felt a strange enlightenment in his heart. There must be something wrong. These two people are a little strange. Zhou Xiaowen was worried and seemed to be hesitant from time to time, which made people unable to ignore it. Huan Xian was quite normal. He was steady and impeccable throughout the whole process. But he disappeared at the last minute without explaining any reason. This was not something he would do. And both of them were half hidden, obviously not afraid of them seeing it. Just short of writing "I have something to do" on their faces. Zhou Xiaowen and Huan Xian have a good relationship, and there has always been a strange tacit understanding between them. But their personalities don't seem like one would take the initiative to look for the other. If it was Jiang Hui who told the truth, it wouldn't be strange for Zhou Xiaowen to look for him. But it would be a little awkward if it was Huan Xian. Could there be something going on between the two? Jiang Hui couldn't think of it for a while. Apparently, it wasn't just Jiang Hui who thought of this, but also Clarence. The two watched Zhou Xiaowen's back. Their expressions were hard to tell. Their eyes touched in the air and then retracted. But in the end, no one said anything. The most carefree person in the box, who didn't think about anything, was probably Hillman. He was focusing on the snack gift bag in his hand. It was said that his parents were very strict and didn't allow him to eat such snacks on weekdays. Now that he had the chance, why didn't he eat it quickly? And how could watching a game be without eating and drinking? In his words, half of the happiness would be lost. Jiang Hui didn't send a text message to ask what the two were tinkering with. He continued to stay in the box as if nothing had happened and remained silent with Clarence, who was probably also unhappy. After a while, the two entered the box one after another, breaking the atmosphere in the room that seemed calm on the surface, but was actually very strange. Hillman seemed not to notice the atmosphere around him. He looked up at Zhou Xiaowen, who came in first, and Huan Xian, who followed him in, and said, "Finally, you're back. Mr. Huan, you're not lost, are you? The game is about to start. Come on. Come and sit over here." Huan Xian nodded silently, strode over, and sat in the middle of Jiang Hui and Hillman. Then he naturally took the snacks handed over by Hillman, picked up a piece and took a bite, looking very calm. Jiang Hui noticed that there were traces of friction on the back of the other person's shoulder, and there was a little dust on it. But it was not dirty, just a little obvious on the dark clothes. Huan Xian noticed her eyes, followed her line of sight, and found the dust on his back shoulder, then patted it, and then met Jiang Hui's line of sight, and said, "Something happened just now." "Very good." The other party didn't even seem to want to hide it, and directly said that something happened. Although I haven't known the other party for a long time, at least they have fought side by side. And Jiang Hui also understands some of the other party's subtext. For Huan Xian, his saying something happened is not an ordinary trivial matter. If it is really a trivial matter, the other party will solve it by themselves, and it will not be a big deal afterwards, and it will not be brought up at all. The other party's whereabouts are unknown just now, and Zhou Xiaowen's way of contacting the other party, and thinking about the two people disappearing one after another yesterday, Jiang Hui easily makes some associations. The person who contacted Zhou Xiaowen yesterday was a sergeant. Jiang Hui is very sure. Jiang Hui was silent for a while, then finally asked. She pointed to the floor of the box. "Is it related to this game?" "Yes. The stadium may be a little chaotic today. You all need to be careful. If something goes wrong, don't panic. There will be corresponding arrangements at that time," Zhou Xiaowen said. Just said it directly. Jiang Hui felt that her guess was correct. The person who contacted Zhou Xiaowen yesterday was indeed related to the military. The other party was full of thoughts and hesitated to speak today because of this matter. Zhou Xiaowen also said that the stadium is a little chaotic. How chaotic is it? It won't be like the last terrorist attack on Donghua Group? Jiang Hui felt a little uneasy. Chapter 315 beginning. Zhou Xiaowen's words were also heard by everyone. There was silence in the box for a moment, and it seemed that even the breathing slowed down a lot. Everyone had different thoughts, and no one knew what they were thinking. Fortunately, everyone was still calm after hearing such news, including Hillman, who had always acted as if he was heartless. Everyone may have misunderstood. This guy is really just thick-skinned, not stupid, and his thick-skinnedness depends on the situation. He really wants to eat and loves snacks, but it doesn't mean that he won't use his brain to think about things. Maybe he didn't notice Zhou Xiaowen and Huan Xian's disappearance at first, or even didn't notice that Zhou Xiaowen was worried. But the two left one after another, and then there was a strange silence and awkward atmosphere between Jiang Hui and Clarence. How could he really not feel anything? He just didn't know how to deal with it. So he had no choice but to continue to concentrate on the snacks in his hand. Now that Zhou Xiaowen has said it so clearly, and combined with the sporadic anomalies he had felt before, even the dumbest person would know that something went wrong in this game. What exactly went wrong? Was it the military or the ruling party? Based on the situation of contacting Zhou Xiaowen yesterday, the former is more likely. Hillman remembered that his father had indeed said something like there are more and more foreigners on planet 732 recently. He also heard it at the time, but he never connected it to himself. He didn't expect that this collision would be a big one. What should I do? If the old man knew, he would be so anxious, and when he returns, he might be scolded severely. Hillman was thinking wildly, while the other relatively mature guys had quickly exchanged glances and confirmed some facts. Don't worry. Nothing will happen. Huan Xian didn't know whether he was stating the facts or just comforting Jiang Hui. Alas, she just came out to watch a game. How could she run into this? Such a weird and terrifying coincidence quickly made Jiang Hui feel something very similar. Last time, she just attended a handcraft class and ran into a terrorist attack, which scared her a lot. Jiang Hui boasted that her psychological quality has improved a lot, and this time she also got the news from a certain channel in advance. But how could it be so coincidental? She should say that she must check the calendar next time she goes out. And it's best to choose a good day before going out. God knows what will happen next time. Jiang Hui forgot that there is no such thing as checking the calendar in the interstellar. Even if there is an antique calendar, it is estimated that there is no such mark as 5 elements numerology. Auspicious day and unlucky day. Jiang Hui felt very unlucky at this moment. Very unlucky. Obviously, the situation did not leave her too much time to think about it. While she was thinking, time came to the 8 minutes before the official start of the game. The surrounding environment gradually darkened, and the dark light in the box floated. Jiang Hui realized at this time that this box was not just a glass partition. After turning off the lights and activating the settings in the box, the scene outside was three-dimensional. The light and sound seemed to have been edited, and the noise and dark lines outside were separated. The overall picture looked very pure and clear, just like the entire battle scene was slightly reduced and presented in front of them. Even though she still had lingering worries in her heart, Jiang Hui couldn't help but sigh for the technological power of this future world. This world, is the world she is in now? Are all these real? Hello everyone. I am the Field Simulation Intelligent RV976. Welcome everyone to today's open competition. Next, I will lead you to watch this game. First, let me introduce the 2 contestants of the open competition. Angel Bergen of the R side, known as the Thousand Faces Mecha Warrior. Then our contestant Richard Picel of the T side, nicknamed the Iron Warrior, accompanied by the passionate introduction of the host's intelligent robot. The 2 contestants also drove their own mechas, and appeared in front of everyone with the rise and fall of the ground mechanism. Richard drove a heavy mecha equipped with full weapons, in order to support so many equipment and structural problems. The overall height of the mecha would be relatively low, only 3/4 of the average height of the standard mecha. However, in terms of height, it is still higher than ordinary humanoid mechas, and the entire chassis is wide and large. There is also a weighted structure inside, and the external shell and skeleton are made of various hard materials combined with a special coating, so the whole machine can be said to be indestructible. Unless it is a mecha of the same size, it is difficult to easily shake its body with the attack power of most mechas. And Angel's transforming mecha used a common form of battlefield-specific mecha at the beginning, with 4 legs, a thick and slightly wide lower body, and gradually narrowing upwards. At the top is a 360-degree multi-directional exposure port, which can accurately perceive and analyze the enemy's movements in real time. As soon as it came out, its overall shape was obviously much thinner and taller than the enemy on the opposite side, and it also seemed more flexible. But the gap at the bottom was relatively large, and the lower body was not very stable. Both sides were heavyweight mechas. When they appeared, they were not only overwhelming, but the luster and style unique to heavy metal weapons spread in the field in an instant. Even though the 2 sides were currently stopped at their respective starting points and had not made any moves, everyone could vaguely feel the tit-for-tat momentum. Jiang Hui was a little fascinated. This was a type of mecha that she had rarely come into contact with in her short learning career. There were too few models for reference for the former, and most of the characteristics were different, making it difficult to unify the reference standards. The existence of the latter was even rarer. It was a battlefield-specific frame that almost only appeared on the battlefield, and even its mecha model would not appear on the market. Therefore, she could only observe and study its structure through simple books, and forget about more detailed information. However, Jiang Hui had not been able to research even the basic mechas, and did not dare to think about the higher-level mechas. But now there was a ready-made one in front of her. It was not a model, but a real mecha standing in front of her. She could also watch these 2 rare mechas fight with real swords and guns. Isn't it a great opportunity? The competition field was a bit chaotic at this time. Jiang Hui forgot her worries and troubles just now, and her eyes were glued to the 2 mechas in the field. Of course, the 4 people in the box besides her were no exception. They looked at the 2 behemoths in the field with amazement, inquiry, or scrutiny. Then, count down now. 3, 2, 1. Everyone is in position. The game officially begins. Chapter 316 Disadvantage. Boom, 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 boom. As soon as the intelligent robot finished speaking, a sound of breaking through the air was heard in the field, and dust was flying. It seemed that something was fiercely blowing up the gravel on the ground, and 2 afterimages intersected. In just a moment, Everyone felt a violent shock below. And at the same time, something was thrown out fiercely. No. There is a result in the first round? Some confused spectators widened their eyes, and tried to see the situation in the war zone through the flying dust. That is of course impossible. Both of them are retired sergeants, who came down from the battlefield, and have rich combat experience. How could they get the result immediately? The reason why they made such a big noise in the first round was because both sides were testing. Mech battles are different from two people fighting. The latter can know themselves and the enemy, take the initiative, and win the initiative is a big advantage. But the former is a little more complicated, because no matter how different people's physical fitness is, no matter how different their fighting methods are, they still cannot transcend the power that the human body should have. And the trajectory of their movements can be traced. But when two mechas fight, especially two different types, different characteristics, and completely different combat conditions and data, it requires a lot of control skills. In addition to the level and hardware of the mecha itself, it also depends on the skill level of the operator, even if both of them are experienced mecha warriors. It is rumored that there are tens of thousands of types of interstellar mechas. How can you fight against all these mechas and summarize your experience? Even the most experienced warriors can only have a general idea, and they still have to deal with them in detail. For example, the characteristics of the fully equipped heavy mecha driven by Richard are very obvious. The defense points must be pulled to a relatively high level. The offensiveness is also very strong when it meets. However, it lacks flexibility, and has a low movement speed. Anyone who knows a little about mechas can know something about this. Angel's transforming mecha is obviously flexible, and the opponent's initial state is flexible and light. The disadvantage is that the lower body is not stable enough, and the frontal attack power is obviously insufficient. As for its comprehensive attack power, it depends on the weapons equipped by the machine. It will be known only when it really fights. In this way, the advantages and disadvantages of the two mechas are almost opposite, and it is naturally impossible to slow down when fighting with slightly extreme mechas. The speed must be fast, and the specific data of the opponent is obtained in the fastest way. And the fastest way is to fight directly. As long as the two mechas collide, Angel on the R side can know the level of defense of the opponent's heavy mecha, and Richard on the T side can also know the mobility of Angel's mecha. As for how much you can touch, it depends on your personal experience and vision. Dust flew up, and a flexible afterimage was seen taking various parts of the heavy mecha at an incredible speed, lightly or heavily, or hitting a certain area. It was incredibly flexible and extremely fast, and it was difficult for the naked eye to follow. So the advantages of the heavy mecha were immediately revealed. Under Angel's various flexible operations, this behemoth was not only motionless, but also rarely shook. It looked a bit like Angel was operating the mecha, but failed to gain an advantage. Brigadier General Angel's mecha was obviously very mobile and fast, and its instant burst capability far exceeded that of ordinary A-class mechas. I just don't know if this is the most basic form of this mecha, Clarence commented. The other party obviously knows this kind of mecha battle well, and the battle that can't be divided into 3 stars can roughly see the situation. But I feel that the other one driving the heavy mecha seems to be more at ease. And it seems that Brigadier General Angel did not break through the defense line. Both sides should not really exert their strength, Hillman said with a little disagreement. Not at ease, Huan Xian said. Although the first round was a test that both sides knew well, there were naturally differences in the battle. This contest seemed to be Richard sitting on the Diaoyu Island. But in fact Angel was slightly better, because he not only understood Richard's mecha thoroughly in a short time, but also touched the most core stability area of this heavy mecha. Generally speaking, the defensive characteristics of this kind of heavy mecha are generally very simple, and the core stability area is the central part of this kind of mecha to balance the joints. If it can be found accurately, the enemy can use the core stability area to balance the joints. The divergent veins from the stable area to each joint predict its movement, unless there are hidden and potential parts to coordinate. This part is basically a major weakness of the mecha. On the other hand, although Richard did not suffer any loss in the first round and looked very stable, he was actually in a passive position. If this happens twice more, the situation of this mecha will basically be stripped away. And when Angel uses a big move, he can only be controlled by others. So he is indeed at a disadvantage. After hearing this, both Hillman and Jiang Hui suddenly realized something. The two of them didn't know much about various mechas, especially Jiang Hui, who was a half-baked man, and had no idea about mechas that he had never seen before. Hillman, on the contrary, had more experience, but he was still superficial, and naturally couldn't compare to Clarence and his men. Of course, the two of them didn't feel that they were hit by a dimensionality reduction attack at all, but instead felt that they were being taught a lesson, and continued to stare at the battle in the field following each other's thoughts. Indeed, it seemed that since the wrong attack at the beginning, the situation of the next battle became somewhat clear. Just as Wanxian said, Angel had obviously found out the bottom line of the enemy, and began to carry out a series of setbacks against its weaknesses, and launched continuous attacks. This made the heavy mecha that seemed to be as stable as a rock a little overwhelmed, and gradually forced out some flaws. Then Angel followed those flaws and intensified his attacks, and the situation of the battle became more and more clear. Brigadier General Angel is indeed an elite from the 3rd Legion. He is very good at fast fighting. Really? The speed is really fast. It has not even scored 10 stars at the beginning, but it has reached this point. Both sides have not even revealed their external weapons. Jiang Hui felt a little unreal, and the heavy mecha driven by Richard on the T side was a little too conservative. Was it overwhelmed by this series of attacks, or was it waiting for a chance to hit the bottom and counterattack? No. Why did she always feel that the control of this heavy mecha was a little awkward, and some actions were a little stiff? Is it an illusion? Jiang Hui murmured, as if he heard her words. Wanxian glanced at Jiang Hui, who was thinking, but he didn't say anything in the end. It's not an illusion. Chapter 317 Response. He knows me very well. In the operation room, the young man standing on the side of the auxiliary position muttered. The person in the middle main operation area did not respond, staring at the enemy opposite as if he did not hear it. Although he saw the mecha he was operating retreating step by step, his hands were still very steady, and he continued to adjust the movement of the mecha in an orderly manner. Richard did not expect that this Brigadier General Anha, whom he had never met before, could do so much. The other party was far more powerful than he imagined. As expected, he was worthy of being the once famous Wolf General of the 3rd Legion. If he were on the scene at this moment, he probably wouldn't dare to guarantee that he could do better than this. Before he knew the other party's true identity, he had carefully checked the relevant information after deciding to accept his invitation to fight. This Brigadier General Angel was very objective just by looking at his apparent record. Although it was a little regrettable at the end of his service career, his strength was unquestionable. There are many videos of the opponent circulating in the market, most of which are related videos of him participating in open tournaments after retirement. The time is not too long, and you can still see a lot of his details. Richard once thought so. It was not until he really stood on this field and watched others control his mecha to fight against him that he realized that the opponent was really powerful. Far more powerful than those historical videos of the opponent in the past. This is a real opponent who becomes stronger when facing a stronger opponent. It's a pity that he is destined to never fight against him in the future. And this time, he is fighting against him under his name. And the person who is in the main control position at the moment is not him. Alas, how could such a talented person, such a powerful man, be so careless and do such a thing? Obviously, the other party has been obedient in the military for these years, and has fought for a way out by himself. But why couldn't he hold back at the end? Richard shook his head, and threw these unnecessary and redundant thoughts out of his mind, and then slowly reminded Zhong Ting, who was in the main position, to make some adjustments in details. Sure enough, he was not someone specially sent by the military to hunt down the rebels. This Lieutenant Colonel Zhong is really amazing. It is impossible for him to reach this position at such a young age just by relying on a good family background. The other party's strength is obviously more intuitive. You must know that Zhong Ting is also operating this mecha for the first time. Richard knows his mecha. Although it is not the kind of difficult and picky mecha category, it is not so easy to control. Ordinary sergeants cannot adapt to such heavy mechas without special training. Not only will their mental strength be overwhelmed, they cannot adapt to the coordination between various load-bearing parts. And it is easy to become unbalanced up and down, and the whole situation will fall over. Richard had encountered this kind of situation when he first came into contact with this kind of mecha. So at the beginning he was worried that Zhong Ting would mess up the operation. Now it seems that he doesn't need to worry about it. The other party has obviously adapted very well, although there are inevitably some improper operations. And because of the state of adaptation, he was forced back by Angel. But the other party is getting more and more handy, and it seems that he has figured out the core characteristics of this mecha. Even in this situation, the other party can take into account his combat characteristics. Yes, this Lieutenant Colonel Zong used his mecha for the first time. He used less than 10 minutes to familiarize himself with the control of his mecha without any training, and then tried to deal with Angel's attack with the fighting style closest to him. Under such restrictions, he was forced to retreat to the outer war zone. Richard, who spent most of his life on the battlefield, had to admire this level. He remembered that Lieutenant Colonel Zong was only in his 20s, and he could achieve this level only a few years after graduation. No wonder the 3rd Legion placed him in such an important position. I think he will be a big man in the future. Zong Ting obviously has not yet exerted his true strength, and he is also testing the true strength of Brigadier General Angel. I wonder who is stronger between the two. Oh, the same exclamation was made in the same place in the observation area. The battle between the two sides gradually became white-hot, and began to become a back and forth. The heavy mecha, which seemed to be overly defensive, seemed to have found a balance point. It began to counterattack with its super defense ability and increased speed, and successfully made Angel suffer a loss in the last 2 rounds. And the battle became balanced again. Then, as if a disadvantage had been reversed, Richard became more and more dominant in the battle. Angel seemed to have no advantage. Its breaking ability became slower and slower, and as the enemy activated various auxiliary weapons, it gradually became powerless. As the abdominal cavity of the heavy mecha suddenly opened and shot out a light-sensing splitting ray, Angel, who was facing the attack head-on, had no way to retreat. In case of improper operation causing the fuselage to roll over and fall, he had to endure the splitting ray. A harsh sound rang out. Click, 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 accompanied by the wailing of metal. And then a friction sound that made people feel a little bit achy was heard at the scene. This was the first time that the fuselage was damaged in this battle. This time, the one who was at a disadvantage was Angel. Both mechas stopped for a moment, as if they were digesting the round that had just been settled. And time also stopped at this moment. Then Angel seemed to react and control the mecha to quickly eject a long distance. This time it was Richard's turn to chase. The right operating tentacle is moderately damaged and should not be used, Jianghui commented. The mecha master generally divides the degree of damage to the mecha parts into mild, moderate, and severe damage. Mild damage is 30% to 59%. Moderate is 60% to 74%. And severe is more than 75% damage. The degree of damage of the first 2 seriously affects the use of the operator and generally affects the battle on the spot. Light damage can still last for a short time, while moderate damage can basically be judged as unusable. Severe damage is a very serious degree of damage. Not only can it not be used on the spot, but it also needs to be completely replaced afterwards. And it is said that this degree of damage will also affect the mental state of the operator at the time. And the connected mental power will also be affected to a certain extent. This is already considered a very serious damage in mecha battles. So mecha warriors will try to avoid this degree of damage. As for those below 30%, they cannot be considered as damage, but only wear and tear. They can still be used after adjustment on the spot, and only need minor repairs afterwards. Angel's transforming mecha has only 2 left and right operating tentacles. The front and rear fission cannons are external weapons, and cannot replace the function of the operating tentacles. Therefore, the damage to the right operating tentacle is equivalent to the loss of an arm, which greatly reduces the combat effectiveness and is indeed a big loss. Chapter 318 Transformation. The only thing left now is transformation. Transformation. Jianghui and Huanxian's words collided with each other. Next, as if to verify their guesses, there was a lot of movement in the field. With the sound of special metal joints rubbing, the Angel mecha underwent some drastic changes. The originally slightly wider bottom deformed, then upward. The middle part slightly split, and the front 2 feet ran to both sides. The middle part was pulled out and extended in large quantities, pulling the entire mecha to change. This is a process that is somewhat difficult to explain, because until the middle stage of transformation, they could no longer tell which were the feet, which were the tentacles, which were based on the fission cannon, and which part once belonged to the main body of the mecha. Everything has changed, beyond recognition, but it has been reorganized from scattered fragments into a new, powerful existence. This mecha has become a form close to the standard mecha. If it is classified by type, it is more in line with the mixed neutral type. And if you look closely, it still has a little bit of human characteristics. 2 legs, 2 arms, 6 hybrid machine guns. Completely different from the previous 4-legged battlefield mecha. It is very tall. Almost twice as tall as the enemy's heavy mecha. Or even taller. There is still a small reading sensor on the top. But the shape is also different from before. I don't know if it will work the same. However, perhaps because too many main trunk materials have been split. The fuselage has become extremely slim, including the main body of the middle support, which may not be 1/6 of the original width. The hips are thin and wide, connecting the left and right legs, and there is a long distance in the middle, and the bottom can almost be pulled out to compare the area of heavy mecha. However, this transformation not only covered up the problem of the previous tentacle damage, but also made the fuselage lighter and smoother, which could easily avoid the flat attack of heavy mecha. As expected of a 1,000-faced mecha warrior, this is a good move. Richard's previous operation was probably in vain. If he wants to get familiar with it, he will have to consume another wave of energy. Heavy mechas have always been very energy intensive in this regard, and I am afraid they will not be able to hold on for the rest. That can't be said. Angel's transformation seems to have solved the crisis. But the temporary change of the mecha's form will inevitably consume a part of the source power, which is no less than his previous consumption. There may not be much energy left. Is that so? I don't know much about transforming mechas. I thought it was the same as other battlefield-specific mechas. It turns out that there are such great limitations. Then isn't setting up the mecha to transform equivalent to useless? Why is it useless? Look at this one. Isn't it? Did you use it? If Angel keeps the state just now, I can guarantee that he will lose without a 5-star score. Richard obviously won't give up this opportunity. But unfortunately, he still missed the first opportunity to make the enemy transform successfully. Alas, I still don't quite understand. My uncle was also a member of the Space Marines. He once told me that in addition to the combat effectiveness, special attacks and various advantages of mechas, another very important point is energy storage. The basic energy storage level of each mecha is limited. Once it is used up and cannot be replenished in time, there will be endless troubles, and may give the enemy an opportunity to take advantage. Therefore, the energy storage of the mecha should not be consumed too much in combat, and it is right to replenish it in time. Why do you think so much? We are just here to watch a match. Don't the owners of the 2 other machines know better than us how to beat them? Besides, don't say I'm talking about you. Your uncle was only a 2nd lieutenant at most, and he retired. Both of them almost became generals in this match. Don't they have more experience than us? Just watch carefully, and see if there will be any discrepancies in a while. For a while, similar discussions were heard in many places in the stadium at almost the same time, either discussing the advantages and disadvantages of the past few rounds of the 2 sides, or speculating on the direction of the next battle between the 2 sides. And even some people secretly opened a bet to make some extra money. Jiang Hui and others in the box were naturally no exception. But they were more concerned about the next movements of the 2 players. Feeling. Jiang Hui suddenly spoke. Thoughtfully. Is there something wrong with the one driving the heavy mecha at the beginning of that period of time? Jiang Hui observed for a long time, and finally couldn't help asking. She noticed something was wrong at the beginning, but couldn't help but argue in her heart. How is it possible? This is an open battle. The contestants on both sides are determined, and the mechas are prepared by each person, not temporarily determined. So this game is 2 well-known warriors driving their familiar mechas to fight. How could they be unfamiliar with their own mechas? Impossible? But after seeing it with her own eyes, and analyzing it carefully, her eyes and brain could not deceive her judgment in the end. Jiang Hui is very sure that the contestant driving the heavy mecha must have encountered some problems, or was restricted in the early stage of the game. Otherwise, how could there be such a big difference before and after? As if he had changed a person, and later his style changed as he fought. Especially at the back. The heavy mecha chased the injured Angel, and the speed made her eyes go straight. With such speed and flexibility, if it is said to be a famous light standard linear mecha or a light animal frame, some people may believe it. However, the fact is that it is a typical heavy weapon frame with full weapon equipment. And it is not scientific at all for it to have such a speed. Looking at the heavy mecha in the field that is quite flexible to deal with the transforming mecha, Jiang Hui still couldn't help but wonder. Her words immediately shocked the 2 people who knew about it. Isn't it wrong? Others don't know. But they know very well that the driver of Richard's mecha has been replaced. And the person who replaced it is the first time to use this mecha. It must be wrong. But how did Jiang Hui figure it out? according to the other party. She had never watched Richard's related games before, and she didn't seem to know much about these two mechas. How did the other party find out that something was wrong? The operator had obviously imitated it very well. If they didn't know, and if the enemy behind them hadn't obviously seen through it and provoked it, the operator had completely given up the imitation style, and the two might have thought that nothing had happened. Zhou Xiuwen glanced at Wan Xian and found that he was also looking at Jiang Hui. His expression was not surprised at all, and he suddenly felt that he was making a fuss. Look at his friends. They are stable and steady. They are so powerful and cannot be refuted. Listening to Hillman and Clarence participating in Jiang Hui's discussion, the other two seemed to continue looking at the arena as if nothing had happened. But their hearts were not as relaxed as they looked on the surface. And they were a little nervous, because none of them knew when the outbreak point would come. It was already very close. Chapter 3:19 Shocking Change. He has discovered. Zong Ting, who had been concentrating on controlling the mecha, suddenly said, his face slightly solemn, his eyes cast into the field sharp, full of coldness. Richard behind him also heard it, but he was not surprised at all, and couldn't help sighing. You imitated very well. It should not be a problem to hide the enemy who has never really fought with me, but his strength is far above mine. He probably saw it a long time ago. Even if he was not sitting in the main seat of operation, he had been in the cabin all the time, and he could naturally see the battle between the two sides clearly. Richard asked himself, if he was in the main seat of operation, not to mention that he could not fight to this extent, he might not even know if he could survive the beginning. Besides, the other party must have known him before inviting him, and studied some of his open competition information. With the much higher strength of the other party, he might have studied him thoroughly. How could he not see that there was someone else controlling this mecha? He might have seen it a long time ago. I just don't know where his information is gone. It's not reasonable to say that the other party has guessed that the military has intervened. It's impossible for him not to know what will happen if the military follows him. It can't be knowing there is a tiger in the mountain, but still going to the Tiger Mountain? Impossible. This is too unreasonable. But if he said he didn't know anything, how to explain his provocation in the fight just now? The many spectators watching the game in the stadium didn't know, but they could see clearly that the guy actually sent a signal to provoke. Seeing this, Zong Ting simply didn't bother to disguise himself, and took off his disguise and real swords and guns on the ground. Richard had to admit, the back wave pushed the front wave, and he was the front wave that was pushed to death on the beach. Previously, this Lieutenant Colonel Zong had performed well enough, but he didn't expect that he was holding back. Or it should be said that his mecha restricted his operation. Now the opponent doesn't need to imitate his style, and he can fight openly and naturally follow his own style. Compared with the previous relatively safe and restrained style, the opponent's actions became handy after the restrictions were released. Under his control, the mecha was so flexible that it didn't look like a heavy mecha. He controlled this mecha, which should have been slow in maneuvering, more smoothly than the light standard mecha. However, in an instant, it burst out several blood-bursting attacks in a row. Even Angel, a mecha known for its flexibility and balance, almost couldn't resist several times, and was forced to retreat again and again. The style of Lieutenant Colonel Zong's mecha operation was just like the feeling he gave people. Unstoppable. Unfortunately, the opponent is currently driving a heavy mecha with limited flexibility, but he still manages to achieve the same speed and mobility as a standard mecha. But it's still too much. Richard Picel sighed in his heart, and looked at the opponent's straight and not tense shoulders. His own mecha is naturally good. The operator is also a first-class player. Richard admits that the opponent is a little better than him in terms of technology. But the problem is that the opponent is not suitable for this kind of mecha at all. And the opponent's habitual operating style is also not suitable for this mecha. Damn it. Such a hunter who obviously likes to strike fast and take the initiative is holding the most cumbersome type of weapon. Even if this weapon has a bonus in strength, it will be useless and will become a limitation for the opponent. This is the situation of Lieutenant Colonel Zong Ting now. It can be seen that the opponent has been trying to adapt to the characteristics of this mecha, and has also tried very hard to balance his own style. However, it is difficult to change a person's nature, and the operator will inevitably still have that style. Now that Angel's side is pressing hard, Zong Ting doesn't care about the disharmony, and tries to make a quick decision as much as possible. Since entering this mecha, Zong Ting has never relaxed when facing the target, nor has he really regarded this as a game. and his goal is not to win the opponent on the field. Moreover, in this intricate fight, Zhong Ting has seen the unfathomable depth of the enemy. During his service, the soldier angel was a hero who was willing to dedicate his life to the safety of the empire and the citizens. But the rebel angel is not like that. The opponent created many chaos for his own selfishness, and finally stole the encrypted information of the empire and planned to send it to the rebel headquarters in the outer galaxy. So it is hard to guarantee that the opponent will use the many people present to get away. Some people may say that knowing how dangerous Angel is, why did they choose such a special time to act? If casualties were caused, the military would be the indirect creator of the accident. But the military leaders were determined not to watch the suspect continue to be at large, especially when the encrypted data concerning the lives of hundreds of billions of people in the empire was leaking out. They could only take the risk and choose to lure the enemy on the spot and arrest him, so as to minimize the possibility of the other party leaking the data. For this reason, they would not hesitate to kill all the people present, because they had no other choice. But emergency matters are always urgent matters. Both the military and the ruling bureau need to consider the safety of ordinary people. This is their mission and their inescapable responsibility. Therefore, the Zongting still allocated some personnel to evacuate and protect the people, together with the people sent by Marshal Zhou. They should be able to protect everyone present to leave safely. As for the decisive battle, there is only one opportunity left. Very good. Since the other party has guessed the military's movements, there is no need to hide and play dumb. Just start fighting. Fight quickly and hard. It would be best if they can be suppressed violently directly. This will save the effort of evacuation and eliminate the possibility of casualties. Unfortunately, things in this world are not as people wish. Plans cannot keep up with changes, no matter how much you think. Sometimes you can't predict some temporary mutations. Strange. Why didn't I hear the explanation of the intelligent robot? It has been quiet for a long time. Right? Hillman said in surprise. The others all frowned and stared at the two parties entangled not far away. They could no longer notice the problem of intelligent robots, because the atmosphere of the fight on the spot was getting more and more wrong from the second half. Why do I look at it? I always feel that it is a bit of a death fight? No. This is not a competition. Why do both sides look like they are eager to cripple the enemy, flip the shell, and then pull out the people inside and smash them? Is this the style of interstellar mecha competitions? Why is it so? Hey, 3 hybrid machine guns have been pulled out, and the chest cavity corresponding to the core of the mecha cabin has also been severely damaged. I guess the controller connected inside is also in trouble now. Is this the level of an open tournament? She saw that the open tournament convention manual given by the tournament organizer did not say this before. The sentence floating at the top was competition is second, safety first. Is this the situation that Huan Xian and Zhou Xiaowen are talking about? Chapter 320. Today's competition may be a little chaotic. This is what Huan Xian and Zhou Xiaowen revealed long before the game started. Jiang Hui and others also had some guesses, but they really couldn't guess what kind of chaos it would be. So they just kept this in mind. And as time went by, most of the attention of the crowd was focused on the two contestants in the real competition, and gradually forgot what Huan Xian and Zhou Xiaowen had mentioned. But now, this increasingly strange situation made the people in the box suddenly remember the reminder of the two friends before the game. So this chaos may not come from the audience, but from the two contestants. Boom, another blood-bursting attack. This time it was the heavy mecha driven by Richard that was hit, which is very rare, because the two sides fought for so long. It felt that the injured side was mostly Angel's transforming mecha, although the opponent's operation was very flexible, and many crises were finally resolved invisibly by it. But in the overall situation, the heavy mecha seemed to be more stable, with both offense and defense. But the speed was slightly worse. This did not prevent the heavy mecha from taking advantage, and the driver was obviously more skilled than Angel. The reason why it took so long to take down the enemy was because Angel was not an easy target. It was still very stubborn despite the step-by-step retreat, and it frequently came up with strategies to escape, even at the cost of exchanging injuries, which seemed very crazy. This heavy mecha was damaged for the first time since the two sides took the field. Angel seized a gap when the heavy mecha failed and attacked it, shoveling its usually stable chassis. It was almost impossible to pry the heavy mecha completely with the power of the transforming mecha, but with the help of its unique design of 2 feet and the ability to use a little force to move a lot, it finally successfully pried the chassis of the heavy mecha, and while it stabilized the fuselage, It used the extended stirring mechanical arm to destroy a vortex booster at its bottom. The weakness of heavy mechas is basically at the bottom. But unfortunately, they are basically operated close to the bottom. And the bottom defense is also very tight. And it is difficult to break its defense. So if you want to hit the heavy mecha hard, the bottom is undoubtedly the best insertion point. However, the heavy mecha driven by Zong Ting is too difficult to deal with. The opponent is very skilled. Even he, an experienced veteran, feels a little helpless. The old men in the military really know him. But Angel has never been a person who surrenders. Although he is tired of a certain fixed life and has betrayed, he also has his own ideas. Otherwise, he would not come to the scene today. At present, he just wants to fight happily. It's not that Angel has never dealt with heavy mechas. But this is rare. The opponent is said to be a young man. But it is obvious that he is extremely stable and unmoved. His combat style seems to be sharp but stable. Coupled with the extreme defense of the mecha, Angel fought very hard in this battle. Fortunately, he is also a person who likes challenges. The more difficult the enemy is, the more excited he is, and the more he wants to defeat the opponent. Moreover, if his information was correct, the person operating the mecha was the newly promoted Lieutenant Colonel Zong Ting of the 3rd Legion Special Forces. The other party had held the same position as him before, and was even slightly better than him. Moreover, he was nearly 60 years old when he achieved this, while the other party was not more than 20 years old now. It was not an exaggeration to say that the two were worlds apart. So what? Angel was never the one who was afraid of challenges. He was an extreme adventurer. From the fact that he gave up his original stable career and turned to join the army without any foundation. From the fact that he agreed to join the rebel camp that was fighting against the Empire. From the fact that he knew it was a trap and that the military he once served had locked him in. He still came alone to this appointment. He was a person like a puzzle, doing things according to his own preferences, without considering the consequences. So even though time was moving forward little by little, and the time and chance for him to escape were getting less and less, he still stubbornly wanted to stay here and fight the enemy. In the case of retreating step by step, the opponent finally seized an opportunity to take advantage of the gap to lift up the heavy mecha and destroyed one of the turbo boosters at the bottom in one fell swoop. You should know that the heavy mecha relies on these turbo boosters to accelerate and stack attack power. A total of 7, forming a complete set of boosting system. But the disadvantage is that as long as one of the 7 turbo boosters is damaged, the efficiency will be greatly reduced. Without the advantage of speed, Ren Zongting could not continue the previous attack no matter how strong his operating means were. Without this balanced system, his combat power was also greatly reduced. And because of the size and shape of the heavy mecha, it was destined that it was easy to defend, but difficult to get out of trouble. Affected by this, Zongting missed 2 or 3 rounds of fighting in a row, and he was a little slow to recover, while Angel's side became more and more fierce. Perhaps because he felt that this opportunity was too rare, Angel's attacks became more and more fierce, and he even launched a second series of long and continuous moves, which completely put the heavy mecha side into an extremely unfavorable situation. Everyone present was extremely nervous for a while, and their eyes were fixed on the two fiercely fighting in the field, to see who would win in this passionate collision between steel and steel. No one noticed that there was a haze brewing in the dark. The accident happened at this time. There was a little commotion in a very lively area that was no different from other viewing areas. This was not surprising in the extremely lively and noisy stadium. After all, this kind of situation occasionally happens. If there are unruly spectators who create chaos, it is estimated that the guards will come to deal with it soon. And it is estimated that there will be no waves. But this time is different. The people who create chaos are not ordinary people who have little offensive power, but the rebels who have planned it in advance. They also received news to cut the grass and root it out. Although they knew that the old thieves in the military would definitely send people to guard here, they already had a way to get out. They must deal with a wavering person on the field and some unclear guys to avoid bringing disaster to the organization. Originally, they wanted to take advantage of the chaos and give Angel a good time when he was relaxed. Considering that he has contributed a little over the years, he didn't expect this man to be so useless. He couldn't even beat a young man in his 20s or 30s sent by the military, and was chased and beaten. He was simply a waste. Their backup was on Angel's side, but the military didn't know much about it. So Angel's decline made them unable to find an opportunity to take action. Seeing that time was dragging on, It seemed that it wouldn't be long before the military could defeat Angel and capture him alive. The rebels who had been hiding in the rebel group could no longer hold back.